Thanks for tuning in for this special mini-sode emergency broadcast that we're doing. Non-emergency broadcast.
It's non-emergency.
That we're doing. And I should have written this down. Someone sent me this. And it's fantastic. It's about 45 minutes of audio. And it's when Opie and Jim Norton had a show together. It only lasted 2 years on Sirius XM. And this is from February 11th, 2015. So less than a year, only about 6 months from when the time that Anthony was fired and the Opie and Anthony show was at Dunzo for good. And so Opie continued on with Jim Norton. And this episode has it all.
It does.
My two favorite guys to goof on with Opie and Stuttering John is there as the guest. One of my favorite radio guys of all time who's been on this show. I've been on his show. Jim Norton is there. And then my favorite stand-up, who has no idea that I exist, Dave Attell, is also on this show. Tigers win.
Yay.
Oh, man, it was getting dicey there at the end. Thank you, Peen Wienerstein, for the update on that. So, yeah, somebody sent this my way, and I should have written down who that was. Thank you for sending this to me, because I found this fascinating for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is that John is desperate for employment and asks for a job multiple times, multiple jobs, multiple times. And we'll get into that. Also, it just shows you that John is not in their league. Dave Attell and Jim Norton are firing on all cylinders, and John's just a dork. They're so much funnier and quicker and better than him.
It's just a different quality.
Yes, it's a different quality.
Yeah.
They're in different leagues. John's playing single A ball, and these guys are in the playoffs in the Major League. So let's start off with they're talking about acting for some reason, and John asks Jim Norton if he does any acting gigs, which is laughable. I mean, Jim's been on HBO. He's been in movies, whatever. He's not an actor. That's not his main thing by any means.
He's done stuff.
He's definitely done stuff. But then we find out very quickly why John asked this question.
Yes, John, I do a little acting.
Yeah, what the have I seen you in? Jim is a good actor.
Perhaps in Spider-Man, and perhaps on the Amy Schumer program, and perhaps in Lucky Louie, and perhaps in Louie itself. The new
I remember the Lucky Louie one.
There you go.
Louie's one of the few. I'm
What's
sorry.
that? Bored to death. Thank you very much, E-Rock.
Jim is one of the few crossovers from the Lucky Louie to Louie. You made it to the next.
Good for you. How do I get it? How do I get on that show?
How do you get on that
show? I got to blow to get on that show.
Now, this is how John always does this. He tries to pretend it's like a joke. It's like, hey, how do I get on that show, right? Who do I got to blow? But meanwhile, because we're going to see a lot of evidence of this, he's hoping there's like, oh, yeah, we can get you a guest spot. Actually, you might be a good secondary character on that show. I think you and Louie would work really well together. He's looking for something like that to happen. Or, oh, I didn't know you acted, John. Oh, actually, I do. I wrote a movie. I star in it. Go through his whole, Dude, Where's My Car? Go through all of his credits, Airheads. He's waiting for something like that to happen.
I think he also would blow Louis C.K.
I think so.
If given the opportunity.
Yeah. Louis C.K. would rather jerk off
in front of him
than get a blowjob from him. But who wouldn't? Who wouldn't rather jerk off in front of John than get a blowjob from him? I ask. Who amongst us? I should remind everybody, because we are live right now on YouTube. We do have the Super Tip system, supertip.gg/WATP. You see it there up in the right-hand corner. There's a QR code. It's also pinned in the chat. It's also in our description. I figured that part out. Look at me. So you can go over to another tab or another browser or something and give us a super tip. We appreciate that. And thank you all for being here for this episode. There are some super tips coming in. We'll get to those very shortly. Thank you for the support. So they're talking about John's stutter. And Jim remembers that Dave Attell has the greatest stuttering joke of all time. And you got to think, like, why wouldn't John have a funny joke about stuttering? You'd think that he would. But this kind of demonstrates that it's a nice example that John's just out of his element.
Yeah.
He can't hang with Norton and Attell. He would never come up with something like this.
Attell had the greatest stutter joke ever.
Oh, yeah? What was that?
My grandfather is a stutterer. He died saying the word papaya.
Yeah, that's a good one. That was a different time, guys.
Very good joke.
Yeah.
The person you don't hear laughing there is John.
Yeah.
John only laughs when he tells a joke, which we're going to find out on this episode. It's very funny. One of his pet peeves is, these guys, they laugh at their own jokes. John is the king of laughing at his own jokes. Oh, I should tell you this real quick. I'm all over the place. Sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained. But I was just talking to Ray DeVito on the phone. Ray is at Gebhard's right now.
Yes,
And of course, Tuesday is when Opie's usually there doing his show. So Ray was hoping to get on Gebhard's. I gave him some questions about Scorch to ask Opie. But apparently Opie is not there because he broke his leg.
Yeah, how?
I don't think Ray knew anything. It's like, I'm going to ask Ray a follow-up question. He goes, I think he broke his leg. I'm okay.
Well, maybe he
So,
didn't break his leg.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe he just saw that Ray was there and, just decided like, hey, tell the guy that I broke my leg. I don't know. But that's a shame if that's the truth. I don't know what Opie does that he could break his leg doing. Moving the car to the other side of the street? I don't know.
We'll get well soon if
What kind of
so.
physical activities is he up to? I'm not even sure. Okay. So I have a bunch of examples on here of Jim just being way better at radio than John could ever hope to be, and John not getting it. There's a bunch of examples. Here's the first one where John asks if Jim or Dave are going to be on the Justin Bieber roast. Remember, this is going back to 2015, the famous Justin Bieber roast with our friend Chris D'Elia.
The good old days.
Let's not forget that.
Are you guys doing the Justin Bieber roast or?
They asked me and I said no.
Oh, really? Why?
I'm lying.
I love that. Jim's so fast, so funny. They asked me and I said no. John, why would you say no to something like that? Just falls for it every time. We're going to have a number of examples of exactly that happening. All right. So then John starts interviewing everyone else. We've seen this from John. When John's doing his own show and has a guest on, he's terrible at interviewing people. But when he's a guest, he goes into interview mode. We saw this when he was on that show in Iowa, where he's the guest promoting his comedy show and just wants to interview the host of the show, and it's awkward and weird. So he starts asking Jim Norton a question about his weight loss. Jimmy lost a lot of weight around this time.
So Jim, how did you lose all this weight? What the hell? Really? I don't get it.
Look what he's having for breakfast over here.
Yeah, that's true. I have an affirmation in my refrigerator. It says, "You can do it." Wow. And I look at that every morning.
But
I like how you eat the enemy's food. I like that. Let me learn their ways. Smell their smells.
Jim, or?
Yeah, I go like 4 or 5 days a week.
He busts his ass.
So what
Well, how
happened?
about that?
Dave, I don't like to brag, but
What happened? Like, what was the whole
I just wanted to-
epiphany here? What happened?
I just got sick of it. It's like I got sick and tired of being a fucking frump, and I just
Hey, watch yourself.
Were you ever in shape as a boy?
There's the first example of John saying something and him being the only one laughing at it. And I'm not even sure what he's going for there. I got sick of being a frump. Hey, watch yourself.
I don't think he knows what that word means.
I don't think he, like, what would he think that he was going to say? If not, let me play that again. That's so stupid.
It's like I got sick and tired of being a fucking frump, and I just
Hey, watch yourself.
Were you ever in shape as a boy?
No one else in the studio was laughing. Hey, watch yourself. Well, no, I just got sick of being a frump.
Yeah, I noticed that too. And that was the only thing I could think of is he doesn't know what that word means.
Correct. But what did he think? Did he think he might say what? Watch yourself tells me it's a word close to like the N word, If you're like, oh, that's a trigger for me. Whoa, watch yourself, But
Starts with an F. That's all I got.
yeah,
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
I have no
I
idea.
couldn't even
no one
tell
else
you.
got it either. So maybe I'm the internet idiot. But let's go. More interviewing Jim. This is John interviewing Jim on Jim's show. Which the problem with this premise, and I explained this when we made fun of John for the Iowa thing, is that the listeners of that show know the hosts. Yeah. They don't need you to interview them because they listen to these people every day for the most part.
Right.
So you don't need to go on Howard Stern and ask Howard Stern, hey, are you married? We all know.
And that kind of thing doesn't usually bother me too much if it's genuine. Like, wow, Jim, you look great. I haven't seen you in a while. You lost a lot of weight. And then it's over with and it passes on. But everybody else that listens to that show knows he's lost a lot of weight.
Okay. Oh, so John Q. Public is saying, so John's like, hey, I'm a frump. Watch it. You're making fun of me here. Is that what that was?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, maybe that's what it was. Well, no one got it, and I didn't either, and it didn't work. But John laughed hysterically at it, so that's good stuff. All right.
Oh, maybe that is what it was.
Good stuff, John. Very funny.
A good joke is one that needs to be explained a bunch.
Yes. So more interviewing Jim Norton here.
And you have a girlfriend?
No, I don't. I'm actually. It's like a running joke. I'll say I'm single and I love to mingle, and people laugh. But it's. But no, I do not.
Because it's so weird. Like I stopped drinking for like 2 weeks.
That's it.
But it was so. And then
Did you like it?
Well, here's the thing. I was dating like a 26-year-old,
And they want to party.
And for the first time in like 20 years, I had sex without even having a buzz. I lasted like 30 seconds.
Wow.
But which is so. I guess when you drink, your like dick gets numb from the alcohol. I couldn't believe how
Gives
bad
you a
I
little more
was.
stamina?
Yeah. So I went back to drinking immediately.
Yeah, there you go.
John quit drinking for 2 weeks, had sex with a girl, and premature ejaculated, and decided this ain't for me. Sober life ain't for me. I'm going back to drinking again.
At least he has a reason.
The other thing he said there, he hadn't had sex without a buzz on in 20 years.
That's a long time.
That's bizarre.
Yeah.
You never had morning sex or afternoon sex. I understand you get drunk every night. We all understand that. But that's a weird thing to admit, especially a man who was married for a lot of that time that he's talking about.
His self-deprecation doesn't
It's telling.
come off as funny.
Right. No, it's just
just
telling.
make-
And you're just
make
like,
me
oh, no,
sad."
don't say that. That's awful.
Yeah.
Not good at all. So then they get into his marriage and they want to know, well, why'd your marriage end, John?
As they say, we grew apart.
But that's true, right?
Yeah.
When did you know it was finished?
I mean, I'm more still the party guy, and then she became more of
An adult.
yes.
She's an adult.
Exactly.
That's hilarious. Right there. Oh, yeah, so why you guys grew apart? What was going on? Yeah, I still act like I'm in a frat, and she's a responsible adult with children that she's raising. So very quick by Dave right there. Good group in the studio
Great group.
around John with Jim and Dave. Now, what John's going to say here, this is a very key part of this program because he reveals something he definitely should not reveal about his own son and his own family. This is going back to 2015. Susanna is dating Aaron, who's now her husband.
Mm-hmm.
At the time they were dating. And I can't believe that John's so stupid he would say this.
You guys cool now that you got kids for the kids?
No, I still love the woman as a friend, but and my son is really hates the fact that and she's got a boyfriend and my son doesn't like him and and all that.
Why doesn't your son like him? Is it racial?
That's funny.
he is half black actually, but no, it's so funny because my son's with me and then he's like. And then and he's like, I don't like the boyfriend, and I'm like, why? And he goes, why do you think?
Yeah.
He's so
Really?
smart. He's
How
9
old
years
is he?
old.
Oh, okay.
9.
My son doesn't like my wife's new boyfriend. I go and get lunch with him, and he tells me he doesn't like him. Why would you say that on a national radio show?
He's 9.
That's a crazy thing to say,
Yeah.
to give that kind of information out. It's the kind of shit that harassment restraining orders are built on.
Yeah.
Ask Aaron Imholt about that. What a piece of shit John is.
And I'm not even convinced that it's true, but it doesn't matter.
Well, he's taking a shot at Aaron one way or the other, whether it's true
I
or not
realize
true.
that, but
Honestly, if it's not true, that's horrific thing to say. If it is true, that's a horrific thing to say.
yeah.
Because then you're throwing Oscar under the bus. Like, this kind of shit gets back to her. And then Aaron's going to be like, Oscar, have a seat, man. Talk to me.
God.
What's going on? What am I doing? What could I be doing better? And I said, what the fuck? What did my dad say? Oh, he just told a couple million people that you don't like me.
Yeah.
That's nuts. He's stupid.
It's in very poor taste.
It's in very poor taste to do that. And then John doubles down on Oscar not liking Aaron. And spoiler, Oscar loves Aaron.
Yes.
I watched the wedding speeches. Oscar loves his stepdad. So this could be John wishful thinking. I know John doesn't like Aaron. We've heard him slip up on that. Mm-hmm. So this is John doubling down.
I thought it was so funny that young could already like know the obvious. Come on, Dad.
Are you jealous?
What?
Of the boyfriend or no?
No.
Oh, you're not? Okay.
No. It's like, I'm dating like 26-year-olds. Do I really care who's driving the old car now? I have the new one, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Jeez.
I don't need to get all sentimental.
That's just another shitty thing to say about your ex-wife, and John's the best at that. I got a new car. I had a 26-year-old. He's so proud of himself.
He said 26-year-olds, plural.
Oh, I know.
Which
he's getting all the young girls.
I definitely don't believe.
No, of course not. Especially if he's ejaculating in 30 seconds. How long are these girls sticking around for this? It's ridiculous. Oh, you stink. You don't clip your toenails and you premature ejaculate? Neat. When's our next date? Can't wait for that. Did you notice? This is what I'm not understanding. Where his son says to him, I don't like Aaron, Susanna's boyfriend. John goes, why not? He's like, why do you think? Listen to this again at the beginning of this clip.
I thought it was so funny that young could already like know the obvious. Come on, Dad.
Are you
obvious.
jealous?
Know the obvious. Is he implying that he's like a way better guy?
That's what made me think he was lying about this because
He didn't really have an
a kid
explanation.
that young would know the obvious, which really just kind of reflects back onto John because he thinks it's the obvious thing.
Yeah, is that what it is? Because I'm like, what is it? Why would Oscar not like his mom's boyfriend? Seems like a great guy from everything I've heard about him. I mean, I saw a bunch of different wedding speeches and everyone's like crazy about this guy.
Seems like a great man.
They think he's amazing. And they think he's amazing compared to the other guy who lived in the house before him. Mm-hmm. That's what's crazy about it. Not only is Aaron an amazing guy, but if you compare him to the biological father, allegedly the biological father, he's way, way better. So I don't know. Maybe John did make all of that up, and that's a weird thing to say, again, on a national radio show, especially if he made it up.
I was under the impression that it was a complete lie, only because I know that he lies a lot.
The other thing that John does is when he's interviewing the hosts of the show, he'll bring up things that no one can see. This is a radio show. It's not a video show. So remember when he was on that show in Iowa, he was talking about the guy had the prosthetic leg, and he's like, he kept asking him about that. And the guy's like, John, yeah, I have a prosthetic leg. I mean, he's like, oh, you always leave it right there? You got a sneaker on it? It's like, no one can see what you're talking about. So he does the same thing with Jim Norton right here.
What was this all about, Jim?
If I'm chewing something, I hold the microphone up so I don't. But I hold it so I can pull it down quickly. Sometimes I have a zinger, and I want to.
You don't have that cough button.
They don't like us eating on air. They fucking hate it.
There's a lot of times I eat, they don't know I'm eating. I actually hold the mic way above me.
We try really hard not to eat on air, but what the fuck?
See, I'll just fire out a zinger like that. You won't even know I got the food in my mouth.
Why even bring it up? So Jim's holding the microphone away from his mouth, and he's eating his breakfast, which. You heard it right there. Management doesn't want him to do. So John's calling it out, calling attention to it. We don't know that's happening. No one listening gives a shit about it. And John's just a child who's just making general observations around the room.
I know. And I couldn't tell if he was trying to get Jimmy in trouble.
No, he just doesn't have anything to talk about.
Well, then don't say anything.
I know. So this is very interesting right here. We start talking about Anthony Cumia. As I said, this happened in February 2015. Anthony was fired in July of 2014. So just 6 or 7 months has passed. And John wants to know, hey, what's the deal with that Anthony guy who used to be a part of this show?
All right, let me ask the question that
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Opie, so now Anthony's not here anymore.
No.
So what happened?
That's a very good question. It's very complicated.
Well, fuck! I talked about Stuttering.
Much like your marriage, it was time to move on, and
They have a son together.
we had a very complicated relationship. To be honest with you, we didn't talk much off air for many years.
And why is that?
I don't know. We just changed as people, I guess. I don't hate the guy or anything.
But then he got fired because what happened?
For his tweeting.
Yeah, and the
company was very upset about it, and when he connected a little violence to his tweets, they felt, don't fucking kill me for saying this, they felt like he had to go.
And did you fight for him?
Of course, I don't even listen to those fucking assholes. Of course we did.
Oh, okay.
Of course
that's
we
the
did.
only question. No, that's the only question because I was on his show yesterday, and then he was like he didn't know if you went.
He knows. He knows.
Oh, really?
He's very good at pushing buttons and keeping things going.
So
he knows. He knows we fought for him.
Okay. There's a few things I want to talk about with this. First is Opie, because as you know, we've done a lot of deep dives into Opie and his relationship with Anthony and whether or not he went to bat for Anthony. And he doesn't do himself any favors. When John was just on Anthony's show prior to this, and Anthony was alluding to the fact that, yeah, when I got fired from Sirius, Opie didn't have my back. He didn't go to management, try to save my job or anything like that, which is what Anthony believes is the case. And the reason why he believes that is because every single time it's brought up, Opie goes, we needed a break anyway. We grew apart. We didn't talk anymore. I could tell he was already building a studio in his house. He was ready to move on. It makes it seem like Opie was the one who was ready to move on and didn't go to bat for Anthony. That's the first thing he says when asked, did you go to bat for him? Listen, the show was ending anyway. We're probably not going to go another contract round. Mm-hmm. But then he also says, but yeah, I totally went to management. I said, no, you can't fire him. He's lying.
I agree.
Right. But then John says, yeah, I know about the tweet and the thing, which is very interesting to me. Because when I talked to John the first time that him and I had our back and forth Skull versus the Troll episode, which is a fantastic episode, I have to tell you.
It is.
I taught John how to tune his guitar. Actually, no one could do that. I wasn't able to pull that off. But in this episode, I called John out for going on Anthony's show knowing that he got fired for these insensitive tweets. I go, John, you're the fucking moral compass. Oh, you can't have Missy B on the show. You can't go on Anthony's show. I'm like, you've been on the show 10 times. And you know he got fired from SiriusXM. And so you just heard him there in 2015 going, yeah, I know that. Now, listen to what he said when I was asking him about this very same thing going back last year to my interview with John.
Minor.
I don't care. That's not my. That has nothing to do with me.
You don't give a fuck, and you'll go on Anthony Cumia's show, who's fucking staunch racist, a staunch.
You went on his show 9 times, and you wanted to be co-host.
I never knew it.
You did. You knew everything that was going on. You didn't know why he was fired from Sirius?
No.
You're gonna lie to me right now? Oh, that's a lie. Busted.
No,
why
I'm not.
He was fired from Sirius.
I didn't even know he was fired from Sirius.
Oh, he didn't even know he was fired from Sirius. Wow, that's weird. He was in the studio 7 months later, asking about him getting fired from Sirius.
Yeah, he did know.
Sounds like he did know, huh? What? That's my reaction from back then. If you're listening right now, it gets confusing when I'm watching myself. Oh, now you're definitely lying, John.
Okay, Carl.
You didn't know he was fired from the Opie and Anthony show. Did you think he just left? He's just like, you know what? This thing where I make $2 million a year working for Sirius, I don't want to do this anymore.
I know you think that I'm as obsessed with this dabble bullshit than
No, you were obsessed with working with Anthony because you told people that you were going to be the co-host.
I fucking had no idea about any of the shit about Anthony. I know Opie and Anthony. What I had thought was Opie and Anthony got into a fight, and Anthony was somehow gone. I never knew what the details were.
Now, what a fucking liar.
He is a liar because I knew that. You knew that. Yeah. Anybody that listens to the show know that. Anybody that's in the business is going to know that. If he's in the business, which he claims to be.
He was on both of their shows.
And he was on both of their shows.
Since then talking about it.
You lie. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies.
I wish you weren't a liar.
So that's proof that John definitely did lie to me, which I called at the time, obviously. But John loves to play dumb. I didn't know. I just assumed they had a falling out. Proof that he knew.
Oh, he likes to play dumb and be dumb.
Yes. And this is more of Opie kind of disproving his own point that he went to bat for Anthony after Anthony was fired.
And when he got fired, we literally talked for 5 minutes, and there was no conversation about even fucking continuing. Yeah. I think it was just time to just take a break for now.
Yeah.
20 years.
Yeah, that's a long.
When people say you don't have loyalty, that's such 20 years is loyalty, you idiots.
I'm just asking.
No, I'm not mad at you at all.
I don't care if you're disloyal.
Can't you see John's looking for a job?
Yes, I am.
John brought his rolling bag.
The Opie, John, and Jim show.
I love that. He gets called out for it.
The Opie, John, and Jim show.
Yeah, Dave's like, can't you tell him that he's just looking for a job? John's like, yeah, I'll take a job. Anyone offering jobs? I'll take a job.
And he won't
offer.
even give himself third billing.
Well,
he puts
right.
Jimmy last.
Yeah, I know. It's so stupid. Well, he's from the Howard Stern show, John. You have to understand.
He's a middler.
He's much more important than everyone else. All right. Coming up, there's more of John begging for jobs and more of Jim Norton proving his superiority as far as radio goes. But I want to thank the people who are hanging out here, especially DPM, who's calling me out. The Dabbleverse is dying. This SJ Wayback Machine shtick won't save you. Back to the cubicle, Carl. Back to scrubbing toilets. Jenny, do you think that Jenny Jingles scrubs toilets? Do you think I didn't have an office? I was a partner at the company, sir. How dare you? Michael C., $2 says, Lazy K, disavow the SanDisk Corporation. Disavow SanDisk, for sure. Jay Phoenix, $5. My super chats are still blocked by John. He constantly says how thick-skinned he is from years of working with Howard. Isn't that ironic, don't you think? Yes. Blocking people is, especially when they're super chatting you. And this is a guy who reads nothing but insulting super chats for the most part. It's like, yeah, I'm just another guy who writes insulting super chats. Yeah, I don't like those ones, though. Seems like you're kind of a pussy. Johnny Come Lately, $2. Jenny, does Carla get to enjoy your senior discount? Good question.
I haven't gotten one yet.
She doesn't get to enjoy my handicap parking either. So there goes those rumors. This one came in 3 days ago, but it's in our queue, so Duck Chumby.
Here's a rage for you. Why the fuck won't these random shitty websites let me change my username? Not this username. This one's awesome. Carl, send this to Dick for his show. Thank you. Fuck you. Bye.
Oh, I will send that to Dick for his show. This one came in during the creep off yesterday, and I was wondering where Koof was. I even said, where's Koof today? Thank you for not killing yourselves via Taco Bell food poisoning. Thank you, Koof. We did the creepiest Taco Bell employee yesterday on the creep off. Fantastic episode, I have to say, where Vinny brought in a guy known as the Taco Bell Strangler. It's like, wow, I must have taken a lot of Googling to find that one, Vinny.
I've never heard of that one.
Good stuff. I know, and you're actually a true crime person.
I am.
KKK Carl and the Anti-Shuli Brigade are the best. I give them 1488 stars of David.
I see what you did there. I see what you did.
I'm selling my ticket for Magic Bag. I thought it was Magic Fag. Have the gay you deserve.
have the gay you deserve too, Dan Alexander. Thank you.
My name is Stuttering John, and I molested my own children.
Oh, boy.
Nothing compares to a nice warm night.
Disavow. Michael C., Lazy K meant life partner, not business partner. Oh, wait, what did Michael C. say before to disavow the SanDisk? I don't know. All right.
Something about me cleaning toilets, I think.
No, I think that was someone else out here. Who even knows anymore who's cleaning toilets? It's so hard to keep track.
I know.
This crazy Dabbleverse we live in. All right, so at this point, John's talking about Howard, and Opie's talking about his relationship with Howard, and, you know, Opie, I guess, wanted to ride home during a snowstorm or something from Howard because they both live on the Upper West Side, and Jimmy's just the best.
He made up with my boy, Brother Weeze. He called him.
Oh, really?
He called him personally to
Rosie
apologize.
O'Donnell, he made up with.
Yeah.
It's just,
He gave me a ride home.
really?
No. But we never fought, so.
I did ask.
All right, go back to eating.
I did ask for a ride home.
All right, two things there. First off, yeah, I got a ride home from Howard Stern. And John, really? No, that's a joke. Howard's not giving rides to Jim Norton, obviously. But then the way that John tagged that was something that only he laughed at. Let's hear that again. This is John laughing at his own jokes.
Really?
No. But we never fought, so.
I did ask.
All right, go back to eating.
I did ask for a ride home.
All right, go back to eating.
Good one.
I mean, he just can't hang with these guys at all. And he also asks these weird questions. Again, personal questions of the hosts of the show are completely unnecessary, especially Opie. Opie doesn't talk about his family situation very much at all.
Where you living now?
Upper West.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And how many kids you got?
2.
Oh, cool.
So just to finish, though,
We're doing a show here, John. We're not getting caught up on the families right now. I don't think Opie really wants to talk about his family situation and where he lives. He's had some issues with that.
Yeah.
But John doesn't know how to do a show. He wants to be talking. He wants to be a part of it. He wants to prove that he can be a part of it. In fact, this idea comes up because Opie and Anthony have not done a show together at this point yet. And so there's talk about like, what kind of reunion could you do? Would you guys ever get on a show together and do something together? And I think maybe Dave comes up with this idea and John's all over it.
I think you need a neutral party to make sure it doesn't get out of hand. John,
Yes.
I think you would be a great.
I think I
you
would
would be
be
a great
perfect.
Jimmy Carter for this one.
Yeah, I heard you guys get along really well. We're getting along, it
Yeah, yeah.
seems. So
No,
maybe you should be the guy.
Well, you know what? Can I do it?
Sit down somewhere in Staten
I'll be
Island,
the mediator.
something northern
It'll be-
Italian.
No, it'll be perfect.
We'll bring Artie Lang in. And
yeah.
we'll figure out all sorts of problems.
David Tell keeps playing cards until that guy goes home.
No, that would be great. I could mediate the whole thing.
Right.
Did you hear that? He got so excited right there. He's like, yeah, that's it. I can be the mediator. You guys, we should do this. And then you guys can pay me the money to be the mediator. It's going to be my new job that I do. That's the third different job he's looked for so far on this episode. We're 23 minutes in.
Did he get one?
I don't think he ever got one.
I didn't
I'm pretty
think so.
sure. But he's looking for acting gigs from Louis C.K. He's looking to be the second mic on this show,
Yeah.
not even the third mic. And now he wants to be the mediator when Opie and Anthony have their reunion
That would be awful.
to hash it out. And it doesn't even make any fucking sense.
No, it doesn't.
This is the guy worked for Howard Stern, never listened to Opie and Anthony, knows nothing about them. Years later, claims he didn't even know that Anthony was fired from SiriusXM. He's going to sit there and be the mediator for this. But it was brought up. So he's just like, that's a great idea. Let's do it. Where do I sign? Where's the contract?
He's a go-getter.
And then John makes it all about him because for just a little while, they stopped talking about John because Opie's explaining how he was ready to be done with Opie and Anthony in 1999 because him and Ant had a falling out. They weren't friends anymore. So they brought in Jim. And then Jim Norton was kind of the glue that held the show together. And John can't just sit there and listen to this story. He's got to include himself into it.
So,
Jim was on my first tour?
Huh?
Jim was on my first tour.
That's how I met John.
I did not know that.
But Jimmy was on the first Stuttering John and Friends tour. It was me, Jimmy, and Modi.
Modi, okay.
And Melrose Larry Green.
I know John longer than you guys.
Cool story, dude. And he had to drop all the other names in there. He does that a lot on this episode. He
Yeah.
talks about Jim Florentine texting him during the show.
Yeah.
Do you guys know Jim? Yeah. They did.
I know Jimmy's reaction was
Yeah.
pretty funny.
Yeah, I know. Jim's just like, I hate that guy. But yeah, so John had to talk about he had a tour and he had Jim Norton on there. He's known Jim. I've been his friend longer than you have, Opie. Okay. Pretty neat. And then John tries to interrupt Opie with a question. And I got to give Opie credit here. He says, nope, you're not interrupting me, asshole.
Yeah.
Let's bring him in as the third guy, and then me and Ann could talk through him and continue the show.
Now I have to ask you a question.
And
What
then,
was
but
it, though?
then we got to more of an understanding where we didn't have to do that anymore.
He gets so excited like a child, too. Oh, okay, well, then I got to ask you. Oh, God. I'll let you finish, I guess, since it is your show. And you were in the middle of explaining to me how this all happened. I did like that Opie shut him down on that one.
Yeah.
That was good. You ready for John to ask for a job again?
Yeah.
All right.
No, and that was the only thing that I.
But it was so complicated. Then it also was enticing. Well, maybe we'll continue and see what the fuck happens.
Yeah.
Plus,
well, if you guys do, I could use a job. And
The thing with these guys, and I've
stated your case pretty well, John.
I've said this to Opie. I've had the thing of watching them like.
I love that Dave, because Dave doesn't talk a lot on this.
No.
Because John's just like so controlling on it. But Dave's just like, yeah, no, we know you need a job. You've made that very clear. That's Dave not even trying to be funny, which normally he is.
Yes.
That's where he's just kind of getting like annoyed with them. It's like, yeah, John, we know. You're not getting a job from this. John, and he said this about Anthony's show where Keith was going to hire him to be his co-host because he had these great appearances. And now that I think about it, that's how he got the gig on the Tonight Show in his head. He had such an amazing appearance that they're like, we got to hire this guy and make him the announcer. So now in John's head, he's thinking, anytime I go on a show, I might be so compelling and interesting that I get hired to be a part of the show. And it's very obvious that's the way he's thinking.
Yes.
Because he's trying to control it. He's interviewing everyone else. Anytime there's an opportunity to ask for a job, he asks for it.
Well, and I was just picturing any opportunity that they had, Jimmy and Dave being like the side eye, the eye roll.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I can only imagine how annoying he was in the studio with them. And so now let's get into John's relationship with alcohol. So he's got to interrupt things to ask if anyone drinks. Now, obviously, Jim Norton famously does not drink.
Right.
He was an alcoholic when he was 18, as you know.
Yes.
He had to quit that. But he's a dry drunk now, according to Jim. And then Dave Attell was a drinker.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had a Comedy Central show all about it. And he had to stop drinking. Opie, we know Opie. He likes fruit-flavored beers. So this is John getting very upset that no one wants to be a raging alcoholic with him anymore.
You know, after
Do you
20
drink
fucking years.
alcohol at all?
A little bit. Not much.
He's
It's the answer.
fine.
I mean, if you just
Not
drink,
much.
and, you drink, you love. Do you drink, Dave?
No, I quit like 7-8 years ago, something like that. Yeah.
You know, I noticed that like no comics drink anymore. Every time that I'm doing stand-up with somebody, they're
Well, we're getting older.
Most of them don't drink. There's a very
it's like,
few.
Very
few.
The age of Kinnison kind of guys.
That's all done.
It's gone. I mean,
It's all designer
everyone's drinking lattes now. Like I just did the improv at Fantasy Springs. With Avi Lieberman's drinking a latte. I mean, they're like Mo, like all these guys drinking lattes. I mean, no one's drinking beer anymore.
You all right? No need to get emotional about it. I mean, how they in the King's speech, they were declaring war on Germany.
How are they ever going to know you're having a stroke?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Opie with a decent line there because he has had a couple of strokes. Do you see how worked up he gets that no one wants to drink beer anymore?
Yeah.
And I thought that was very telling where Jim's just like, yeah, we're getting older. John, we're not in our 20s anymore. We're all trying to be professional comics, so we're not just like getting wasted. And John, that just sends him on a rant about it. What the fuck? People are drinking coffees and water, and I just want to get drunk with everyone.
Where's your loyalty to beer?
Yeah, and it's very telling because now when he starts talking about alcohol, you really see, and we talked about it earlier, where he can't have sex without being drunk. He tried it once after 20 years. It didn't work out, so I'll never do that again. And so John is going to talk more and more about how he needs alcohol and everyone else should need alcohol as well. But first, it's time for John to tell a Howard Stern story. He's asking all about Opie and Anthony. It's like, well, what about Howard Stern? Tell us about Howard Stern. And so John pulls this out of his ass. It's a story no one's ever heard before. Behind the scenes stuff from him on the Howard Stern show. Amazing that he would bring this up. I can't believe he doesn't talk about it more.
Because we were on the air and like Howard was giving us all crap for all the Christmas gifts. And then I went in there and I said, Howard, one time for Christmas, you sent us a canister with three different kinds of popcorn. And that was our Christmas present. It was like 3 different kinds of popcorn and like a canister with a name on it.
I would have liked that.
Oh, the popcorn story. Wow, what a treat. I'm going to go on the Opie and Jim show and talk about the popcorn story for the millionth fucking time. And none of them were having, they're just like, yeah, that sounds like a fine gift. It's whatever. But he goes on. I didn't want to play this whole thing for you. We've all heard it a million times. He goes on and on about the popcorn story, how cheap Howard was for giving popcorn. So then this leads to Jim and Opie talking about giving gifts to each other for Christmas. And again, Jim is he's playing a different game than John.
Yeah.
John's just not figuring out what's going on here at all.
We got to give gifts again. Me and you,
I don't
Jimmy.
mind.
Jimmy is good at giving gifts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gave me an Apple gift certificate.
That's right.
I still haven't used that.
You should use it.
I'm going to
Money
use it.
hard.
For how
earned.
much?
3,000.
Really?
No.
Good for you, Jimmy.
Anytime John hears something that he's like, wow, $3,000, that sounds like a lot. Really? Really? They're already telling they were Opie's laughing.
That's right.
I still haven't used that.
You should use it.
I'm going to
Money
use
hard.
For how
earned.
much?
3,000.
Really?
No.
Good for you, Jimmy.
Jesus. John is so stupid.
Well,
He's so gullible.
he's naive.
He's naive. He doesn't understand how comedy works. He's never been on a show like the Opie and Anthony show. Very different. Howard likes to say they're copycats. A very different show than the Howard Stern show. Everyone's so quick and everyone's just in there with all these things. And John just can't keep up. He's just like, what? It's like watching a ping pong match. You remember that Kids in the Hall?
Yes.
That's John watching this at the show. What's going on? All right. So John's ready to trash Gary Delabate, Baba Booey.
He loves doing that.
He loves trashing Gary Delabate. And Opie has been doing radio since he's 18. He's got some instincts here that kick in.
Listen, do I trust Gary? No.
All right, good.
And I'll tell you the greatest Gary story. Because
Is this bad?
See, that's what I don't want to do because
I don't know. I'm just curious.
I say,
we just
honestly,
happen to be doing it with microphones on. I could get the answer off air, and I'd be just as.
I like that Opie's just like, should we be talking mad shit about Gary Delabate right now, behind the scenes stuff? Like, probably not. He works down the hall from us.
He's still got to be in the building with him.
Yeah, probably not I see him on the elevator once or twice a month. Like, that's probably not the best idea to do that. And Opie's just like, yeah, I'll take your answer off the air. I'll hang up and take your answer. It's like, I actually am just genuinely curious. You don't have to actually talk about it on the show. There was another part, I didn't clip it, where they were having a conversation in the commercial break. And then John asked Opie a question, and Opie goes, well, I told you that off the air, but okay, since you asked again. You know, it's just like, John doesn't understand how any of this works. Doesn't understand the dynamics here of how to be a successful radio personality. And I hate to say it, John is so bad that he makes Opie look good.
I thought so too.
It happened when Opie went on John's show, Beer on the Balcony. It was my Super Bowl.
Yes.
I think we had Gino on the show. Heather W. showed up. That was an amazing episode that we had. And in my Super Bowl, you have these two assholes talking to each other, and Opie outclassed John because John is a retard.
Well, Opie is off. He's not great when he's alone.
No, he's terrible.
But in the studio, at least he has some decorum.
You know who else does a good show when Jim Norton and Dave Attell are there? Everyone! That's a pretty easy gig right there. If I'm starting up a show and I'm looking across to Jim and Dave, I'm going, all right, well, today's going to be a pretty good show. I don't have to do much heavy lifting out here. This will be good. I've mentioned this before. John is a stutterer, but only when he's nervous. He's actually just a nervous wreck, is what he is.
He seemed more worked up this time than I heard him in a while.
He's in a job interview.
Yeah.
So he's very nervous about this appearance. And John, at this point, doesn't really stutter anymore. They talk about that a little bit early on in the segment. And so John doesn't really stutter that much. And we've brought this up on the show a few times that John would stutter around celebrities. John would stutter in front of Howard Stern. He's nervous. He starts to stutter and stammer. This is a great example of nervous John. That's old school right there.
It was.
Wow. That's like old Howard Stern show stuttering John. Got to keep that on the board. That's fun. I like that. All right, so John tells the story. So he's back in New York.
Yeah.
And he's doing the rounds. He was on Anthony's show. He's doing Opie and Jim. And of course, he reached out to Howard. He's like, well, hey, I'm going to be in town if you want to have me on the show. And I thought this was very fun.
I asked, I don't know, because then I emailed Gary before I came out here, and I said, hey, you know, I don't know if you want, but I should do, if I was going to do a show, it should be Howard's show first, obviously. Right. And I said, oh, and I heard you were at Billy Joel, you know, and I was there too. And then he wrote back, yeah, wasn't Billy great? Didn't mention anything about me doing the show. So,
yep, take the hint, asshole. It's ridiculous. You would even bring it up because at this time, 2015, this is the Marcy Turk era. They're not having Gilbert Gottfried on, let alone Stuttering John Melendez. They're having A-list celebrities, mostly women that no one cares about.
Right. I mean, that's when the show started to not be my cup of tea.
That's when the show deserted their audience because Howard decided he hated his audience and he thought they were all racists and frat guys and Stuttering John people. They wanted nothing to do with it. He wanted to distance himself from that.
Well, the other thing, too, is even from listening to Living in the Past, or, you know, we're doing that.
Yes, Living in the Past with Stuttering John is a series that we're doing on our Patreon where we're going back listening to John's episodes from 2018 before the Dabbleverse existed.
Yes, that is not the first time he's asked to be on that show.
Correct.
He
tries to get on Howard's show. Now he's learned his lesson, but for a while there, he was trying all the time. So this is where John gets on this is the most embarrassing part of the show, in my opinion. John gets on his phone and pulls up Tinder and he wants to show off all these girls that are on Tinder. And he's just like, check this out, guys. This is so weird. This is as if a guy is showing pictures of girls that they've slept with, which I've seen before. Rob Saul just did it on the show this week, where he was talking about, for some reason, he had a photo of a girl he slept with, like right next to him. It was just like pulled it out. I was like, see, I got a hot girl. Like, oh, that's weird. That's not a good sign. But this is John showing off the girls on his app.
Yeah, so like all these girls, hold on, hurry up, come on. Oh, look at that hottie.
Who is that bitch?
Yeah, but is that a real girl?
I think she is because she's 35. If she was 23, she wouldn't be real. But then you just hit like, and then you hope that they like you. Here's an Asian one. I'm into Asian too.
Nice.
She's got big boobs.
What does it take to say dislike?
Right there.
As a guy, you know what I mean?
Well, that's true. Anyone over like 300 pounds, I say no.
All right, see, that was a pig.
Yeah, see.
I don't think you should limit yourself like that, Johnny. I mean, you're single.
She's cute.
But have you had hookups with this thing?
Oh, by the way, no, I haven't gotten laid yet on this.
What are we doing then? That was so funny. It's like he's just showing random girls on Tinder. It's like, can you believe that? Look at the Asian girl. Huh? Like, this chick's hot. And Opie's like, so are you fucking these girls? No.
The first time that he said that, I thought, he said, so you getting laid with this thing? I thought he was talking about one of the girls.
Oh, right, yes. Yeah, so turns out John is just a pathetic loser, which I wasn't surprised by.
300 pounds.
That Dave was very funny. Don't limit yourself. But that back and forth reminded me of one of my favorite segments from Flight of the Conchords. I believe this is the first scene in season 1, episode 1. But this is what John just reminded me of.
Man, back in New Zealand, I was getting it on with lots of chicks.
Who?
Well, Sarah Fitzpatrick, Michelle Fitzpatrick, Claire Fitzpatrick. The list goes on.
Well, that was all of them.
Well, triple figures.
No, that's not triple figures, that's 3.
Here, though, I don't seem to get with any women. I just talk about getting with women.
Yeah, but the ones you talk about are hot. They're a lot hotter than the ones you got with in New Zealand.
That's true. I do talk about getting with some pretty hot women.
You don't just talk about it, man. You talk about it a lot.
Yeah, I suppose I do talk a lot about getting with some very hot women.
that right there sums up Stuttering John. It's like, you ever sleep with these girls? No, but they're hot, aren't they? Yeah, hot girls exist. That is very true, John.
That's the other thing, too. He did say he got with a 26-year-old, but $299?
I assume.
LBs?
Yeah, I was going to say, I assume just under 300 pounds because that seems to be the limit for him for some reason. So then you have the Jim Florentine name drop where he goes around and talks to everyone about how he's friends with Jim Florentine. Like, oh, yeah, okay, cool. And the last clip I have from this, and then I got some other things I want to get to, but the last clip I have from this is Dave Attell has a very funny quip at the end here.
I was on the way to the airport, then that freaking snowstorm hit.
I'm calling him Florentine right now.
You must get recognized a lot at the airport, right?
Yeah,
sometimes.
Oh,
how about at a bus station? Because I seem to get recognized more.
You're getting tired, Dave.
That is phenomenal. You get recognized a lot at the airport. How about the bus station? Probably more your speed, I would imagine. Very funny. Good
I
stuff.
love him.
Dave just kind of held back for the most part, just sat in the background and sniped from time to time. Jim was his normal, very funny and quick self. And John just seemed out of place. Like he does not belong to be on the radio with radio professionals. He's more in his place now with Rob Saul and Clay Dabler. That's more his speed, I would say. And I have some clips coming up of him with Rob Saul coming up in just a moment because we played on our show Rob Saul applauding his ex-wife's kid dying.
What?
Yeah, you haven't gotten that far yet?
No.
WATP, you're not caught up yet?
A lot of content.
He's a scumbag. He's a piece of shit. So we played that, and then for whatever reason, John found the clip of it on Hackverse or Shuley's Anonymous or one of these places and played that so that Rob could respond to it. So we get Rob's response, get his excuse for it. So we'll be playing that in just a second. But first, I want to thank my man, Penis Wrinkle. $5 says, SJ loves to not know. Wait until Rob Saul betrays him. You believe this guy is a felon thief and wished death on a child? Who knew? Yeah, Penis Wrinkle, perfect. I know you put this a little while ago, but perfect timing because as John's playing the clip of what I'm playing, he's not paying attention at all.
Mm-hmm.
He's watching me sip my beer. He's all concerned about that. So I don't even think that John was paying attention or knows, or he'll claim he didn't know about Rob's despicable behavior, which will be fun when that happens. Rabid Weasel, $1. Thank you very much. Brother Ted coming in with $5. In mediating Opie and Anthony back together again, John sees himself as the modern day Frank Sinatra, bringing Dean Martin to Jerry Lewis. He wouldn't know that, but yes, that's what he's thinking for sure, Brother Ted. Thank you for your recent contributions to the show, too, Brother Ted. Great stuff. AO1012, $5 says, new show idea, Jen and Jimmy's wife, the mom wife and the man wife. I wonder what Attell thinks of John's stand-up comedy. Oh, you wonder? You wonder. I think I know. I think I know the answer. What do you think, Jen? You want to do a show with Jim's wife?
Nikki Norton?
Yeah, you and
Seems
Nikki?
like a lovely woman.
Mom wife and man wife?
Sure. It's got a ring.
You know, it's one of those things where like the title's good, and then you're like, okay, but what are we doing with this? You know?
Came up with the title before the content.
Right. It's like snakes on a plane. Right?
I'll
Okay,
work
now
on
make a movie out of this. Like, oh, okay, I'll try. Kelly Clarkson is beautiful. $2. Jenny Jingles is the best. You're lucky, Carl.
Thank you.
KCWO.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kelly Clarkson is beautiful. Salvatore M, $5. This show is called Living in the Past. In the past, weren't you friendly with Steel Toe Aaron? Shout out Wegmans on Monroe. I was friendly with Aaron Imholt. Yes, very much so. It's bizarre what has happened to that man. He used to not be such a train wreck. I promise you. Looney Tunes critic, member for 3 months. Thank you. 3 months. That's not long enough. I'm sorry. You guys deserve better from a member. I'll say months longer now, so it's more impressive later. Thank you, Looney Tunes critic. That's what everyone's reaction should be when they see their month anniversaries. They should be like, that's not enough. I'm embarrassed to even chat with this. There should be way more on here. I agree with you, Looney Tunes critic. Is the hot sauce been sent out to Looney Tunes critic yet?
I don't have his address.
Didn't I send it to you?
No, you did not.
She's throwing me under the bus right here, Looney Tunes critic. Throwing me under the bus. How many times have we talked about this?
I'll mail it out tomorrow.
You do have the address.
I don't have the address.
All right. Well, Jenny Jingles won't be on the program until her eye heals up. I don't want her coming back on the show until that shiner has gone down. Rocco Orby 2002 $5 says, SJ reminded me of the Shermanator from American Pie. I don't remember American Pie well enough. Do you remember that? Sorry. I haven't seen that movie in a very long time, over 20 years. Red 473 $5. Is John going to live forever? Because he is still alive at this point. He needs to be studied in a lab. We haven't even talked about this. October 4th, I think, is his 59th birthday.
Oh.
He's got a big birthday show coming up. He's going to expect a lot of super chats for that birthday. I know that for a fact. But yeah, can you believe it? Can you believe he's still going? It's crazy.
It's tough to believe. I'm glad he is.
Me too. I hope he lives forever and makes $1 million.
Jenny, I'm going to make a show about Lady K's past. Can you give me a call? Just do it.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Let's get into this Rob Saul response that he has, because I was checking out John's show the other day, and Rob's got an excuse. You know, like all these guys, they always have a good excuse for their awful behavior, and Rob's no exception. He's going to explain to us why he was applauding the death of his ex-wife's child.
I got joint custody of my daughter. I got
Hold on, Rob. We got to get a little.
I got my condo.
There's a little sip.
I got.
Who sips a beer like that?
I got this. Anyway.
So John is just obsessed with this thing where he doesn't like the way I drink my beer. This is still going on. Great content, John. It's amazing that you make fun of me for the way I drink my. And this is coming from the guy who takes a can and just does this with it.
Just necks it.
Yeah, I'm doing it wrong. You're right, John. I'm the one the polite society doesn't like on this.
Really, Rob?
Condo back.
Who sips a fucking beer like that?
My daughter. I got this.
Like what?
Restraining order drop.
See, Rob right now is so distracted that we're playing this clip and this is getting around that he's just like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just watching. Oh, what did I say? Oh, shit. What am I going to say on here? And John's going, yeah, could you believe this asshole the way he's drinking? And Rob's like, I don't know. What do you mean? What's he doing that I should be talking about?
Hold on, Rob. We got to get a little.
I got my condo.
There's a little sip.
I got.
Who sips a beer like that?
I got this. Anyway.
Really, Rob?
Condo back.
Who sips a fucking beer like
custody of
that?
my daughter. I got this
Like what?
restraining
Right?
order drop. Or,
Watch Carl. He takes like a little bit, a little itty bitty sip. Come on, buffer already.
See, I think Rob's thinking of
Buffering
his
alert.
defense for his actions here. That's why he's
Let
like,
me just make a comment because I said provide the clip, and here it is. And folks, this is why this was before I think rehab. This was drinking and pill days. So I don't remember this, but when you put something out on the
that's always a great excuse. Guys, this is back when I was drinking and doing pills. And he said rehab, which is interesting. I don't know a lot about Rob Saul. I wouldn't waste my time learning about it. But I do know that when Rob goes on John's show, he's always drinking alcohol. And then, because John even called him out, he's just like, wait, Rob, don't you have a show to do later tonight? And I was like, yeah. He's like, well, how can you start drinking now? And I was like, well, I'm not going to like get wasted. I'm just going to have a few drinks and then I'll drink again tonight during my show. When you go to rehab, and this was 10 months ago that he claims to be on pills and alcohol and he had to go to rehab. Do they encourage you to like start drinking, but just moderately? Well, you can still drink every day. Is that what they say when you leave rehab?
I'm pretty sure that's not.
Just
what
don't
they say.
binge drink, all right? Just pace yourself. That's what they always tell you when you
We're here
leave
to
rehab.
teach you how to drink responsibly.
Yes.
This was drinking and pill days. So I don't remember this, but when you put something out on the internet, it's out there. It's out there forever. Is it a proud moment in my life? No, but you know what? These people have done so much awful shit to me. And they're scumbags. It's
These people? These people, Rob? What are you talking about? Who's he talking about right there? These people have done so many horrible things to me.
I think he's talking about you.
What have I done to Rob? I've mostly ignored him.
it was. It's horrible, the stuff they put me through.
Who? I guess he's talking about his family. He must be talking about his family, I guess.
Should I be applauding a misfortune in them? But no, at the time I was bitter. And, sometimes karma is a bitch. I do have to say it.
Well, you could just say that you made a mistake, really.
John, I love that. Listen, Rob, you don't have to explain yourself. Just say you made a mistake. That's not a mistake. That's how you felt at the time when you were a bitter asshole, and you're embarrassed by it, rightfully so. That's not what mistakes are.
I'm surprised John didn't just tell him to apologize.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of where John's head is at. A mistake would be if I sent out the wrong StreamYard link to a guest and they didn't show up. I'm like, oh, fuck, I made a mistake.
Yeah.
Not like I go on a rant about my family members and applaud who would have been the sibling to my daughter dying. That's not a mistake. That just shows you're a piece of shit person. John doesn't know what mistakes are. You can't erase that with a pencil. Just so you know.
That's horrible.
So at this point, the video starts buffering. John really wants to get back to me sipping my beer because Rob didn't understand how funny that was. But this video starts buffering, so then he goes back to the subreddit he's on. He starts watching Cardiff with MLC, Kevin Brennan, which I'm going to get to that in just a moment. Got some clips from that. And so he's watching that. And then finally he gets back to this video because he really wants to show Rob how hilarious it is the way that I drink an alcoholic beverage.
Fucking
really is a piece of shit.
No talent.
I mean, yeah,
You're not?
You're a piece of shit, Carl.
But, I mean, Rob really is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
The way he's responding to this. And he'll never get another girl in his life, and he knows that. So it's just him and his dog.
I've had many girls.
And that's why that's not a good comeback. He'll never get another girl in his life. Yeah, but I've had many girls. Right. So we're on the same page. We're on the exact same page with that. Okay, good. He's lashing out like this so pathetically.
Wow.
And then John with the sick burn, repeating what I said, but saying it very differently than I said it to act like I'm an idiot. He's lashing out, like probably gay, because Rob goes off on a rant about how I'm gay, I think, in a minute. And so does Kevin Brennan. Did I already come out? Is this still a thing that I'm gay?
How much longer do you have to do
How many
that?
times do I have to come out of the closet for you guys to stop talking about how I'm gay? That's so pathetically.
Wow.
You're fucking an old lady, you loser.
Well, no, I don't.
I wish that Rob, and this would be a fun drinking game. Every time he says a loser, he calls someone a loser. Drink on that. You're fucking an old lady, you loser. Do you have anything for me that Kevin Brennan didn't tell you? Do you have any other things that you could get me with? Yeah, my wife is older than me, Rob. Good one. What else you got?
You're fucking an old lady, you loser.
Well, no, I don't.
Pathetically. Just do it.
Red Saul. Oh, we'll never get another
Anyway.
one.
Pathetically. Oh, there it is.
All right, we got back to it. Yes. Hilarious joke, John. You got me.
My daughter.
Who the fuck sips a beer like that, Rob? I mean, come on.
The Just Do It loser. I mean,
The Just Do It loser. The old woman fucking loser. The Just Do It loser. The podcasting loser. Let's see if he calls me loser anymore. Let's find out.
you have a nerve to talk about somebody being a piece of shit. I mean, look at you. You just took a Jocktober bit and you're sitting there talking about other people and podcasts. You're a fucking disgusting piece of garbage that's fucking some old dried up lady. No wonder you.
Did any of those things connect at all? Let me play that again, because Rob, I think, his brain is broken. He doesn't know how to put together thoughts. He's trying to call me out. He doesn't know where he's going with this. When he starts the sentence, he has no idea where he's going. And the idea that I'm going, well, he's a garbage human for his actions. How dare you call me a garbage person? You started a podcast making fun of other podcasts, and that was kind of similar to Jocktober, which was making fun of radio shows. So you're a garbage human. Like, what?
You're a garbage human because your wife is old?
And my wife is older than me, so that's proof that I'm garbage, obviously.
Some might call that charitable.
Thank you. I write it off of my taxes every year.
Shit. I mean, look at you.
That line is how old is your wife? Wife credit. Thank you.
You just took a Jocktober bit and you're sitting there talking about other
Not a Jocktober bit, the Jocktober bit. It's Jocktober.
people and podcasts. You're a fucking disgusting piece of garbage that's fucking some old dried up lady. No wonder you have no kids.
No wonder you have no kids. Makes sense. There you go. Okay, cool.
Most gay guys do have their little beards and
here we
stuff
go.
like that.
Here
Just
we go.
admit there's nothing wrong with being gay, Carl. You just
Right.
gotta, you know.
I know I came
It's-
out already, Rob. So, all right, let's see. He's going to start talking about I'm gay. This will be funny.
It's a very, you know, everybody's open. It's celebrated now.
Sure.
Through different organizations and the public and the government.
He has no idea where he's going with this stuff. You know, being gay, just like, why don't you come out? Because, like, there's different organizations and, you know, the government, people.
You did come out already.
He's so stupid.
For crying out loud.
He's so stupid. He's so bad at this. I love it. I got to watch that again.
It's a very, you know, everybody's open. It's celebrated now.
Right. Why aren't you
through
celebrating
different, organizations and the public and the government?
On
the
Patreon.
public and the
Look,
government.
his pinky.
That John not paying attention at all. You would think Rob's making fun of me. He's so bad at it that he can't even get John involved in it. John, who wants to make fun of me so desperately, wants to have someone on my show, on his show, to goof on me. Rob's doing it, and John's totally checked out. He's like, "Oh, look, here's Pinky. Moving on. Let's figure out something else to do." Speaking of super boring, I tuned into Stuttering John's show yesterday, and what an amazing way to start an episode for John. One of the greatest green screen fails yet.
Everybody knows that.
How does he do this? How does he not know? So people are listening. All you see is the green screen. It doesn't have the background there, and it's not centered.
It's not in frame. Yeah.
And when it came out to him, that's when he noticed, and he goes, "Oh shit!" Look at his face.
But you gotta watch, Carl.
Yeah.
He immediately, his first instinct is to go back and adjust the screen.
Yes, that'll
like
fix
there's
it.
something wrong with the screen
Right, yeah.
behind him.
He has no
He
idea how
thinks
this works.
the Duke is behind him in
Right.
real life.
Yeah. He's lost it. He has lost his mind.
Try plugging it.
Hey, my green
unplugging
screen
it.
is on.
Oh my gosh, here's a new drinking game. Every time he sticks his finger in his ear, I see it so many fucking times.
Hey, my green screen is on. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah.
This won't take long, I'm sure.
What do I want to use here?
Cocaine.
What do I want to
what's going
abuse
on
today?
here? Backdrop. I have a green
Alcohol.
screen.
Okay, check.
For some reason. There we go.
It's not.
There we go.
There it is.
Look at that. Back to normal. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't it fun when things work?
Sure is, John.
It's more fun when they don't for you.
I'm looking forward to the day that happens for you. We'll see.
Whatever you do, don't take that one where it's just a green screen and start putting whatever you want behind John.
Yeah, yeah, no shit. That is a perfect opportunity. Let me get his finger in his ear too. There we go. If anybody wants to blow that up, if anyone wants to use this, have some fun with it.
Yeah. Maybe a security guard.
We provide many services here at WATP.
Hold on. Wait.
All right.
We're having a contest.
I love the way this episode started off. It is fascinating. There's a lot going on, a lot to unpack here. He's chugging out of a solo cup.
Love that lemonade.
First off, who's drinking lemonade out of a solo cup? It's weird, right? All right.
Somebody that ran out of clean dishes.
I don't think he owns dishes. Yeah. He's talked about this too. He bought a very similar house to mine. So I know what this house is like. It came with a dishwasher. But he doesn't use his dishwasher because he doesn't want to rinse the stuff and then put it in the dishwasher. He feels like he's cleaning it twice if he does that.
He said this?
He said this on his show. That's how fucking stupid he is.
Fucking lazy piece of shit.
He's as lazy as possible.
I'm guessing he can't afford the pods and he doesn't know how to use a dishwasher.
I bet he doesn't know how to use it. Yeah. That's probably... He probably tried to use it once. Well, this thing sucks. Buying solo cups and paper plates. That's crazy.
He's a child.
Interesting.
The whip smacking. Gary and San Diego, are you listening to this? Back to back.
Love that lemonade.
Ugh.
Shut up.
Some pubes stuck to his mic.
Interesting day today. Got pulled over. I knew it because they have in
Big
Cape
titties?
Coral, they have these 4-way stop signs, right?
Okay, this is great. this had me rolling. So there's this place called Cape Coral. I've been there. You haven't, but I'll explain it to you.
We've been.
There's 4-way stop signs. It's crazy. So you come to an intersection,
Unheard of.
and all of the cars have to stop. That's what a 4-way stop sign
At the same time.
sign. Yeah, it's crazy how this works. So John's new to Cape Coral. He's still trying to figure this thing out. This 4-way. I can't believe he's fucking saying that.
I'm OCD, so I can't deal with the number 4.
In Cape Coral, they have.
But I assume if they have a stop sign, I'll just keep going because they should stop, right?
I'm a celebrity.
These 4-way stop signs, right? So no, and nobody knows who gets to the stop sign first or the
Everybody
second.
knows.
Nobody knows. So you
Yeah, you do.
It's not that
It's
complicated.
the person on the right who has the right of way.
But sometimes it's close.
Yeah, sometimes it's close, but the person on the right has the right of way if you both stop at the same time. If the other person came first, or the other person gets to go. I've navigated these 4-way intersections. You've seen me do it.
This is
Sometimes you
fucking
give them a little signal. You wave them on. Well,
day
you go ahead.
one driving instruction. You learned this on day one, John.
Sometimes I get a little braggadocious on here, and I always think back, and I'm like, I probably shouldn't have said that, but you guys have both ridden with me in Cape Coral when I'm driving around these intersections. Yeah. I pulled up pretty good, don't I? your boy did pretty good, didn't he? Stopping and then going again when I'm supposed to.
Of course, I'm gonna brag.
You definitely waited your turn.
Yep, it's pretty impressive.
First or the second, nobody knows. So it's like a fucking potpourri. It's
potpourri.
It's like
it's a what?
Whoever wants it.
So I'm about the rules of the road. Whoever wants it. Do you want to get the Kmart? You gotta want it.
Hungry one gets the spoiled.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
He'd be a good coach.
To make a right.
Oh, let me back this up because this story I don't even understand. I want you guys all to listen. I'm just going to play and explain to me what he's saying here because I cannot figure it out.
Right, I got this.
All right.
I'm about to make a right, and somebody is already crossing the road, blocking the person in the lane that's going to be coming out.
I don't have the same one.
So I make the right, and of course the person that was being blocked that I guess felt I dissed him happened to be an undercover cop. And then I'm
okay. So what's he talking about?
I don't know.
Does that
I'm
make any
assuming.
sense?
Let's say that you're looking straight across, and it's their turn on the opposite
They're
side.
going to make a left.
They're coming.
You're going to make a right.
straight at you, and you go to turn right, and the undercover cop is over here.
Then you're blocked.
It should have gone. Yeah.
I got my mom to block it. Are you really trying to figure this out?
I don't give a fuck.
I feel bad we interrupted you. I did give you an assignment.
Why is an undercover cop taking care of this?
I can't believe there's undercover cops in Cape Coral. Yeah, dude, I'm nervous.
Yeah,
so weird.
In John's mind, it's Miami Vice. Like, John Johnson got out of the car behind him.
Yeah, right. Probably all right. Carter, do you understand what he's saying here?
I think so. I think it was probably like one of those. It's not just a four, like it's a 2 lanes each direction,
correct?
Kind of 4-way,
correct.
So he probably made the guy beside him was starting to go straight, like it was his right away, and he probably just showed up and figured he could make that right turn.
Okay,
like kind of sneak 2 in at one because the next guy won't be able to get through the intersection. I think when he's saying the lane was blocked, like he was trying to sneak through.
Okay,
in front of somebody. So.
But there's an undercover cop who wanted to go there, and so now he's tailing him. Let's see what happens.
Well, that's who he cut off. He's saying.
Yeah, but how could you cut? I don't know how you cut someone off, but okay. He's making a right turn. It doesn't make any sense, but okay.
And then I'm going down this road, and I don't know what the speed limit. I haven't got used to all these speed limits.
All of them.
This is insane to me. It's still America. You don't have to like convert the metric system or something. What's he talking
it's
about?
Not a big period of acclimation.
No, it's not. It's crazy. The first time I went there, I'm like, oh, it's 45 here, it's 55 there. Okay, got it.
I go 60.
Yeah.
Right, same to me.
It's like maybe 35.
Anyway,
maybe
the guy
55.
pulls me over. He doesn't give me any speeding ticket because I'm already doing some charity work for the police here.
So wait, did John just explain that he literally talked his way out of it? If I wouldn't get a strike, I would play the song right now, but I know John would strike me.
No, I think in his head, because he's agreed to do this, whatever this event is with the local police, all the police in Cape Coral are abuzz of what John Melendez is doing. Like, he thinks he's famous with the police, and that's why he got off.
How funny is that? Yeah, listen to this again. So he's doing charity work, so of course he's not going to get a ticket. It's John Melendez, the only celebrity we have in Cape Coral.
And then I'm going down this road, and I don't know what the speed limit. I haven't got used to all these speed limits. Anyway, the guy pulls me over. He doesn't give me any speeding ticket because I'm already doing some charity work for the police here.
I think he means community service.
Oh, that's a good point. I watched that guy's car this morning, so of course he's not going to give me a ticket. Oh, John, what's up, man? Thanks for waxing my car today. I appreciate it. It looks great. Now listen to how convoluted this gets. This is insane.
And he didn't know that. He was a fucking douche, man.
So that doesn't make any sense. He goes, I'm doing charity work. I didn't get a ticket. This guy didn't even know I'm doing charity work for him. He's a douchebag. Then why didn't you get a ticket then? And
let you go then?
And why is he a douchebag if he let...
He had the balls. He dared stop him.
Yeah, well, right. Do you know who I am?
He should have known.
Do you know who I am? Turns into Reese Witherspoon.
Do you know that I'm going to be a celebrity bartender at the policeman's ball?
Right. No chili for you.
And he didn't know that. He was a fucking
his finger was just in his ear drink.
Douche, man. He's an ex-military. I mean, he was fucking strict as fuck.
That's a douche for you.
He's like,
yeah, those damn military
him.
What an ass
saving our
idiot.
asses.
Yeah. Why aren't you a cool cop?
Do you know why I'm pulling you up? I have no idea. Turns out my registration is up.
So wait, he ran a stop sign, was speeding, but he got pulled over because his registration. Like, why did you say that, John? Why did you tell us all the other details?
Plead no contest.
Because I didn't renew it in L.A. because I knew I wasn't going to be in L.A. anymore.
This is like when he was selling his mansion and he stopped paying the mortgage because he was selling it. He's like, well, I'm selling it, so why do I have to keep paying the mortgage? Because you still own it. Why should I get my registration now? I'm going to leave L.A. because it's up. That's why. Oh, Jesus Christ, this guy.
And let's not forget, he's been to the DMV twice since he's been to Florida.
You're right.
He had opportunities to do this.
You could do it by mail.
So
You're right.
Got to go and renew it here in Florida.
It's going to cost money, though, so that's not great. But okay. Let's see. Maybe there's another hurdle before he can renew his registration. Let's find out.
So it's not the ticket will be washed away as soon as I show them proof of registration. The problem is,
didn't he say he didn't get a ticket?
He did say that.
So he did get a ticket.
Sounds that way.
But it's just for registration.
A conditional ticket.
Correct.
If you provide proof that you got your car registered, they throw it out.
Right. No, I understand, but it's technically a ticket.
Yeah, yes.
But it's not a criminal traffic ticket. It's
Right.
an administrative traffic ticket.
It's a
He's
fucking
drawing a line.
It's something you exert on assholes that don't do what they're supposed to do.
Lazy assholes, yes.
Why don't you just
Like,
do
get
the
your
right thing and
fucking
get your car
registration,
fucking registered?
Yep.
Or else you have to spend money. Just be a fucking adult, John.
I got to get my title. The problem is, where is my title? I don't know. Because when you drive across country, it's hard to remember where everything was put. Now, I'm pretty sure Vegas Beer Sales Jerry might have it. He's supposed to mail me some shit, but I keep calling him, he doesn't answer.
Okay, this is insane. Have you ever driven a long road trip and lost the title to your car?
No, you're not supposed to keep it in your car.
But I'm just saying, like, this is the dumbest thing ever. It's like, it could be in Vegas, it could be in Phoenix, it could be in Colorado.
Well, Carl, remember when he was packing? It's not like he had this nice file box for all his important papers. He just dumped drawers into boxes and threw them in the Mercedes.
And remember, his buddy
With the
wouldn't
cat
help.
shit.
He couldn't get any of his buddies to come and help him move.
Right.
He was calling everyone at 6 a.m. like, "Will you come help me move?" They were just like, "No, of course not. I have to go to work, John." But this is crazy that he goes, "I don't have the title to my car because I just drove cross country." Okay.
Yeah.
And then it gets crazier. I think Vegas Beer Sales Jerry has it. Hey, can you hold on to this for me?
That's not Florida's problem, John.
But how is that even possible? And I love that he says, but he's not returning my calls anymore. One of his few friends in the world is not even returning his calls anymore. And this is a weird way to communicate with your friends. If I ever do this.
He's supposed to mail me some shit, but I keep calling him, he doesn't answer.
You know this story, by the way?
Let's see.
Hold on. We'll play this clip and then we can talk about it.
Yeah, okay.
Uh-huh. Ooh, he's perplexed. Doesn't know what's going on. Wait. Yeah, I thought I had to pause for a second there.
Yeah. But anyway, I digress. So now so Vegas Beer Sales Jerry, if you're watching, call me back. I told you I'll send you the money. I just want to know that you're going to mail this shit.
Is that amazing? You call someone, you text them, and you're like, maybe if I tell them on my show to call me back, they'll call me back. What is the story here, Cardiff? What's going on?
I still don't understand it, but John explained it. He drove from California to Vegas with his Mercedes packed full of stuff.
Yes.
Got to, Vegas to yell at Melton's house.
Sure.
And in that time, I guess the only thing I can figure out is he probably needed room in his car, maybe for Vegas Beer Sales Jerry, that he had to take stuff out of his car. But like he just said, I needed to make room in my car, so he took some stuff out and left it at Jerry's house, and then never took it with him the rest of the trip.
Hold on. I remember the video of John driving to Melton's house. I think John was sitting in the passenger side. I think Jerry was the one driving him to Melton's house, because why would Jerry get into John's car? There's cat shit on the seat. His cats were shitting on the seats and pissing all over the car. You'd be like, "Hey, do you want to ride with me?" I'm like, "No, I'll drive, Johnny. Hop in my car." Yeah. But that's an interesting theory, though, that he had to pull stuff out of the car. Like, "Hey, throw this in your house for now," and then he's got a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it was a bunch of stuff. All his important papers.
So
probably his NYU diplomas in there.
That's so weird. Why would you leave that shit in Vegas? Oh, all right, I gotta go. Just mail it to me.
Right.
What?
Thanks a lot, John.
Wildly inconvenient. Just take it with you now. What do you mean?
His car gets impounded. And he's in court. Your Honor, it's Vegas Beer Sales Jerry's fault.
And he's not calling me back, y'all. I even told him on my show to call me back, and he's still not.
I rest my case.
Yeah, case dismissed.
And the legend hasn't given me any super chats in a while. Dirty Deeds hasn't given me super chats.
Carl's making fun of my kids.
Look at how paranoid John is.
Yeah, he doesn't look.
So of course I went to the gym.
Uh-oh, he's getting distracted again. This is right at the top of the show, too. Yeah.
People are telling me Clay Dabbler is about to turn on me. Wow, Clay Dabbler's turning.
He's Googling right now. Clay Dabbler turning on the Duke.
Is this the turn?
Oh, drink. Fingers in the ear. He's just
Different
sitting,
ear.
He's just sitting there reading. I love that we get to watch him do his admin stuff live on his show. It's great. Could you imagine if I did a whole section of me just emailing people back?
Yeah.
All right, guys, just I'm going to start sending some notes out to people.
Today in the show, I'm gonna get my
Maybe for
car
Patreon.
registered.
yeah. Hold on, guys. I'm going to shop on Amazon and get my car registration updated, and I'll be back with you. But keep those super chats coming.
But that's what everybody's saying now, and look, it doesn't matter.
Does it look like it doesn't matter that one of his only two friends? It's just Clay and Rob now.
Yeah. Also, I just picture Clay's phone died or something. And Clay's watching. He's like, "Oh, I thought it mattered."
Yeah, good point. That's a great point. It doesn't matter if he's not my friend anymore. Oh, I am still your friend. What the fuck? What do you mean?
Doesn't matter. If someone's going to turn on me,
I don't know
they're
if we
going to turn
talked
on me.
about it.
I'm
Sorry, but the interview where the guest could come on, couldn't come on.
Yes,
and it was like he's yelling at Clay, scolding him, and like he couldn't come back fast enough when he demanded he comes back, and he get the slightest
He treats Clay Dabbler like shit.
Yeah,
he
Rob
loves to
Salt,
shit
too.
on him. Yeah, oh yeah,
he's beating them both up.
John
a lot.
needs to be. It's very Kevin Brennan-esque. And by the way, props to you on MLC. I hope you saw my wrap up of that I did yesterday.
Yes, thank you.
You were fantastic. But it's very
I hope
Kevin.
to be back. He's my friend.
Okay, it's very Kevin
Kevin's my friend now.
Brennan-esque that you need to have people around you that you feel superior to and that you can talk down to on your show. And it's so funny. They're like, Carl just has people on who agree with us. I was like, yeah, like we all are like-minded and we're friendly with each other. I don't know what to
No,
tell you.
I think he thinks this is how Howard treated people.
Yes. This
is what he feels. Yeah, I guess it is. So that's what he thinks it was.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He's doing the Howard thing.
they're going to turn on me. I'm so used to it. I mean, my back is so used to all the stabs in the back.
Oh, I thought he was going to say from carrying people.
I know, that's what I thought too. That's what you say. My back is sore from the stabs. My back is used to the stabs.
That's amazing.
I know, isn't that great?
That's a keeper.
I love it.
I mean, you got fucking the opener doing a show right now.
Oh, he's talking about the Z-Man, Chad Zumach. Now he's calling him the opener. That's a lot better than Chadley, I have to say. The opener is funnier. I'll give him that.
Fucking, stabbing me, It's just, it's nonstop.
Oh, someone wrote into me with a really good theory. So you know how John's trying to be friends with Chad? And every time he watches Chad and Chad's goofing on John, he's just like, what the fuck? I'm not talking about him. I thought, why is this going on? And I was commenting, I'm like, John's just looking for some type of friendship or an alliance or something. So he's looking to Chad. The real reason is because they both live in Florida and John needs friends. Yeah. And Chad likes to go out and drink beers. So John's sitting there going, hey, can we just make up so that we can meet at CV Tomatoes and have a few pints? What's going on here? And, Chad, to his credit, wants nothing to do with that.
Yeah. That's saying something, man. John, listen to that.
Chad's also a lonely man. And even he's like, yeah, being lonely is not as bad as being friends with John.
Yeah.
I could meet up with him and stab him, but...
All right, guys, this has been a very exciting week. Not only are we in Jocktober, but Jocktober the 4th is a special day in the Dabbleverse because a certain stuttering buffoon just turned 59 years old. And John's birthday show opens up with a bang. I don't know if you've seen this, Doug.
No.
John loves to do a show on his birthday. He wants everyone to give him money. He's hoping to make tons of super chat money on his birthday shows. And so he's going to bring it. It's going to be an above average episode of the Stuttering John podcast. And let's see it here.
Everybody knows that.
Yep. And there's no volume at all, as green screen was not centered as usual. I mean, this is just becoming, it's not a bit. That's the crazy thing. It's not a bit, but every single show starts wrong.
Yeah, this is his banter with himself.
This is every single time he does it wrong. So this is amazing because this actually goes on for quite some time. I got to scrub here until he figures out that his audio is not working.
The thing that I don't understand, and I know you've mentioned this before, but he uses StreamYard, and they have that little, before you go live, it has the little voice meter, so when you talk, you can see if everything's connected. It's got the camera, so you can see what the camera sees. I don't understand how this could happen over and over and over again.
It's hard to do. I don't know how you don't look at yourself when you fire up StreamYard, because as soon as you add yourself into the scene, you're the only thing you're looking at.
How can you not see it?
It's crazy to me. Does he think that's going to magically turn on and center itself when he hits go? I don't understand.
But I could see the audio being a problem because he has no way of monitoring.
Correct. Yeah. But like Doug said, there is obviously a way in StreamYard to
There's
make
visuals, but he's an idiot.
He's fucking stupid. And so he was going on and doing his show for the first minute 20 or so, and then finally he's looking at the chat and he's like, oh, really? He doesn't trust them, but I guess a couple of the guys that he thinks are telling him the truth are telling him that it's not working.
He doesn't trust him. Why?
Yeah, look at this. This is what his show is. This is his big birthday show. He's just staring at the camera.
All right, now do you hear me? Nice.
What a douche.
Well, this just proves another year goes by and I still fucking have no
microphone
technological savviness, if you will.
Savviness, yes.
Yeah, or ability to speak properly, obviously.
So, right. Carl, I think you know this. I used to be a raging alcoholic. I was really, really bad. I'm familiar with the way he looks right now.
Mm-hmm.
I know what that means from the night before.
Yes.
He's pale. He's pasty. Yeah, he tied one on the night before.
He did.
Bad.
In fact, that's a perfect segue because I have John the night before. He hasn't been drunk on the internet in a very long time. And he went on Rob Saul's show and decided to get drunk with Rob Saul on Rob Saul's show. So thank you, John, for this gift. He's giving us a gift on his birthday. Thank you.
Very generous.
This is a guy that's got this channel monetized. He is a riveting personality from the Howard Stern Show, the Tonight Show with Jay Leno. His book is available now. It's called Easy for You to Say, a movie, one too many. Ladies and gentlemen, the Duke is with us. Passed out, drunk, and asleep. One Mr. Stuttering John Melendez. John, how are you? Sorry to disturb your sleep.
Okay, so John's doing his bit where he's pretending that he's sleeping, which nobody sleeps with their arm up. Your arm would fall immediately if you're unconscious.
Although if someone did, it would probably be him. He's got the claw.
That's true. And Rob actually, for once, and I'm going to point out how unprofessional Rob is during this segment, Rob, for once, actually had a semi-pro talk-up, an introduction, and Stuttering John, everybody. And John just had to go through with this stupid bit. And Rob's not enjoying this at all. It does not pay off. But, of course, there's going to be a lot of fake laughter, and they're going to pretend that this worked out really well.
Wake up, sir. Maybe the sound of applause a bit. Is he doing his sleeping bit? Come on.
He sure is.
Hey, Johnny, what's up, buddy? How are you?
He should have just bailed. He should have just taken him off screen and segued into something else.
That would have been funny. But no, Rob needs John on this show so badly. We're going to find out that Rob's going to make a ton of money on this stream because John's on there. And I want to point out, I have this clip. We'll get it on your board, producer Chris. Mm-hmm. This is Rob's fake laugh. It happens a lot when he's talking to Stuttering John.
I'm like...
Listen for that. That's when Rob does not think anything remotely funny just happened, but wants to pretend that it did because John's his buddy. And now, John has never been on Rob's show before. This is the first time. And they had just done a show together that afternoon when Rob was on John's show. And so get ready for the first interview question from Rob Saul, who finally gets his big get, John, on his show.
Okay. Well, John, how have you been since I last seen you a couple hours ago?
I've been good. I went to the pub for a little while, but I knew I had this fucking schedule. So
schedule.
So I actually curtailed the beer count. I was like, okay.
I know.
Let me keep it to just a very small number, like 15. So I'm happy that I'm here with all of you. And Rob, I'm happy to finally do your show.
Old Itchy Palms is back. It's been a while since we've seen old Itchy Palms. He doesn't drink on the show anymore. That's when his palms get real itchy. So the first question was, how have you been? Good stuff, Rob. Yeah, I know we just talked a few hours ago. How you been, John? You think John's dynamite personality is just going to take over and save your show after that?
Yeah, why does he want him on the show? I mean,
I'll tell you why.
Right, okay,
My next clip explains it. John doesn't just show up and bring the energy and entertainment like we're seeing right now. He also brings the eyeballs and the viewers.
All right. Well, there you go. And not Jimmy Stewart, $5. I am a Nergo.
He's an ergo. I don't know what that means.
Well, there was a baseball league a long time ago, but okay.
But he is. And I love not Jimmy Stewart. And I see Reverend Billy, my man, is here.
Yeah.
A lot of the Stuttering John crew is here.
See? He brings people over to the point where he can name them one by one. It's so pathetic that this is where we've gotten to in John's life, where he's like, hey, I recognize that guy. There's another guy chatting that I've seen before. Look at me. I'm bringing over all these viewers onto your show, Rob. You're welcome.
Here's Jody B's Cash App.
Yeah, right. There's some super chats that come up that are hilarious. And these are the super chats that wouldn't come up on John's show, but Rob just puts them up, and it's fun.
DK $4.99. I'm at Harvard's Parents' Weekends. I'll get a pic with gay Oscar, so you remembered what he looks.
So it says, I'm at Harvard Parents' Weekend. I'll get a pic with gay Oscar, so you remember what he looks like, you deadbeat dad.
This is sorry about that.
Oh, whoops. Oh, sorry.
I had no idea what it said before I put it on the screen.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Whoops. Oh, my bad. Oh, boy.
So having never seen Rob's show before,
Yeah.
and I probably never will other
Right.
than this, does he usually get super chats at all?
Not many.
Okay.
He asks people to super chat him and insult him. He's trying to get the same business model as Stuttering John.
Right.
And people are like, no, fuck you. You're asking for it.
Yep.
Then no. But this is not even a show. It's a show about what they're doing. That's the show. So they never really do a segment or have a discussion. There's one attempt at it at one point. I'll play that for you. But for the most part, it's just like, can you believe I'm here? I'm doing your show? Yeah, man, you're on my show. I've been wanting to do my show. Yeah, well, here I am doing your show. Cool, man. Hey, there's a super chat. That's the guy watching my show right now. Yeah, everyone's on the show watching the show. It's not a show. You fucking assholes. But the reason why we're here celebrating is because it's a big weekend for my buddy John Melendez.
I promised Rob I would do it. I said I'd be half in the bag. So I was completely accurate.
I'm not even a quarter in the bag. I'm trying to get my neighbor to.
But it's my birthday weekend.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Duke.
It's my birthday weekend, said the 59-year-old adult man. It's birthday weekend.
That's like a 24-year-old woman saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder, has he ever talked to a 24-year-old woman? Maybe he got that from somewhere. Maybe he learned more from Kate than Kate did from him.
He's better than Zumach. He had a birthday week, so.
Oh, God. It's fucking dorks.
I know.
It's because they have nothing going on. I don't give a shit about my birthday because every day is like an amazing day for me. I have a great life. So I don't care about birthdays. But guys like this, they're just like, today's going to be the day that it's going to be a good day. I'm going to make some super chats. People are going to respect me. I'm going to get some well wishes from people for once.
Cards with cash in them.
That'd be nice.
Those type of people, they're the fucking worst. They always find a way to wedge it into the conversation.
Yes.
Either, well, since today's my birthday, I'm going to.
Right,
I didn't add, are you going to sweep this up or not? Fuck, I don't care.
I would, but my birthday's coming up, and we're going to be got a lot going on for that. So this guy, the final boss, gets a link, and he shows up on the show, and the final boss is just like a fan. He's never been on the show before, but I think he super chats or something. And John's like, wow, the final boss is here. And this is where things get very pathetic and you actually start to feel bad for John.
All right, Duke, I'm going to peace out. It was nice seeing you. I'll let you interview with Rob. Take it.
Wait, hold on.
What?
Where do you live?
I don't know if I want to divulge that on this.
No, what state?
What's your social security number?
Between New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. I'll let you guess.
All right. Well, the next time I'm in New York, let's hang.
Yeah, I'm down. Well, put it this way: my girlfriend is from the island, so next time you're home.
There we go. And I'm going back there soon.
Sounds good.
Because
dude.
as you know, the Yankees are in in the playoffs, so I might be going back sooner than later.
All right, let's go. It sounds great.
He wants to hang out with this random guy the next time he's in New York. He is so lonely. It's gotten to a point even he can't believe.
Yeah.
The guy's like, all right,
The funny
I'll get out of
part
here.
about that was that the random guy was like, no, I mean, I'm fine.
Yeah. The guy's just like, you don't even know where I live. I'm just happy to be on the show. All right, take it easy. Well, we should hang out sometime. Okay.
Yeah, and his gestures and body language said he'd had enough of this show. I'm out of here.
Oh, he literally was like, yeah, guys, I'll go. And John's like, no, hold on a second. You want to buy me a beer sometime? Because you know it's going to be like, yeah, you're hanging with the Duke. You're probably going to want to buy and show off your wealth for the Duke.
Right. I'd buy, but I don't want to take that away from you.
Dude, it's fucking crazy. This whole thing with the title of his car. You're following this, right, Doug?
I am not.
Okay. So John got pulled over. He doesn't have his registration up to date because he didn't renew it, and he has to get it registered in Florida. But in order to get his registration, he needs the title to his car, which Vegas Beer Sales Jerry has. And so John was on his show going, you got to mail me the title to my car. I'll give you the money. I promise I'll give you the money. So it was obviously collateral for money that was lent to him when he was in Vegas, which I'm guessing was at a blackjack table or something. Because we heard about this at Anthony Cumia's house where they're playing poker and he sends the guy who he's with to go to the ATM to take out not John's money, but his money to give him money so he can continue to play poker. I guarantee the same thing's happening at the blackjack table in Vegas. So at least Jerry's smart enough to be like, all right, but I need some collateral for this. And so John can't even get his car registered now because Jerry's not even returning his phone calls. He just wants his money.
Jerry doesn't even want that fucking piece of shit car.
Who would want that piece of shit car? You're better off with a new Honda than a 2006 Mercedes C-Class. All right, so this is another super chat that comes in that John does not like.
Yeah, there's people. Duke John Skimpy Halloween hand $2 slow adult. Why not visit kids instead of buying a boat? Stop it. Any response to
Why
that?
do you keep putting the kid shit up there?
The kids. I know it's oh my god. Listen, I'm going through as fast as I can, but you put up some horrible shit about me on yours.
Yeah, but you deserve it.
Oh, but you deserve it. Rob's so used to just reacting to John with laughs. Why do you keep putting kid shit up? Yeah, kid shit. Oh, right. Yeah, no, that was about your family, about how you're buying a boat. You don't see your kids ever. That's a good point. Whoops.
I like how all these retards act like you can't see what comment you're getting ready to put on the screen.
There's no way to read ahead, Doug. I mean, it's impossible. You know how many words that was, that super chat? Almost a dozen. How could he possibly know? All right. So we're 20 minutes in at this point. Rob has read maybe 10 super chats. Every single super chat is $2 or $5. He's averaging probably $2.50 a super chat. And then he says this.
There you go. I think I've already made more tonight than I've made this week in the first 20 minutes with the Duke on the show. Look at that. The Duke delivering.
My word is my bond.
Yes.
Rob might be the worst broadcaster in all of the Dabbleverse, and I'm including Joey C in that. He can't put 2 or 3 words together without an I think that's the most money we've made.
And more obnoxious than Aaron holding himself is Rob always doing this.
He's looking at his phone. He's picking up his phone. He's doing this. There was a quick thing that happened in an earlier clip, and we're going to learn more about it. Rob's all out of alcohol in his house. And John's getting drunk. So Rob's like, well, I want to be getting drunk. So he called his neighbor on the phone during the show and said, hey, man, will you make a run to the liquor store? I'll give you my credit card. and then he doesn't hear back for a little while, and eventually he gets pissed off because the neighbor isn't calling back.
This is very John-like.
Yeah, look at this.
And my neighbor called. He said, "You ready to go to the liquor store?" I asked him earlier. I'm like, "Can I give you my credit card?" And he says, "I'll call you back." Now I don't hear from him. Listen, I just can't walk out on an interview. We finally got the Duke.
You can? Because not long after that, he does just that.
Come get my card.
Well, I told you, Rob, I haven't done a drunk show in a long time, but because you changed the time to 8, I was like, all right, I'll do it because,
Yeah. Hold on one second. Let me unlock my door so he could come. Where is it?
So now he has to get up and walk away from his own show so that he can unlock his door and put his credit card near there so his neighbor can come over and grab it.
Look at all these people.
Now the dogs are going nuts.
What happened?
Door unlocked.
Now he's texting his neighbor to let him know
Studio.
he can come over.
This is not a show.
All right, sorry about that. I'm trying to get.
Holy Nick, my man.
Hash up, dogs. Hash up. Been too long. We have John here.
All right, do you guys want to find out what his order was?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Let's see.
It's a 6-pack.
It's actually more depressing than that, if you can believe it. Check this out. This is amazing.
Muscatel.
Three of those big White Claws. Blood orange are in that. They're in the freezer, like the single section.
Single ones?
Yeah, and then give me $3.99 peanut butter, and get yourself something too. All right, thank you. There you go.
What the fuck did you just order?
Yeah,
even John is appalled.
Some big white. Just here, some shots and a couple 8%ers of.
So, I'm familiar with 99 bananas, right? And I thought he said 99 peanut butter.
He said $3.99, so it's probably a little novelty bottle of that peanut butter whiskey.
Holy shit! Because when he said peanut butter, I'm like, Rob, that's the dog jokes. You can't say peanut butter. Everyone's gonna make the joke and the connection there. And I couldn't figure out, is that what he's drinking? All right, I got to back this up. This is an insane. This is a poor person order right here. Yeah. 3 single White Claws from the cooler, and then 3 shots or a $3.99 bottle.
3 of those big White Claws. Blood orange are in that. They're in the freezer, like the single section.
Single ones?
Yeah, and then give me $3.99 peanut butter, and get yourself some.
$3.99 peanut butter.
It could be 99-cent shots. So 3 of those.
Yes, it could very well be the 99-cent airplane bottles of the cheapest shit possible.
Right.
Wow.
Shit that kids wouldn't drink.
That's crazy.
All right. Thank you. There you go.
What the fuck did you just order?
Even John's clowning him for this. I like it. Just tell him to get a 12-pack. What are you doing?
Just some big white. Just see it.
Here's $100. Surprise me.
Wow. I mean, let's not get crazy.
So the best part of that was when he said, "And get yourself something."
Yeah.
Get it out of the bargain bin. Get it out of the bargain bin.
Yeah, he literally just put in an order that's $10 maybe back. Get yourself something nice too. All right, cool. I'm gonna get some Tito's if that's fine. I get a handle of Tito's.
Whoa.
Some shots and a couple 8%ers of the White Claw. That's good for my belly to where I don't gain weight. It doesn't have as much carbs and sugar as the beer. Yeah, I'm trying to keep in shape like the Duke.
This is getting depressing.
The blind leading the bland.
This is getting depressing right here. Okay, so he's very excited to have people watching his show. Finally, he can't believe it's going on.
We're winding in at almost 200 tonight.
There you go. I told you.
Almost 200. We're winding in. Never heard that phrase before. Let's hear that again.
The shit you haven't.
Let's chew the shit.
We're winding in at almost 200 tonight.
There you go. I told you.
We're winding in at almost 200. Mumble.
Yeah. John's hammered it. He's making more sense than Rob.
I'm telling you, Rob has to be, something must have happened to him because he used to be on the radio. I swear he's told me this. I don't know if he's lying.
We're finding all these people that have
What's
brain
going on?
damage.
Yes.
He's going to be on Head Games.
He's welcome to join Head Games with Ray DeVito and Frenchie Hanna, our new breakthrough game show. It's going to be amazing. All right.
Are you getting ready to move on from Stuttering John?
I have a few more clips.
Okay. I was going to ask you if you could go back to the clip where he was, the Rob guy was talking about how much he's made in Super Chat so far.
Yes.
So as you said, when you were introducing it, they'd been going for about 20 minutes and he's made about $25, something like that.
Correct.
I want you to focus on John's face. If you can zoom in on it, that'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
But you would think that Rob is telling him, this is the guy that donated $100,000 to save my wife's kidneys or something. if you look at his face, he looks like, oh, gee, Willikers, you don't have to do this.
There you go. I think I've already made more tonight than I've made this week in the first 20 minutes with the Duke on the show. Look at that. The Duke delivering.
My word is my bond.
Yes.
Yeah, there he's just like, oh, stop it.
Stop, come on.
I'm not here for the recognition. Don't worry about it, man.
Why is his hand always
You
up?
earned it. I don't know. Is it a circulation thing?
But that would make it worse.
It's very uncomfortable looking. I don't understand that thing. All right, so John has a heart
That's
out.
going to be his co-host soon.
Yeah, if this is Rocco, I'd understand. He's used to having Dookie on there.
Right, yeah.
All right. John has a hard out at 9 o'clock. So the show started at 8. He's got to get out of there by 9. And let's find out why.
9 o'clock is my hard out, though.
Oh, you're out at 9 o'clock.
Well, Rob,
Jesus, Rob can't get one sentence out without all of these pauses and stammers and uhs and ahs.
And he's just rewording what the man just said.
Right.
It's fucking retarded.
Why is this difficult to do? Listen to this again.
9 o'clock is my hard out, though.
Oh, you're out at 9 o'clock.
Well, Rob, I do have like a lot of great sports right now. We got the
Why do you have a hard out at 9? I have a lot of great sports right now. John, you got to go back to doing your show on your hammer. This is so much more fun.
And as soon as he was given the reason, Rob, go back and watch Rob. He didn't give a shit what John had to say. He just picked up his phone and started texting.
Oh,
again.
yeah, he does this nonstop because he's jonesing for that liquor he needs to get, those White Claws he needs so badly. So he's constantly fidgeting and worrying about that.
I do have like a lot of great sports right now. We got the Falcons playing the Buccaneers, and we got the Mets, who I don't want to say I hope they lose. I actually hope they win. What is the score of the Mets game, Rob? Does anybody know?
Let me see. Hey, Siri.
What were those words? Does Enby know? Is Enby here?
Does anybody know?
Let me see. Hey, Siri. What's the score of the Mets game?
The Mets-Brewers game is scoreless in the bottom of the 5th inning in Game 3 of the wild card.
Jesus. See, that's exciting, Rob. That's called drama in the truest form.
I mean, that's a level of drunk and stupid we have not heard in some time out of Stuttering John.
Yeah, he sounds juicier than ever.
Yeah, it's juicy. It's wet. Everything about this is wet. His brain, his mouth, the microphone.
Jesus. See, that's exciting, Rob. That's called drama in the truest form.
Yeah,
and I'm stuck with your ass.
Well, listen. Look at it. Look at this beautiful man on there. At least you're not with Carl. Repsol's not going to get any women.
Ooh, that hurt him.
I've not been brought up one time, and he immediately goes to that. Rob Saul is so butthurt that I said that he's an incel.
Yeah.
It obviously hit very close to home for him because he brings this up a lot. I have a clip coming up where he's very upset with me about this. And Rob Saul says tons of shit about me and my wife, and we don't get upset because none of it's true. So we don't give a shit because it's just Rob Saul trying to hurt our feelings, and it doesn't work. All I said was that Rob will never get a girl again, and he's very upset about it, and I think I'm living rent-free somewhere that I don't want to be. Rob is poor. This is proof of that.
You say John doesn't pay me. This is a payment right here already. I'm making some coin tonight, and God knows, John, you know our conversations off air. I fucking need it.
And now on air.
Yeah. God knows. This is a guy who takes public transportation to his bartending job and then brags about having a career. I'm one of the guys with a career in this Dabbleverse. I have a job. I take a bus to a casino and do a daytime bartending shift. And then he admits right there he's poor.
Right.
$25 is a big deal to him. This is life-changing for him.
So he brings on this loser that brings his insulting trolls over, and it's a win.
Oh, this is totally a win. Now, I mentioned this show isn't actually a show. It's just these two guys talking about how they're talking to each other. Hey, you see this? We're talking to each other. Yeah, we are. Look at I'm over here. You're over there. We're both on the screen together.
2 hours ago, we were talking to each other on a different channel.
Right, remember
this
that?
Is neat, huh?
That's pretty cool. Look at us now over here now. Finally, we get into the show content of the show. This is exciting. Rob's talking about his favorite Howard Stern show lineup, and John interjects here just to keep the conversation going.
Robin, Fred, Jackie, and Billy. That's the crew.
I'll tell you, Rob, if you had to choose between the Who and the Stones, who will you choose?
All right.
He goes, I don't know. I just thought it was the best when it was Billy West and Robin and Jackie and Fred.
That's how drunk John is.
That's how drunk he is. I'll tell you. He started the question with, I'll tell you, Rob. I'll tell you, Rob. He's looking up to the ceiling.
True.
I'll tell you, Rob, if you had to choose between the Who and the Stones, who will you choose?
Good stuff, John. You're killing it out here.
It really just comes down to your feelings on Bon Scott or Brian Johnson, really, is how everything is.
It's incredible. All right, I have one more clip on here because Rob's watching, and this is the second time they've done this. So Rob's on John's show, and they're watching the clip where I call out Rob for being an incel and not being able to get any girls and knowing that. So for some reason, John's torturing with this again because he hated it the first time. But John's playing it again, and this is Rob's big comeback.
I'm sure she would love for a guy like me to pay attention to her.
He's talking about my wife, Jen. So what they're looking at right now, for people who are listening to this, they're watching me, Vinny Paulino, and producer Chris all in my studio watching Rob with Ray DeVito. And check this out.
I'm sure she would love for a guy like me to pay attention to her, but she can only find dweeby little losers that have no friends except internet buddies.
Is that the only time, or does he keep talking about you?
He just plays the clip and just talks about the kid thing.
Well, you know, I'm sure you're not happy about doing that.
Not really, yeah. But yeah, Carl is just a world-class fucking dork and loser. That's one thing me and Chad Zuma can agree on. He's just the biggest dork and dweeb, and just thinks he's so cool because Anthony Cumia does his show, and just has no friends, just sits on the internet all day pretending he's got buddies, and sits with that fucking old shriveled up hag, Jenny Jingles. Jenny Jingles. What a fucking disgusting, gross specimen.
Good stuff, Rob. He just saw me with two of my friends in my studio. I'm the only guy in the Dabbleverse who has friends over at their house where they do shows. Nobody else does that. And Rob goes, oh, this guy doesn't even have any friends.
I don't know what to say.
I don't know what to say either. It's the worst argument he could have picked. This guy's such a loser. I just watched you give your credit card to your neighbor because you don't own a car so that he could go on a run to buy you 3 White Claws and 99-cent shots.
Yeah, and you said that on the air.
And you said it on the air, and you bragged about making $25 in super chats, and you told John how poor you are, and these are private conversations you have with Stuttering John Melendez. You got to stop calling other people losers. I agree with Chad Zubak on this. Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Yeah, the story checks out.
Makes perfect sense to me.
I don't really have I don't like shit talking people for what money they make or what money they don't make.
Sure.
But the angle that I'm taking on this, or what I'm picking up on this, is you hit on it when you said, I called him an incel and said he's never going to get a woman. Okay, so you prove me wrong. Like, when you're on the internet talking, you get a lot of people talking a lot of shit about you. It's part of it.
Right.
When people call me fat, I have to process that either, am I fat? Yes or no? Okay, yes. Okay, do I like being called fat? If I don't, then do something about it or brush it off. That's the two things.
Yeah.
If somebody says, oh, you're an old man living in your mom's basement. Okay, do I live in my mom's basement? No. Therefore, brush it off.
Right.
Like, it's easy to process this shit.
That's what I'm trying to say. You can tell when something really affects someone when they keep coming back to it and try to hurl insults back at you they think that are going to make you feel bad.
Yeah.
Rob calls everyone a loser because he knows he's a loser.
Sure.
That's why he thinks like the things that John does where he tries to scare us with fake lawsuits because he's afraid of lawsuits.
The thing that stands out to me is that name calling, just calling you a dork and a loser over and over doesn't do anything. Your ears might prick up if they were articulate.
Sure.
Any of these guys making an articulate point, you would listen to that.
Of course.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting for once.
But yeah, being an internet personality, you're numb to dork and loser.
Of course I am.
And gay and ugly and...
Hey, whoa.
I think he was numb to dork and loser way before WATP even started.
High school.
Yeah, no shit. But the reason why I bring up the money thing, Doug, is because I equate loser to a person who can't afford their own fucking life.
Right.
That to me is what you're losing in life if you can't pay your bills.
Yeah.
You got to get a bus ride to work. You
literally taking a loss.
Yes, you need your neighbor to go get you White Claws and cheap shots. That's a loser. That's the definition of it.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you could have been describing me a couple years ago. It's fine. Whatever.
Doug, you were a fucking loser, and now look at you. Now, I don't think that Rob Salcy had the same story arc as you. I don't think he's going to rebound the way that you have. I don't think John is going to either. But there's a reason why these people find each other. Well, in that case, I definitely want to get into what John's been up to this week.
Driving.
Oh, you know what you just reminded me of? I know you're a musician. I wanted to get your take on Ken Tamplin. I was actually going to bring some more Ken Tamplin clips, but I ran out of time with all the things that are going on this week. 2 shows a week is not enough anymore. There's so much going on. But what's your take on this vocal coach who turned out to be a bit of a fraud?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of guys like that. I felt really bad for him. That was really, yeah, he's holding on to something and lying to people, and it just made me feel bad. I didn't like him.
Well, I don't feel bad because he's been doing this for so long and making all this money, and then the way he reacts is like, I didn't do anything wrong. You guys are jealous. Of course I can hit all the notes. And I can sing it, and I can play all the guitar licks. Like, I don't know if that's the right way to go about it. This might turn out to be historically significant, what we're going to watch today, depending on what happens.
Right.
And we're all hoping that it's not too bad. The storm that's coming through Florida, obviously I'm hoping more than some other people, but there's a lot of people involved in the Dabbleverse that are being affected by this. Yeah. It's going right through Tampa. So obviously we're talking about Joey C, talking about Chad Zumock. We got Stuttering John Melendez in Cape Coral. My friend Monique lives down there, although fortunately she's gotten out. She's a smart person. She's not there right now, but she has a home there. So there's a lot of people involved in this Hurricane Milton. And so I had to check in on John today. I'm not usually this quick with a turnaround, but this is from just a couple hours ago where John came on his show to talk about his response to Hurricane Milton coming down. I mean, it's pretty much there now from what I've heard. The storm's really bad, but it's supposed to hit around 1 a.m. or midnight tonight.
Hey, everybody. I thought I'd do the special show without a green screen today, as I am dealing with Hurricane Milton.
He looks like shit. He came on 25 minutes late on the show today. The guy did not pack the comb that he used to use when he lived in L.A.
Yeah, he looks like he's dealing with a lot more than the hurricane.
Yes. And this just proves like you don't need a green screen, John. It's never been a necessary component to your show. It actually is just fodder for us as you fuck with your green screen. For the first time, I'm like recording this going, oh, I can't wait to see how we fucked up the green screen today. There is none. I'm like, oh, okay, I got nothing. There you go.
But his excuse for not having the green screen was, there's a hurricane coming. What the fuck does that have to do with your green screen?
Well, when I'm down in Cape Coral, I set up a green screen. I leave it there the whole time I'm there. So every time I broadcast, it's there for me. It's like, why can't you have a green screen? Actually, I just realized I know the answer to that.
Yeah, right.
We're going to find out momentarily, which is hilarious.
Hurricane Milton, just the outskirts right now. We, the winds are gusting, but it's not crazy yet, but it hasn't hit us yet, and we're on a direct path. I have my friends staying with me.
Oh boy.
Who have a house in Matlacha, and that was an evacuation zone. I'm not in an evacuation zone.
So if you're familiar with this area, I know you've been down there with me. Matlacha is about a 7-minute drive from where John and I live. It's extremely close. And he's like, guys, I'm taking care of my friends. They're staying with me. You're all getting the same storm. I realize Matlacha is on the water, and so there's definitely more issues with flooding.
Correct.
But most people who are staying with friends are staying with friends in a different state.
Yeah.
Hundreds of miles away from this thing that's coming through. But for John, he's helping out his friends who live down the street from him. Okay.
Else I would have evacuated. I know a lot of you have been telling me to evacuate. I know my kids have. I know my mother has. I know my brother has. I know my friends have. Everybody's telling me to get the fuck out of here. The issue being is, where am I going to go?
Okay. I have to pause it right there. This is crazy. So the mom, his kids, brother, friends, everyone telling him to leave. And he says, I got nowhere to go.
The family that doesn't like him, that will reach out to him in this time.
According to him, and I would assume that this is probably real. I know I've had people reach out to me just because I have a house there. A lot of people have reached out. I mean, this is a big deal. This is big news right now. And they're all saying you should get out of there. And John goes, well, I don't have anywhere to go. I was watching Governor DeSantis' brief this morning, and they were talking about all the shelters they have set up. Plenty of room in all these shelters. There's websites you can go to find out where you can go if you need a place to stay. There's hotels you could drive to. You could stay in a hotel room. This guy just traveled across the country with cats from LA to New York and then New York to Florida. And he doesn't know that you can drive up to Georgia or something or drive down to Miami and get a hotel room. How is that possible? This is a horrible excuse. They're even saying during this press conference I was watching today, like, if you think it's too late, it's not. We have room in designated shelters. If you could get to them, get to them. And John goes, no, I'll just have my friends over.
Yeah, he's having a sleepover.
He is. And this gets
And I bet he's not helping out these friends. I bet they're helping him out in some way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they are. His friends and him they all have one thing in common. Alcoholism.
Alcoholism, yes, of course. He knows them.
These are friends from the pub
that
just were not going to leave and agreed to stay with him because they don't want to be alone. It's too scary. And it really does show you why giving money to John or holding an intervention will never, ever help. That's my worst nightmare, is to have my parents, my friends, my family all come to me to tell me something and have me just ignore it. That's when you know you've gone too far. Like, that's a nightmare. If everyone came to you and said, you have to stop. And you're like, nah, I'm not even going to consider it. And I'm going to be the kind of person whose biggest excuse is, no one ever told me. How would I know?
Yeah. What would you guys know about it? Well, like, you notice how, and this was crazy. They were showing this on Tukey Soup, where Chad Zumach's not leaving. And Chad Zumach's walking around his neighborhood, and it's like this really ominous thing where you just hear the birds. It's like sundown time.
Sure.
And there's no cars. There's no people. It's just him walking around. It's like, wow, it's like a ghost town. Like, everyone is leaving Tampa.
I should rob some houses.
That was another thing that DeSantis talked about. He's like, we're bringing in officers or law enforcement from all over. So if you think you're going to take this opportunity to loot, we will get you.
Yeah, Chad.
Yeah, he's talking to Chad directly. I want to bring in a very scary character in this time. It is Halloween. Cardiff Electric is here. Cardiff, do you have a vampire name like Maddox does that you go by?
No, I was looking for my rain sound effects. Hold on. Sorry, too soon.
This is a Dookie soup. I'm not here for sound effects. All right, let's get back to... There you go. Let's get back to John making excuses or justifying his behavior.
I mean, and I had this conversation with Brian Karen. He's like, try and get on a plane. It's like, I got to lug the cats, and it's just, look.
This is before he had Brian on today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have
before he
that,
argued with Brian.
I have that clip coming up. Yes, it's hilarious.
But I'm not saying I'm safe by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, I already just text my kids and said, hey, if anything, God forbid, happens to me, I already notified my mother. All the house and all my assets will go to them because I haven't done a will yet. I'm too damn young.
And this is even worse than what we were talking about. Not only is he not listening to his children, he's going, oh, and by the way, Dad might not make it. Mm-hmm. And in that case, don't worry. Reach out to Grandma.
And this is in text form.
Oh, of course it is.
You might want to call me before I die.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine being this guy's kid and you're just like, Dad, you got to get out of there. Probably days ago. Dad, you got to get out of there. What are you doing? No, not leaving. But just so you know, Dad might not make it through this. Jesus.
Did you see his reaction when some people said I should go? And he's like, I can't do that. Because the thought of it, of just doing all that, was so difficult to him. He couldn't even fathom it. You know what's difficult and hard for me to fathom? Choosing to say goodbye to my children and mother instead of just packing up a car and driving. He would rather do that than just evacuate. He's really comfortable dying. He is kind of hoping for it in his own way. We've seen it. This is just ridiculous. He would rather drink and sit than do anything else. And he won't listen to the doctor. He won't listen to his mother. He won't listen to his kids. It's really, and he's wearing a fucking pink shirt. I thought you weren't allowed to wear pink. What's the deal?
Come on, Pinky.
Go drive to Miami. You could have a good time.
There you go. Yeah, fit right in. This is more from today's episode.
Am I worried? Yeah. Am I going to drink heavily? Absolutely. And I'm hoping that, it's not as bad as the news say it is. And, they are really trying to scare the fuck out of you. I got to watch a little bit of Boomcock and...
talking about Zumach. That's his new name. I don't even understand what it means. It's Boomcock.
Terrible.
Yeah.
And, look, he's in Tampa. I wish him well. I hope he is safe. I'm not an asshole like that. But I do agree with him on one thing. I mean, how many people, I know they do it because they care. So it can't be misconstrued in any other way by just that very fact. These people care.
Uh-huh.
And they're worried about me, which is...
But it's so fucking annoying that they keep telling me what to do.
Yeah, where's he going with this?
Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
Which is, I'm grateful. I'm very wealthy when it comes to family and friends and everything else. But
right.
Oh, man. He has to continue that lie. He's got so many friends and family to care about. Also, he's loaded. He's got tons of money. But he also doesn't know where to go if he were to evacuate. Is Mersh left? Do you know? Does anyone know? I forgot Mersh is also in the Tampa area.
No, they're staying in Florida.
Yeah, everyone's staying. Like all of these idiots. Chad, Joey C, Mersh. I know Royce is more inland, but what are they doing?
I mean, there's places in Florida you can obviously stay, but you have to do some preparations.
Yes.
He's probably not going to get flooded out and die from that. But it's 3 weeks from now. Is he still going to be trying to find food because all the bridges are washed out and they can't get to him? And
right.
Probably.
Well, and that's one of the points I was going to make on this is that John, and we'll get to more clips of this, where he's going, look at it, it's my time to go, it's my time to go. But it's so selfish for a number of reasons, obviously the family, but also the rescue workers who then have to go find these fucking people who decided not to leave, and then they risk their lives because you decided, like, I don't give a shit about my life. Like, great. Thanks for moving to Florida, asshole. Appreciate it.
This is the exact kind of attitude that he showed to people that weren't comfortable getting the vaccine.
Yes.
He's like, if there's a thing you can do to save your life and you're not doing it, you should just die.
Yeah, he
would say these rescue workers should not be wasting their time on people like him. He had a choice. He made the wrong choice. Live with the consequences.
I couldn't get the vaccine. I had cats.
Right, I mean, the cats, and, there's a Rite Aid, but it's closing. I don't know. Shelves are empty. All right, this is ridiculous that he says this.
I have over a half a tank of gas. I probably could have made it to Orlando.
Orlando? That's right in the path, you idiot. No one's evacuated to Orlando. He gets there, he's like, this is a ghost town too. What the fuck? Where is everyone? What an idiot.
He's standing in the middle of Disney World.
Yeah.
Then again, Orlando's getting hit pretty fucking bad. I probably could have made it to Miami.
Uh-huh.
But then what do I do?
You do blow.
Yeah. What do you think you do? He goes, if I made it to Miami, then what would I do? Do you know there's a lot of hotels in Miami? You ever heard of that?
Find a bar.
Yeah. There's bars, there's clubs, there's hotels. It's amazing.
He's accidentally speaking like someone who's broke.
Yeah, right. That's what he's really showing here. I got a half tank of gas.
Right.
I could make it to Orlando, maybe Miami.
That's all I heard when I was watching this.
Then what would I do? All right. So then he says, if the Duke is done, the Dabbleverse will die. So now he's explaining to us that we need to be rooting for him. And we are. I am rooting for John to survive this, obviously. Mm-hmm. And so then he explains what will happen to the Dabbleverse if he does die during this.
Lady K would move on to doing shows about shitty podcasts, including his own. He should really just do a show about his own podcast because that's how shitty his own podcast is.
Good stuff. Pretty funny. I'd move on to doing shows about shitty podcasts. I've been doing that for going on 9 years now. John.
Is he making a farewell speech?
I guess. Also, when people say I should be doing my own show, we've done it twice. I'm not going to keep doing it.
It is funny. Over the last week or two, he's been saying he's just throwing out, where's Lady K been? He's not talking about me anymore. I'm like, he's not doing shows anymore. I'm like, oh, he's kind of doing the exact same schedule he's done for a couple of years now.
The thing is that if it's not posted on the 2 subreddits he goes to, he doesn't know about it. And that's what he does. He scrolls through those subreddits, and if someone doesn't post our thing about John that week, he's like, I guess he's not talking about me anymore. All right. So then, this is interesting because he talks about this text he got from Vince the lawyer.
I got a text from Vince the evil lawyer, my boss, and he said that I guess Lady K and Rocco Burrow, Anaconda, Colorado Springs, was saying that I ran away.
Okay. First off, the doxing Rocco thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He just can't help himself. Like, what's he trying to accomplish with that? He wants people to harass Rocco or fuck with them or what?
Yes. Yeah. He was bragging to Rob Saul how he barely doxes anybody anymore. Doesn't put up pictures anymore. Within 5 minutes, he was threatening mumbling Nick.
Right.
To give out his real name.
He's amazing. All right. So he says,
Garbage.
I got a text from Vince that Rocco and Carl are saying that I ran away. And one thing that John will never understand for some reason, even though I've told this to him to his face multiple times, Vince is always trolling you. Vince is always trolling, and not just John, everyone. Vince is a compulsive liar, which is why it's such a waste of time to communicate with him. This is the text that he sent to John. You see right here. You'll be fine. The dopes Carl and Rocco thought you ran like a pansy to New York and didn't stay in Cape. Now, this never happened. I have this because Vince sent this to me and Rocco. Mm-hmm. So I see that he did this. And so John comments on it like it's true. This is why Vince is a waste of time. To believe anything he ever says is a waste of everyone's time involved in it.
To be fair, I'm the one that said this.
Right. Maybe it's a typo.
I believe that he might have gone to
you thought
Long Island.
You thought he was smart?
I thought there was a chance that he wasn't this stupid.
Well, it's funny you say that because check this out.
No, I did not. I did not evacuate, which probably was the smarter move. But you know what?
I'm stupid. It probably was a smarter move to get audio, but I am not smart. Is the only way you can finish that sentence. He's admitting it. He doesn't even realize he's admitting it, but he is.
He looks like he's giving up.
Yes, he does.
He didn't even go to the gym in 2 days.
And I mean, that's saying something for this guy.
Right. Yeah, you're right. He's more, I can't even put the green screen up. He's more disheveled than usual, which is saying something. All right, so let's talk about this Brian Karam misinformation. This is Brian Karam. Say what you want about the guy.
All right.
I have a lot to say about him.
Oh, okay.
But he does care about John. He wants the best for John. And John just has to rag on him.
You get disinformation or misinformation, if you will. Like Brian Cameron said, the mayor said, get the fuck, you are going to die. Now,
the mayor said, get the fuck out. I mean, you're going to die. Mayors don't often say, get the fuck out.
I wish I saw that speech.
That would be funny, yeah. Lovely Warren might have done that, but.
People, thank you for coming.
I just want to start out with some statements I prepared.
You are going to die. Now, I looked it up. That's not in Cape Coral. That's in Tampa. That was the mayor of Tampa who said it about Tampa. I know Brian is just being a good buddy.
Okay.
But the problem is everybody's going to tell you all this shit, and you get and then you start freaking out.
I think that's why they're telling you this stuff. So you freak out enough to actually take action. I think it's why that's why most of the people around you have left, because they're freaked out. So then Brian Cameron's on the show, and John calls him on this. He's like, dude, you lied to me. You told me the mayor said to get out or we're going to die.
Brian, first of all, when you texted me and said that the mayor said you are going to die, I have to call you out on misinformation. That was the mayor of Tampa Bay.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay, because I'm in Cape Coral. I'm about 3 hours away from there.
Yeah, you're still the president just came on and said it's the storm of the century and to get the fuck out.
Yeah, well, there's nowhere I can go.
Well, no, you waited too long now, motherfucker. Now you're stuck there.
Yeah.
Wow. That's some back and forth.
Yep.
Right. I'm going to call you out. That was the mayor of Tampa. Yeah, no, that's what I said, John.
Yep.
Reading comprehension skills, again, not where they should be. And Brian's like annoyed with him at this point.
Good.
It's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know how else to tell you, man. Because Brian was the one telling him, well, there is an airport in Cape Coral. You can get to that. And there's a possibility you can get on a plane, all this stuff. But that was only because John had waited so long to evacuate anyway. That was like, okay, here are your options at this stage of the game. And John's like, yeah, but then I got cats. Like, no, you're the one who brought yourself to this point. So,
but he made Brian come on earlier this week, whether it was Sunday or Monday, and go. Brian, explain this to me. Like Brian walked him through the entire storm. What's happening? What's coming? So Brian took time out of his busy day to walk John through what's going to happen and give him his best advice. And now we're sitting here on D-Day, and he's basically telling Brian, "You lied to me."
I've had friends in my life that have asked me for advice, or we've talked about what they should do about certain things, even down to dumb things like which computer should I buy or stuff like that. Not necessarily anything crazy. And they never listen to my advice. I just stopped talking to them. So like, this is a waste of all of our time. If you obviously don't care. And I think Brian's probably getting close to that point, because once you tell someone the right thing to do and they just ignore you, you're like, okay, well, I'm not going to stop taking your call now. I don't need this aggravation, and I don't need a time waster. I hate time wasters.
And it's worth noting, Cardiff, during that interview with Brian, the last one he did, when Brian was talking him through it, John was lying to him. And it shows you that John lies to his doctors, he lies to a therapist, he lies to everyone, because Karen was like, how far are you from something?
No,
and he was obviously accusing
him from the beach.
Yeah, and he was like, 30 miles. He knew if he said a short distance, it would sound bad, so he lied and made up a farther distance. The truth is, it's less than 7 miles.
Yes.
And he knows that, but he lied to Brian, who was giving him advice on how to evacuate. So he lies to the doctor, he lies to everyone, and then says, fuck you for making me feel bad. That shows you his emotional intelligence level. It's just, you said things that made me feel bad. Remember when that lawyer from Bob Levy and those guys was talking to John, and at the end of it, the lawyer was like, John, you're all wrong. And John was he's like, you don't talk to me like that. You don't talk to me with the truth. and tell me real things. You coddle me or you shut the fuck up. And Brian's realizing that right now.
And that was one of the things I picked up on when I was watching this. I don't normally watch him with these guys. It just gets into Trump talk. But it was very interesting because for once, he's not with Rob Saul. He's not with Clay Dabler, who are just going to be like, yeah, John, right. Yeah, okay, okay. These are both just like, no, John, you're wrong. You should have done this. And Richard Ojeda very upset with him. I'll get into some of those clips, but Richard just
They're
like
supposed to be
aback.
leaders. You're political pundits and leaders. You're supposed to be voting for the right people, living by example, and showing leadership, which is if you don't want people making fun of your kids, you don't make fun of their kids. If you want people to take the vaccine and evacuate, you take the vaccine and evacuate.
But I'm glad you brought that up because I almost forgot about that. When he had Brian Karam on earlier this week, and Brian goes, how far are you from the beach? And John goes, which beach? It's like, it's not about the beach, John. It's how far are you from the coastline?
He's just buying time.
And he's also stupid, though. Because you know, there aren't a lot of beaches. There aren't beaches in Cape Coral. So you have to drive down to Fort Myers. You have to drive up. So that's what he's thinking because he's an idiot. Beach. But he's in the northwest quadrant of Cape Coral, which is on the coastline. So to your point, it's not 30 miles. It's not even close to 30 miles. And that was really what he's talking about. How close are you to the Gulf of Mexico? That's the important thing.
So when the doctor asked John, do you drink and how much do you drink a week?
Yeah.
He's obviously lying.
I don't count Coors Lights or Michelob Ultras because that's water.
That's water.
It's crazy how he, for years, said, all I drink is light beer. I don't even get drunk on it. And now admits when Rob Sal's like, come on my show. He's like, I'm going to be half in the bag. I'm going to be drunk. Now he admits he's wasted out every night.
But it's that wording with him that kills me. It's never what it is. It's always some kind of lie or half lie. Not I'm going to be drunk. I'm going to be half in the bag.
Right.
What is in the bag for you? Because I've seen what you think half in the bag is, and that is embarrassing.
All right, so this is where John thought he was going to come up with something. He started the sentence, thought he was going to come up with something, and then realized he's got nothing.
You know, and I understand all the concerns, but you got, you know, it's not like, you know, I get it. I'm not going to make excuses. I thought about going, but I said, you know what? I'm just going to stay. Hey, you know, everyone's got to go at some point.
Well,
Jesus, look at Richard Ojeda's face. Like, what? Like you were saying earlier, he's like giving up. Yeah. They're like, what are we talking about right now?
And why are we talking to you anymore?
Yeah, what's the point of this? I thought about it. And I just thought, like, I'll just pick my nose in my house.
And then my ear.
I had to let it pause right there.
Yeah, nice.
He's really going after it.
And
but
the
this is
subtle
sad.
dig at the people who are trying to teach him, like, I thought about it. I'm not stupid.
Right.
I thought about it and then chose not to. So I'm intelligent.
But Adam, did you see that? The wheels were churning where he was going to come up with the reason why it wasn't possible for him, and he couldn't. Because he realized these guys were warning me far in advance. I'm sure Richard Ojeda was messaging him 3 or 5 days ago. John, what's your escape plan? You got to get out of there. We're watching, we're tracking this. This is happening. This thing is moving at a pace of 9 miles per hour towards his house. It's not like it's, whoa, what just happened? This thing's here? Everyone knew about this. It's been national news for the whole week.
And the truth is revealed. He would much rather, or he can't stand, he's so afraid of the thought of being somewhere trapped without alcohol or access to it that he'd rather just not risk it.
Wow.
And he found 3 guys that also go to Stevie Tomatoes that feel the same way. They're going to come to his house.
Wow.
Yeah.
They have other benefits too.
Yeah. So listen to this. This is where he explains that they got the supplies they need and they're going to be good.
And we have cold cuts and all the food and water that we're going to need. And more importantly,
I got to pause it right there. I think it was Clay Dabler. He was telling, he's like, yeah, I'm going to buy cold cuts. And Clay's like, don't buy cold cuts. Why would you buy cold cuts? You're going to lose power.
I need energy.
You're going to lose power for a whole bunch of time. Why would you buy something that's perishable like that? What are you, fucking stupid? Yep, sure is.
Do vegetables expire?
Do vegetables expire? Yeah, we're back to that again. I do not like green turkey and eggs. Sam, I am.
Cold cuts and all the food and water that we're going to need. And more importantly, I have is
get your beer.
I have tons of beer. Thanks for stepping on the joke. More importantly, I have plenty of beer.
It's not a joke. And Brian's not amused by it either.
And bottles of wine, and we got tequila.
Liquor, beer, and wine. It's all stocked up for this, guys. He'll be fine. So to that, what Adam was saying earlier, he's got a couple over from Matt Lachey to stay with them. And John never talked about having wine and tequila. So obviously these people are like, okay, you get all the Coors Lights you need. My wife drinks wine. I drink tequila. We'll be good to go.
It's a potluck.
It's a potluck. All right. So Richard actually offers good advice to John right here. This is, Richard doesn't say a lot of things that are intelligent, in my opinion, but this is one of them.
If all else fails and you believe you're going to get hit really hard and you could end up getting flood water in your home, just remember that if you have all of your important documents, take them and stick them in your dishwasher, because the dishwasher has a watertight seal. And if you get 20 foot of fucking damn water in your house, when the water goes down, you can open that and your paperwork will be dry.
Well, that's good because I haven't used my dishwasher yet, so that's always good to know.
And I'm not touching that line.
And also, all those important documents are in Las Vegas.
Right. Good point.
He went out of his way to let us know he doesn't have a will.
Yeah, he doesn't have a will. He's never used his dishwasher.
Yeah.
And we talked about this before. He's using Solo cups, I'm sure paper plates.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A dishwasher is for lazy people. I love my dishwasher.
Best.
Why the fuck is he not using it? Why? It's more expensive to keep buying Solo cups and paper plates.
It is.
Than to just get fucking glassware.
He can't afford the pods, and he doesn't know how to operate the dishwasher.
I think that's what it is. I think it's a bridge too far. There's a lot of
And he
buttons on
doesn't
these
cook.
new dishwashers.
All of his talks about cooking or lying, so he only eats from takeout anyway.
Maybe you'll buy like a frozen chicken and throw it in the oven, although who knows if he's even doing that.
I don't think he has his oven set up. He probably never turned it on, never got the pilot light turned on. What would he do with that?
Crazy.
I don't know.
Crazy how he lives his life. He's like a child.
I don't know if you know this
I
about
think
me,
a child
Adam
would
Bush.
do better. Sorry.
It's okay. For you, anything, Chris. But I'm a bit of an amateur chef myself. And John came on last week talking about using his cast iron skillet.
Okay.
And if anybody knows anything about a cast iron skillet, it requires a bit of finesse and maintenance to keep going, to maintain, to keep from rusting. Because cast iron skillets will rust if you just throw them in a sink full of water. You can't do that. There's no way he is using what I would call a semi-professional piece of cooking equipment.
Maybe you smash in a roach with it.
Very likely.
So, to the point where I explained that John is a child, the reason why he's a narcissist, the reason why he behaves the way that he does is because he hasn't matured since the age of 6 or 7. And when you're 6 or 7, the last thing you want to be told is to clean your room. You just want to play. You don't want to clean. So he has this couple over, and the friends come in and they go, "What the fuck is this place?"
I always open the door for, and their house is an evacuation zone, and they're right on the water.
That's awesome.
So they are staying with me, and
that's good.
But I gotta say, when they got here and saw what a fucking pigsty my house was, they grabbed the broom and the mop and they fucking cleaned this place to immaculate shape.
And I'm not touching that line either.
What an asshole.
Yep.
You clean my house. I don't want to clean it. When I have people over, I've never thought once to be like, oh, when they get here, they'll probably clean it. It'll be fine. And the fact that they had to get out a mop. It's one thing. It's water.
I'm surprised he has one.
Well, you know why he does? I'll never forget when he had Hitman Dan over for the first time. He'd already been in the house a few times. Hitman Dan comes over and he's like, yeah, so Dan's over. And he's like, we got to get you a vacuum and a mop. So we went to Target. Like, Hitman Dan had to explain to him, like, we got to buy some cleaning supplies. I don't think he had a spray bottle to wipe down counters.
Cleaning, you say?
Ugh, it's ridiculous.
Hitman Dan's an interesting one. Somebody brought him up, I think, on Dabblers today. But for all the things Hitman Dan has done for John, you think it would be, hey, John, can you check in on my dad and maybe get him out of there?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, Hitman
like you're
Dan's
there.
dad's
Could you?
Down there. There's been no talk of that at all. It's his best friend.
No checking in on him. No nothing.
That's interesting. Yeah, good point. All right, so I have one more clip on here, and this is where you know that John's just not playing with a full deck anymore. The fact that he would bring this up, and I don't know how long, we've all been predicting that Richard Ojeda is going to wise up. This has got to be, for Brian Karam, the point where he goes, all right, what am I doing with this guy?
But, Brian, I did call you last night. I know I was a little inebriated and I did have some edibles. and I don't think you blame me. I'm trying to cope. I'm trying to cope with this hurricane.
Always an excuse. Well, I was drinking last night because of the hurricane coming. The night before that, it was Monday Night Football. The night before that, Sunday Night Football. The Yankees are in the playoffs. It's incredible.
And now everyone's gonna say, look at the Freudian slip. He said Coke. I know, but I meant Cope. But yeah, I have plenty of Coke, so don't worry. Anyway, so what we're gonna do is Coke, Diet Coke. Anyway,
see, this is what I love. He's cracking himself up. Now, Rob Sal be going, can you give me a Rob Sal drop? What would Rob Sal be doing with that? Right. And Clay Dabbler would be, talking over him and stuff. These guys are just like, and John's trying to laugh through it and act like it's all fun.
And Brian's done enough interviews to know that what this guy's doing is confessing. Like,
Yes.
he's seen this. He knows you just get out of the way. John's the kind of guy who thinks I should have a scroll at the bottom of my screen saying, no pedos work here, so don't even ask. If you showed up to a job interview and they were like, first things first, before you even apply, you need to know no PDF files work here and never will.
Right.
Okay, I think I'll go somewhere else. He's just giving it up in such an obvious way.
Can you call your own Freudian slip?
No.
Like, if the person saying it is calling it a Freudian slip, that means you really meant Coke, right?
Yeah, that's a confession.
Okay.
I heard Cope. I think those guys did too. And so John's the one who was just like, oh, did I say Coke?
No, I was actually going to make a joke about it.
You were,
Coke,
okay.
yeah. Maybe I
have plenty
wanted
of
to
Coke, so
hear
don't
it.
worry. Anyway, so what we're gonna do is Coke, Diet Coke. Anyway, so what we're gonna do is last night I talked to Brian Army Major. I couldn't get a hold of you, but I was livid because I took about 6 grams of edible, but
6 grams of edible.
Where's he going with this? I'm high all the time. I'm drunk all of the time, and I make sense.
Yeah, I know.
I can call you, and you
where is he going with this? Let's find out.
Well, tell you, Brian, can you detect?
What's that?
How many milligrams are in 6 grams?
That's not what I would say. He has no idea what he's talking about. This is like talking to Ray DeVito. He's like, is that a lot? 6 grams? Is that a lot? Yes.
No, you'll be fine, Ray. Add some more.
I took about 6 grams of edible, but I will tell you, Brian, can you detect a little, how do you say, half in the baggery I was?
I'm detecting it now, John.
Yeah.
Can you detect a little half in the baggery I was?
And back to Adam's point, it's a half lie. You were totally in the bag.
Right.
He's been doing this more and more, and it must be something you guys have pointed out. His family or someone must be watching to see if he's drinking or not, because the times he has been drunk, he does a lot of paranoid the next morning, jokingly asking Rob and anyone that saw it, how drunk did he appear? Because he cannot bring himself to watch it. So he has to ask others and go, did I embarrass myself? Did I? I mean, he asked Rob so many times. I wasn't too drunk, was I? I did a good job, didn't I? He wants someone to tell him you were fine. You didn't seem drunk.
Yeah, John, it's still up on the internet, or you can watch all of us talking about it. We've all commented on your latest drug stream if you want to know how drunk you were.
Just breaking news.
Yes.
8 minutes ago, Cape Coral has suspended all emergency services.
Yeah. They have to when the winds get that high. They can't put their people out in that.
Wow.
So, all right. Well, Godspeed on the Dabbleverse. I hope for all of our sake that we get through this and it's not as catastrophic as it seems like it's going to be. All right. We got to talk about what another idiot was saying this week. Principled uncertainty. He's got his finger on the pulse. I feel some empathy for Chad. He's a broken boy. Aaron knows better and chooses to be chooses to be sociopathic. Yes, I think that's a good assessment on that. I have another stinger for Stuttering John that we could probably even use for our YouTube videos. douche of the Dabbleverse coming with the acoustic version of Bloody Ass. We do appreciate that. So John comes on his show yesterday. He got his power back. Thursday night, he gets home. His power is back on. Air conditioning's working. Very exciting. So yesterday he did his show, and he starts off. This is exciting. He's wearing a new shirt.
Yeah, baby. You would think everybody knows that, but they don't.
So of course
they don't.
It starts with the nobody messes with the Duke. Everyone knows that. And then he's like, oh, they don't. Because what happened is that more tapes were revealed of the Kate Meany phone calls on the Uncle Rico show this week. And John is reeling from that. He is none too happy about it.
They don't know it. They're still playing illegally recorded phone calls. Not good. Hey, Scrat. Thank you, Ivy Supersonic, for this wonderful T-shirt. I will wear it in your honor.
So remember, that T-shirt that Ivy Supersonic wanted him to buy from her was $50.
Yeah.
They connected on Facebook, and she's like, do you want a shirt? And John goes, sure, I'll take a shirt. She goes, all right, just spend me $50. He goes, I don't need shirts.
I remember.
So now he's wearing a shirt. And the way he says that, wear that in her honor, as if she's dead or something.
I know.
Makes me think that maybe he didn't pay for it.
Of course not.
Which would be my guess. And then later Clay Dabbler comes on and we get a confirmation here.
Oh, that's could you believe, Clay, there are people, including
yeah, I was gonna say she sent you one of the T-shirts. Did you have to pay $50?
Duke don't pay.
Duke don't pay.
He's so proud of himself.
Yep.
This woman wanted $50 for this T-shirt, and he brought her on like this was this really sad story. She got her intellectual property stolen from her by Fox or Disney, and he's like, I'm not going to give her $50 though. Fuck that. So then a super chatter calls him out later in the show, and it's one of those huminas where John doesn't know how to answer this.
Jacob Bryan asks, thanks for the $2. I'm sure you paid that struggling artist $50 for his shirt. Hey, listen, that struggling artist, I'm a struggling artist. So from one struggling artist to the other, I am helping her by wearing this and telling everyone to go to her website, Ivy Supersonic, and get a Scrat T-shirt.
What's the website? She does have a website. It's not Ivy Supersonic. There is an actual URL for her website. And John's pretending that he's doing her a good deed. Also, I love the fact I'm a struggling artist. Remember right before the hurricane, he was wealthy.
Yeah.
He was explaining how wealthy he was. So did he lose all the money in the hurricane? What do you mean he's a struggling artist?
Well, he oscillates between big guy, little guy all the time.
He sure does.
Just to fit his narrative.
Yep. So in this scenario, yeah, go ahead, Bri.
I was going to ask, is John going to allow himself to gracefully go gray? Is that what we're seeing here? Or he's just behind on his dye job?
He's behind the dye job because the supercuts were closed for a few days.
Hurricane coming through.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's find out about John's adventures during the hurricane. And I hope he was able to watch the Yankees game. I hope he was able to get drunk somewhere.
I know.
Fingers crossed.
The only bar that was open around here that had sports was Hurricane Grill and Wings. So I went there to watch the Yankees, which started at 8:15, and unfortunately, it turned out that they were already kicking people out at 8 o'clock because they ran out of food. So then somebody told me I should try Buffalo Wild Wings. So I moseyed on over there. I walked on down the hole. Buffalo Wild Wings was closed. The Duke was getting nervous.
Of course you're getting nervous. You're not drunk yet. It's 8 o'clock at night. You're not watching the Yankees. Like, oh, this is not good for me.
What kind of asshole just drives to places these days? Just fucking find out if they're open or not.
It's
so easy.
Also, the way he tells stories, it's so unnecessary, these details.
Yeah, and the pauses in between.
So then I go there, and then somebody says to try here, so then I go there, and then that place doesn't open. So then
mosey on down the hall.
I know, then he's got to go into his stupid Doors references or whatever the fuck else. So then he goes to this barbecue joint. Now, this barbecue joint that he's going to talk about here, I've been to. I'll never go back. I found out they've been closed down multiple times because they don't pass inspections. And all the locals who live in Cape Coral are like, yeah, don't go there. I've talked to many locals who are like, oh yeah, I would never ever go there.
So there is a ghetto in Cape Coral.
Yeah, there's a place you don't want to go to. Listen to this fucking story.
Ended up befriending the bartenders, taking pictures with some of the patrons. Of course, they all recognize my voice because I am the world famous Stuttering John.
They recognize you yelling, I'm the world famous Stuttering John. Yeah. We know that this is what he does. We've heard from people, firsthand accounts, where when he's talking to a stranger, he immediately starts telling them that he's Stuttering John from the Howard Stern show. The patrons are recognizing his voice, getting selfies with him. What an amazing world he lives in.
And before you knew it, the bartenders were like, well, we're closing at 9, but there's still people in here and they're eating. So I strategically waited to order my dinner at about 8:55. So I got half rack of baby back ribs with side of mashed potatoes and beans. So they had, pretty much.
Why is he talking like that?
I don't know why he's talking like that. What an absolute asshole.
I know.
The restaurant closes at 9. He orders food at 8:55.
Yeah, it's infuriating for everybody involved.
Yeah. I don't know how clean that place is. I've heard it's not that clean. But now also the entire kitchen staff hates you.
Oh, yeah.
So this food's not going to come out well for you at all. That's such a dick move to force people to stay later. We close at 9. Yeah, all right. But the Yankees game's still on. Yeah, you're right. It is still on, John. Good point. You're the celebrity. So listen to this. This is going to enrage you because now everyone knows that you've worked as a bartender in bars. Listen to this.
They said, John, just stay and watch the game. We got to clean and I got to close my tab up. It's going to take a while. Gave him, of course, a Duke tip, which is way beyond 20%.
Okay. So the bartender's like, all right, you can just sit here. We got to clean up anyway. And he gave a Duke tip, which is way beyond 20%. My guess is that it's out beyond 25%, or else you would have used 25, or beyond 30, or you would used 30. My guess is that way beyond 20% is pretty close to 20% in this scenario. Otherwise, you would word it that way.
And he was very, very ecstatic about my generosity. They let me stay there for the whole game.
So this fucking asshole, he just said the game started at 8:15. Baseball games go on for 2.5 to 3 hours. And he's sitting there. They're supposed to close at 9. And he sat there while they were closing down the restaurant the entire time. Could you imagine?
I'm imagining now, and I'm getting pissed.
Chris has told me stories about people who come in late off the street. Hey, you guys still open? And just want to hang out all night. And everyone in the restaurant wants to murder them.
Yeah.
You are ruining whatever they're trying to accomplish to get out of there and move on with their lives by hanging out there. But that's John. It's all about him. He's so fucking selfish. He has to sit there and give a tip over 20%.
He should.
Yes.
Like, well, why is he?
I know.
Patting himself on the back.
That's a no-brainer right there. Over 20%. No shit.
Yeah, I was listening to Chad yesterday talk about how funny he is, and of course, he doesn't do anything funny on his show.
No, purposely.
You shouldn't have to try and convince people with your words, other than telling jokes that you're funny. And if you're generous, in the words of Carl, just do it.
Just do it. Wow. Are you the one that sent me the Nike
isn't that good?
With the limp wrist at the end? I'm zooming in on John because I just want to point out either he's eating shit sandwiches or he didn't shave real well. There's all these dark patches around his lips for whatever reason.
Yeah, it is leftover hair, but that's where the shit builds up in the sandwiches.
Okay. So the reason why I'm pointing that out is because he's going to talk about how he's got a date tonight, and that's why he's all cleanly shaven.
No, I know. And I thought I bought new razors, but I guess I didn't, so I had to use the old one. But, here's a little tip for all you people out there. If you have an old toothbrush, use the toothbrush to clean the 3 blades. I think I had 3 or 5 blades. And you take the toothbrush and you just clean out the blades, and then it's as good as new.
I just buy disposable ones, use them, cut time, throw them away.
Yeah, but the Duke
life hacks.
Magnetist.
Now, the reason why old razors are unusable is because they get dull, like John.
Yeah, and they rip the shit out of
They
it.
get tall like John. And John goes, I can fix that with a toothbrush. No, you can't.
Millionaire.
No, you can't. That's not how that works at all, you retard. That's why your face looks terrible.
And who's being that pragmatic if you're wealthy and have millions of dollars?
Well, I like these. I thought I bought a new razor, but I didn't.
I bought a used one.
What do you mean you thought you bought a razor? So he can't live by himself. He can't take care of himself.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right, so now he's talking about playing the Kate Meany phone calls. If you haven't watched Uncle Rico this week, check it out. They're all animated. It's very fun, the way they put that together. Discount Don doing the animation on it, doing a great job. So John is once again upset that this is happening, and he's going to take action.
And this idiot, terrible. Kentuckiana Viking kept saying new tapes. They were same old fucking tapes. And they just put animation to it. And you know what? They're illegally recorded. You know, they're starting to force me to sue. I was debating.
I mean, this is the funniest thing John has ever said. He's not trying to be funny at all. But he's like, you know what? I might actually sue this time. Are you kidding me, John?
They're starting to force me to sue. I was debating about it. And I was going to just, since Kate Meany disappeared, which is...
He does the sucker and succotash thing with me. What's going on with the amount of saliva in his mouth right here?
I was going to just, since Kate Meany disappeared, which is good for Kate Meany, I was going to say, well, at least she's gone now and she can get healthy, get mentally stable. And I was debating, maybe I won't sue. But now that these guys are so blatantly, saying,
Burning your face.
To us, John, I just might now.
Oh, yeah? You think so? Brian, what do you think the odds are that John's going to sue for these Kate Meany tapes?
I mean, if history dictates, I'm going to say it hovers somewhere around 0%.
Yeah, I would think so, too. He was claiming he was going to sue me and Shuli and the Comedy Club and Vinnie Paulino and Kate.
Yeah, you've
Kate's
seen
mom.
no movement in months.
Right, yeah, nothing has happened. Remember when playing that at the Comedy Club was the biggest mistake we'd ever made, and that was going to be the end of all of us for doing that?
Yeah, we were all going to be in jail together.
Right. I know. What happened to that? Now he's going, I've been debating whether or not to sue. Well, this has changed a lot, John. You were guaranteeing that we were going to be behind bars and lose all of our wealth and earnings for this. Even though I just want to say I had nothing to do with the tapes being played at DabbleCon 2. Brian's my witness. I wasn't on the stage. I didn't do it. Sue Shuli. All right. So this is John, once again, having these revenge fantasies. A very childish fantasy that people with his personality disorder have a lot because they see themselves being victorious and being the winner at some point.
And guess what? I'm going to call my now new buddy, Vince the lawyer. Ask him if he wants to take the case for me.
Yeah, why not, eh? Another Doubleverse court case. Not that yours went to court.
So Vince, man, come on. We'll do a contingency deal. Well, we can get some fucking bucks, buddy. Let's see bucks.
No win, no fee.
Yeah, but Kate's got money. These guys got, I wouldn't mind taking the shitway's house and fucking, and giving it to the homeless.
Now, I am not an attorney. I don't even pretend to be an attorney. But if you were going to sue someone for damages, let's say, would it be a good idea to not make it obvious that it's all about revenge on your show before the lawsuit takes place? Like, I'm going to get his house, and Kate Meany's got money, and I'm going to take her money, and I'm going to give the house to homeless people. You're like, so wait, what were the damages again that you suffered, John? A house worth?
That's fantasy, John, though.
That is fantasy, John. I love, as soon as he said he was going to take Shuli's house, he's like, yeah, but I don't like his house, so I'm going to let homeless people live there. How does that even work?
The Shuli network was broke, and Shuli worked at Applebee's or whatever. Like, they can't make up their minds.
Well, that's a funny thing. John declaring that Bob Levy's he's got a mold. Bob Levy's going to leave the Shuli network. It's all crumbling. It's a house of cards. That was a year ago. They're still doing their thing. Everyone's still there doing the show. At what point do you go, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I should stop making these bold predictions that show I don't know anything.
Point.
Well, right. It never will.
Well, he was going to sue Anthony Cumia.
Yes.
And then decided not to because it wasn't worth it. There wasn't enough money.
I know, right? He goes, yeah, he doesn't have enough money. Anthony doesn't?
Yeah.
Trust me, if I had a reason to sue Anthony.
Kate Meany has more money than Anthony?
Kate Meany's mom might.
Oh,
Kate Meany does.
Yeah, but
she's an adult, so I don't know how you sue her mom.
I don't
think that's how that works at all. He's so stupid. And I got to say, Clay on here, and he's been a little bit more bold lately. He's actually trying to speak the truth to John about Kate Meany. Careful, Clay. John does not like the truth on his show.
Like she obviously, like, when I look at it more and more, she was just trolling the whole time for a laugh.
Well, but here's the weird thing. Like, she loved Kevin's show and she loved my show, and she fucked both of us over, which is weird. Like why fuck over the people that actually are defending you?
I bet she has a good old laugh with her mates about it. Look what I'm doing to these old dudes.
Yeah, but
John does not want to hear that.
Nope.
I love that John goes, yeah, but Kate liked my show and she liked MLC. Why would she do this to us? She didn't. That's why. No, she really did like me. She didn't. She was recording your call. She was goofing on you. She was planning this all along. She doesn't like your show. No one does. And I love that Clay
how can
goes,
he still be confused at this point?
that's what's incredible about this. He's still in denial. He's like, no. She really liked me. She didn't. I love that Clay goes, yeah, she's probably having a laugh with her friends about how she duped you old men. And John's like, yeah.
Probably.
Let's never talk about that again.
Has anybody ever told you how funny you were?
I mean, Jen, you fucking fell for a trap. They put the case of Coors Light underneath the box with the stick on it, and you climbed right into that thing and got caught in it, you idiots.
Yeah, and instead of saying, yeah, fuck that bitch, he's like, no, she really liked me.
Yeah, she really fucked herself over because she loved my show.
Yeah, I'm sure she's living with regret right now.
Okay, so on the tapes, one of the big things that came out was that John was claiming he would go to Pickwick Pub when he was in L.A., Canoga Park, and he would buy a gram of cocaine, and then he would, not a gram, like an eighth or something, and then he would mail that to himself in Florida, Cape Coral. And this was something that he said in a private conversation that he didn't want to get out to people. And so this is how he's responding to it now.
Hey, you were wrong, dickhead. Kentucky and a Viking, thanks for the $5. You called her future wife in a minute to mailing cocaine. That's federal offense. Guess what? Just because I said it doesn't make it true. Hey, Clay, I just mailed myself some cocaine. It should be here any day. Oh, is that true?
I just mailed John 10 pounds of heroin.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
it's coming in the mail,
true?
John.
Is it true because you said it? I don't know.
Hearsay.
So stupid.
Okay. So you were lying to Kate about mailing yourself cocaine. So you're trying to impress her? Like, what was the reason then, if you were lying about it? Is it because you wanted to incentivize her to visit you in Florida because you were hoping to fuck her? Sounds to me like that would be, yeah, I got a lot of coke in my Florida house. If you ever want to come down and visit me.
She likes the booger sugar.
She does. Huh? What do you think about that, Kate? And so now he's acting like it's crazy someone would think that that was a real thing that he was saying in a private conversation to someone. Like, oh, we just thought that you weren't lying. Well, I obviously was.
It's a wild assumption.
Okay, yeah, right?
For once, we thought you were telling the truth.
Yes. So then John plays a video clip of a Trump supporter, and this Trump supporter is so stupid. She thinks that the hurricane was modified by the government to take out people who are obviously Trump supporters and potential voters before the election. And so John's playing that and he's laughing. He's like, look at this idiot. It's just like all you people in the pores chat right now. You're all so stupid. You don't know what's going on. And again, props to Clay for pointing out that something that John is goofing on is a real thing.
But John, cloud seeding is a thing. They make it rain in really hot countries like Saudi Arabia and shit by seeding the clouds. It's actually a real thing.
So he's making fun of cloud seeding, which is a technology where you could potentially get more rain out of rain clouds or during a storm or something like that.
Oh, no, it's not a conspiracy. It happens.
All right.
It's known. It's not like it's not a secret.
Okay.
Like,
look at John.
But you can't do.
John's acting like he's way smarter than Clay. He's just like, oh, okay. Oh, you fall for that shit too? He's gonna do the elephant thing to him.
But you can't do that. Google it. No, I'm being serious. It's not a conspiracy. to make it rain because there's no rain over there.
John's smug look as Clay's explaining this to him was like, okay, oh yeah, I'll Google it. Okay.
They do it. It's like a scientific thing.
Then he finds the Wikipedia page explaining how it works. How many decades they've been doing it for. Look at his face.
Like
All
right. They make it rain. It's a thing because it's fucking it doesn't rain over there, so they have to do it.
Yeah, we heard you.
Okay, but I doubt they could. Turn a category 2 hurricane into a category 5.
Yeah, but Clay, I'm still right about something, right? Sure, John. If you say so. So I like what Clay's doing. He's actually keeping John in check. He's not Rob Sal. He's going, wait, what does Rob Sal sound like?
It's so annoying.
That's the one.
It's actually pretty close to John.
All right. So now John is justifying why he's allowed to go after Gina Levy, why he's allowed to go after a lot of the women in the Dabbleverse that he goes after. And again, Clay's disagreeing here.
I'd say she more maybe laughs at Bob's joke and agrees, but maybe made the odd comment about Rob. But whenever I've watched it,
nope, she has trashed Rob. She has trashed me. I've heard it with my own ears. I watched it with my own eyes. So for them to say, "Oh, she's a wife. She's not in the Dabbleverse."
Yeah, but how long ago was that, and how long has it been?
Clay, she does it all
squashed.
Clay. Okay.
What, you watch Bob Levy's show all the time?
Clay, Jesus, can you stop for a second?
Yeah.
Clay.
No, play the fucking clip, John. It's the same thing that Chad was doing. Producer Chris says this, he says that, so I'm allowed to do this. Like, play the clip. What do you mean? Are you sure about that? He's going, nope. Gina Levy does this, does that. And Clay's a fan of Bob Levy, so he's like, no, I watched the show. I don't know what you're talking about.
Gina has trashed me. Gina has trashed Rob on the show. Now, another thing. Lady K's wife, Jenny Jingles. She is also broadcasting with Lady K.
And hilarious. I agree, John. Good point.
And she is therefore in the Dabbleverse.
I would say Jenny Jingles is more open to... I'm just rebuttaling that Jenny Jingles is more open to it than... Nothing against Jenny Jingles, but like you said, she does do Cole's show and shit. You guys...
John hates this.
Yeah.
Why are you challenging me, Clay Dabbler? Just nod your head yes and agree with everything I say. Why would you challenge me? And Clay used to not do this, and now he is, which I like.
Yes, thank you, Clay.
And so John goes on this amazing rant, as he's ought to do. And Clay doesn't do a good job playing along. And I just call this chemistry.
And now you do this false selective outrage as if somehow it was me and try and be all tough guy. Well, okay, shitware. You want to go tough guy? Let's go tough guy. Mano y mano. Me and you in the ring in Alabama. I'll pay you $500, tough guy. Come on, dickhead. Now you can.
I wish I don't know what I was going to say.
Yeah, but don't ever stop a Melendez build-up like that, Clay. You have to get your timing right.
Yeah, Clay. That was the classic Melendez build-up. Got to get out of the way of that sort of thing. It's gold, baby. Pure gold.
How many years can you call for a boxing match that goes unanswered?
They've answered multiple times. I'm pretty sure this has been accepted.
Oh, has it?
Oh, I know for a fact that when he challenged Frog to a boxing match, Frog emailed him and said, here are the terms. Here's the money I'll pay you. We'll figure out how to get you here. Let me know when you're going to be in Florida again. And John blocked him. So the fact that John acts like he's like, why won't somebody fight me? First off, nobody here is a fighter. Not even you, John, obviously. This wouldn't be sanctioned anywhere. That's the thing that they point out on TSN, where John will be like, we'll get a boxing mat or boxing ring and no headgear. And Bobby was just like, why do we need a boxing ring? Do you want to come and fight us? Let's just do that.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing? You're trying to make this like a sanctioned event that's legal. It's
well,
not.
safety matters.
It's not. Yeah, he doesn't seem to care about that. I'm not going to play the clips. I think they're going to cover this on the Uncle Rico show today. I talked to Shuley about it. I can't be there, unfortunately. I'm going to the Sabres game tonight. But John was driving by my house on Wednesday and filming that for some reason. That was very odd. And he kept calling it like a shithole. What was the word he was using to describe my house?
He kept saying it was in the ghetto.
Yeah, he said it was in the ghetto. And he said it was a shithole. He's so stupid. I don't understand what he's even going for.
Yeah, I know.
But just
he was careful not to dox you, though. I watched his little clip.
Yes.
He didn't show the number.
Right. Except for one of Vince the Lawyer's sock accounts is in there writing my address all over the place in the super chats. But other than that, yes, he was very, very careful not to dox my address. But it's just crazy to me that he keeps calling my house a shithole, which is fine, except for the fact that his house was built the same year as mine, is smaller, doesn't have a pool, isn't on a canal, and I clean my house.
Yes.
We actually keep our house clean. So it's ridiculous. Like, what does that make anything that you're doing, John? It doesn't make any sense at all. So one more clip on here. John going after Cardiff pretty hard.
So fuck off, fuck you, fuck the potato too. And that potato is now saying I'm a piece of human garbage. No, potato, you're the guy who hides behind a potato filter, wears a potato mask, and trashes anybody he wants because you could hide behind your own fake identity. You're a coward, and the next time you guys hold one of these events, I am going, because I got a few words to talk to you, motherfucker.
Right? October 25th at the Magic Bag in Ferndale, Michigan. So if you want to come and fight Cardiff, have some words with Cardiff, he will be there. We'll all be there, John. Stop by.
Another example of a classic Melendez buildup.
Yes. Pretty good stuff right there. All right, we're running long, but I do have some important things to get to, so let's hit it. Before I forget, I've been wanting to mention this Saturday, the 19th of October, if you're in the Western New York area, the Ice Stones are performing at the Bug Jar.
Yeah.
And my other band, Buzzmeyers, are opening for them. So if you want to see Andy and
have a nap in
Chris
between
and Crows, I might. It's going to be a lot of work. I got to do a podcast that day. We got a lot of work to do. But October 19th, come see the Ice Stones at the Bug Jar. It's going to be a fun show. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
And come on down if you want to hang out with us and see a show. You know who came to our last Isotope show? That would be Baloney Factory.
Oh, yeah.
Baloney Factory made the trip in. And I remember afterwards, he came up to me and he goes, Carl, that's a really good show. I went, wow. Thought you'd expect that.
Yeah, he seemed surprised.
He seemed very surprised by it. But
I've never seen you do one of those before.
yeah, right. That was the sense I was getting. He's like, I was surprised you're actually proficient at something. I was like, yeah, I know. A lot of people are taken aback by that. I've met people through work and through different things. I tell them in a band. For some reason, they always assume I'm a bass player.
Huh.
Which I find very offensive.
Yeah. You should be offended.
Yeah. What the fuck? Bass player.
You definitely don't give off lead singer vibes.
Okay, fair enough. That's understandable. So, Stuttering John and Clay had a falling out this week. And, this is, I'm sure you're all over this, Cardiff. You probably know more about this than I do, but I want to give you my take on it. And I want to thank Doom on YouTube, Doom's Paya. Payuh does a great job clipping this stuff for us. And so Doom's Paya put this up of John and Clay from this week.
Clay Dabbler, member for 14 months. Dude, I won't be on Friday. Send Legend the link. He's definitely not a psychopath. I can't see my chat when I'm on my phone live with you. All right, so you won't be on Friday.
So he just said, I won't be on Friday. Send Legend the link instead. Another person who super chats. Okay. This is all the communication that we've seen. Watch how John processes this. Have you seen this yet, Mike?
So I was going to ask. So I've only seen the Doom clip.
Okay.
Is there more context, or is Clay Dabbler just saying, like, hey, I can't make it on Friday?
I think this is the context. Now, the other context behind this is that Clay was a mod for John. He had the wrench, as they say. He was able to block people and put people in timeout.
Yeah.
And then John took that away from him because he heard that Clay was blocking people who were super chatting him.
Oh, right.
He heard that from his PI, Dustin, who we find out is also a moderator. Dustin wears a lot of hats.
He's seen the Photoshops.
He's seen the Photoshops of this happening, the screen grabs of it. So he's already got a sense in his mind that Clay Dabbler might be upset with him because he's blocking people and John had to take his mod privileges away. So then he sees it, he goes, I can't be on this Friday. And so John draws his conclusion that, oh, we've had a falling out. We're no longer friends.
So that's it. Clay Dabbler be butthurt. Clay Dabbler is mad that I dismodded him. It's funny because Dustin is still my friend, and I unmodded him as well. But Clay, it just goes to show you you're a thin-skinned freak. Yeah, I said it.
This is a guy who we just did that bonus show on our Patreon and for YouTube members yesterday, Living in the Past with John. John was on Twitter back then all the time, reading Twitter on his show. And he posted something that just said, hey, check out my show coming up, blah, blah, blah. And someone responded with no. And he blocked them. He's like, so I blocked them. How thin-skinned can you be? A guy just responded with no, and you blocked them?
If you really believe that, if you think that ending a friendship because I unmodded you, well, then you should have never had the wrench to begin with.
You're jumping to conclusions here, John, I think. Okay. It's just that it can't be on this Friday.
I'm sure Cardiff is probably on this. I assume people have put together a montage of John saying how much he loves Clay and how he'll never say a bad word about him and how they're best friends.
Oh, he does the montage himself afterwards.
I know, yeah. Well, I'm just saying it's funny how quickly he's like, this is a brother to me. I don't care what he does.
Right, yeah.
He does one thing, and he's like, fuck you. You're dead to me.
He's so ready for this. Doom's in the chat. Nobody ever saw this coming. Total blindside, yes. Very, very predictable. It's how all of his relationships end, of course.
If that's going to turn you, go ahead. Go ahead. I never gave you any information. Go ahead.
How he goes there.
Yep. Immediately, he's like, oh, you turned on me? Well, anything that he says about me was a lie. That was my integrity verification. So don't believe him. He even gets into, like, he's already worried he's going to come on my show and Uncle Rico. He's already worried about Clay Dabbler making the media rounds.
He thinks he's Frank Underwood. He's like, I never gave you any information. What, John? You're a drunk in Florida. There's no information to give.
Right. He also thinks that Clay Dabbler's going to turn into Kamala Harris, and she's going to be on with Stephen Colbert and Howard Stern, Alex Cooper.
All my secrets.
Turn, baby, turn. I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a shit.
Yeah, I can tell.
So don't come on Friday. You think I need you on? Talking over me every second?
Oh, so this is where it begins. So John has always said he loves Clay. Clay's the best. And now all Clay said was, I can't be on this Friday. Maybe he asked Legend to come on in my absence. And now John is going to unload all the things he hates about Clay Dabbler right here.
Well, your mother's a filthy whore.
He had all of this ready to go at any point.
Disrespecting the Duke? No, I don't. I don't need you to talk over me every second. I don't need your fire sirens and police.
Oh, he's worked up. You haven't seen a stutter like that in a couple of years.
Back.
Wow. He is fired up. Some people think this is all a work and that John's acting. I don't think he is. I think there is a work going on here, but I don't think John's in on it. I think a tiny little lawyer might be pulling some strings behind the scenes, but we'll get into that.
I don't need you to talk over me every second. I don't need your fire sirens and police sirens in the background.
That F was so hard. He even tried to rev himself back up again. I don't need your. Damn it. It didn't work.
It turns out it's not even a thing. Police sirens.
Fire sirens.
John do you ever see that? I know you guys have compared John to Trump in many ways before, but
yeah.
Do you ever see that clip of from Howard Stern where they had Trump on and Trump's like, Artie was really terrific at my roast. And then Artie made fun of Trump and Trump goes, he was really quite terrible. Artie was a disgrace. He was. Yeah. That's what John is, where like he loves a guy until you say one mean thing about him,
yep.
Just on a dime.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you had asked John last week how Clay is on the show, because he's great, my best co-host.
Yeah,
him and Rob are killing it.
And
he's a brother to me.
He's so ready to pull the ripcord.
Yep.
He's been betrayed so many times.
And he's right about all of these things.
Yeah.
Clay Dabbler is definitely terrible on John's show.
Definitely.
It's hard to listen to. They screaming over him all the time, and there's always noise and distractions happening. So John was ready with
quickly?
this.
How quickly does dog fucker come out of his mouth when Rob Salt?
Oh, I know, right? Red
Yeah, but
Rock
also-
and Rob, they're going to call him.
But also, Clay has been agitating him recently. He's been
Yes.
pushing back.
Oh,
That's
and I
also
pointed that
been
out. Our
true.
most recent John video on YouTube, our last segment, was pointing out that John's starting to be like, whoa, Clay, you have your own opinions on stuff? Because you're supposed to disagree with me.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, this has kind of been boiling over a little bit.
I don't need the mic not working half the time. I don't need the constant clicking and constant fucking you going to the bathroom every 2 seconds. No, don't worry about it. Don't come on.
Get a diaper
I don't
like
give
me.
a shit. Clay Dabbler, he's not blocked. Wake up, John. This is all getting too weird. Now it's like, who's trolling me now?
Yeah, who is trolling
Is
you, John?
it Clay Dabbler or is it the legend? I don't know anymore.
Maybe more than 2 people.
Yeah, maybe it's neither of those two people. We'll get into that in a moment. Got some theories.
You know, this is a mystery. Tell Cryberry.
So now he's reading the Legends $100 super chat.
Crybaby Clay, your mod confirmed I was blocked. John, I sent you the screenshots of me being blocked and Clay crying. Not more I can do. Whatever you did, unblocked me. Tell crying Clay I never
Can you
said
pause
he
it for a
blocked
second?
me.
Notice he has no issues with the spelling errors in a $99 super chat.
Yeah, it's amazing. He'd be pointing out a lot of these issues normally, but he likes the Legend. It's a lot of money, so it's fine.
Your other mod did. Can Clay really be this dumb? That is true, Clay.
What is true? What do you even take away from that? According to this, the Legend is saying that Clay was crying about the Legend, but he's not the one who blocked him. It's very hard to even make sense of what's going on here. Yeah. Be honest.
Hate to say it, but it's all true.
Dustin saw you block him.
This is the thing, too, with John. Every piece of evidence is someone else told me it happened. So Dustin said a thing happened, therefore it happened. Right. And let's not forget that Robert Myers said he downloaded his audiobook from my Patreon, even though Robert Myers was not on my Patreon ever. So that must be true.
John is like, it's the equivalent of a 14-year-old girl at a cafeteria table.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's.
Oh, she has herpes.
What
do you mean she has
saw
herpes?
you do this.
Oh, Billy told me she
Yeah.
has herpes. Oh, gross.
Exactly.
I guess Vicky has herpes then.
You could lie all you fucking want. But I am going to believe the Legend, and I am going to believe Dustin over you. I'm sorry.
That's just solid. These are reputable men. That's
Right.
who I would believe too.
It's whoever gives him more money or more things. So Dustin's his PI/mod. So Dustin's
PI.
the one.
Let's all stop saying PI.
No, this is his PI. He has pulled up a lot of dirt. I know Chad has a PI now. He's finding out people's Facebook pages.
I'm
It's
sure.
crazy.
Yeah.
He found out producer Chris's middle name. This is getting nuts now. It's out of control.
Oh, wait, that's on the Facebook page, too.
Yeah, with these
okay, never
PIs.
mind.
I know. Go figure. Can you believe it?
I have talking to the Legend at length. You won't even give me a phone number.
Oh, that's very telling right there.
What did he have talking to?
Yeah, I have talking to the Legend of Life. John needs friends so badly. Everything with him is about phone calls. And I experienced this in the little time that him and I were exchanging correspondence. Vinny has dealt with this. I know Cardiff has dealt with this.
Oh, yeah. On the air.
He needs people to answer the phone and listen to his bullshit when he's not podcasting. He's a lonely loser.
Mm-hmm.
So therein lies the difference. I know too much about the Legend.
Should we stop calling him Stuttering John? I mean, he did stutter finally for the first time in a while. Can we just call him Lonely John? It's a more appropriate name for him. He's a very lonely guy.
The lonely verse.
For him
The lonely verse.
to be trolling me. I know too much about what he does for a living. The Legend has helped my good buddy Marco. Talked to him for about an hour. What have you ever talked to me outside of Dabbleverse, Clay? I don't think so.
That's sad.
The long distance charges involved, John.
That was so sad.
That is so sad that he's just like, are you even my friend that talks to me on the phone? I don't need everyone on my show to talk to me on the phone.
No, he isn't.
Yeah, it's so weird. So I'm just going to scrub a little bit ahead here because now we find out the real truth of why John's upset about what's going on here. And spoiler, it's about money.
I'm not going to do your show anymore because you unmodded me. And now you're trashing a guy that super chats me on a regular basis. A $100 here, a $50 here. That's fucking real money, Clay.
Said the millionaire.
John, is that an act of violence?
Yeah, that is an act of violence, I would say. It's blocking people are giving you a $100 here and a $50 there.
Sorry. No, to add context to this, so yeah, I wasn't sure where this clip started. I didn't see the Doom clip yet, but I did see this yesterday. The legend, quote unquote, the legend was texting John saying Clay is in the chat trashing me.
Yes,
he's also blocked me, so I can't respond in the chat. So basically, that was what started all this.
Okay,
it was he was being egged on by whoever the legend is supposed to be.
So according to Dabbleverse lore, the legend was the number 2 overall pick in like the 1988 MLB draft.
1998
MLB draft. He never really made it, but he was a journeyman, played on a bunch of different major league teams. He wasn't anything great.
First pinch hit grand slam in the playoffs, Carl.
Neat.
Nice.
Never made an all-star team. Didn't live up to being the 2nd overall pick by any means. So this guy is now called the legend, and he was giving money to Kevin Brennan, and then he befriended John and was giving John money, and John claims that he has a long conversation with him. They met at the pub once and talked baseball for all this time. And if that is true, and let's say the legend is this guy who's in his, 50s now? Ex-Major League Baseball player?
He'd be in his late 40s.
40?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
he was drafted in 98.
Guy's in his late 40s. And he's spending his time with this guy blocked me and he's saying mean things about me and I wanted to give you money and I was watching your show and then I couldn't watch your show because this guy blocked me and he's crying about me. Like, I can't stress this enough. These are adult men that are involved in all of this horseshit that we're watching right now. This is insane.
Slow your roll there, Hamburger. This is a high roller. Now, I don't want to brag. I've been to casinos with $100 before.
Whoa.
And I've never had people, men in suits, swarm me and say, "Sir, we understand. You have a great deal of money. Right this way to our finest suites."
Yes.
High roller. I can't get past that. He's like, "This man has given me $100.
This is real money that we're talking about. Okay.
Real money.
That's a high roller. And we ain't gonna fucking cry over not getting them. You took my.
So the legend just gave another $50. It says, as usual, crying Clay goes off on a tangent, acting on emotion. I was blocked, Clay. Clay, you've been bashing me in the chats because you are damaged over John taking your mod away. How many times did John tell you it wasn't personal? Grow up, Clay. Now, I don't know anything about the legend. I don't know much about Clay. I just know that this is someone who's stirring the pot. This $50 super chat right here, it looks a lot like something Vince the lawyer would do to try to draw up some interesting, because John's so boring right now and Vince is trying to make him interesting and going on his show is not helping at all. But if he can stir up this drama going on behind the scenes with the super chat and people supporting John and John turning on Clay and taking the legend side, this all is interesting fodder. It shows up on Dabblers Anonymous. It's showing up right now on here, these podcasts. I have a feeling that an ex-baseball player in his late 40s is not putting shit like this in a super chat. Is that crazy?
No.
That's fair.
Okay.
That's a fair assessment. Also,
I don't think a Little League baseball player is putting this in a super chat.
The idea that John is dealing with any of that, like, my moderator on the Blind Mike project is DJ Electra.
Yes.
Who I loved Electra. If she came to me with this problem, halfway through the first sentence of explaining this, I would say, you can moderate or not. We're just not.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not listening to this. It's psychotic.
That's correct.
My wrench away. Put it this way, Clay, I talk to Dustin every day.
Oh,
every day.
Poor Dustin. It's another person. Just like, fucking John's calling me again.
And not once did he cry about me taking his wrench away. Not once. did he say that he was mad. And that's a fact, Jack. I said to Dustin, I go, dude, I don't know who blocked the legend, but I don't want anyone blocked. He goes, I already told you who it was. It was Clay. I go, I know, but Clay is denying it. And if Clay's going to deny it, I don't think Clay's a liar. And I didn't.
Oh, but things have changed.
Now, I don't know so much anymore. I know that the legend is not a liar. I know that as a fact.
You don't, though.
No, you don't.
You honestly don't.
That's a good point.
It's a really stupid thing to say.
We have talked about our children. We have talked about our jobs. We have talked about so many things.
You talked about your job? How'd you do that?
Yeah. John's laying on his belly with his feet up.
Yeah,
You haven't heard the news?
This is so ridiculous. What's the news?
Oh, he had his second job interview today.
Did he really? I did not hear this. Where is he interviewing at?
And another great move by Stuttering John Melendez. The only person he's told is Vince the lawyer.
Oh, smart. Then it won't show up in my text
That's
thread.
good.
It won't
Keep
be
it
in my
close to
text
the
thread
vest.
30 minutes ago. Good to know.
And there is no way he would lie to me. And there's no way that Dustin would lie to me.
No.
I've been duped way too many times by people.
And then why are you the judge and who's lying to you?
Yeah.
That's the funniest part. I love that clip right there. It goes, there's no way he's lying to me. I've been duped too many times by people.
No.
Never again.
Fool me 30 or 40 times.
Right. Why are you trusting your instincts, John? Your instincts are completely wrong. I know for a fact because I've only been duped by everyone else ever.
This is how I would talk about being generous, 8 people in my life that I've known for many, many years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
This is not how I would talk about someone I met in an internet chat room, essentially.
Right. Listen, if there's one thing I know about I Come Buckets, is that I Come Buckets does not lie to me.
This is a good man.
Yeah. Rochi never
Stand
lies
up,
to
Bucket.
me. The greater good, not a liar.
I feel, Clay, I'm being duped by you. But I don't know what the end game is. You're going to go on the Shitway show? I don't care. You're going to go on Lady K's show? I don't care.
Seems like you do.
You do.
Have at it. Doesn't bother me.
I think
None of this bothers me.
He's still talking about it.
Losing Legend as a friend, that would bother me.
Friend or donator?
Yeah, right.
That's what we're talking about. It's all about money.
And
What if he was
not
your friend and never gave you another $1, John? Would that bother
Would you like that? Good point.
Because of the money. Because of the friendship. And that's a fact, Jack. Little pussy boy Clay. Crying Clay. Ban me, John. F off. You got it.
All right. I just want to point something out about this super chat that just came in. Just to show how stupid John
Clay.
is. So there's a super chat for $2. Ban me, John. F off. It's in U.S. dollars. Now, there's one thing I know about Clay, I don't know a lot about him, is that he's British. And that when he super chats, it's in pounds. British pounds. Wow. John's too stupid to know the difference. It's like the fake Gina Bobina from Canada. You can never fucking figure it out.
Very clever.
Very clever. How do you crack this case? I'm not sure.
Ban me, John. F off. You got it. Goodbye. Goodbye. And good riddance.
Watch this. So he's banning him on YouTube. And now he's like, wait a second.
Goodbye.
Oh.
Bye sign.
Oh, boy. That's embarrassing. Don't do that
Bye
again.
sign.
Don't do that again, John.
Legend, I just blocked Clay. You don't have to worry.
Yeah, so we can be
He's
friends.
gone.
I know he was saying rude things about you in the chat. Don't worry. You don't have to see that anymore.
He can't hurt you.
I know you might have been hazed in locker rooms all over America, but I've saved you from the little British boy.
This is the guy who calls other people pussy boy, just to remind everyone.
I can't bash you anymore on my chat.
Okay, thank God. So now John has to go to block him on Twitter. This is how much of a pussy John is. And I can't think of a better word to use than pussy. He has to immediately go to Twitter and make sure that there's no possible way he could see any of his tweets or DMs that come in. What a pussy.
Well, John's never regretted blocking someone. He's never gone through the list of the people he's blocked and undone it all. So he's at least he's firm with these decisions
over and over and over again, blocking and unblocking. It's crazy.
No, he did it in this episode that we're watching. Actually.
Yes, actually, yeah, we're going to see him.
Jesus, before he fucking starts crying at me there.
John, what would happen if he messaged you on Twitter? What would happen to you?
Yeah,
I can't even see it.
Block.
He's such a wuss. He has to go block him on Twitter immediately.
Yeah, in the middle of his show.
Yeah. What a baby.
Well,
you're not a man.
You done blew it.
John, you're not a man if you have to go around blocking people on any possible way they can reach out to you. It's crazy.
You blew it. Now he's blocked on Twitter too. I'm done. Hands are washed. I finished that. Hands have never been washed. But I can't have people.
He's never actually washed his hands. He doesn't know how it works. Now my hands are washed.
With the refreshing taste of Coors. Destroying my friendships. And we just saw this whole drama unfold on the Stuttering John podcast. I mean, this is where you get real entertainment, folks. This is where you get real drama in real time.
Okay, so I remember when Howard called Chevy Chase's house and talked to the housekeeper, and he got Chevy very upset, and there was a back and forth that lasted years. And is that equivalent to John blocking Clay Dappler on Twitter because of a super chat from the legend?
The only drama is him being a drama queen over Clay saying he couldn't make it on Friday.
That was how it all started. I can't make it on Friday. Oh, you pussy boy. John, this is pathetic. You're a loser. This is what your show is.
I once muted a man named Andy Mayo on Twitter, and the nation was abuzz.
Wow.
I'll tell you.
It's incredible.
This is real time with Stuttering John.
Great.
You have just witnessed Stuttering John choosing friendship.
Choosing super chats over co-hosts that don't chat me as much.
Friendship.
It's crazy.
John was friends with this man.
Yes, he was.
Over the troll known as Clay Dabbler.
I like that John's trying to convince me that I've just seen something that's really interesting I should be compelled by. It's not. And I'm not even buying it. We're about to find out that John got duped. Shocking.
It's sad.
Yeah, I know.
I really liked Clay Dabbler. I did.
Yeah.
I can't believe by taking away a wrench,
he told you to
made
F
him
off,
lose
remember?
his fucking mind.
Yeah, it was crazy.
F. Young, money over friendship. Hashtag the turn. Listen to me. Clay Dabbler.
So now Clay Dabbler super chats him and says, "It's fine, man. No hard feelings." With £2.
I don't know how he's still here. Thanks for the $2.
He's at
It's
two
fine,
places.
man. No hard feelings.
John has a gun, and he's pointing it at 2 Clay Dabblers. Hold up your money.
So John's very confused. Like, I blocked him. How is he still here giving me money?
You're the one who started it, Clay. I'll still say it. I love you. I do. But I can't have you trashing people.
That's my job.
Clay Dabbler, thanks for the $2. Did I tell you to take the wrench? Yeah, but then why are you bitching about it?
Oh, that's even funnier. So John made this whole thing up that he's bitching about it, and that's why he's not coming on Friday. And now Clay just super chatted and was like, I told you to take my wrench away. I don't need to be a mod on your channel. It's work and it's thankless. No one wants to be a mod on John's channel. It's not a fun gig.
Yeah, but then why are you crying about it? Yeah, but then why are you whining about it?
I wonder if there's like 2 Clay Dabblers.
Yeah, but then why are you
Or 3
sobbing about it?
Keep saying the same thing over and over again, John.
So you're saying Clay was never a friend then? Certainly looks that way. Clay Dabbler. Fake Clay, LOL. Oh, I'm sorry then. My apologies. Thanks for the $2. So I didn't block you. Okay. Well, that's good.
So I've been duped and I'm a rube. Oh, it's never happened to me before. I'm sorry, I didn't see this coming.
Then
Fool me
if
once.
it was a fake,
Right.
Yes.
Okay, but this is the last time.
7 times.
There's a saying in Texas. Sure, it's a saying in Tennessee too.
Clay, maybe it was the fake Clay trashing the legend. So I'm gonna have to get to the bottom of this. Not Jimmy Stewart, my man. Thanks for the $2. That's not the real Clay, John. Okay, my apologies. I was wrong. I'm sorry.
I think that's why pencils have erasers, if I'm not mistaken.
Very much
here.
so, yeah.
I make mistakes. That's why pencils have erasers.
Okay, good.
Clay, my apologies. You're certainly welcome to come on Friday, but no.
He can't come on Friday. This isn't up to you, John. Fuck. Follow along on your own program. Clay's a fake Clay. The legend's a fake the legend. It's all Vince the lawyer fucking with you, and you're falling for it because you're a moron.
But also, John just said, why would he want him on Friday? He just said he ruins the show.
I know. He just expressed 8 different reasons why he sucks on the show.
Because he needs a friend.
He does. He needs friends really bad.
More bashing the legend unless that was the fake Clay Dabbler. There's a lot of fake. Look, there's a fake Stuttering John. There's a fake legend. And now
I'm looking at it.
Oh, there's a fake Clay Dabbler. I take back it.
I take back it. What a wordsmith this guy is.
Take back it.
You can come on with a mask. Clay Dabbler. This is the real Clay Dabbler. Hello, you blocked the fake Clay that insulted you. Good. Because I
meant to do that. That was my plan all along.
Perfect.
It looks like I don't want to block you.
You can't beat this, can you? I notice he's not pointing at his head today. He's getting duped all over the place, looking a fool.
But at least I blocked the fake one. You should be happy. Thanks for the fiber, Clay. You know how he really feels. Don't even go on again.
Yeah, good point.
No, that's not how I really felt. He trashed me, but it wasn't him. It was a fake Clay.
Oh, remember, when John goes after you viciously, it's not anything that he actually feels or thinks. It's only because he feels he needs to get back at you. He says this many times as if this is like normal behavior. No, I love when the fire sirens are going off in the background.
But then
wouldn't
you
say crazy shit about me.
Wouldn't you say, hey, John, remember how you had like a phone relationship with Lady K for a little bit? Does that mean when you bash him, it's only because he bashed you first and you actually think he's a pretty cool guy?
Yeah, I would say that's a very good point. I forgot. He wanted to do a show with me because he thought we had good chemistry together on MLC. Yeah. And then as soon as I was like, no, John, I'm not doing a show with you. I think you suck. Then he's just like, he's trashing my kids. Okay.
Well, yeah, do I, is it annoying at times that he interrupts me? Yeah. Do I really care? No.
He doesn't care about the product of his show. That's smart. It's a good way to get ahead.
But, John, if he didn't super chat you and say that it wasn't him, you would have said, yes, I do care, and I hate him very much.
Correct.
So you're just a liar.
Yeah. The greater good says no take backs. No, I think he's got a take back on this one.
But sometimes I think it's funny, but I think he's more entertaining than he is annoying. Oh. He doesn't always interrupt me.
What high praise.
He doesn't always. I mean, sometimes it's bad, but it's like more good than bad.
I've gotten several words out when Clay has been on the show.
He's welcome to come back anytime.
That's hilarious.
And
honestly, honest opinion, is the show any worse with Clay than without?
No, I don't think so.
Like when it's just John on his own?
Worse, yeah, it's hard. That's a tough one. I don't know. I don't know how you grade that.
I've been
harder to
consistent
clip, I
on
would
this.
say.
Clay is way better than Rob Saul, I think.
I would say Clay on the show is harder to clip because it's just chaos. It's just someone yelling and you're yelling shitware and Lady K and like, what, who are we insulting? What's the insult? I'm not even sure.
But Rob Saul is just useless. Like Clay will have conversations with him that lead to something. Rob is just gets in the way.
Rob is detrimental to anyone's channel.
Yes, yeah.
Rob Saul's as useless as tits on a woman that's trying to have sex with Rob Saul.
Correct.
Yeah.
Faleo Randy, thanks for the 2 bucks. Clay blocked me too. I used to send a lot of super chats. This whole thing is getting weird.
Yeah, you think?
Diablo Sandwich. I tried to give 100 last week, but Clay blocked me. Now I think you guys are trolling me.
Oh, now you think people are trolling you. Wow, he's catching up all of a sudden. It's unbelievable.
Ryan, you want to get blocked again?
Wait, John,
one last time. You want to get blocked?
So now Ryan Sharman's coming on. And this is hilarious, too, because we were just doing the Living in the Past with Stuttering John. And back then, he's like, Ryan Sharman's here. He's a good friend.
Oh, yeah.
He's a good friend. And they had a huge falling out.
My good buddy. Everyone's my good buddy.
Yes.
Again, shut the fuck up.
I got an
You're on
itchy
thin ice,
blocking
bro.
finger.
Yeah, right. Could you imagine if I showed up? I might block you for the 15th time since I've known who you are. Ryan's like, yeah, okay, whatever. It's fine. I have one more thing I want to talk about with Stuttering John, because this just shows his character. It's another great example. This guy, Fireman John, put a tweet out, and the tweet says, "Congratulations, you just won the most useless neighbor in hurricane-ravaged Florida award." So he sent that to Stuttering John. This is a guy who's a firefighter. And so all he's saying is like, John, you've done nothing to help the situation in Cape Coral at all. And how do you think John responded to this? By
Die in a fire.
By ignoring it? Or just letting it roll off his back, maybe? Nope. It's way worse than that. I'm going to go to the Dabblers Anonymous subreddit. And this a video coming in from, can you read that? Hot by 8686. See how John responds to this Fireman John tweet.
He's a big, fake, tough guy. Now he's a fireman. So I thank him for his service. Many of my friends, as you can see by my shirt, are firemen.
That proves it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of friends who are on the Chicago Cubs, apparently.
Oh, do you have a lot of friends in the Pixies?
Yeah, apparently I do. I'm wearing the shirt. It's pretty
It'd
obvious.
be great if it was the Hypocrisy Police shirt or something.
On the forts.
I lost a friend at 9/11 who was a fireman.
That's an odd thing. I saw someone in this thread pointed out, I think it was you, Mike, who went back and re-listened to Howard Stern show on 9/11.
Yes.
And John didn't seem all that concerned about planes going into buildings and first
the movie
responders.
Swordfish was on his mind, so there were more pressing issues. Yeah.
And now we find out that one of his buddies was in the building and died. You'd think that would have come up at a certain point when you'd just be like, my God, I have a friend in the Manhattan Fire Department. I hope he's going to be safe through this.
Well, maybe,
Howard, you ever seen Swordfish?
maybe by lost a friend, it's like how he lost Clay as a friend.
Probably.
The guy broke up with him.
Yeah, the guy started shit talking me actually.
But if you're going to say shit without any true knowledge, Fireman John, I'd like to find out where you live.
Oh, boy.
I'd like to find out what precinct you're in.
Okay.
Because you are spewing lies. And I don't like people that lie.
Do you think that was spewing lies? Just having a GIF on there that says you win the award for word. It's a joke. And John's immediate thought was, we got to find out who this guy is, where he works. We got to get his name.
And I don't even want the award.
Yeah, right. Keep the award.
To be fair, I looked into this, and John's never even been nominated. So
Okay,
it was a lie.
So it was a joke. Okay.
It was a lie.
That makes sense. Is that incredible that his first thought is, I want to dox this person and ruin his life because of a tweet that comes in? John, do you see the error in your ways ever? Do you ever learn from anything?
No. Also, he called him a fake tough guy and then was like, now he does run into burning buildings.
Right, yes. He is a hero, as many people would define his profession. All right. We actually have an interview coming up in a moment. It's something I don't do very often. But before we get to the interview, I wanted to talk about your friend and mine. Stuttering John did a show yesterday. Started a half hour late, but he eventually got on it. And you know me, I'm fascinated by the beginning of his shows. I've never seen someone who seems to be purposely unprepared. He's not purposely unprepared, but he is unprepared every single time.
Now, with that framing, Carl, do you believe anything how regimented he is in the morning? He's up at a specific time, gym. Specific? No?
Cardiff, this guy's a recluse. The only thing that he makes a point to show up for on time is the Yankees game.
That's right.
If he misses the first inning, he's pissed, which you can miss the first couple innings in a baseball game. It's fine. But that's the only thing that he cares about. His show he doesn't care about.
He drove to the wrong doctor's office. because Siri sent him. He didn't in the wrong town. He didn't realize that he was leaving Cape Coral and driving to Fort Myers to his doctor's office because of Siri.
He's one of these guys who will drive into a canal because it'll tell him to make a left turn and be like, all right, and just drive right into a fucking
Fingers
canal.
crossed.
Yeah, so that'll be fun.
GPS told me, you dumb fuck.
All right, so this is how the show starts.
Don't cross the Duke. Everybody knows that. Hey, how are you? Skola.
All right, so he decides he has to chug his drink. This is after the DJ Dabble song and everything. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Oh, what was
Make sure the mic is right.
Yeah, listen to the lip smacking, too. I think there's more lip smacks than there are words in this intro. What was that? Okay, yes.
I like it.
Oh, boy. Make sure the mic is right.
These are
check.
All things he should have done before.
He looks rested.
Boy, I got to comb my hair again.
Forgot to comb his hair.
Did it again, but I don't care.
Of course you don't care.
Now he's just staring.
Picking things out of his teeth with his tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Like Cheetos.
This is the show
So
starts.
anyway.
So anyway.
A lot going on.
So anyway. That's the funniest thing he ever said.
A lot going on.
Taking another sip.
I could have had a V8.
Oh, what an asshole.
So, all right, where do you begin?
But I digress.
It's a minute 10 into his show. He's said and done nothing except for lip smack.
Can I drink again? It's too soon.
Now what do you guys want to talk about? Could you imagine that being the beginning of your show? So let's find out where to begin. There's so much to talk about. Let's see what he talks about.
Talked to my brother-in-law for a while. Watched the rest of Spy Who Loved Me for the 30th time, 40th time, 50th time, I don't know. Barbara Bach is my favorite Bond girl by far. Skola!
More liquids.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he is thirsty.
Stay hydrated, Dabbler.
Now, this is something that we see with Aaron Imholt as well. It's rewatching the same movie over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
It's a comfort for these losers, I think, but also I don't think John can afford Netflix or Max or Amazon Prime Video.
Blockbuster.
Yeah, or Blockbuster.
I thought famous Hollywood celebrities get all that stuff for free.
You would think so. Yeah, you think he'd have like brand new movies before they're in theaters.
Yeah, so he could talk about them on his highly, watched show.
Why do you rewatch the same movie 50 times?
Especially that one.
He's in an Airbnb. The cable's out, the internet's out, and that's the one DVD that they have laying on the counter. That's it. That's all he's got laying around. That and Fast Times, allegedly.
Right. He's always watching Fast Times. He loves that. His favorite scene is when, they call those guys fags. He loves that. It's the funniest scene.
Those are good chicks.
So what else did you do, John? What else is going on?
And then went to bed, got up.
He wet the bed?
Had a nice wank.
I don't want to.
Peter, Peter, I need you to hold
my ears.
Disgusting.
What are you talking about jerking off
for you?
Because he doesn't do anything. This is a guy who sits in his house. He watches the Yankees. I don't even think he goes out to the bar anymore. No one wants him at the bar.
Guys.
He has nothing to talk about. He went to bed. He woke up. He jerked off.
But how many Howard Stern shows started off?
Give me money.
With Robin. I pleasured myself last night.
That's true. He learned from the best.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to point out the way we started this. He goes, where to begin? After realizing he didn't comb his hair, checking his microphone, drinking his liquids. Where do I begin? He talked about the Yankees game. Then he talked about calling his brother-in-law, talking to him on the phone, then watching that movie, and then jerking off. Mm-hmm. And then he goes, I'm going to send the link to Clay Dabbler. And we watch him in real time type an email to Clay Dabbler, sending him the link. So he had nothing to talk about. And the things he did do are all stuff you can do before the show. You don't need to chug your liquid and
4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Send links. Right.
It's not like this is 8 o'clock in the morning and he didn't have time to do things.
Yes. Good point. So now we get into these like vague threats for Shuli that he has. I'm not sure what he's talking about.
I know who you think you're talking to, but you don't know who I am.
More chugging from a solo cup.
The juggler.
I'm sure it's lemonade.
So easy to dupe the dues payer. It's my new favorite pastime. He's so fucking stupid. It's so easy. It is so easy. He's playing Hungry Hippos. I'm playing 4D chess.
All right.
4D chess.
Yes, he's
fuck is 4D chess?
He's working behind the scenes on something. The Shuli is not even going to know what hit him once this happens to him. And I cannot wait to see this come to fruition. Because when John talks about how he's going to get over on other people in the Dabbleverse, it always ends up happening. Yes. I'm just interested to see how it's going to happen this time. So that's going to be fun.
Hasn't lost yet.
Nope. No.
In like 3 weeks, someone will super chat, hey, whatever happened to that thing you had against Shuli? And he'll go, what? I don't know what you're talking about. Whatever.
Or worse, he'll go, just you wait. Just you wait. You know, he loves to do that. It's like,
you're making things worse for yourself.
Yeah, like, okay, I'm just wait forever, I suppose.
Wait for it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's talking about Shuli here. Something very funny happens at the end of this clip, but the beginning is more threatening Shuli.
Look, I don't watch this show. Rob Saul fucking texts me. Shitwayer is fucking ranting about, what he's going to do if I show up to Alabama. You know, there's nonsense. Well, Shitwayer, don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Well, you should be worried about it, actually. Sorry, I take that back. You should be very worried. Be very, very worried.
Oh, no. If I was Shuli, I wouldn't know what to do.
You don't know what I have up my sleeve.
Be worried, not be worried. Oh my God.
I know. He loves to say, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I was like, well, actually, I want him to worry about it. Why am I saying don't worry about it? I want him to be scared and intimidated by me.
That's great.
Yeah, he's an idiot. But this next thing right here is the most idiotic thing.
You don't. Hey, Silent Mike, you see that? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There. You see that?
Yeah. Pointed to the wrong side of his shirt. Not twice, not thrice, but 4 times.
It's an A or B situation.
Yes. If you get it wrong the first time, go to the other one. We've been watching John do this for years. He's staring at himself. So he thinks he's looking into a mirror. He's not. It's a camera. But the funniest part is when he does this, and he does it a lot. It's embarrassing for him. Like he tries to get the hair out of his eyes and he goes the wrong way and whoops. There is a button that you can press in StreamYard that says mirror my camera. It would solve all of his problems. Well, not all of his problems.
This one.
It would solve this problem specifically.
4D chess, everyone.
I know, yeah. He's a mastermind. I got to watch that again. I love him trying to find the logo on his shirt.
Steve, you don't. Hey, Silent Mike, you see that? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There.
Can't just know what hand
you see that?
He just keeps pointing to the same spot. Is it here? Is it here?
It's like he didn't have control over his hand. He's like, oh!
Right, that has to be some sort of like malfunctioning, like
brain.
Yeah, like
alcoholism.
Yeah, if you show that to a doctor, they would definitely want you to come in and see them first thing in the morning. But here's a new thing. You guys might know about this. John is leaving the Dabbleverse, something he never threatens.
Heard the rumor.
I know.
And Wednesday was his last show. I thought Wednesday.
No, it's not his last show yet, but just you wait for it, Tukey. It's going to happen. He's not going to tell us when it happens, but it's going to happen.
I got to get back on. Apparently, I got an invite to get back on. I just have to apologize.
Oh, right.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. He loves me.
So who doesn't love Tukey?
No, he's so stupid.
Okay. John is declaring he doesn't need the Dabbleverse anymore.
And soon I'll be gonzo.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. And I got a nice job coming.
Well.
And then I wonder what the shitway is going to do then.
Yeah.
I wonder what he's going to do then. Because he ain't going to have the Duke. I was talking to a friend of mine. He's like, John, because I was saying, every announcer hates the Yankees. You got Ron Darling hating on the Yankees, like they all do.
It seems like a non sequitur, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's see where
Seamless.
see where
Fucking Joe Buck hated the Yankees. Fucking Tim McCarver hated the Yankees. Everybody hates the Yankees. Every team hates the Yankees. I am the Yankees of the Dabbleverse.
Oh.
They all hate me. Why? Because I am the Criterion. I am the Duke.
Right.
I am the Yankees.
John is the Yankees of the Dabbleverse now.
He's won 0 championships.
No, he wins all the time, Carter. That's what you're not understanding. He's constantly laying down W's all around him. So he's going to leave because he's got this job offer, and he tells us a little bit more about that.
And the job I have pays more than what I make here. And I'm not going to tell you when I start it, but when I do, you're going to be like, where's the Duke?
What is this, king of the world? How is it paying more money than what he's making now? He's always bragging about how much money he makes. Mm-hmm. He found a job that's going to pay him more money than he's making being the Duke of the Dabbleverse.
Mm-hmm. And he's making more now than he was even subbing. Right. So this is he's leapfrogging up the corporate ladder.
Well, we thought maybe he was going to be delivering Pepsi. I think he's going to be the CEO.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe the COO, and then work his way into the CEO position.
I think Pepsi's made a new drink and they're draining John's fluids from his brain for a real super sweet beverage.
Yes. It'll never run out.
Melendez
forever.
The drink that's dumb. What if he's buying Pepsi? He always talks about all this money he has.
That's true. He sold his house maybe to liquidate some assets.
Yes.
So he can make a big purchase. The $10 he got.
Sorry, he's 2 minutes into his show now. He's already blocking everybody.
Okay. That's funny. He was blocking people yesterday, too. I have that. So I was talking to my buddy Drew today. We'll see Drew this week coming up when we do the live show in Ferndale. And we were talking about John getting this new job and speculating what that would be. John is unemployable. Mm-hmm. If anyone does a background check on him and just sees what he's been up to for the last couple of years, there is no way in hell that any HR department would take a chance on this guy. It's crazy. So I'm very curious what he thinks this job is. And John, this is a rerun, what you're doing right now. You're not scaring anyone. You've talked about going away before. You went away for a week. Shuli Network had celebration episodes. I was on them. And I love that he's also doing this fantasy thing that he likes to do because he's a narcissist. He has these revenge fantasies like, and Shuli's not going to know what to do. He's going to be like, where did the Duke go? And he's going to be crying and his wife's going to leave him. Like he goes into all this shit about it. It's like, none of this is happening, John.
Well, we've heard him talk about his birthdays before, how he expects birthday money. Mm-hmm. So he obviously expects a payload of super chats.
Yes.
Because he might be going away.
Oh, maybe that's what it's like. You guys better start paying me more money or else I'll go get this job that pays $1 million a year.
Mm-hmm. The king of the world.
What happened to all these ironclad lawsuits where he was going to own all our houses?
Well, he does discuss that a little bit because it turns out he has all the evidence he needs to countersue Vince the lawyer.
Oh, what?
Yes.
I thought they were buddies. What's happening?
Oh, no. You don't understand.
No, it's Saturday, so they're on the outs.
There's only one person, well, besides Vince, who sues people here. What? That's me. Sued Sharon Stone.
Oh, God.
Won.
They settled out of court. They settled out of court. You didn't win a lawsuit against Sharon Stone. Stop it with that.
You're a nuisance.
Her guy was in the wrong. He attacked you. He hit you.
Yeah, you had actual medical bills, so they settled with you.
30 grand.
Something actually happened to you. We'll give you that one.
But he could have probably made a lot more money if he had actually gone to court. They said that's why you settle, to pay a lot.
Oh, God, yeah. He heard, what was it, like 30 grand?
30 grand, I think, yeah.
Yes, please.
Sued SiriusXM, lost, but they had to rewrite the law. At least I changed the law for the better, and George Carlin's family can thank me for that.
George Carlin's family can thank me. They had to rewrite the law. It's crazy that he would say that. I hope he doesn't actually think that's true. It literally got laughed out of court.
He definitely thinks that.
I listened to Michael Popak. I actually went back and listened to his argument in front of those judges. He was bringing up that John averaged $35,000 a year salary at K-Rock. What that has to do with SiriusXM is beyond me. I'm like, Michael Popak's a fucking moron. I don't know what kind of argument you're even trying to make here. He didn't know what argument he was trying to make. It's like, they're paying John stuff and he didn't get paid very much. Like, okay. What do you want me to do? Make Sirius pay him?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry about that.
Here's my
for you.
time machine. Take my time machine back in time, John, and get paid what you should have.
So stupid.
Yeah, that was like a pro bono case. So the guy, I guarantee the guy put like zero effort into the case.
He wanted the publicity of it. He's like, oh, Stuttering John, Howard Stern, SiriusXM. Get his name out there. Probably worked. I know he was doing his lawyer show on YouTube, Midas Touch Brothers and stuff like that. So probably helped him. We know his name now.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We all know his name.
But it's so crazy that he thinks that they rewrote the right to publicity law based on that lawsuit that was laughed out of court, thrown out with prejudice.
It's insane.
And the fact that George Carlin's family one had to do with an AI voice doing a full hour-long George Carlin set that was god-awful. And they're like, no, don't put my dad's name on this. He didn't do any of this. He
Apples
would never
and
do,
oranges.
He would never do any of this. Yeah, it's not even close to the same
And
thing.
Popak had to explain all this to him anyways.
Right.
On his show.
Can you Carl, you know people that know law stuff.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
I believe you've had them on the show once or twice.
Yeah.
Could they maybe research the Carlin case and see if the case of Melendez versus SiriusXM was cited anywhere?
Yeah. Let me do that research right now, Cardiff. It wasn't. It has nothing to do with that.
Good. You're good.
Yeah, I'm pretty quick on this one. No, it had nothing fucking to do with that. John's an idiot, and he thinks that we're stupid too. That's the thing. Dumb people think everyone else is just as dumb as they are. You see it time and time again. But this is John explaining that obviously he settled with Vince, this $12.5 million lawsuit, but he could have countersued.
You have no idea the holes in Vince's case. If I would have countersued Vince, I would have probably walked off with a decent amount of money.
Okay.
Then do it.
Because of the things he said on Rob Saul's show and the things that he doesn't know he said on my show that I have timestamped. You should see my legal. I have a legal
the photoshops.
Pad. That's right. You know,
that's a funny line, but he actually said something even funnier than that. Now, this pad? Yeah, listen to this.
No, he said on my show that I have timestamped. You should see my legal. I have a legal pad.
Wow, he's a legal pad. I thought they always sold those to lawyers.
Yeah.
How's that possible?
Took a trip to Staples? Oh, no.
It's right, you know, the long yellow ones. And I timestamped every single thing. Hole number 1. Hole number 2.
This is like a child.
Yes.
Telling their mom what they did at school
This is his Einstein's IQ argument.
Right.
So he looked up Einstein.
See, this is proof. I'm just as smart as Einstein.
Hole number 3.
You think one of his bedroom walls has pins and string?
Yes.
All over.
It just says duh.
1. Hole number 2. Hole number 3. Hole number 4.
Show off.
Timestamp. Every single thing.
So he did all this work for nothing?
Right.
Right, but he could sue Vince the lawyer easily.
But why not put that energy into an actual show?
No.
Instead of just doing something that will never come to fruition.
Tukey, he's the best. He's the Yankees of the Dabbleverse. You think he needs to put more effort into this? What are you, crazy?
That's true.
I mean, Mickey Mantle famously would drink himself stupid every single night and still show up to the ballpark and hit 50 home runs a year. This is who John is. He doesn't need
definitely is like Mickey Mantle of the Dabbleverse. I will do that.
He doesn't need to put any effort in. He's the greatest.
No, yes.
Now, I settled with Vince. Why? Well, I never really hated Vince.
That's not why you settle a lawsuit, because I don't hate the guy. Yeah, but it's a lawsuit. It has nothing to do with whether you like the guy or not.
He is a child.
He's a child.
He said shit that pissed me off, like he did to Rob Saul. Vince doesn't realize words have meaning, and words are
words hurt.
Words have meaning.
Very important.
I have feelings.
What you say is very important. So when you say things, and you're a lawyer,
like you're a retard,
then you could only expect someone is going to believe you.
He thinks someone's going to believe Vince the lawyer.
Yes, lawyers are the most respected people that drove the land, Carl.
Could you imagine if a lawyer was lying about something? That'd be crazy.
They're like prophets. They're like modern day prophets, these lawyers. Everyone believes them. And
is so stupid. I've been trying to explain this to John, but I guess no one's posting it, and Shuey's anonymous, so he hasn't seen it. But I've been trying to tell John, Vince the Warrior's shtick, and it's not even a shtick, it's like how he acts in his normal life, it's just what he does, is he just says the opposite of the truth all the time. He's just trolling everyone all the time. And John goes, Vince the Warrior has to understand that if he's going to lie, he's going to get in trouble for that. No, he understands perfectly. He's never going to get in trouble for lying. That's what he does. Nonstop. And John goes, this Vince the Lawyer guy, I could have sued him because he was making up stories that weren't true. Okay, if you say so. Let's get back to how John is on top, though. He's the Yankees of the Dabbleverse, and he explains how you would measure such a thing.
No matter how you slice it, no matter how you look at it, how you cut it, whether it be socially, fatherly, career, doesn't matter. I've excelled way beyond these losers.
I can't believe that when he's talking about how he's better than everyone else, his first two were socially and fatherly. Yeah. Socially, he has no friends. He's watching a movie he's seen 50 times after the Yankees game is over.
And fatherly is even worse.
Fatherly is way worse. His kids don't talk to him. I bet he doesn't even know where his kids live. I wouldn't be surprised. He knows where Harvard is. So he's got one of them. Yeah. He knows one of them. But this is insane that he's acting like he's better than people based on socially. Because he talks to people on the phone all day long, super chatters.
John, Lenny Dykstra wouldn't do your show.
You're right. What does that tell you?
Don't forget also careerly.
Careerly too, yes. It's got us there.
Yes, he's the Yankees of the Dabbleverse if it was a Special Olympics team, for sure.
This is John playing a game by himself here. We like to play games on the show with Cardiff put some together for us. He doesn't have anyone else on the show, so he has to do it by himself.
The NBA waited for like 30 minutes. That's why I'm late. Well, what happened was, believe it or not, take a guess how much it costs to change a title.
All right.
From California to Florida.
All right,
take a guess.
$80.
No.
50.
No.
$75?
$40.95.
$1. Oh, you guys all lose.
Wow.
See? You losers. Now, much like Mario Bosco bringing up how much it costs to take comedy lessons, we're going to find out that John both is acutely aware of how much it costs, but also doesn't give a fuck.
But did he shooly them
That's
down?
a lot of dough.
I don't think you can shooly the DMV.
Shuli's a piece of shit.
I don't think that's how it works.
Shuli's a piece of shit.
It's a lot of dough for fucking tags.
How dare you?
Don't matter. Not a big deal. Mere bag of shells for the Duke. But got my tags now.
He set the cost down to the pennies. And then he goes, but doesn't matter. And you can tell he's hurting himself saying this.
Oh, yeah.
Look at his facial expressions as he's talking about how that's just shells to him, or a bag of shells, or whatever the fuck he says. This is insane.
Tags. Don't matter.
Look at his face right here.
I know. He's got his balls in coffee.
Not a big deal. Mere bag of shells for the Duke.
Yeah.
But
you say it so confidently, John.
Right.
Got my tags now.
Like, I can tell it didn't bother you at all. Showing out $440 at the DMV.
Why he brought it up.
Yep. All right. This is, you were talking about Cardiff. He's already blocking people on the show today.
Oh, yeah, within minutes.
Okay. This is what he was doing yesterday. Now, remember, he's going to leave the Dabbleverse, so I don't even know why this matters. These are like the last shows he's ever going to do.
So, real quick, Carl,
Yeah.
I just looked up. I don't know if this information is correct, but I'm looking up how much it is to transfer tag or plates, and it's $45.
That sounds more realistic.
I'm wondering if he had to get a new title because he just lost his title.
Oh, yes.
How much is that?
Because he doesn't want to pay back.
How much is that?
Let's see.
Or what happens too when you go and do that? You've got to pay all your unpaid parking tickets.
Oh, that's interesting.
To get your new
Like,
tag.
you know, moving from Jersey to Colorado, it was like the registration. I mean, there were registration fees, but he said transferring a title.
Well, he needed to get his car registered because that's what he got pulled over for.
Oh, then yeah, of course it's going to be.
And he also probably had to pay the ticket for that as well.
Right,
New vehicle title, $77 is what it's saying.
He had fines.
He had to get the plates.
Well, it's not a new vehicle.
Right.
Either.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Why didn't you just buy it from his mom?
Let's speculate.
There's a new vehicle.
So on the show here, people in the chat are typing L in the chat.
That's not nice.
It's not nice.
Oh no, that's not going to make him feel
I'm just going to keep on blocking these L guys.
L guys.
Just because, even though I don't really care about it, why should I let them disrupt the people that do care?
I wish people were typing gay in the chat.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm going to start blocking these gay guys.
I like that he's both blocking everyone who types L and also saying he doesn't give a fuck.
People that do care. So I don't give a fuck. Just block them. John is a pedophile. Goodbye.
Super chatter, by the way.
The king of Idaho. Goodbye.
Why? That's a royalty.
Oh, was that Fudgesicle? Let me block him. Did I just see Fudgesicle in here?
Jesus.
I'll block that asshole immediately.
Why is he doing this? Why is he blocking everyone just for typing L in the chat?
It's the only power he has.
Yeah.
But I was watching this live, and for the next 20 minutes, Fudgesicle was still here, John.
That's
I think this is him trying to be defiant to Vince.
Oh, right. He's fucking over Vince. There is something going on with that. I think what's happening is, and this is speculation. I don't know any of this. Well, I kind of know this because they did bring it up when Vince was on the show the other day, where John's paying Vince in installments. So whatever they settled for, I heard it was $2,000. John claims it's less than that. Whatever they settled for, John didn't have the cash to pay.
Right. $12.5 million to $2,000. How can you say that with a straight face?
This is what Vince does.
All bullshit.
It's so stupid. And so I think that John, now that he's having him back on the show and they're buddies, John's like, well, I'm not going to pay this fucking guy.
Right.
So I don't think John's paying Vince. And so now he's starting to turn on Vince because Vince is like, hey, man, where's that money you owe me?
Yeah.
And here's some evidence of that. Someone posted this on Dabblers Anonymous. John is so stupid. He doesn't even know his own story. Like, we know John better than he knows himself, which is crazy. But this is John making fun of Vince the lawyer.
Vince, you are a moron. All right. I used to think that you had some level of intelligence. You didn't get into Columbia firsthand. You had to transfer. So it should have an asterisk next to your Columbia degree because you didn't get in straight from high school. It takes a real genius to get in straight from high school.
Calling someone a moron while you have food falling out of your mouth.
That doesn't help. But also an asterisk. Okay, we'll give you an asterisk. And he's saying that it's not a real 4-year degree because he had to transfer from another school. John went to Nassau Community College because in high school he had 2 B's, 9 C's, 5 D's, and 2 F's.
But that was his plan.
That's a fact check.
Well, that was the plan, though. He didn't want to try in high school.
But shouldn't there be an asterisk next to his diploma, though? His degree? Thank you, Jay
Wasn't there an
Snappa.
asterisk on a website or something with graduates of NYU? I thought he did have that.
There was an asterisk on his Wikipedia, on the NYU Wikipedia as not graduated.
Right. Yeah, so why would he even bring that up? He's so stupid. He really is.
He forgot how he learned that.
He's the dumbest. Yeah, right. He's the dumbest guy.
I say it all the time, Carl. He's the dumbest man alive.
He really is, and it's fascinating. That's why we love him. That's why the Dabbleverse exists. Thank you, John. Don't ever change.
Oh, but I just realized something. We are coming up on YouTube payday. Do you think John takes that YouTube payday and then nukes his channel?
I was thinking about that too.
There was speculation on that in Dabblers Anonymous.
It is cyclical with these guys, and John specifically. Once the 21st hits, all of a sudden, in his mind, he gets paid that much every day of his life.
Right. King shit a fuck down.
Yeah, that's correct.
So long, Stinkberg.
Yeah, right. And then a few weeks goes by, and he starts drinking the premium beers, and he treats himself to steak.
PBR.
Yeah. And then a few weeks goes by.
Lodge today.
And then he's back. He's right back to, you fucking cheap steaks better start super chatting me.
That money didn't last as long as I thought.
See, at least when he was pushing Patreon, he had that. He got a little bit from YouTube. He got a little bit from Patreon a couple weeks later.
It's done, right? Or are there still Patreon members?
There's still Patreon members, but he never brings it up. I don't think he's putting anything out there.
I can't imagine.
Well, he might be...
Shh. Oh, shh. Yeah, shut up.
Never mind.
Don't let him know.
Never mind. If. Yeah. He might be posting the links on Patreon. I don't even know.
They're all on Rumble. They're all on his Rumble channel.
Right. That's where you find him. Rumble's the place to be anyway.
That's right.
As we all know. Yeah. There's something about these lol cows using their kids as pawns. I have to play this clip because it's the perfect segue from a Steel Toe clip. This is from John's show yesterday, and this couldn't be better.
Money, I need money. Money alert, money alert, money alert.
I'll be keeping that on the board. I'll definitely be keeping that on the board.
Oh, no.
And actually, the great Simu sent this to me. This is also perfect.
Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
Always Sunny. Perfect. Summation of all these stupid shows that we're watching. All right. Let me quickly explain what's going on in the Dabbleverse. I talked about this with my buddy Drew Lane yesterday. I have some of those clips that I played with him, some additional ones that I want to get to. But Vince the Warrior is once again ruining the Dabbleverse. This is what he does best. He's having all this fun manipulating John, as usual. And obviously, with Iso Do being caught with all of this CP, a lot of people criticizing the Shuli network for having him as a producer. And of course, he was Shuli's friend before that. And it's an awful thing that most normal people go, oh, that sucks. We hate child exploitation. We don't like sex trafficking of minors. All of this is terrible.
Yeah.
And then people like Vince and John and Kevin Brennan go, oh, how do we make this so that we look better in comparison? How do we make Shuli look even worse? And so Vince the Warrior is doing this thing where he's creating these videos. He calls them the Rocco files. He's pretending that Tuki's making them, but Vince is making these videos where he's finding all this old footage of Shuli playing video games with kids because Shuli famously likes playing video games online. And when you do that, there's children involved.
Oh, yeah.
That's just how gaming works. Everyone knows that. So what Vince does is he makes these videos to try to make Shuli look bad. Now, I don't know if he's trying to say that Shuli is also a creep in the way that Iso Do is. He's definitely trying to paint him as a creep.
Seems illegal.
It does. There seems like there could be some defamation or something like that would go along with something like that. I'm not saying he's making any accusations, but John is obviously leaping to whatever because he's a simpleton who doesn't... You can just tell him anything. John falls for propaganda so easily. Yeah. It's obvious from his political show. He just sees something on MSNBC and just goes, this is the truth. What Vince is doing is he's making these videos and he's posting them on Shuli's Anonymous in the subreddit, knowing that John will see it there. He's posting it as one of his sock accounts. Then he goes in as his other 18 sock accounts and writes all these comments like, wow, this is really damning. Oh, I can't believe how is Shuli not behind bars yet? And then his other sock accounts like those comments, and it's all like this Vince the Warrior created thing that's going on.
Where does he find the time?
All he has is time.
All these ambulance driving by that not being chased.
I'm convinced he's not practicing law.
No.
His family is long gone. He has zero social life, zero friends.
You're a fucking loser.
He's a sociopath, so I wouldn't be surprised if no one wants to hang out with him. Seems very doable, very possible. So John is bringing on Rob Saul to watch the latest video that came out so that they can have... well, first, they want to act like they're very concerned about what's going on, of course.
So here's the title. Busted. Shuli offers to pay young boy on today's Rocco Files. I mean, could it get worse, Rob? I mean, and now there's so many observations I have on this. But first, let's just watch it. I won't stop the tape.
Do you want candy, kid, or some cash?
Yeah, it's 1:21. All right, so don't talk over it because it's really creepy.
Don't clay it up.
He has to scold Rob Saul a lot in this episode from yesterday because, and John knows this, his co-hosts suck. His guests that come on are terrible. And so he's constantly telling them how to be co-hosts and guests on his show.
What's a younger kid than 14? A younger kid than 14.
Shuli offers to pay a younger kid than 14.
Hold on, I'm paying this kid. Shut your fucking mouth.
no loss to a 10-year-old.
Okay, I'll give you your money. All right, shut up so I can give you your money.
Oh, thank you.
All right, where do I give it to? Where do I send it to?
Cash App.
Okay, what's your Cash App?
Capital W.
Go
Capital
ahead.
K.
Go ahead.
Capital G.
Go ahead.
No loss to a 10-year-old.
Hold on.
Vince is going through all of these old videos of Shuli playing video games, and this is the most damning thing he can find. Shuli had a bet with a kid over a video game, lost, and then is going to pay.
And he honored a bet.
The money that
with
he
a
owes
child.
him. Yeah. This is
what? That's damning.
I mean, did you hear the ominous music? Obviously.
It's damning to John.
What am I watching, Dr. Phil? John, you hired a kid to wrap your Christmas presents and didn't pay the kid.
Oh, shit.
You fucking asshole.
That's a good pull. I forgot about that. Juan's son had to come over and do that shit for him.
G.
Go ahead.
No loss.
Yeah, you know what John never said to that kid? What's your Cash App? He's just like, I don't have any money right now.
I don't know what that is.
I'm good for it.
To a 10-year-old.
Tell your dad he needs some more White Claws over here when he gets a chance. I might go to bed without a buzz.
Tell your dad his Wi-Fi
Hold on,
sucks.
I'm paying this kid.
WKD
Shut your
Capital.
fucking mouth. Yeah, go ahead.
It's WKD Capital.
Yeah, all right. Got it. All right, expect the money to come around. You're a little shit.
Ah, bitch. Shut the fuck up. You jealous that I won.
You're a little shit. Nobody, that's why nobody likes you. Shut the fuck up. Hey, tell your parents to listen to you.
So he's trying to make this look sinister
I know.
and evil. Shuli's having so much fun with this.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Like, yeah, you can slow it down, you can put the music in the background, but it's like he's having fun playing video games and calling people out. So this is John and Rob's reaction to what they just saw. Oof, this is crazy.
I heard.
First of all, you're cursing to a 10-year-old. Now I can see them. Let's see.
So it starts with the producers caught with 6,000 images and videos of the most horrendous CP you can think of.
Yeah.
Right. The worst thing possible. Like, the worst people in the world are doing this kind of thing. And John's like, and he's swearing at a 10-year-old, which happened in every Spielberg movie from the 80s.
That 10-year-old probably said worse things.
That's what I was going to say. The most surprising thing is that the kid didn't use the N-word or an F-word.
Right, yeah.
That's all that happens on video games.
Yes, there's gamer words going on these things.
First of all, you're cursing to a 10-year-old. Now I can see them. Let's see how they spin this one. You know, Silent Mike could be, like John, like you never curse in front of. No. You don't fucking go online and play games with a fucking stranger, a 10-year-old. Start fucking getting his fucking Cash App.
Wow, what an idiot. First off, this happens every second of every day. People go online and play video games with strangers. Some of them are children. A lot of them are probably. It's video games.
Most of them. Yeah.
And then he's like, and then get into his Cash App. No, he wanted to send him money. You understand how any of this works? It's not infiltrating his phone.
Yeah, John, see, the way it works is it goes both ways. People don't always just send you money when you demand it from them fucking constantly. Sometimes other people send other people money.
Yes.
You wouldn't be able to relate to that. But
Again, he's horrified that Shuli honored a bet. He can't wrap his fucking mind
what he's
around
upset
this.
about.
Yeah.
Remember, I mean, and this kid's 10.
Oh, don't you owe Alex Jones $100, John?
Alex Stein, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
$100 wouldn't go very far for Alex Jones. He owes the government
doesn't care.
$1.1 billion.
Bullshit.
One of the Alexes.
Yeah.
And start calling him a little shit and shut the fuck up and everything else.
This is why nobody likes you.
Yeah, and tell him this is why nobody likes you.
A 10-year-old child, you're telling nobody likes him.
So you're bullying a fucking 10-year-old, you fucking asshole.
All right, so John's pretending to get all worked up over this. Performative John.
Over the sportsmanship.
Yes.
Shuli had poor sportsmanship.
Yeah, could you not hear the kid pushing back even harder? I mean,
Right, they're all busting each other's butts.
That's the entire point.
That's the entire point of that. And Rob's also spineless. He has to be like, he's saying no one likes him. It's like, Rob, grow up.
That really resonated with Rob.
Well, right.
There's like a meme going around right now, too, that's like, I tell my kids that if they beat somebody online and gaming, that they have permission to say, I'm a 10-year-old, you got beat by a 10-year-old.
Right.
Like, this kid's parents is probably sitting over their shoulders. I mean, not definitely, but like,
sure,
it's a possibility.
Oh, and in this episode, I don't have the clips, but it's just like, I would like to get to that parents and let them know what's going on. It's like, yeah, they know.
Yeah.
They probably get a cut.
Yeah, the parents are very happy about the extra income.
If you beat any Shulies today and they actually pay you, we'll take 50%, please.
Right.
You're using my internet. You're under my roof.
Yeah. They probably negotiated you down, but
all right. So, as you just saw, John's all worked up. Look at his face right now. Can you believe this is going on? 12 minutes goes by, and they forgot how appalled they were by all of this.
And I don't know.
But I like how the 10-year-old has no respect for Shuli either. He's like, "You fucking bitch."
I know 10-year-old. And you got beat by a 10-year-old.
Yeah, you fucking bitch. Even the 10-year-old.
I know. He got bested by a 10-year-old.
Yeah, the 10-year-old is just like, wow,
Guys
what
said
a
that part.
fucking douchebag loser you are.
No, that's what you say, douchebag loser. That's your catchphrase. So they just repeat the same thing over and over again. But you notice that it's almost like Vince's video didn't work very well because 12 minutes later, they're like, yeah, it's pretty funny that kid was calling him out, right? That wasn't the point. There was ominous music, remember? And ages of children. I mean, you're supposed to be upset about this.
yeah, the Shuli's supposed to be taking advantage of the kid.
Right. They're missing the point here. They're starting to have fun with it.
I would also pay good money to watch John play a 10-year-old in a video game. Any game.
Or an IQ test.
Yeah.
That'd be fun, too.
We'll start with Pong. And
Simon says he would lose. Yeah. You kidding me?
Wait, did you say...
Hungry Hip Hop. A game he likes to bring up from time to time.
Yeah.
Oh, this is hilarious right here. John's going to take credit for something that's insane.
And let me tell you something, Rob. All right, let me just because when you said silent Mike and shit, I make up nicknames that everybody uses, and I don't care. And I brought back the saying. I didn't make it up, but that's a fat Jack, and now everybody says it. It's fine. But it was me that brought it back. I'm not saying I wrote it, but I brought it back.
Oh, you didn't write that one? I don't want to take full credit for that's a fact, Jack. It's an amazing phrase.
Q, king of the names. King of the
Wow.
Pogs are also popular again.
This is how his brain thinks. He's like, yeah, I'm the Duke. I came up with that. I brought that's a fact, Jack back.
I don't hear other people using that.
Only to goof on him.
Yeah.
We used it in one of those deepfake videos that we did when we were goofing on John. That's something dumb that he says.
Yeah.
But in John's mind, it's just like, yep, they're all stealing from me. Now, I just want to point out, I know some insider information on how all of this is working and how John's being manipulated by Vince the Warrior. And I've been telling John this for years. Vince is trolling you all the time. Sometimes he is, Carl. All the time, Vince is trolling you. And here's another example of that.
Bob is just a disgusting human being.
And then he asked the other guy you hate, Vince. He goes, tell John I'll pay him $500 if I can come on the show. I'm like, no, Bob, I don't like you. I would never have you on. You're a scumbag.
And why? Yeah, whatever. Vince can do what he wants, but I'm not friends with Vince. But I have no problem with Vince. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, he keeps saying that.
He's trying to kiss up to fucking Bob Levy, like Bob Levy's some superstar talent.
I know. That's where I draw the line because Vince
yeah.
Bob's not dumb. I'm like, Vince, he's an idiot. And you know what? I don't care, Vince. I'm going to break your little thing here. Vince just told me off the air. He knows Bob's not bright.
Okay. I happen to be in a text thread with Vince where he shares these things with us. So he texted John and said, Bob will pay you $500 to come on your show. Bob's in this text thread with me. Mm-hmm. Bob was laughing about that. And he shows in the text, he took a screen grab of his text thread with John going, no, I don't want to have Bob on my show. So John's such a pussy. He wouldn't take $500 to let Bob come on and have a conversation with him, which is insane because he acts like he's such a tough guy. He wants to just show up to their house and talk. You want to just talk? You can't even have him on the show to talk. But also, Bob never did that. Bob doesn't want to pay you $500 to come on your show. Vince is lying to you like he's always lying to you. Everything he says to you is a lie, and you buy it because you're a moron and you never learn. And then John goes on and he goes, just so you know, Vince doesn't think Bob's smart. Right. Also, John, that's a lie that Vince says? Another lie is that Bob wants to come on your show and pay you $500. Do you see how this works now? Do you see why dealing with Vince is a giant waste of time? Because everything he says is a lie? He's so stupid.
Look at John.
Because Vince knows John's not bright. When he goes, by the way, he thinks Bob's pretty stupid. He thinks you're really stupid. He's been able to manipulate you for years. back and forth, up and down, friends, enemies, It just keeps going on and on in this cycle. It's like Ken Tamplin's boss subscribers. It's just up and down, up and down, up and down.
Okay.
I can predict it. Farmer's Almanac. I can figure it out. Next year, I'll know. I already know what's going to happen with you and Vince the Warrior. It's like fucking idiot.
WNBA and daylight savings time.
Now that's a callback I can't get behind. I'm not even sure how that works. Okay. And this is another thing that John's always talking about. He's been talking about this for the last year. Bob Levy was on MLC and the Shuley Network. Kevin Brennan, this is going to sound very surprising to people, hates Shuley. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
Kevin Brennan became enemies with Shuley.
Yeah.
So it was this weird tug of war where Bob's on both of the shows, and meanwhile Kevin hates Shuley. So eventually Bob left MLC and is just on the Shuley Network. And he's got the Levyverse thing going too. But he's mainly on the BS show and Uncle Rico show. And John's been saying that Bob's going to leave Shuley's network any day now. He's been saying this for a year.
Yeah, it's like
every fucking episode. He's been wrong every episode for a year. You'd think at one point he'd be like, I guess I was wrong about that. Nope. He's still talking about that.
It's only getting worse and worse. And you know what, Rob? Like, at what point, and you know Bob more than me, at what point is he going to go, okay, you know what? This is getting too weird for even me.
Yeah. At what point is Bob going to leave?
Yeah.
Any day now, John, I would imagine, for sure.
It's like Jimmy Kimmel bumping Matt Damon. It's
right.
Fucking never a thing. It's not a thing.
Except for he thinks Matt Damon is backstage.
Yeah.
And John's just like, but that's an A-lister. Yeah. What are you doing? Right. At the Tonight Show, we never would have done that to Matt Damon.
So unprofessional.
He would have been the first guy on the couch. He's so fucking dumb. He also said in there, I just want to correct his grammar because John's always correcting people's grammar. You know Bob more than me. Better than you? Is that what you meant by that?
Not more than.
Not more than? And so Rob comes in because Rob doesn't like Bob.
But Bob, again, stands for absolutely fucking nothing.
Rob, what do you stand for? You sit there and agree with everything John says, all the bullshit that comes out of his mouth. You don't want to upset the guy. You never push back. What does Rob Saul stand for?
Dogs.
Does anyone know? Like, aside from having sex with dogs, what other platform does Rob bring to any show that he's on? But
nothing.
Bob's the one who stands for nothing. Okay, great.
I know. It's unbelievable.
He met wife number 4 or 5. I don't know, whatever this one is. The fixer upper. He finally got his car accident money to fix up her bacon belly and all that. And he met her by DMing her on Twitter, saying, "You want to date?"
What do they call that when you buy a house and it's a
fixer upper? Rob just said
it
that.
several times.
Yeah.
Several times.
A fixer upper. And John goes, "Oh, you know what? There's a word when you buy a house. It's similar to that.
It's a real fixer upper. Yeah, it could be good. Just got to put some money and work into it. It's a real fixer upper."
Is it a fixer upper? I thought there was another term for it. I can't remember. But that is funny. I just can't remember the term. All right.
It's a fixer-upper. Yeah. I can't remember the term. We're telling it to you over and over again. He's a different kind of stupid.
I guess that's what they call it when you have a fourth wife. What do they call it when you date your aunt on your birthday, Rob Sal?
What happens when you lose your wife to your cousin and then date your aunt? Is that more pathetic or less pathetic? I'm not sure how that works.
Listen, I'm going to, let's watch this one last time just for... and then I want to play some other stuff. But
so they're going to watch that video that they just watched. They're going to watch it again, but now he's got a different setup. Now they've already seen it.
Here we go. Everybody tuning in right now. This is literally Shuli Agar playing a video game with a 10-year-old.
Okay,
using profanity, and then gets beat by the 10-year-old.
Whoa,
and has to pay the kid. No more they'll head. And has to pay the kid.
So Rob has this mask that kind of looks like Shuli. He's got glasses and the beanie on there, and he keeps pulling it out. And John, again, telling his guests, "No, you're doing it wrong.
You're being a bad guest.
You're being a bad guest. Don't bring that up."
I like he said, he goes, "No, don't do that right now." And then Rob Saul puts it closer to the camera.
To the camera. Did you guys hear this setup? Before it was just like, this is super creepy. Now he's like, now you're going to see him using profanity? and then losing to a 10-year-old. Like, all right, how damning is this?
Using profanity and then gets beat by the 10-year-old and has to pay the kid. No more they'll head. And has to pay the kid. And so here we go.
All right, so they pull it up again. John's going to show it again. Now, this is such a nothing that's happening here that Rob is falling asleep.
I tell you, no 7-year-old is welcome on my show. I'll tell you that much.
No, but Rob, I mean, and do you notice that Shuli gets triggered by the kid because the kid goes, he just lost to a 10-year-old. And that makes him go, like, he gets angry and starts cursing at the kid and shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Rob's like, we kind of covered that, John.
Robbie kind of trailed off there.
We wanted to say this. Yeah, no, he calls it on it. Watch this. This is great.
Surely.
What's going on? It seems like your whole mood just went down.
Nah, I'm fine.
No, you're not. Did I upset you when I said fuck the head? The head was creeping me out. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I think he's just bored.
Yeah.
I think your show's just boring.
I think he didn't like getting scolded.
He doesn't like getting scolded. That's
You didn't
for
like
sure.
my head bit. I don't know. Maybe show the Shuli video a third time.
He was pouting a little bit. But also, John, your show is boring. This is 45 minutes that's gone by, and all they've talked about is this video, and let's watch it again, and let's see this thing. You're not on the radio.
Yeah, I thought Holmberg's morning sickness was repetitive.
Right. No, we got the 6 o'clock hour, then the 7 o'clock hour. We're going to reset everything again. The topics are LeBron James as his son playing with him. Can you believe it? And then this is great. So there's this weird dynamic between Rob and Vince the lawyer, because Vince the lawyer is putting things out there that Rob not only is trying to fuck his aunt, but is unsuccessfully trying to fuck his aunt. And Rob doesn't like that because I think he really is trying to fuck his aunt. So it's pretty close to home. Because if you told me, like, oh, Carl, you're trying to fuck your aunt, I'd be like, no. It wouldn't bother me. I would, rail against someone. How dare you say that?
Which aunt?
Right. So this is, they're talking about John's going to come to New York for the Yankees World Series games, and they're going to go to the Belmont Tavern, where John likes to go with Dirty Deeds and Dabbling Dan, and, whoever is in the chat.
Famous
the
chicken,
legend.
whatever.
Yeah, whatever's going on. And so there's this issue with Rob and Vince not getting along. Are they both going to come to the dinner? And John can't get a sentence out here.
Courtesy of Vince, your arch nemesis lawyer.
It's not my arch nemesis. I just don't.
No, I know. I look, obviously, you're coming to the, I'd rather you be at the Belmont because I offered that to you. And so
it's fine.
Wow. What a mumbling, stumbling prick right
Both
there.
of them are staring at their shoes.
Yeah, like, I know.
He's nervous.
Yeah,
I know.
Will you go to homecoming with me, Rob Saul?
It's so embarrassing,
He just
these
wants
two.
to make sure that his friends are there.
Imagine being this bad at podcasting and then doing a show about everyone else sucks. It's crazy. All they do is come on the show and go, Bob Levy's terrible, and Shuli's terrible, and Carl sucks, and they just mumbling idiots.
Yeah.
Talking about nothing, rewatching the same video that Vince put on a platter for you. Here you go. Here's your show prep. There you go. And they can't do anything with it. They don't know if there should be appalled by it or mocking Shuli.
Maybe if we play it again.
Yeah, right. Let's find a different angle on it. Like, yeah, same video. Okay.
They
Go
turn
figure.
it literally upside down.
Shuli's the bad guy. No, the kid's the bad guy.
Let's play it
Now-
sideways.
Now Rob's the bad guy.
Yeah, Shuli's bad at video games.
Devil's in there.
You're right. It went from Shuli's a creep and should go to jail to Shuli's bad at video games. Can't even get it. Yeah. Like, I don't know what to think right now. One of those things is way worse than the other. But this is how stupid John is, that John's now explaining that Vince the lawyer's the stupid one because he doesn't know where to draw the line when it comes to trolling people.
he's not a bad guy. He just doesn't know where the line is. And he doesn't know what the ramifications are, in what he does. Like, and shit he says, he doesn't understand because he's, he's not divorced, and he's not, like, he doesn't understand that there are a lot of things that you don't, that you just don't want to, look. When Howard Stern got divorced with Allison, in the divorce settlement was that he couldn't talk about her anymore. I mean, that's just so he's got to understand. But I warn him, and I say, I'm not talking about. And what does he do? He's got to try and push the envelope. No.
So wait, telling Vince not to do something doesn't work? He still does it?
What?
You don't do that. No. You know, how many times I got to tell you? You're like a child. You know, if I say no, no means no.
It's almost like you're the dumb one, John. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. I keep telling Vince to stop trolling people and doing these things, and he keeps trolling people and doing these things. He's such an idiot.
Doesn't that also sound, though, kind of like something that Vince the lawyer would have said to him when he was talking himself out of a jam? You know, like he would have said to John, well, you know, sometimes it's just hard for me to figure out exactly where that line was.
Right, yeah.
And then
this
now
is how he
John
manipulates
is saying,
him.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he doesn't know where the line is.
I can literally hear the manipulation in this clip.
That's a great point, because they'll get into these arguments, and then Vince will lie and be like, oh, I
Vince
wasn't trying to
talks his way
upset
out of it, yeah.
you. I'm dumb, John. I don't know. I'm not a broadcaster like you. Manipulates him easily every time.
I'm not divorced like you.
Right, yeah. So John's like, no, I get it. You don't understand.
That's
I'm
literally what's
smarter.
happening here.
You're smarter than me, John. Like when Vince is always like, you're not a narcissist. We know that. John, that means he thinks you're a narcissist. Yeah. And he's right. Vince is a smart guy. Much smarter than John. If John never gets on a show and goes, Vince is an idiot, that means John's an idiot. That's what that means, obviously. A couple more clips, and this is from actually later on in this show. I didn't get to this yesterday with Drew Lane, but I saw it before I went on Drew's show, and they bring up this clip of Missy B talking about the Anthony Shuley dynamic and how she's not really sure what's going on. She's friends with Shuley. Obviously, she's with Anthony. She's not putting herself in this feud that's going on here. And so after they watch that, Rob really shows who he is as a person when he talks about Missy B.
She's a disgusting pig, too, that Missy B. What a disgusting, disgraceful fucking cunt. And a liar.
This is how incels talk about women. This is how he talks about my wife. This is how he talks about Bob Levy's wife. This is how he talks about all women. Yeah, disgusting, gross C word. Missy B is a lovely person. She's beautiful. I've hung out with her many times. She's nothing but nice. She's fantastic. And for Rob to go on and just be like, she's so disgusting and gross. This is what these incels type into their little chat rooms. Women reject me. I hate women.
Do you have an example, Rob?
Yeah. Right, yeah. Bring up a reason why you would think that. Oh, it's because no one's giving you pussy. That's all that says to me when a guy talks about women like that. Every woman that he's mad at and he talks about them like that, it means you're not getting any pussy. It's very obvious to me what's going on right there.
If you ever met Missy in person, you would never say that.
No, of course not. She's lovely.
Yeah.
She's a sweetheart.
Rob's a fucking idiot.
He's been rejected so many times by the fair
his aunt, by
even his aunt,
by his uncle.
Yeah. It's brutal. One more clip from the show. John has a new song for Shuley. And I love it when John comes up with a song. I think he thinks he already wrote a song. Let's find out if he did or not.
Clearwater Chad, my man. Thanks for the $2. The dues payer buys views. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. I had another song. He's a shit wayer. He's a dues payer. He's a little kid.
Look at Rob's body language. He's also just like, oh, are we gonna get there, John? Oh, he's nervous for his friend John to come up with something that's interesting or funny right here. I feel it, man. If I was a co-host with this guy and I saw this going on, I'd be like, oh shit, don't.
Dues payer. He's a little kid. Game payer. No, I don't know. I'll figure it out. He's a shit way.
I'll figure it out now.
He's a little kid payer. I'll work it out. But
it's not much more gayer. But,
it's just not even funny. But
yeah, that's true. All right, good recap on what you just did. Not even close to funny.
Even Rob was like,
it's so embarrassing.
He literally deflated.
It's so embarrassing. It's even more embarrassing than John realizes, because that song that he's singing is a DJ Dabbles song where they came up with that melody and John thinks he wrote it.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious because he thinks he wrote that song.
Yep.
He's so fucking stupid. He's like, oh, I got a new one for this. He's a kids payer.
Payer.
Jesus. He doesn't even know what he's making fun of. So I was watching a show a little bit today, and I'm going to see if I can find this. About 31 minutes into the program, he's looking at Twitter. It's about 31 minutes in. Here it is. He pulls up Twitter, and this is how John thinks and acts. We're going to learn a lot about him here. How stupid he is. He's looking for something. All right,
now, is Window Liquor on to something here?
All right, so he's pulled up this tweet from Window Liquor, and you got to love John. He's like, you know who's making really good points right now is Window Liquor. And so he pulled up this tweet that Window Liquor put out where it shows Shuley in the infamous interview or lack thereof in the hotel when the Howard Stern show was out in LA and John tried to mumble through some questions to him. And he shows that photo of Shuley with his head down. There's an arrow pointing to Shuley and it says, in quotes, "We've seen the gaming videos. I had hotel staff search your room. They found condoms, alcohol, fireworks, and gift cards to GameStop. Why don't you tell me what's going on here, Shuley?"
Fireworks.
So
candy.
This is a made up thing about Shuley being a pedophile.
He knows what the kids like.
Yeah. So it's obvious like this is a thing. And John sees this and someone pointed out he's like Eric. He's into his Eric the Midget era where he believes everything he reads on the internet.
Yeah.
He's like, no, someone wrote it on the internet. So of course this is what's going on.
Window Liquor, useful dimwit. We've seen the gaming videos. I had hotel staff search your room. They found condoms, alcohol, fireworks, and gift cards to GameStop. Why don't you tell me what's going on here, Shirley? Now, I'm not saying that any of that is true.
Yeah, because it's obviously not. What do you mean?
Clearly not.
What do you mean you're not saying any of
Why
that
would
is
you?
True, yeah. Why would you? Was he caught with these things? What are you talking about? I'm just implying that he likes to have sex with children. Is that illegal?
The quotation marks fool him.
Yeah, that's right. It's a quote.
Yeah,
That
it's
is-
from a newspaper.
That is a really good point. It is. The quotation marks are literally fooling him. He has no idea.
It looks like a man assaulting another man.
It
Is what
does,
it looks like
yeah.
to me.
For a guy
Are you
who's,
turned on?
for a guy who's so litigious and constantly talking to attorneys, you'd think he would know not to imply people have sex with minors when they don't.
But what I am saying, like here he writes, it would seem Ray offers free baseball cards for plausible deniability. Surely could learn something from Ray's playbook rather than leave himself open. Give me your PayPal info. Yeah, give me your. What the fuck just happened? Give me your info. I don't know. Like, what's that all about?
He was paying him money, John. I know, again, to Andy's point earlier, it's a foreign concept to you. When you owe someone money, you ask them what their cash app is so you can transfer the funds.
Yeah. When you go to brunch with somebody, you Venmo them after the fact.
No. They know I'm good for it. I'll get them next time.
Let me fucking find this.
He's so stupid. I do like watching him use the internet. He's so bad at it.
But, you know, and then I think that Muttering Jay.
Voice of reason.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So it does seem really odd.
Take your time, John. You're just on a show.
So
on
look,
the
so
internet.
then Muttering Jay then responds to the Window Liquor and says, if Stuttering John knew what we know about Shuley, Melendez may very well have asked such a question. Now that's astute.
That's astute. You would have asked him about the GameStop gift certificates that don't exist?
Fireworks.
The fireworks that don't exist? The
Condoms, alcohol.
Jesus Christ, what a fucking idiot. You can't get minors pregnant, all right? I don't know what the... Anyway. It's, neither here nor there. Probably off color to say things like that. He is He's a next level stupid. And he thinks that people are on his side, too. It's hilarious because he'll just see Vince's sock accounts in Reddit going, John nailed it with this one. He's looking at this tweet.
Oh, it's
from
the
Window
easiest
Liquor.
game to play.
It's the easiest game. Manipulating John is the easiest thing to do in the world. And if nobody ever posts this in Shoey's Anonymous or Hackverse Anonymous, he'll never see it and he won't learn. And if he does see it, he won't learn.
No.
That is for sure. Or
bloody ass. Can I get a little sympathy? Because I got a bloody ass. I'm bleeding generously. Because I got a bloody ass.
what has Stuttering John been up to? Well, he's talking about you fine folks out there.
Mystifying that a man like you lays down with the woman of her kind. It's not like I opposed to her occupation. Heading a bear. Thanks for the $5. Hey, fuck Stuttering John, are you going to be at Lady Kane's event on Friday night in Detroit? First of all, who the fuck wants to go to Detroit? Drew Lane, who you don't know, will be there. Don't know Drew? Lady K is a fucking hypocrite, bullshit artist, and a fucking dweeb.
Roasted.
Got me again. God damn it. I just keep taking L's with this guy. He's incredible.
When he's right, he's right.
All right, so this is from a couple of days ago, and then we're going to fast forward. I know that we were all at the Airbnb today checking out what he was doing yesterday. Today was a train wreck. I wish he would have done this yesterday, but yesterday was also a lot of fun. But a couple days ago, he was doing this on his show.
It's the pepper I put in my V8.
Jen, I think you got something right there. Let me just...
I feel like I need to take a shower.
I know what you're all thinking. Carl, can you please slow that down and play that again? Yes?
No.
Yes, I can. I do have this in slow-mo for all of us. Look out. First 2 rows.
It's like a Gallagher show.
Yeah, he should do this live as a Gallagher show. Everyone has their jackets or the tarps and everything they fall up.
So convenient.
That'd be great. All right. Well, since we're having some fun with what John looks like these days, so John is trying to play a video that he just saw on one of these subreddits like he likes to do. And he's not vetted it. He doesn't know what it is yet, but he's going to play it. Except for sometimes it doesn't play. And John doesn't have a plan B, as we're about to find out.
Chance to be a reporter for a day. Howard 100 News claims that AA...
Okay, here we go.
And so
we're waiting.
Howard 100 News offered him a chance to be a reporter for a day. Howard 100 News claims that AA never called him.
Right.
AA claims...
Wait, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so they're talking about. All right, they don't have. I guess they don't have any video.
Say what now?
So now it's buffering. He didn't know.
Come on.
He didn't know what he
Buffering.
was playing.
Buffering alert.
Now it's just buffering. Let's see how long he sticks with this.
Idiot alert.
He's probably got, like, amazing. We had Ted Williams up here. I said, just tell jokes. And he had one ready to go. He had jokes ready to go. John's got nothing. He has
This
no
is
idea.
live right now?
Yeah, this is still happening
He's just sitting
in
there
real time. Yeah, I'm not pausing it.
Yeah, you think John's frozen too. John's buffering.
How long do I have to look at this fucking guy's face? Oh,
Don't.
Come on.
So he's still staring at this thing, buffering, still waiting for it.
I don't have any patience.
So now he's given up, right? He's not going to go back to that. He's going to move on with the show. Could you imagine being live on the internet and doing what he's doing right now? He's comfortable doing nothing.
What if we were doing that right now? We're just like, we're just gonna wait for this video to load up, and
Yeah, that was me in New York.
yeah, right.
I've seen it. It's not great. He's still just staring at his screen, waiting for something to happen. It's incredible.
I honestly thought the clip was over. I'm not even kidding.
It's still going. It's still going. This is a very important video. He's got to get to. He's got to figure this out, obviously. In his defense, the internet does suck in Cape Coral.
That's true.
Oh, here we go. All right, he's got it finally.
Double A was here the last time and was feeling like we weren't paying enough attention. So
I wanted to play that to show you how long that took him to finally get this video. And I didn't even show you the part where he was looking for the video in the first place. And that was a long time.
Thank you.
So let's find out what the payoff is. After all of that, this is what John wanted to tell us.
Let me explain something to you, Double A. I'm not a news reporter. I'm a comedian. I'm a stand-up comic. I have been for many
I know you're afraid of sharks. Were you scared just now?
It was terrifying. It was terrifying. I hated it. I hated every moment.
I know what you all are thinking. Can we get a zoom in of that, and can you slow it down so that we can see that a little bit better? I actually did do that for you today, guys. I love the guys in the front. They're like, whoa, there's a hair right there. He's missing a tooth. There's drool right there. We got to get out like that thing that they use where they're, this is the wide receiver. He's going to be uncovered. He's going to run this route. The drool's going to come down here. It's going to land on his shirt in this area.
This looks like the worst Thanksgiving Day parade float I've ever seen.
Thanksgiving Day is canceled. All right, what did you all pick up on now that we've gotten that out of the way?
Well, you know, it's funny because yesterday's show, he also got off to a great start in our clip 1.
All right. If I can find where my mouse is, I'll be able to play it.
Uh-oh. It's going to buffer now.
Yeah, baby. Not everybody. Some people forget. Some people do forget. Make sure my mic is working.
It's not.
Check, 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 check.
It's not using that mic.
What if it wasn't? How would he ever fucking know?
Well, no, he's gone on before where nothing's working, but it's obviously not his mic. It's the microphone in his computer that's picking up the audio. He doesn't ever check
No,
it
if he
ahead of
says
time.
check 3 times, it works.
Oh, okay.
It does. He doesn't have to Google anything.
Fair enough.
Well, so next, we thought this would be something you would enjoy. It's just some gross, performative John. He was really hungry in this episode.
He's in the best shape of his life, everyone.
Yeah.
All the mouth noises.
Yeah. So...
I called that clip Yuck Bang.
Yeah, not mukbang, yuck bang.
And in case you didn't know, pickles have a lot of sodium, and John went on to say, that's salt. Just in case you didn't know what sodium
He's well educated. That's good. He's a nutritionist.
And when the three of us were doing this morning, we all kind of noticed a resemblance.
A banana.
And I think that the ape has better manners.
Yes, oh, absolutely.
I'd rather clean up after the ape, for sure.
It's got a cleaner living space, I'm sure.
That ape also doesn't live in its mom's house. So he's got that going for him as well.
Wow.
The reason why he's eating a pickle and a banana, the Pringles he brought himself, but the other stuff was delivered by Vince the lawyer, who likes to send Grubhub deliveries to John's house while he's podcasting. And John heard a rumor that I am going to clarify right here.
And Vince, by the way, I'm going to tell you right now, because I know you're watching. Now, I have from an inside source that you are texting pictures of the delivery guys to the shitware and Lady K. Now, Vince, if that's true, I don't want you on the show anymore. Okay? It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. You can't play both sides with me, dickhead. Not with me.
There it is from my own text messages. Vince the Lawyer in our thread that goes to me, Shuli, Bob Levy, and El Harible. The exact order they're sending to John's house. I knew he was getting a banana before he got a banana.
Yeah.
I did appreciate that they were all phallic-shaped foods.
Yes.
That was a
You like
really
that, pickles and bananas? Yeah.
I thought it was very thoughtful.
And he went down on all of them. He's a pleaser, this one.
You should have seen him reaching in the Pringles can.
So will John have Vince on the show ever again? He just said he can't have him on the show if he's texting me and Shuli, and I just proved that he is.
Right.
I'm sure he'll stick to that one. He lies about a lot of things, but that one.
Yeah, we clipped that as well, and if you went to a little further back in the setup of that, he's actually, me and Vince are squatted up, we're on the same team, and in the same sentence, it dovetails into that where he's like, you're kicked off the show.
Yeah.
We're best friends, and he's kicked off the show. All in one sentence.
It's amazing. What else did you pick up on, Andy?
Well, after getting reminded of the fact that he is a literal buffoon, we do need to remember that he's also an asshole.
Yeah.
So what we're going to be talking about in our clip 4 is that he loves doxing. So he decided that he was going to full out dox Penis Wrinkle. He was going to first name, last name, location.
Not Penis Wrinkle.
I know. It's awful. Absolutely.
Penis Wrinkle,
the
everyone.
Penis Wrinkle. Completely.
Hey, how are you? Yeah, you didn't think I'd find out, huh? Whoa.
This is the same guy who claims he has a job he's going to start soon. And you guys better not say where I work. Don't dox me at my new job that I have.
Oh, just hold on.
It's funny that you bring that up
Okay.
because in our clip 5, we are going to see that what is good for the goose is not, in fact, good for the gander. He is literally doxing Penis Wrinkle in one moment and then immediately gets pissed off about the fact that he's going to get doxed.
Oh, boy.
Jonathan Porter, can't wait for your job to be doxed, dipshit. Why? So you can try to get me fired? Is that why? Is that what you want to do?
Why did you want Penis Wrinkle's location and name out there? What was the point of that?
So smugly. I mean, he was just so happy about sharing that information.
I know. And
He
same
couldn't wait.
episode. Same episode. Well, beyond that, then he does a literal flex, which I just thought was funny.
Watch out for this guy.
I know. Look
It's
out
right
for-
around here. This motherfucker. Yeah, baby! Bring it, shitware!
Watch out for the 13-inch pythons.
I know. And then he gets so distracted, and just a minute after that, something's on his face.
Oh, yeah, this is
I mean, he's threatening children on the fucking on the air there? Are you kidding me? What is that? I mean, this is amazing.
I don't know if you caught it, but he said, "What is that, mustache? Like, what is that, mustard, or what is?" No, you didn't shave properly.
I got a little mustache on my lip over here. Sorry about that.
I think he also said children.
Yeah, probably.
Well, yes. And he never understands he's not looking into a mirror. Every time he goes to the wrong side of his face. It's incredible.
He's like,
He'll never figure it out.
No.
So next up, we are going to be checking out how a super chatter actually gets him. We know that he is very gullible. So in our clip 8, we are going to be hearing about the fact that there is an ESO AMA. Now, this is very similar, Carl, to the clip that you played. He just stares at the screen for entirely too long. So we sped it up to 5 times the speed, and it is still going to be entirely too long. If you look closely, you can kind of see the eyes blinking faster, but other than that, no movement.
Stuttering John Gotti, thanks for the fiber. Iselina was hosting an AMA in Shules Anonymous right now. I suggest you and all the Stuttering John Army head over to get your questions in before he's put behind bars. Is that really true?
Is it?
Is that really true?
Is it?
I thought he's not allowed to do anything.
So now we're gonna speed up.
Sorry, I'm trying to see what this is.
We're not done yet, though.
Shit, wait, his network is going down anyway.
Wow.
Still
All right,
going.
I can't do that. That was bullshit.
It turns out it
All
wasn't
right.
true.
No, all that for nothing.
Well, at least he did his research.
You guys, I hope you're following this new thing where Shuli's producer was caught with a bunch of CP, and so now for some reason John and Vince are trying to make it seem like Shuli's also culpable for something with children. They're not sure what, but they're coming up with these old clips of Shuli playing video games with kids and talking smack to them. And so this is a clip that John pulled up on the show and thought this was a game changer for his feud with Shuli.
Please explain this. Breaking. Shuli has unreleased anger and likes to threaten children during online gaming.
Yeah, I never got into The Last of Us. I'm just I have a lot of unreleased anger deep down inside. So I need a good first-person shooter where I can tell some 12-year-old in Iowa I'm going to beat the shit out of them when I fly out there. You know what I mean?
Will you be pre-ordering the new Modern Warfare?
Already on it.
What a scoop!
He can't believe it.
Seriously, is this okay for you, Bob Levy? Is this okay for you, Mike Morris?
Yeah.
The guy likes to yell at 12-year-olds and threaten them and say that he's going to come to their house? This is a grown adult with children.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
Let's watch this again, shall we?
Oh, yes.
I can tell some 12-year-old in Iowa I'm going to beat the shit out of them when I fly out there. You know what I mean?
Will you be pre-ordering the new Modern Warfare?
Already on it.
And meanwhile, this guy doesn't say anything. He doesn't even flinch. He lets that gloss right over him. This is who we are dealing with, people.
It's almost like you knew it was a joke. Yeah. It's crazy. The guy wouldn't react like, wait, you want to do what with a 12-year-old? This is insane. It can't be on my YouTube channel. We get demonetized tomorrow. That's crazy. And then John he's so stupid. He says this after watching that video.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh, boy. This is it just keeps getting worse and worse. Thank you, Muttering Jay, for that clip. It just keeps getting worse and worse. I mean, this is fucking unbelievable. And it just keeps getting unbelievable.
Wait a minute, what?
Now remember, it started with Shuli's producer had 6,000 images and videos of CP, and John goes, this keeps getting worse and worse. Yeah. No, it actually started as bad as it could get. It's getting much tamer now, thankfully.
I couldn't believe it, and then I started to believe it, and then it became unbelievable again. Good one, John.
All right, so John's really taking this to a whole other level with Shuli out here.
Yes, I used to do a whole bit about it on stage. About a kid telling me you sound too old to be playing video games. And I said, yeah, I'm old enough to find your fucking IP address and fly to your house and knock your fucking baby teeth down your throat. That's how old I am. Little fuck. So, so many face swaps, I don't know who I am.
Now, the real horrible thing about this is that Silent Mike laughs about it. Silent Mike is there laughing when Shuli says he'll tell a 12-year-old that he's going to get his IP address and come out there and knock his fucking teeth out. Somebody's got to call fucking child services on this guy. Seriously. I mean, he's threatening children on the fucking on the air? Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah, this is where this starts. Some overlap here.
Yeah, that's funny, though.
I mean, this was amazing.
Child Protective Services have to be called for this.
If only a hero with a platform would take matters into his own hands.
Right. All right, what else happened on the show yesterday that you guys picked up on?
it turns out that there is a double agent that Stuttering John's mole might actually be a mole for someone else.
Whoa!
And John is going to just press play on a video. He doesn't even know what it is. I mean that nothing bad's ever happened from doing that, right? You just click on a link that somebody sent you, and some information is going to come out. And I want everybody to play the game of who they think this might be.
Oh, all right.
Mumbling Nick.
Hockey's biracial love child, Lamar Cumia.
Yeah.
Thanks for the fiver. The Sandusky Network and Shitway are on the ropes. Keep up the pressure. Don't back down now. Oh, I'm not backing down. We just getting started. And Vince and I are gonna fucking, I mean, you know, believe me, this isn't even okay for Vince. And Vince, by the way, I'm gonna tell you right now, because I know you're watching. Now, I have from an inside source that you are texting pictures of the delivery guys to the Shitwayer and Lady K. Now, Vince, if that's true, I don't want you on the show anymore.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, that was like an overlap.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, well, I meant to skip that one. But I did want to include that Super Chatter's name because that was fucking hilarious.
Right.
But the next one is the mole.
Oh, this is that mumbling Nick dickhead. Well, let's see what he has to say. I don't know why I'm playing this. The clip was given to me. I haven't had a chance to check it out.
I have a mole of my own, Johnny. And it might even be your mole.
Oh, God.
In fact, it's probably a good chance it's the same mole. I don't want to say too much, but let's just say, and I know people already know this, but just confirmed, this mole told me about Atlantic City, Johnny. Holy shit, were the F slurs fucking flowing. So wasn't the nose candy buddy, huh? And yeah, people know about that, but do they know about the fucking prostitute? Who may or may not have been of legal age?
John, you're still playing the video.
Who may or may not have been Asian and being forced
You're still
to
letting the
work
video play,
against
John. What are you
their
doing?
will? You know, who may not have been fucking kidnapped from a certain country, John?
Keep talking.
Ooh, I'm just saying, that's just what my mole may have said. I'm not saying they have a mole of my...
Wow. He finally stopped it. What an idiot.
Just in time.
Yeah, what an idiot. I don't like what that guy's saying.
Yeah. Before anything damning comes out, I better press stop on
What
this.
a way to platform that, John.
But we have some not fan theories, but just who do you think this might be? Kaylee had an interesting.
What do you think?
Okay, so I think that the intonation sounds an awful lot like Gary from San Diego. Like, it is the same
That's
kind of
amazing.
way that Gary from San
Mumbling
Diego...
Nick is Gary in San Diego. You heard it here first,
I'm
folks.
just saying that I think
This
there
is not
might be a
live streaming.
connection.
You all know this before anyone else in the world.
But I thought it was Vince. Because it has kind of
It
like
has
that
to be Vince.
weird
Vince was
nasally thing,
in
like
the-
if he did this, that's what he would sound like if he did this.
Vince was the one in the hotel room who got him the underage hooker. It has to be him.
Well, he would know, right?
Right, that's what I mean.
There you have it.
Allegedly.
Mystery solved. Case
I'm
closed.
still going with Gary.
You guys have one more clip on here?
Yeah, this last one, after all that heavy drama, we needed to end on a positive note, and it's going to be fun for us, but disgusting for all of you.
Watch out in the front row.
If you live in fucking Rochester, fucking Rochester, in Rochester.
It does rain a lot.
Yeah, it's a wet place. It's not great. Guys,
God.
I want to remind everyone when you do watch John's show tomorrow, he does appreciate you giving him super chats.
Money, money, I need money. Money alert, money alert, meh, meh, money alert. Meh, meh.
It's worse than the goal.
Oh, yeah. Also, so I was watching this in our Uber on the way back from the airport yesterday. And so I was watching the chat, and as he was chopping down all this food that Vince sent him, I just thought this was a funny free chat that came in. You can see that it is from the Lee County Health Department. John, when is a good time for us to stop by? That's fun.
What on earth is going on in his house?
So we got some brand new production for this live show. I want to thank all of the contributors to Who Are These Podcasts, including our friends, the Bag Slappers, which is a group of guys who put together some song parodies for us, and Ed, the editor, is the singer. And this is their latest song called Duker Ranger.
John's a fucking loser. John's a deadbeat father. John's a fucking loser. A big ol' alcohol abuser. John's a fucking loser. Is that his son or daughter? John's a fucking loser. A big ol' fucking alcohol abuser.
Thank you very much to the Bag Slappers, the official parody band of Who Are These Podcasts. Another banger right there. So, another thing that came in, and I haven't seen this yet, but I believe a lot of you were involved in this. So, I'm hoping this is a positive thing that I'm going to learn about, because there's seems to be an expose coming out about Who Are These Podcasts, a little behind the scene, like a Mr. McMahon-esque style documentary. And there's a trailer that I'm going to debut right here for you fine folks.
Uh-oh.
WATP.
It was the most badass podcast on the planet.
There is not a fucking show on earth that inspired me to do a podcast.
Led by profane and powerful frontman Carl Hamburger, WATP rescued podcasting with its high-energy blend of sex and mayhem.
Only show that's got the balls to come to Detroit.
He would invite the go-go dancers back to the tour bus and make them watch Opie Radio.
Refused to wear pants in the studio.
Carl and WATP's meteoric rise to fame soon consumed everyone around him.
Told me it's the only way I can make a living in podcasting. I pretend the isotopes are good.
At this point, he's just mad with power.
It was when he was yelling at all of us about how he was the Marty McFly of his high school.
And that was the first time he showed me his feet.
We just stood there like...
A best-selling tell-all that would expose the monster within.
After he converted to Islam, Carl made all the go-go dancers start wearing burqas.
Carl fucked my dog. Didn't even give him a reach around.
He finally admitted that the WATP hot sauce is mostly cum. I knew I liked it for a reason.
He became irate, unstable, and unstoppable.
OJ ate all of Carl's pizza in the green room, and Carl actually called it an act of violence.
Everyone has to go to one of Carl's freak-off parties that really put ditties to shame.
Yeah,
lots more lube.
Those aren't even his real teeth.
Whoa!
Who chooses to get jacked up dentures?
Carl's deviant behaviors and thirst for cheap thrills and wood facades drove him to near ruin.
Carl's public masturbation became a real issue. Fucking bastard. He's spewing fluids everywhere.
Yum.
Every last night he had on wood paneling.
Carl kept inviting me over to take a nap.
He was just stealing all of SJ's jokes.
It wasn't until he sucked my cock I realized there may be something wrong.
That's when he started pimping out Trucker Andy.
You don't want to know what Trucker Andy's had to do.
He was lip-syncing every show.
And he made me promise never to tell anyone, or he'd show me his feet again.
It's disgusting.
Mr. Heberger, what say you?
What the fuck? I don't like any of this. I should start watching these videos before I play them on my show. Baloney Factory, the great Baloney Factory made that for us.
Amazing. Absolutely
Fantastic
amazing.
job from Baloney Factory. Gotta love that. All right, well.
And John's been brought up on Joe Rogan and stuff too. It's always about him on the Howard Stern show.
Mm-hmm.
No one knows what he's up to now. No one talks about him on the Tonight Show. No one even knows that happened. But it's just funny to hear people don't know about the Dabbleverse discuss Stuttering John.
Hey, remember that dipshit? Oh, yeah, I remember that dipshit.
Yeah. They both were just like, oh, yeah, the fucking idiot. Yeah. That was fun. So I have a quick update for us.
You suck!
Now, it's surprising. The Yankees made the World Series, and yet for some reason, John's still in Florida. If you remember, he goes, well, if the Yankees make the World Series, I'll be back in New York. Because he's talking about going to the Belmont Tavern, having that big dinner with everyone. He's like, well, obviously I'm going to go to a Yankees game during the World Series. It's been pointed out that John talked to the guy who hooks him up with tickets. And the guy goes, yeah, I can get you tickets to the Yankees World Series games. I can't get you a discount on them. You got to pay, the price for them. And John went, what? Never mind. World Series tickets are pretty expensive and too expensive for the millionaire John Melendez. So, unfortunately, John didn't make up to New York to see the Yankees. And who knows? Maybe they'll win another game tonight, right? Is tonight the next game? Send it back to L.A. for a Game 5 or Game 6 it would be. We shall see. Exciting game last night, though. That's for sure. All right. Clay Dabbler was already back on the show. So we did a bonus show. The three of us were all there. We did a bonus show on Monday, and I showed the falling out between John and Clay Dabbler, where basically what happened is John didn't understand the facts of what happened. He was accusing Clay of doing something that Clay didn't do, and Clay was pissed about it. He's like, John, stop lying about me. I didn't do that. And John's going, yeah, but maybe you did. He's going, I didn't. Yeah, but couldn't you maybe have done that by mistake? He's like, no, I definitely did not do that. And so as Clay was explaining that this guy, the legend who gives John money that John loves, as he's explaining that guy's a little bitch, John kicks him off the show and then proceeded for the rest of his show and the whole next show to argue with Clay Dabbler when Clay wasn't there. Yeah. Which is a bitch move. He's a pussy boy, this John Melendez. And it's crazy that Clay comes back on the show and John goes, all right, look it, man. Let's just be friends again. And Clay's going, okay, but, obviously, can you just admit that I didn't do the thing that you said I was doing? And John's like, you might have. And it's just like, fuck. John just can't stop himself.
We're back.
Yes, he will never admit he did anything wrong. And John even had this thing. I don't have the clip, but I was watching it on Uncle Rico. John even had this thing where Clay pretty much proved to John that he didn't block him and he couldn't have blocked him because the guy wasn't blocked, which is the crazy thing. The guy was never even blocked. So Clay's like, you kept saying I blocked the guy. No one blocked him, obviously. He was never blocked. And so Clay's just like, can you just admit that I didn't do that? And John goes, well, I guess you're perfect, Clay. Some of us have flaws and some of us make mistakes, but I guess you're just perfect. Wow. It's like such a deflection. You just imagine being married or in a relationship with a guy like that. It's just like, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm saying you've been lying about me and that you were wrong about this thing. Can you please just apologize or put it out there that you were wrong about this one fucking thing? But Clay came crawling back, which is crazy to me. I don't know what's in it for him to be his friend. What I want to get to, though, today is an update on what's been going on in the last 2 days in Stuttering John's world. Because John, of course, is always talking about the Shuley Network and what happened with Isso Doe, the former producer, being caught with 6,000 videos and images of just the most horrendous child exploitation, child pornography you can have. Just seems really awful. And so John keeps claiming this.
I mean, let's face it. Muttering Jay, his slogan should be observe and report, because Lady K has not said word one on the Pedo Network. Lady K, you're a liar. You're a traitor. You stand for nothing. You probably, from the rumors I'm hearing, and this is just rumors, allegedly you had dinner with Isolino at your house. But you're all mum. You ain't saying word one, you fucking douchebag.
This is why John's so dumb. He doesn't watched the show. He doesn't know what we've talked about. We've addressed this so many fucking times. The reason why there's a rumor about that is because I came out and said when I found the news, I was like, holy shit, Issa was over at my house recording a podcast, and then we all went out to dinner afterwards. I talked about that. That was the first thing I talked about.
Sure.
He didn't have dinner at my house. We went out to dinner. So it's not a rumor. It's what happened. I had no idea that he was into that sort of thing. He was Shuli's producer. He lives in this area. Yeah. Shuli was in town for a comedy show. We did a podcast together. Then we all went out and got dinner.
It wasn't like pulling out his phone going, check this out.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not into that, but that's cool if you are. Like, none of these things. There's a rumor going around. You had dinner with the guy. It's not a rumor. I had dinner with the fucking guy before their comedy show.
That's why it's so shocking.
And then we went to the comedy show.
Yes.
Fuck.
We had a good time.
Yes. What do you, John, I address it all the fucking time on this show.
I never met him.
I think it's horrific. I hope he's. I think it's horrific. I hope Isso's locked away for forever. I hope he never sees the light of day again, because that is the worst thing. The worst thing you can do is be into that sort of thing. It's awful.
Pathetic that he's trying to milk this for nothing.
It's still going on.
Yeah, it's got nothing.
It's still going on. So now John is going to take a victory lap, because you remember he got a text from Anthony Cumia.
Oh, right.
And Anthony said, John, you were right. I'll never go on Uncle Rico again. Shuli, that whole network, they're bad dudes. He goes, that's even coming from me. I want nothing to do with that shit. And so John's like, finally, Cumia's coming around.
Muttering Jay did the proper reporting. And Missy B has confirmed, Vince the lawyer, you dumb fuck, that was Anthony Cumia's text to me. And we are all good. More bad news for the Sandusky Network. Who would have thunk it that the Duke and Pocky are now fine?
All right, so that was Tuesday. John goes, fuck you. I'm friends with Cumia now. We're good. Everything's good. This is a guy that he's been talking mad shit about forever. We're going back to the old episodes we're doing on the Patreon, Living in the Past with Stuttering John. And even those episodes from 2018 were all about Anthony Cumia, what a piece of shit he is. And it's been nonstop ever since. He's like every word you could use to describe a guy that's bad. He's been using that. And now, because he got this text message, he's like, we're good. I got no problem with the guy. You know, as long as
Even though he just called him Pocky.
He did call him Pocky, which is an insult. He doesn't love that. I don't think he cares, but it's definitely an insult. So then later on that same day, Tuesday night, this is what happened on the Uncle Rico show.
About that.
Well, look who's here. Oh, my goodness. Would you look at that? What is that?
I'm in the Duke's camp now. Look out. What a fucking idiot he is. How fucking stupid does this jerk off have to be to actually think, after everything he's done and said, the backstabbing, low-life loser that he is, that I would have any fucking thing to do with this dope? He was worked again.
I love it. So John once again falls for it. Hook, line, and sinker. So I was curious. You know, he did a show today just before we started doing these podcasts. Like, how's he going to respond to this? Have you guys seen this yet?
No.
Do you have any predictions?
I saw this late today before we did this show, and I didn't even want to bring it up because I figured either you clipped it or you didn't, but you don't have time now.
Right.
So I'm so glad that you got all this.
Oh, yeah. I was watching this, and it's great because the victory lap goes on for, 2.5 hours, but really the first, 25, 30 minutes of it, where everyone's just like, oh, thank God Anthony's still doing this show, and he's still on board, and everyone's still in on this stuff. So that was really cool to see that. I actually did know that's what was happening, because Shuli did let me in on that, but I wanted to see how it played out, and that was fun. And so this is John's response. I remember Tuesday, he goes, we're all good, and fuck you, Vince the lawyer. You're trying to say that this is a work, and Cumia's against me, but it's not. I got this all figured out. So let's see what he's saying today.
He doesn't look happy.
Speaking of children, ladies and gentlemen, can we address the ridiculousness? This show is called Petals of a Feather Flock Together.
Oh, that really flows well, John. Who came up with that one? Oh, I bet it was you.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, I bet John came up with
He
that
does
one.
look proud.
Fucking idiot.
Now, again, another work. Now, the funny part about this one is
that you fell for it again.
Yeah.
That you fall for
It's
it
always the funny part.
Yeah, the funny part is that you fall for it every fucking time, John. That's the funny part.
much like all the others, like Quad Fathers and Cardiff and the Cape Meany dud tapes and everything, these works never amount to anything.
The Cape Meany dud tapes, I'm not going to let that go by.
No, don't.
John threatened to sue me. He threatened to sue Blind Mike. He threatened to sue Shuley. He threatened to sue Bob. He threatened to sue the Comedy Club. He threatened to sue Vinnie Paulino. The week of DabbleCon 2, he got some drunk at the bar with him to call the Comedy Club to pretend he was an attorney representing John to scare one more time. Maybe they won't play these tapes. And now John's actually like, there was nothing there at all. Okay, you're pretty nervous about it.
Kate Meany's mom.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. Suing Kate Meany. That's still on the table, according to him more recently. Kate Meany's mom. Yeah, anyone who has money who's associated with that.
Calling her, telling her that her daughter's a cokehead and
a whore.
And a whore. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was,
good stuff.
It was nothing.
It really is amazing. I get the sense, and guys, tell me what you think about this. I think that when John says this stuff, he really believes what he's saying. I think that he forgets how worked up he got, how he tried to ruin people's lives, what went into all of this. And then when it's like a month or two later, he's just like, that was nothing.
He has to, or he would realize what a loser he is.
Correct.
It's a Billy Madison. He's in loser denial.
His personality disorder will not allow him to recognize. I don't know. What do you think, Chris? Do you think he's just lying?
Well, I don't know where he's going with this list that he's building here.
Okay.
But yeah, it exactly sounds like denial. Otherwise, you wouldn't flex about it.
Yeah.
You're saying, I've been duped by this person.
Yeah, why are you bringing it? That's a good point, too. He's like, he's trying, the way he's starting this whole thing, it's just like, guys, I've been worked over many times. Let me list them all now.
He has to be the hero of his own story.
Well, yes, of course.
Instead of admitting that he's a fucking court jester.
I mean,
he's
his name,
say that he's the Duke.
His name is Hero of the Stupid, so it makes sense that he'd be the hero of his own story.
You're not going to take down the Duke. It's impossible.
No one's trying to take you down, John. That's not the goal here. We want you to do shows for infinity.
Yeah.
Duke only gets powerful, more powerful with each time you try.
So he's picturing himself like Hulk Hogan when they're still punching him in the head. He's just like, oh, you don't want to do that. Like, punch you some more. Oh, just getting up slowly.
Getting stronger.
Yeah, so stupid.
So again, the Duke looks good as usual.
What?
How?
Yeah, you don't usually look good, first off. But let's see how he spins this one.
The Duke looks good as usual, while the
sorry, I was trying to pause it in a place that would prove he doesn't look good as usual.
losers at the Sandusky Network, they just continue to lose. Now you'll say, well, how are they losing, John? Well,
great question. Even he's just like, this sounds stupid.
Let me explain to you exactly how they're losing.
Okay, here we go. Let me buy myself some time because I forgot what I was going to say. So then he's like, nervous laughter into chugging water. That keeps getting funnier. He needs more water? What, did he just spit out the water he drank?
Oh, I think someone's at the door also.
Don't answer that, Mom.
I haven't thought of anything yet.
Yeah, he's buying a lot of time for
Elephant
himself.
water.
Let me explain to you why it's actually those losers who are the losers and not me. And away we go in just a moment.
Here is how they're losing.
Look at that shirt he's wearing. He's wearing the Stuttering John show shirt that is very poor quality. The logo's been washed away. Throw it out. Remember, this is the guy who said he has too many shirts?
Right.
Stop wearing that one. It's embarrassing.
So, now, we all knew that the Anthony Cumia thing was probably fake. The one thing I did know, it was really...
We all knew that the Anthony Cumia thing was probably fake.
The text he got from him?
Well, the fact that look at this guy. The fact that he was like done with Shuley and the Shuley network.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So
I'm pretty
that's
sure that I definitely knew.
right. Yeah, he goes, we all knew that it was probably fake. Like 80-20, 70-30.
Some of us knew it was definitely fake.
51-49. What the fuck? This is a dumb thing to say. It's like 60% of the time it works every time.
Right. His number, and that's something that Vince and I argued about. But the one thing we could be assured is that, yep, Pocky's still the creep that we thought he was.
Okay.
So he doesn't really look down upon the pedophilia over at the Sandusky Network because, let's face it, Pocky's a pedophile himself.
Jesus Christ. I don't know if you can say that. I don't know if that's legal to say on your show. I mean, you probably need to have like serious evidence and proof of something like that.
I forgot what his argument was.
That's some allegation right there. Also, he goes, all the pedos over at the Shuley Network. Well, there was one, and he's in prison. Like, what do you mean? You think it's still going on? This is getting so stupid. And they've convinced him and John has convinced himself that there is guilt to go around for everyone. And that all of them have CP on their computers, and they're all trading it freely on the dark web. It's insane.
That's how it works. We all hang together.
Yeah. None of it makes any fucking sense. But now, what John just said, let me just back it up in case anyone's attorney is watching.
Dusky Network, because let's face it, Pocky's a pedophile himself.
Oof. I thought you were getting some counseling. I'm surprised that you would think that's okay to say.
That's what two drinks of water got.
So many shows about it, about the young girls he's chatting with on Instagram, trying to get gifts to, or whatever the allegations were. I don't know if they're factual, of course.
What the fuck? You just declared he was the most horrific thing a person can be. And then you go, I don't know what the facts are. I don't know if any of these are real. I have no idea what's going on. Cardiff is here, everybody. What's up, Cardiff?
Yay.
Ooh, hello.
Oh, hello. Have you seen this yet?
This is today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was listening. I fell asleep, but this part was fun.
You took a nap?
I did.
Oh, that's embarrassing. I can't have this guy. I can't have nap takers on my show. I can't associate myself.
He's a vampire. The sun.
I don't know. Ever since you added me to the Jenny Jingles text thread, I keep getting nap notifications.
She does that.
But either way, I know he did take a girl to prom as a grown man, as an adult.
Okay. Everyone knows that. He talked about it on the Opie and Anthony show.
Mm-hmm. It was in his book.
Yeah, it's in the book. It's like, okay. It's a big leap from the accusation he just made, but all right, whatever.
But it
How about
doesn't
when he took her
matter.
to the pediatrics hospital? How about that?
Right.
You forgot about that one, John.
Shitway is trying to say, well, Anthony was my best friend. He was never my best friend. I still said he was a fucking racist and anti-Semite.
You said you guys were good. We just played it.
Yep.
You said everything was cool and you guys were good. So are you good with someone who's a racist and an anti-Semite? Why is that? What he should have said is just like, I don't want anything to do with this guy. He's a racist and anti-Semite. I'm just glad he sees that Shuley's also a bad guy.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be like, oh, this is my buddy now.
And when I was trying my best to become third mic on his podcast,
right.
it was a mistake.
I didn't know about that back then.
Totally different.
I still maintain he's a racist and anti-Semite. Nothing has changed with my opinion. And nothing has changed regardless. If I ever saw Anthony, it would be fun for me.
Oh, fucking tough guy, John. I know. It would be fun for me. He's such a child. I know.
But, of course, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
This is how he thinks. He's like, would I associate myself with a racist Nazi? Well, yeah, if he hated Shuley. I mean, that's the one thing the Nazis got right? Am I right, people?
I'm going to have the Artie chair. But Carl, look at his face when he's saying this. He's delivering the monologue of his career in his mind.
Well, he's also standing in front of the jury right now and explaining, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have to understand why I said I would even like this guy. This is, by the way, I want to point out, this is the same guy who says that I stand for nothing. And he loves pointing out people who stand for nothing. You just admitted just now you stand for nothing. The enemy of your enemy is your friend, regardless of how horrible they are as a person.
All my friends are children, I guess.
It's like, this is the definition of standing for nothing.
Fun for me. But, of course, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So if Anthony Cumia is going to give me some dirt on the Sandusky network, I'm a fighter. I'll take any intel that I can to beat the shit out of my opponents. Now, they're not...
And I have to tell you, John, this is your downfall. Because I can tell you that guys like Cardiff Electric have sent you information that was not true, and you wanted it to be true, so you fell for it. And you're always inviting this sort of thing, where it's like, if you got some dirt on people I don't like, I can't wait to use it. He had on his show the other day, some guy was saying that he had sex with an underage prostitute in Atlantic City.
Oh, you're going to spoil today's game.
Oh, okay. I won't say anymore. Is that on today's game?
That clip, one of those clips are something.
But basically, the summary is that John got his PI to find out what this guy looks like, and he had behind him as his video background a zoomed in picture of this guy's face, and it's just like, what does that do? What do you? Like, why even address? If someone said Carl had sex with an underage prostitute in Atlantic City, I would never bring it up. I would never even address it. It's like, obviously I didn't. What do you mean?
But it's just the same old bag of tricks.
Yep. Right. He threw out picture. He goes, "Oh, you want more? In Tennessee or whatever the fucking state he said he was in." He's just like, "Wow, he knows a lot about you. Watch out."
I just can't wait to get the intel of when you're on vacation, so that I can show up your house and threaten you with violence when you're not there. Okay,
it's literally the only thing
scared.
The only thing he'll actually do is show up when you're not home.
Right.
Yes.
Not really opponents. They're fucking pikers. As far as I'm concerned, that's a stockbroker term for all in the know. But the point being, they are involved in this ridiculous, elaborate work. But who are they hurting? Did they hurt?
They're not hurting anyone.
Isn't it obvious?
They're just clowning you.
Yeah. They just wanted to laugh for a couple hours last night at you.
Right. We're all pointing and laughing at you, and it was actually a lot of fun. I think it was cathartic for a lot of people who missed Anthony being on the show. It was a lot of fun to see him come back the way that he did.
Hurt the Duke in any way?
We're not trying to. No one's trying to hurt. All right, that's enough. He's so stupid. He doesn't understand what's going on.
He is dumb, Carl.
He has no clue. I just realized that. He has no clue what's actually happening, just that he falls for it every time.
Yeah, when has this worked out for him?
Well, he always believes what he wants to hear. And so that's why he keeps falling for this shit every time.
Here's what he wants to believe.
If someone tells him something that he wants to believe,
he believes it because he wants to hear. Yeah, okay.
Whatever. You know my point.
Yeah.
Yes. He's stupid.
And just to be childish for a second here, Anthony would mop the floor with him. Come on.
No shit. All right.
There was.
Oh, go ahead, Cardiff.
Before we end on that, he was just doing his comparison to him versus Anthony. Like, he was just running off all the things wrong with Anthony Cumia. It's like you had to leave your state and move to a new place. I'm like, wait, John, you just did that.
Yeah.
Like, you had to sell your company. Like, you had something to sell. You wish you had that. You have to sell your house.
He merged
to your mom.
He didn't sell his company. He merged. He's a half owner of the company with Gavin McGinnis.
That's what I said. No, but just
John would never create something that had any type of value that anyone would want to merge with him on anything.
Except viruses.
Well, that's true. He does have that. And what better way to celebrate a victory lap than with some Stuttering John?
Capiche? You fucking dickhead. Gagia.
And because Missy mentioned that she loves it.
Bloody ass. Can I get a little sympathy? Because I got a bloody ass.
I love that song.
I want to thank Mr. Magenta sending the song for us, addressing Steel Toe when we did the live show in Detroit. And he's got another song here with Alfonso Poo Poo Fatty III, who helped him with it. And this is While My Sweet Mom Gently Weeps.
I look at the couch, see my beer slowly leaking, while my sweet mom gently weeps.
Mom, stop bothering me! Doing a show here!
I puke on the floor, and the smell just keeps reeking. Why does Shuli make Mom weep?
Mom, you didn't feel like bringing that up to me, huh? I'm only live, don't worry.
I don't know why you're always stinking like you've been out in the dump.
I didn't shower today and I smell like gas. That is disgusting.
I don't know how you can't stop drinking. Your brain's a useless lamp.
Yeah, I'm a fucking retard.
I scream all alone while my podcast is failing.
Mom!
While my sweet mom gets no sleep.
Mom, can you unplug that phone too? I don't know.
Oh shit, it's the phone. And it just won't stop ringing.
You got 20 fucking phones in here.
Carl made my mom gently weep.
Are you happy you got an 80-year-old something? Unplugging phones, dickhead?
Love the drops in there. Very well
really
done,
good.
Mr. Magenta. Thank you for that.
That was great.
I got an update on John's new job. He mentioned this week. Of course, John's leaving the Dabbleverse. He's got a great new job, 9-to-5 job, paying 6 figures.
Wait,
And-
that's a day job?
I know. I thought that was to be frowned upon, but apparently now it's cool and it means he won and stuff, even though he's running away from the Dabbleverse. But and now it's supposed to start on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Now it starts on Wednesday.
Oh,
they changed it.
Yeah, that's
Boy,
a job.
that's not a good sign.
It's not a great sign. Like, John, we need you. I need you in my company yesterday. Actually, you know what? Give a couple more days. We'll push them, kick the can down the road. A couple more
Let's have
days.
some more paperwork to get through.
Everyone's wondering and speculating, what is this thing? I personally think, I said this on Uncle Rico last night, I personally think that John's got this trip planned to New York City, and he doesn't want to piss off his mom and annoy her, so he's not going to broadcast from her house. So he's going to pretend that he's working a job and left the internet, and then he'll go right to Shuli's Anonymous and Hackverse Anonymous and like, oh, let's see the clips of Carl and Shuli weeping and talking about how their podcasts are failing. This is John's revenge fantasy. This is what he does.
Right.
He makes up these fantasies.
That's when we have to sell the wood paneling.
Yes. My pool table's for sale on eBay.
No!
I'll get it. I'll take it.
He's like, I knew it. I knew Carl had to sell the pool table. It costs way more to get this thing out of here.
Right.
To just build a new one. All right. John did a show yesterday. So he did a show on Halloween night. And that's what we reviewed when I was on Uncle Rico last night. It was great because he was drinking again. Mm-hmm. He did his political show. Then he ended that. Then he came back on again and started pre-gaming for the bar because he's going to go to the bar afterwards. And was drinking beers. And I do miss John drinking beers on his show.
John pre-gaming is just gaming. It's just like full.
That's a good
It's
point.
not even like pre-gaming is like I have a drink at home and then we go.
Yeah.
He's just like, oh, I'm gonna have like half a rack of beer.
I'll just
and
be
then
drinking
we'll go.
all day, right? Yes, it's a good point. I don't know why I called it pre-gaming. You got me there. So John starts off his show yesterday. He does a show, and he's in a bad mood to start this one. Of course, he's got green screen issues, but you can tell he's in a bad mood.
Everybody knows that.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. How are you? Fucking hell, this fucking green screen is driving me nuts. It's got to be right butt against my fucking ass. Fucking pain in my neck. Shouldn't be this way.
His Jabba neck.
This green screen is right up against me. It shouldn't be this way.
I like that.
Whoa, what do you mean?
Life
doesn't have to be that way. Get a bigger green screen and back it up if you want.
Everything's unfair.
Yeah, it's so weird the way he lives. It shouldn't be this way. I don't know. What a weird thing to say about your green screen.
Out of all the things.
I don't know if you guys picked up on this. Didn't seem like either of you noticed it, but when he was fidgeting with his microphone, we saw a new sore on the palm of his hand. And it's a doozy. Don't worry. I've slowed this down to make sure that we can see it.
I'm still getting over the freaking sneeze.
The eye of Jupiter.
Yeah. That's almost like a disease. I got to talk to Dr. Steve about that. Not that Dr. Steve doesn't like John. We all know Dr. Steve loves John.
Not enough
It's
fluids.
a chance. Okay, I have a guess.
What do you think?
I think it looks like he might have burned it. Maybe he burned it on something because he's not very skillful in culinary.
Mm-hmm.
So he possibly did that, but he's also so fucking disgusting that he probably just didn't let the blister heal and he fucking peeled it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, I can't.
He's always picking at shit and scratching at it. You're right.
That's a burn. That's a blister peeled off. Whoa, sorry.
Dude, people watch those types of videos like popping zits and poking at blisters. That should be his next thing. Maybe that's his new job. That's what he's starting on Wednesday.
He does it already.
Oh, yeah. They're like, take 2 more days to injure yourself.
It's like, no problem.
Does that mean I go on disability?
Right. Now, you might think because he's always at the gym working out, he's such a gym rat.
Constantly.
You might
That's not
think
where those sores.
Well, I was going to say that's not one of those sores because if it was, that's all he'd be talking about. He's like, yeah, I'm just working out too hard. Got blisters
They're
on my
usually
hands.
here.
Yeah,
you get them
right.
up here and that, not down here. That's such a weird spot.
It is. It's bizarre. John's talking about his day. He starts out the show telling all the different things he did, which is, fascinating. When people are running errands, I'm like, tell me more about him. Yeah. How long was the drive in between?
Was that a good parking spot?
Yeah, how far were you from the front door?
How bad was traffic?
So this is him going through his list of things he did.
Then I moseyed on out of there, went to Radio Shack, got myself a battery for my guitar tuner.
Oh, good.
And because I'm going to start playing again.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Well, guys, what's a Radio Shack?
No shit.
Yeah,
I thought they
right?
were
Like-
gone.
What's he talking about?
I'm amazed that he actually found one.
I went to Radio
I love Radio
Shack.
Shack. I wish there were more.
I used to go to Radio
Is he
Shack.
speaking directly to you? He's like, I'm tuning my guitar.
Yeah, I think so. And I'm like, bring it on, John. You're going to start playing guitar again? Let's go.
Get
Let's
new
this guitar
strings while
off.
you're at it because I'm sure those strings are fucking old.
Yes.
And have all his dirty skin inside like the big E and it like,
That's a good point, Missy. He went to Radio Shack for a battery for his tuner. Why not go to Guitar Center for a battery for your tuner and pick up some strings while you're there too, and some other things you're going to need to get your guitars in the right condition to play again?
We really do have
Yeah.
high hopes for this man.
I know.
But you can get a battery anywhere. It doesn't have to be at either of those
Or to
places.
Walmart when you're getting your meat.
He does go to Walmart.
7-Eleven.
I'm about to play you his grocery list. We're going to talk about that in just a second here. But
Pringles.
John really wants to fight Shuli. He's going to pay Shuli $500 to have this fight. And I said, why not have a guitar off before the fight? Like him and I can have a guitar off, then he fights Shuli.
Yeah.
Like he'd be taking down all the trolls one by one.
You could do the IQ test with Blind Mike.
We'll get Blind Mike down there for the IQ
He
test.
can do a Columbo trivia with Anthony.
Yes. Just,
'Cause he
John,
sucks
you
at
can
referencing
take all of
Columbo.
us down in one day. Let's do this. This would be a huge pay-per-view. Kevin Brennan will try to snipe it. We'll porn bomb him. It'll be great. This is a win-win-win-win-win. Who doesn't like
How
this?
many W's, guys?
All right. We're stacking up W's,
stacking
John.
them.
Come on. You got this. You can do this. So John, on this one, he's talking about his grocery list, but also he's messing with his shirt. I don't know if you guys can see this. There's just some weird thing right here on his shirt. I don't even know what it is.
There's always.
And John can see it because he's staring at himself. And he's just poking at it, trying to get rid of it.
Does he find it?
And then
right?
went to Walmart, got myself some protein drinks,
warmer,
Monster Energy drink,
hot,
Lint or something right there.
Now we can see it better.
Beer, of course.
Okay, so we were distracted. Now let's go back and play it again and listen to what he bought at the grocery store.
And then went to Walmart, got myself some protein drinks, Monster Energy drink, some Lint or something right there.
Didn't buy Lint.
Beer, of course.
Hey, he's
a lot of
shopping.
liquid.
He's shopping like a 22-year-old at the grocery store. He's getting like energy drinks and beer. Like, what about, instead of protein shakes, what about like protein? Like meat, some chicken cutlets or something.
Beer can chicken,
soup.
buddy.
Maybe some soup, maybe some fruits and vegetables. Maybe check out that produce department. No mention of any of those things. Just energy
There's
drinks.
no solids. There's not one salad.
Yeah, he's just buying beverages and stocking up at Walmart. And yeah, to your point, I didn't think of this. They sell all the batteries at Walmart. You could have gotten a battery for your tuner. You'd have to go to Radio Shack to do that. But Radio Shack thanks you.
To the Radio Shack.
Thanks you for that. All right, the big thing that's going on with John right now is he's blocking people. Now, remember, he's leaving the Dabbleverse, but for some reason, he's also blocking people, which doesn't make any sense to me, but he's also a dumb guy, so who knows? Anyone who puts an L in the chat, it really bothers him. And what's important to do when something bothers you is to let everyone know. Everyone who's trying to bother you, let them know what's bothering you.
They'll stop immediately.
They'll be like, oh, he doesn't like that? Then never mind.
Let me do some unblocking here. Now, look, I'm telling you assholes right now, if you're going to just start fucking up my chat and putting L's, I'm just going to block you. I don't got time for childish games.
But I do have time for blocking.
If you don't want to get blocked,
that's what I mean.
As you know, the Duke is...
he's literally playing with blocks. And he's talking about childish games. Okay.
He's winding down this Dabbleverse nonsense. Quite frankly,
what's up with his hair over here?
I think personally the Dabbleverse is coming to an end anyway.
You think that personally? That's the only way to think, by the way, John. You don't have to say I think that personally. His face is so sweaty, his hair is stuck to the side of his face over here. That's weird.
So gross.
He's gross. They have air conditioning in Florida. I swear to God, I've been there. I've seen it.
That's a fact, Jack.
Now, we were talking before the show started about the Shuli Network work with Anthony and how Anthony had reached out to John and said, I'm no longer doing the Uncle Rico show. I know some things. It's not good. And John went on this week and said, me and Anthony are good now. We're cool. Vince the Lawyer thinks it's a work, but he's an idiot. I know what's going on. And Anthony and I are good. And then Anthony shows up on Uncle Rico. And then John comes on the next day and says he doesn't care. And then he comes on the next day and says he doesn't care. And then he comes on the next day and is still talking about it. This work that John says didn't work and he doesn't care about, that's all he's been talking about.
Oh, yeah. He believed it. I mean, you see all the clips before it was finally figured out. And for the record, I had no idea what they were doing. I was just as confused, hence why I stepped back and I had no idea. With that said, but you could see every time with John that whenever he was with Rob and they were just bashing, and then Rob would try to start bashing him and bash me, he just was like aloof, just chill, like didn't elaborate, because he would interrupt Rob and be like, yeah, you're a fucking pig. Yeah, Pocky's such an asshole. How far he's fallen. And like just say all this shit. And he never touched it. Like go back and look every time, because he wanted to keep that little bit of potential that he might be able to get back in Anthony's good graces. Yep. So he was kind of letting it, but also he never messaged him back. The only text that I saw between John and Anthony was in the beginning when Ant was just like, first got the number, and he was just like, hey, it's Anthony. And they were just he was vetting him with like Columbo episodes or something.
Right.
Like, what was the episode that we watched together in your basement? And Ant was just off by one, and then he remembered the right one. So then that was it. That's all I know. But John never even answered back. He never even came, he didn't stay involved in it, which I think like Shuli and everybody has identified or pointed out.
That's a really stupid way to verify too, because anyone with a compound subscription could have seen that episode, could go back and look it up in the archives.
It's just like one of those soft spots for John. Like
Yeah.
he exposes the thing that he loves so dearly and cherishes. So like
Yes.
he has to use that because that's like all he knows.
He really thought he had a friend that day when he got
Right.
to
It's
watch
like, what did I get for my
Columbo.
birthday? You know, like-
Right. So now we're on day 3 of him reeling from this.
How far Pocky has fallen. I enjoyed watching Vince, the evil lawyer, today as he was exposing Anthony Cumia for fucking his own old staff is goofing on him now. All right, see, there's listening to me with the L, so he's gone.
John is saying that the former staff of Compound Media is now goofing on Anthony, and I'll get into that, but I see El Horrible is here. And he's saying, and people are saying that John was on a boat streaming just now, and that his stream ended, and they're worried if did he sink or something. I obviously wasn't watching because I'm doing the show, but El Horrible, or Tukey, or Rocco, you have the link. Come on and tell us what's going on if you can, if you have a minute. I'd love to learn more about what's currently happening with Stuttering John's show. That's amazing. He's got a boat. Good for him. So John's watching, and we're going to find out later that Vince the Lawyer is programming John's show again. So John's saying that Vince the Lawyer is exposed that his former employees are clowning him. I watched this. It wasn't that at all. They don't really follow the Dabbleverse. So they go, oh, yeah, I guess Anthony was back on the Shuli network after he hadn't been on there for a while. And they're like, oh, is that true? He did go back on there? They're like, oh, yeah. Like, was that was at work or something? Like, yeah, I don't really know. Like, they weren't really paying attention. That's all they said. They're like, yeah, I don't really know. And then, Vince loves to trump up just the most nothings that could ever happen on the internet and be like, this is crazy. Can you guys believe this is happening? It's like, Vince, he's not the boy who cried wolf. He's the boy who yelled wolf in his sleep for 8 hours straight. It's like, shut the fuck up about the wolf already. I hate the way you sleep and yell wolf over and over again. It's so annoying. But John, of course, falls for it because he's an idiot. Oh, also, he's blocking people, as we just heard. And there's a reason why he's blocking people.
I'll just block you fucking lame asses. I don't give a shit. The fuck do I care? What do I got to lose? Nothing. So when I see the L,
that is true.
Goodbye. You're gone. That's it doesn't bother me. I pity you.
See, this is what we were just talking about with Aaron Imholt, where he's literally showing you that it bothers him while yelling that it doesn't bother me. This is the definition of coping. This is what coping is. When you sit there, like, this was me a few weeks ago. I remember the Bills lost 2 games straight. I'm like, I hope they just trade Josh Allen away. This guy sucks. That was me coping because I was very upset that he wasn't performing well.
We're coping in all of our faces.
The team was losing. That's what coping is. And this is what John's doing too. I don't give a fuck what you put. I'll just block you. I'll just take the time to block you because I'm obviously very upset about it. Stop it.
And John, Aaron, and many others think that, again, their words convince us instead of their actions. They never think about that.
That's a great point. It's like, no, we see what you're doing. Yeah. And that's why people keep putting L's. And then he's just like, yeah, the joke's on you. You got blocked. They can just go back to the no account or a different account and watch you anyway. It doesn't matter. If they want to watch it, they can still can. Okay, cool. El Horrible is going to join us. So we'll find out some information on that. All right. Missy, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
Because producer Chris and I, we can talk about how hot guys are till the cows come home, but I like a female perspective on what's going on with John.
If you saw my whole body now, this is the shirt I wore at the Tonight Show reunion, the 10-year reunion. Now, if you saw me in this shirt now, like full body, you'd be like, holy shit.
He's so hot right now. If you saw him full body, you'd be like, whoa. What do you think, Missy? You buying that?
I mean, I definitely would say like, whoa. Boy, are you fat? Like, that's
whoa would come out of your mouth. Whoa. Why does he remember what t-shirt he fucking wore? Why is he wearing a t-shirt to a 10-year reunion?
He doesn't have many things in his...
Oh, no, he's got tons of t-shirts.
Yeah, he remembers it because everyone clowned him for how fat he was. Yeah. And so he's cried about that for so long. It doesn't bother him. No. But he's crying about it for so long, looking back at those photos and all the videos people made, goofing on it. But he's hot now, so that's good. I'm glad to hear that. All right, guys, this is really funny. This is how John proves how stupid he is as he reads Super Chats. This is a great example.
Keep it on the down low, but Rob Saul's legit about to sue the Sandusky Network for insinuating he has sexual relations with his dog's and aunt. Well, good. Listen, I'm a Rob Saul guy. I like Rob Saul, and I have no problem with Rob.
The guy super chatted, keep this between you and me. Keep this on the down low. But there's a lawsuit coming. John goes, all right, yeah. No, I won't tell anyone, but I'm glad that that's happening. How stupid are you? It's a super chat. Fucking idiot. Let me just point out his fucking hair again. What is going on here?
Put it behind your ear.
It's weird. Okay. Clay Dabbler joins the show. We're happy to see
Nice.
Clay showing up.
Oh my God. Their
Clay
little drama is amazing. I love it.
This drama with... So John really just wants this resolved. He just wants this to go away.
He's in his own fucking way.
I know. But watch the way he deals with this.
Clay Dabbler, how are you?
Johnny boy, how's it going, mate?
Good to see you. I'm glad we worked everything out and everything is now fine.
He had to get in front of it immediately. I don't want you to be upset with me anymore, so don't stop being upset with me. Stop pointing
I'm
out.
announcing it right now.
Yeah, stop pointing out that I lied about you and that it pissed you off. We're past that, right? It's like, okay, it's very revealing the way that he did that. All right, we're going to come back to this in just a minute, but Dabbler of the Year is here. And of course, we always take pause when the Dabbler of the Year shows up.
Yes, thank you, Carden, or Carl, whatever your stupid name is. I was in the hot tub taking a soak like I am to do as my post-show ritual for Be Dabbling Live. And my God, John is on a boat.
Wow. Is it his boat? Did he buy a boat?
He claims it's his boat. He's keeping it at a friend's. He is very tempted to go to the Keys, but he wants to make sure he knows how to actually drive a boat and all the rules of being on a boat. There's literally a boat right next to him that's sinking.
Wait, what?
It's the greatest visual. He's taken it down, I believe. It only lasted 21 minutes, but I was kind of going back and forth between the shows because I was soaking, as I'm prone to do.
Sure.
And I don't know what happened. Like 21 minutes in, he disappeared. Did the boat sink? I don't know what's happening.
Wait, the boat next to him was sinking.
Literally was, yeah. It's like capsizing.
And he's
like, you guys don't understand. A lot of boats in this area got hit. We got hit with the first one, and then Milton.
Whoever. He's on calm water.
Yeah,
just hanging on a boat, but it's docked.
Yes.
The boat next to him is capsized.
And the one next to it is capsizing. I'm not making this up.
See, this doesn't help my case when I go, guys, Cape Coral's really nice. Florida's lovely. You should check it out. It's like a disaster zone everywhere you go. Like, what the fuck?
But yes, he started his show on a boat. He went inside the boat. He walked around. I mean.
Oh, it's a big boat.
Yeah, he's got like a cabin. And
wow.
It is the snot. It's his snot. Not a yacht, but a snot.
That's amazing. I want to point out the ride to the Keys from Cape Coral is very, very, very far. That seems wildly unrealistic.
He's going to do it. He said he's going to do it, but he's
going to die.
Yes.
If he hasn't already. Was he wearing a life vest?
No.
Oh, no.
He can't swim. I don't think he knows how to swim.
Yes, he said, I don't know. I mean, yes, one can speculate whether this is actually his boat. I mean, it's very easy to meet someone who has a boat. I mean, I don't know if you've heard, Carl, but they actually have more canals than Venice
or
Italy.
Is true. That is true.
I've heard that. So I'm sure you can find anyone that'll let you sit on their boat for 20 minutes.
So he was drinking beers too.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Of course. We have to drink Coors on the boat.
That's awesome. Oh, I'm so happy for John. He's living his best life right now.
I'm wondering
or he's dead.
Does the boat have anything to do with his new job?
Is he cleaning boats?
Yeah, something like that.
He's scrubbing down boats for a living.
I capsize boats for a living.
I believe he also mentioned he played pickleball today.
Wow, he's really getting out and about.
He's making friends. That's why one has to wonder if this is a new friend's boat.
Yeah.
And he said, hey, let me use your boat for like 20 minutes, you know. But there is literally a boat sinking next to it, Carl.
I got to see this video. I can't wait.
It's
I can't wait to
fantastic. All
check
right,
it
I'm
out.
going back to soak.
Yeah, get back in the tub. Thank you,
All right.
El Harible.
You're welcome.
The great El Harible be dabbling live. We had an awesome This Little Piggy episode yesterday. Fantastic. Wow. This is big news right here. We don't usually break news on WATP. It's not really that style of show, but here we are. Here we are. All right. So now Clay Dabbler's on the show with John, and Bob Levy has left TSN. And we all know Clay Dabbler likes Bob Levy. He's brought it up many times. And John starts quizzing Clay. All right, who's reached out to you since, they had their little falling out? Has Shuli reached out to you? Clay goes, no. Has Carl reached out to you? Clay goes, no. Well, then who has reached out to you? Has Bob reached out to you? Clay goes, oh, yeah. Bob has reached out to me. And watch what John does here. I have some thoughts on what he's trying to do.
Bob's asked me. I probably would go one day, who knows? I think it might be fun to talk to Bob. He's left the Sandusky network now, if that's not novel work.
I wouldn't begrudge you. But Bob has been...
Maybe...
Bob said really horrible things about my children.
I'm not rushing on there, Johnny boy. Don't worry about it.
John's so controlling.
Oh,
this is a Kevin Brennan kind of move. It's like,
oh yeah,
if you're on this show, you're not on that show. And this whole thing where it's like Bob said horrible things about my kids. Did he? Does anyone remember this? John has to go to that. They made up.
Yeah.
Him and Bob made up over it. Bob goes, I'm sorry, I won't talk about kids. I'll never do that again. But John has to bring this up whenever he needs to control someone else or control.
Yeah, it's not even about money this time. It's just about allegiances and having friends.
Yep.
Oh, you want to be friends with him? Well, just so you know.
Isn't that crazy?
It is.
I would never even think to say something like that.
Of course not.
It's so bizarre. Like, could you imagine if I'm talking to Ray DeVito, I'm like, oh, you're going on with Kevin Brennan again. Okay, well, guess you're not coming on MLC or MLC, WATP. If you're going to go on there, it's like, who gives a shit? But that's how John thinks.
Carl, don't be like that, man.
Yeah, people who have no friends and are incredibly insecure talk like that.
Yeah. And that's why they have no friends.
Yeah.
Because they need to control their lives for some reason. Oh, someone's got a photo of John in the boat in our Discord right now.
Oh my God, let's go.
Yeah. I'm going to play these clips. I'm going to look to see
the other boat.
I'm going to look to see. Yeah, there's that boat that's going down. It's hilarious. I'm going to see if I can find that video. Let me just play these clips real quick. So this is Clay trying to explain to John this blocking strategy he has is not great.
Oh, chicken something just got himself blocked. What a shame. See, I don't...
John, you're blocking all these people, but potential super chats.
Yeah.
Why not members only? Why is it still members only?
Yeah, but
and you're blocking it
because they put in the L's and then it fucks up the chat.
Who cares?
No,
I never used to block people for L's.
Well, but then it fucks up the chat, and then people are like, I can't even bother chatting anymore.
So John's now trying to pretend that it's not for me. It's because people don't like when there's all these L's in the chat. So I'm just trying to help them out. And thank God for Clay being like, why do you care?
He has become so likable in the last couple of weeks.
Yes. But this is the thing. John is concerned about the chat, not understanding that everyone's clowning him, whether they're writing L or something else, deadbeat dad.
L is so much better than the other shit you usually hate.
And so later on, Clay calls John out again for blocking these people.
And DJ Q is gone.
Who's that?
He's just one of these losers who's just
Ellen.
Yeah, just putting the L all over the chat.
He's literally
people get
upset
mad.
at a letter of the
Such a
alphabet.
sensitive little lady.
Yeah, Clay, amazing take right here. What a sensitive little lady, he says to John.
People get mad.
Oh, you're such a sensitive little lady lately.
It's not me. It's just that people get mad when it happens at me.
What?
Don't.
Who's getting mad?
So John had to make something up right there.
Yeah.
It's not bothering me. What happens is people get mad at me because I'm allowing people to put L's in the chat. It comes back to me.
You thought of a lie, and it sucks.
It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Bro, no accountability, John.
None of that makes any sense. John, just admit you're sensitive. You're a sensitive little bitch like Clay just said.
Bothers you. You don't want to see it. Okay, we see that. You're not saying it, but your actions are the more truthful thing here.
That's the main takeaway of this episode of WATP.
Yeah, his words mean nothing.
Actions speak louder than words. I hope that Aaron
That's the name of this episode.
Yeah, that's the new name of this episode.
And that I miss your cock.
Right.
Yeah.
I miss your cock. I fantasize about your balls. I'm paraphrasing. He said something like that. If you're watching the YouTube clip, these are all callbacks to our Aaron Imholt segment from earlier. It's going to sound
It was very cock-centric.
Yes, it's going to sound really weird and out of context, everyone. I love the chemistry between these two. They've been podcasting together for a while now, and it really just clicks with them.
It's so funny, Clay. I wake up this morning to two texts. One from woke up this morning, got myself a gun. Your mom is the chosen one.
You ruined a bit. You trod all over my joke.
Oh.
Go on, no, carry on. Go on.
Chug, 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 chug.
Missy's watching this in astonishment. She's just like, what is going on right now? What are they doing? So John just heard music, so he started to start singing, and then
never sings it right, always out of key.
Right.
Puts too much energy into it, but has nothing else to deliver with it.
And Clay is still trying to shoehorn in his thing that he was doing, and he still does right after this. And John finally gets it.
Go on, you woke up this morning.
Yeah, so I got the I see. Okay.
No, it's not this.
Nothing gets past this guy. Nothing gets past Stuttering John. He's too smart. He's too smart.
Were those two different songs?
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. Oh, they're great. All right, this is what I was talking about. Vince the Lawyer is programming John's show now.
So we got a lot going on. Vince just sent me some clips today to play.
Join Vince, you fucking short king.
So here's one of them we will start with. And, Vince was spot on with this. I mean, now that Vince and I have made up, it makes for a better Dabbleverse, if you ask me, because...
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because we're stronger together than we are apart.
You are. Two heads are better than one, as they say.
Although he'll probably start suing me again when I don't pay him anymore.
Oh, you'll get pissed off with him. You'll fall for one of his little trolls that hit a nerve, and you'll get all butt hurt.
I don't even know at this point.
Start shouting.
Yes.
Won't take long.
Clay, yes.
Yes.
I love this unfiltered Clay now because he's like, I've seen what this guy does. I'm not going to be his friend for very much longer. I might as well just say the truth.
Yeah, John said he's got nothing to lose. Clay's got nothing to lose.
Yeah, Clay's playing with house money, and I love it.
Something I've noticed though, for a while with Clay Dabbler is I don't know, I know he enjoys it, but there is this, I don't know, he enjoys him, but I don't think he really likes him. I mean, with taking away without the whole drama they had just had, right? Mm-hmm. But all the time that I've always noticed whenever he's on, he says a lot of shit against John under his breath.
Yeah.
All the time. And a lot of people don't make comments about it. He says it low. It's easy to miss. It is very easy to miss, but he says shit.
It's the Popeye move. When Popeye's bitching about olive oil and shit.
Great. He does it. Yeah. He does it this thing where he'll lean away or towards, and he'll put his head down and he'll mumble something against John. Oh, you little bitch, or oh, you're just bitching, or he'll always have something against John. I've noticed that. And so I don't know. That's a part of me where I just think he's always been pretty fed up. I'm very upset. Can you block him?
Not Mark blocked. Drew Cephas blocked. It is great that Clay is recognizing. They're like, no, this is what happens. You guys have this cyclical relationship where right now you like Vince, and then you're going to hate him again, then you're going to like him again. And John even said he's not going to pay Vince what the settlement was. So that's going to be a thing. But Vince and John together makes for a worse Dabbleverse. And there's a lot of reasons why. I won't get into them right now, but just the shit that he feeds John, just kind of ruins John in a lot of ways. But let's get back to the blocking people and the L's.
Debbie the pet lady, thanks for the fiber. Farewell, Duke. Shitway made hundreds of thousands of dollars off your corpse. Now your scalp is nailed to the devil's wall forever. Ultimate L. Well, if you really think about this, Clay, this person just sent me $5. So who's really taking the L here?
I don't knock it, John.
What a comeback. This for $5, John takes what, $3 of that?
Yeah.
He goes, obviously, I'm the winner. I got $3 in my pocket.
You just beat the shit out of me, but I bled all over your floor.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm not cleaning it up. Okay, I'll clean it up a little bit. That's hilarious. John cannot come up with witty comebacks ever. He's so bad at it. Now, again, I got to give some praise to Clay because Mumbling Nick put out that video that John watched on his show because he's an idiot. He doesn't ever watch things ahead of time. And Mumbling Nick made that video where he goes, you know, I've heard that it's possible that John had a prostitute in Atlantic City, and I heard that maybe she was underage or whatever. So John played that, and ever since then, he's been trying to dox this guy and ruin his life and find out all this information about him. And Clay's like, do you really think that he deserves that response?
Oh, you're speaking of doxing, John.
Yeah.
Do you really think Mumbling Nick deserved like someone trying to ruin his life?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
What, like, he said that, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but he said that was a joke, which is a joke in bad taste, and you shouldn't imply that to anyone about sleeping with underage people. No. So in that respect, like I like Nick, but it's not really a joke.
So I love the fact that Clay's like, okay, do you really think the guy's life should be ruined? And John's like, yeah, I do. It's a slight against me, therefore your life should be ruined. This is what makes John the villain. He doesn't know that for some reason. So it makes him the bad guy in everyone's eyes. That's why everyone roots against him. And he's serious right here, too. This is not performative John. Look at his face. That's the opposite of performative John right there.
I'm the victim.
He's the victim. And so people need to suffer the ultimate consequence. He should be tortured in front of his family to death. You're like, what? Because you didn't like a video that he made that nobody took seriously?
This is something that John really believes in because he's using the least amount of words to explain himself.
Yes.
He's just saying yes.
Yep. And so this continues on a little bit. And this is why John thinks that.
It's like the people are involved in psychotic, like posting pictures of his underage kid, his wife, all this shit, just trying to like literally ruin his life.
Yeah, well, that's what they did to me.
Who?
Is that what happened?
Yeah,
Like,
who tried to ruin your... What are you talking about? John's like,
who did
well,
that?
of course, this should happen to everybody because that's what happened to me. Did Mumbling Nick do that to you? John is similar to Aaron Imholt. Aaron thinks of the internet as one thing. Everything that bad happens on the internet is the internet. And it's me versus the internet. And John thinks the same way. It's just like, anyone who appreciates any of the shows in the Dabbleverse is the person who called the school and tried to get him fired.
Right.
Like every single person on there is like, no. It's just that one guy who did that. Be mad at that guy. All of us are telling people not to do that sort of thing. That's John's mentality. And that's why people need to have their lives ruined, which seems like a pretty crazy consequence to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do I know? So John, being the good friend that he is to Clay, knows that Clay doesn't understand math very well and has to embarrass him.
What's the square root of 144?
I don't know.
I give it. I done this with you.
This is John, the math teacher, now coming out.
No, Clay, think. This is the one that I
don't want to engage my brain. All right. Go fuck yourself.
It's 12. Remember 12 times 12.
Oh, great. No, I don't know.
Oh, he's such a douche. Imagine. Now, this is the legend who's super chatting him here, who's fucking with Clay, but John loves it. And John obviously in some conversation was telling Clay the square roots or something. He's like, we went over this one. I tutored you on this.
What a fun conversation.
I know, right? Who doesn't want to be friends with Stuttering John Melendez? When you get these kinds of things going on. All right. Tukey sent me the link. Let's see if this works.
Oh.
Let's see if this works. Did he take it down? Oh, I think this is up. Oh, this is up, baby.
Let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Let's go.
So we got
it's boat job.
Here we go in here.
Skip
This is my
is now
cabin.
Skipper.
Oh my
See,
god.
we got the cabin in here. We got sleeping in
And
here.
he doesn't have a filter on.
Sleeping back
Yeah,
there.
you're right.
You
This
got
is
my
phone.
bathroom
Oh, God.
in here with the shower.
No, he's definitely not used this before. This is
Then you can hang out in here and
yeah.
just chill out here on the boat.
he's so
my God, it's
sweaty.
hot out here.
Oh my
I
god.
can just chill out here.
Yeah, you can just chill out on a seat. That's true, John.
Yeah, it's my new boat. That's
It's a
right.
tiny
the captain.
cabin.
The Duke is the captain.
Oh, he went the wrong way with his hand just now. Did you see that?
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
other side he wanted to mat down. Whoops.
He never puts the
So,
mirror image on.
Yep.
Yeah, I just bought this one.
Uh-huh.
It's just so freaking hot. And it's a little too windy. I don't want to go out. So I'm just hanging out here.
He did it again.
This is it. This is the new Duke purchase. I can see I missed the spot here shaving.
Yeah, because that's what we're looking at.
Not everything else.
Oh my gosh.
If you missed a few more spots, it would be historically interesting.
It's
What
fucking
a
like 94
disaster.
degrees out. But this is going to be fun. Take this over to the Keys. It's a 26-foot Sea Ray. Brand new engine. Got a Chevy 260 in it.
You don't know what that means, asshole.
And I used to boat over in Bayville. So now I'm going to try my luck here. So there's my sleeping area. It's not bad. It's just fucking hot, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, just go two hands.
Jesus.
There you go. Now you got it.
It's fucking hot, but
You can't mess with two hands.
but here's the Duke. Yep. This is my new chick mag.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, your chick magnet.
Let's get back outside. All right, yeah.
Oh,
now
there
now
it
we're
is.
drinking beers.
Gone.
Chugging.
But yeah. But anyway, I'll take this over to Keys. I'll take this over to a bunch of the islands. Marco Island.
That's a big boat, too. Shit. That's not good at all.
Hang out over there. Hang out with some of the ladies.
Does he address it at all?
But anyway, so now
hang out with some of the ladies on the islands? He just named 3 islands. Went, hang out with some of the ladies. Do you think they've never seen a boat before, John? Like, oh my God, that guy's got a boat. Everyone's got a boat.
you know, I got all my midlife crisis toys.
No, midlife.
I got the
midlife.
brand new house. I got the Mercedes. I got the Harley.
The Mercedes is 20 years old, John.
You had the Harley.
Yeah, it's about all these things.
And now I got the Sea Ray. See, that boat got killed. That lift went down in the storm.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, I'm not going to go long today.
Let's get
Gotta
that
go
out
hang out with my friends.
That's hilarious. Anyway, let's not talk about that. That's not great.
Oh my
I want to see how this
gosh.
ends. Oh, he's watching clips? Let's see what. what's he
No,
doing?
it looks like he has some sign off thing.
Let's see.
Okay. It's a new Vince clip.
Oh, it's a new Vince clip. Great.
Someone else doing something for me.
Yep. Vince is always programming his show for him. It's always great. Does he really have his computer with him?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Tell by the
Great
way he's holding
connection.
it up.
Yeah, you're right. John, your internet's not great there. I don't know if you realize that.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. Why does Vince do this slow down the voice thing? So I guess John falls for it.
That's what I was thinking.
He makes it seem like it's more.
Thanks for the $5. I'd recommend you and Dr. Sativa take a trip to Asian Massage on Del Prado Boulevard. Happy endings, if you know what I mean. Keep it on the down
Keep it on the DL. That's the new thing now. Super chat.
Soon.
Hey, don't tell anyone else
We're at
this.
20
but
minutes. I was just doing a short little thing here. I'll be back
It's like his penis.
tomorrow. I'll do extra long tomorrow. I heard something happened to Kevin Brennan super chats, so maybe somebody will let me know. That being said, it's
What a
Duke
lazy
saying
piece.
Gagia.
So fucking lazy. It's amazing. All right, so it's a short
gosh.
one. All right, well, that's fun. We don't have to worry about Johnny. It seems like he's okay.
Yeah.
There's There's no way he's driving that thing anywhere.
I'm not sure it's his.
I'd be interested in it.
Could someone tell me if that's his?
Like, did he even sign any paperwork? Do you think that maybe it's like you can go on the boat and hang out on it when you're like testing it out?
Missy, that's a good point. He told us what he bought at Walmart. He told us how long it took to go from the gym to Radio Shack. He's never talked about all the things that would entail purchasing a boat.
Yeah.
This wouldn't be like, I just did this today kind of thing. This would take...
He brags about everything that's up and coming.
There's something very...
Well, then his excuse would be like, I didn't want you guys to ruin it for me.
Right.
Like,
oh, yeah.
Like, that's how we'll play it off, but I don't think that's true.
So I want to play this new song we just got in. This is from Ed the Editor playing guitar and singing with Mr. Magenta on drums and bass. This is Bloody Ass, the metal version.
Bloody ass. Can I get a little sympathy? Yeah, because I got a bloody ass. I'm bleeding generously. Yeah, because I got a bloody ass. Bloody ass. Whoa, yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's different.
Bass, fantastic.
I see what you did there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So John comes on his show, and of course, he made a lot of money today. None of you caught it at all, Cardiff. He was getting a ton of super chats. Never seen so much color going on in the chat before. But it's because everyone's trying to rag on him for Kamala losing the election last night. So,
and again, that would have been an opportunity for him to make some fucking money. The Stuttering John election stream.
Right. Oh, yeah. Just get hammered.
Drunk elections.
Yeah. We could have easily have done that.
We all did it.
Everyone did it. All right. So the other thing in this clip, this is when the show starts off and he's addressing what happened. He just ate food or something. So he's constantly trying to clean out his teeth. The lip smacking here is so offensive and stomach churning.
Oh, okay. So I know you all like to think that I am a big loser today,
and every day. Yeah, right.
You're entitled to that opinion.
Yep.
And I understand why, because I'm a big Democrat. I'm a liberal. And I was hoping that sanity would prevail and educated people will show up at the polls.
Oh, that's another thing that annoys the hell out of me, is this idea that, if you vote for Trump, you're not educated. I thought educated people were going to show up at the polls. I didn't realize all the smart people stayed home. It's the way dumb people talk about politics, is if there's a smart way to think about politics and there's a dumb way. Everyone on the right's dumb. Everyone on the left is smart. I actually got into an argument with Wheeze about this years and years ago. He was on Opie and Anthony's show, and he was having a political debate with Anthony on the show. He was in New York doing this. And then I saw Wheeze back in Rochester, and I was like, I heard you on Opie and Anthony. And he's like, yeah, isn't Anthony stupid? I'm like, well, you have to realize that people can be smart and have different opinions on politics. There's very smart people on both sides, but this is what dummies think. They're just like, if you think differently than me, then you're dumb. Okay.
Stupid Elon.
Right, yeah, right. What an idiot that guy is. Okay.
But apparently I was wrong. I make mistakes. We all make mistakes. That's why pencils have erasers. I will tell you this, though. While you're busy celebrating my loss and so happy about it, just know that I doubled my crypto money today and my stocks are going through the roof.
Wow.
You're welcome.
Yeah, right. So Trump winning is already doing good things for Americans? Weird. It's crazy how that would happen, but you're mad about it, of course.
And I'm sorry, Bitcoin didn't double.
No.
It went up. It didn't double.
No, doubling would be crazy at this point.
Well, he said it's crypto. He didn't say Bitcoin. He might be in some weird...
Someone asked him later, and he did say Bitcoin. No, someone asked him about it later in the show, and he did say it was Bitcoin. John's not going to know anything other than the main thing.
Can you imagine John trying to wrap his head around and use Bitcoin?
No.
I don't even...
He doesn't own Bitcoin. His nephew probably told him he's got a wallet for him or something.
Sent him a screenshot. John sent him $2,500 and his nephew sent him a QR code screenshot.
Right.
Here's your Bitcoin.
Don't spend it all in one place. He has no idea. Okay. So the Army Major, Richard Ojeda, was scheduled to be on with them today. But things didn't work out real well last night, and so no Richard Ojeda.
But I'll get an expert opinion. Why should I have my own? I was hoping that...
That's hilarious right there. Why should I have my own opinion? I'll talk to someone who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about. John, if only you actually understood what you just said, it would change your life.
But I'll get an expert opinion. Why should I have my own? I was hoping that the Army Major would have a change of heart and come on. He's just too pissed, I think. He doesn't want to deal with you assholes, which I understand. I found out that Carl's Frosted Tips idiot was Vince the lawyer.
Oh, Jesus.
Who was doxing the Army Major.
Oh, no.
Vince, I'm going to tell you right now, don't ever do it again. Ever. Or we're done. Or we're Dunsky. Don't fuck with my guests. And now, without anything left to say, let me bring on the man of the hour.
Without further ado is the term.
Anything left to say.
Anything left to say. If you were just in a conversation with this guy, the lip smacking, you'd be like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? But he's broadcasting and doing that. It's so annoying and frustrating.
We're going to hear about it from Gary from San Diego.
Gary from San Diego hates that shit so much.
Just want to say I'm pissed at you because when I saw that today, I'm like, there's a game right there.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. We already stole that one. Without anything else to say.
No kidding aside.
No kidding.
Yeah, no jokes.
So the Army Major isn't coming on because he's too upset. The news is too much for him to handle.
The Army Major did 3 hours with Hal Sparks this morning.
Oh, hilarious. That's really funny. I didn't know that. He just didn't want to waste his time with John.
He didn't want to go on John's show.
That makes perfect sense. I love, too, that he goes, so I just discovered that Carl's Frosted Tips is actually Vince the lawyer. And this whole ultimatum, like, and Vince, if you do this one more time, I swear to God, I wouldn't be your friend anymore.
Right.
We've heard that before. That's some threat you got there.
Yeah. We've heard some empty threats, but that's the emptiest.
That's the emptiest of empty threats. So he brings in Brian Karam. Brian Karam is a dork.
The man of the hour who told me on the phone when I called him last night that we were going to win, and I'll have to get his opinion on it now.
I love these people in this delusional world. They're like, I've been watching MSNBC all day. Kamala's got this one. People are excited about her. She's a great candidate. This is going to happen.
The Washington Generals are due.
Yeah, I thought they were due. It's fucking crusty all over again.
Please welcome Brian Karam. Hey, Brian.
I'm incognito as I escape the United States for environs colder in clime.
What?
You suck!
Well, like a monologue from something?
I don't know, but I guess you'll be hanging out with Brian up there in Canada. Apparently.
Right.
He's going to join
carpool.
All right. So this is interesting. And again, I'm going to get a little political right now. I don't want people to get too upset with me. I'm sure I'll see it in the comments. Someone's going to get mad, aside from producer Chris. Someone else is going to get mad too. But you have to bring up this point.
The Democrats only churned out, instead of 81, 66 million. So 14.5 million less votes, fewer votes. And a lot of those were in the swing states. So the Democrats didn't turn out in the numbers that they were supposed to.
So this is interesting. There were 15 million fewer votes in the swing states as there were 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the election went, it seems like there's a lot of fraud going on. All these mail-in ballots, no one's checking them, no one's looking at signatures, or just counting them as votes. And everyone went, this seems odd that Biden got way more votes than Obama, and Obama was loved, and everyone couldn't wait to go vote for Obama, and Biden's getting all these more votes, even though he was hiding in his basement. And so people went, maybe there's like election fraud going on. And now 4 years later, they go, yeah, I guess 15 million people didn't show up this time. It's like, yeah, it doesn't sound like maybe there's something funky going on in 2020.
They died of COVID.
Maybe they all died of COVID. That must be what happened. Brian Kerr complains about this over and over again. We're just like, yeah, people just didn't turn out this time. You mean they didn't cheat as well? They didn't do as good a job cheating for your guy. How do you say that out loud and not hear what you're saying? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm the crazy one.
Maybe.
All right.
No, I agree. I don't like if you track the number of people who voted in the Democratic Party over the past 5 election cycles, it's 1 year pretty within a margin of error, and then in 1 year there's 15 million extra. Or 11 million or whatever it is. It's like
Trump got more votes than he did the previous election and lost.
Right.
Like, okay, seems odd.
But it could also just point to she was just a terrible candidate.
Oh.
Nobody wanted to go vote for her too.
For sure. I mean,
it's
so
both
was
ways.
Biden. I mean, let's not get that
right
confused.
They hid Biden away for the months before the election. There were no debates or anything. They literally hid him away.
So. Yeah, Harris is the worst candidate to run for president in my lifetime, and I was around for Dukakis. So I don't. That's a crazy person to run for president. They made a huge miscalculation unless they wanted Trump to win. Which
it's
is possible.
A hard sell to try to get people to believe that more people voted for Kamala and Biden than Hillary. Sorry, that's a hard sell.
Yes. But why were people voting for Kamala Harris? Is it because she's a vapid person who doesn't really have any stance on anything and completely changed everything she stood for when she started running for president? No, that's not the reason.
A lot of that boils down to the fact that a lot of people at the end of the day just aren't comfortable with a black female as president. And that's I knew
that's it. Everyone's sexist and racist. Duh. I mean, obviously that's the reason. And then he proves his own argument.
Obviously, it's the people on their side.
Well,
because they didn't come out and vote for her.
That's a good point too. And then he proves his own argument incorrect right here.
I knew there were a lot of men who hated women. I didn't know there were that many women who also despised women.
I know, which is amazing. And let me issue a retraction.
All right, I'll get to that in just a second. So how does that work? They're just like, well, obviously it's because of sexism that nobody voted for Kamala. Yeah, even women didn't vote for her. Right, because of sexism. Wait, what? Black people didn't vote for her. Yeah, because of racism.
And we're saying women know they're dumb.
Right.
Well, no, there was a clip I saw on Twitter where The View had a take on it today. And
that was wild.
They were blaming the uneducated white women.
Oh, yeah. Well, there is a lot of blame to go around with those brats.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
The View also wants to get rid of social media so this never happens again.
Yes.
Oh, do they say that?
Yes. She goes, we gotta get a hold of social media so this can never happen again. We gotta make sure one of the two parties never wins again. They don't even hear themselves out loud.
Right. They're like, we should be setting the narrative, and there should be no other narrative. We're the news. We're the TV. Right. What's wrong with these people? All right, so listen to what John says after this. Is hilarious.
And let me issue a retraction. Vince, the lawyer, just texted me, said he's not Carl's Frosted Tips, so I guess maybe I was fed wrong information. So I apologize. But anyway, Brian,
it's amazing. John always believes whatever the most recent thing he heard was. He's like, I found out the Vince lawyer is this fucking guy, and I'm mad at him. Oh, he just told me he's not. All right, never mind. I'm sorry. I was upset.
Surprised he doesn't have to pause the show and be like, I already sent the mercenary. Look out your window. Make sure. Tell Gary to come back. It was a mistake. Like he said, if you ever do this again, he issues these ultimatums and these statements that he can't take back.
Yeah.
And then he finds out he was wrong, and he's like, sorry about that.
Yeah. It turns out all it took was Vince going, nuh-uh. And he's like, okay, sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to upset you with that. Also, John still hasn't learned this, which is crazy to me how stupid he is. Vince is always lying to John. Always and forever. Not just John. Me, Shuley, Bob, Rocco, everyone
Vince
else.
The liar.
He lies a lot. This is what he does. This is his shtick. And John still hasn't picked up on that. I don't know if he's Carl's Frosted Tips or not. I don't know. What do I fucking know about Carl's Frosted Tips? I don't have any frosted tips. It'd be a ridiculous hairstyle. All right, so let's find out. Even though it seems like the markets have responded positively to what happened last night, let's find out what's actually going to happen. But this starts with John taking his OCD meds.
Well, I mean, now I just got done saying, Brian, that I did make more money in crypto and, in Bitcoin and in stocks, but give it 2 years. Watch what happens to the economy.
Yeah. Give it 2 years, and then we'll see what's going on. Okay. Weird, but sure. So now John just shoved some pills in his mouth.
I don't anticipate it's going to be much.
No. What's going to happen is that they'll blame the Democrats. You want me to wait till you're done eating and drinking?
No, sorry. I take my medication.
Well, I knew you were on medication. It's a tough room. Hey.
Yes, I'm on OCD medication.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't know. Squirrel. I'm sorry, what?
What? Yes.
The comedy stylings of Melendez and Karam, everybody. Let's give another hand for them.
MK Ultra.
Can't figure out which one's a straight man.
Well, what I love about that is he goes, "Oh, you're on OCD medications?" And he goes, "Squirrel, that's like ADD. It's not OCD." And I want to point out, I think Mike Morris made this point. The fact that John always has to say pencils have erasers, that might be an OCD thing. Whenever he brings me up, he has to say, just do it. Yeah. He's got these weird things. I think his brain, it's almost like a tick, like a Tourette's thing.
Thank you, crackhead Bob.
Right. So, you're welcome. Yeah, he has to do that every fucking time.
Brian Karam wasn't. Oh, sorry, Chris.
No, go ahead, man.
No, Brian Karam wasn't confusing OCD and ADD. He was pissed like that John can't focus on the show.
Yes.
Like, you make me come here at 3:00 and you're not ready to do a fucking show. My time is valuable, asshole. Like, he's been getting pissed with him lately.
No, correct. You
Since
picked
the
up on that
Hurricanes,
correctly,
at least.
because as he's watching John shove things into his mouth and drink, he's just like, "Oh, okay, I'll wait." I mean, if you got to like have your meal or take your pills or whatever, and I don't have the clips, but after this, John has to take 5 more pills, and he tries to be like real sly about it. He's, like, he's trying to piss off Frank. It's obnoxious, John. And John even said he didn't take his pills the day before. Like, for some people, they set a reminder on their phone or they take it with dinner or whatever it is. For John, it's like, "Oh, I'm doing my show. That must mean I have to take my pills."
That's his reminder.
Yes. It's the worst time to do that. All right. This next clip.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask. Is this medication going to take away his catchphrases and shit? Is he not going to say, "That's a fact, Jack," or "just do
Oh,
it"?
no, medication's not working at all.
Oh, okay. All right.
Medication's not working at
good.
all.
Then we get our John.
I just realized I don't have the next clip that I wanted to play for. I'll explain what happens in it because it's funny. Because John goes, Trump's not in good health. You know what's even scarier than Trump getting elected president is that we're just a heartbeat away from J.D. Vance becoming the president. And I was like, but Trump's Hitler. You think it's scarier than J.D. Vance? Like, these people don't even understand their own narrative. Like, Trump's the most evil person in the world. He's going to ruin our country. And you're like, okay, yeah. And you know what's even worse is his running mate. The guy who's nothing like him.
We have to shuffle all the pieces on the board. The minute something like this happens, you have to shuffle all the pieces on the board to be on the other side still.
Right.
Like that's what Van Jones was doing last night. Like. By the way, nobody on the left ever called him Hitler. That was all the people who used to work for him who were Republicans said he's Hitler. And it's like, what is happening? It's on Kamala's timeline this week.
Right.
Like, what are you?
It's like what we just heard with Howard Stern, where the guy's just like, "Yeah, you've been calling me out, me and my friends who are supporting Trump. You're telling us that we're all idiots." And Howard's like, "Yeah, but I'm rooting for him now. So what's the problem? Go Trump." What?
They literally shot at him.
Yes.
We're forgetting this.
I don't think they're done. Like, he's not out of danger because he won the presidency. Like, they can still kill him before he gets in. And then I don't even know what happens after that. Is there... if it happens before he's put in office, what happens?
Kamala's
actually?
president because she had more votes than
second place.
Yeah, she beats out Jill Stein for the presidency. That'd be funny. Well, we'll find out. All right, so Brian's actually making a good point here. I can't believe I just said that. Brian's talking about the donor class and how the ultra rich people in this country don't really give a fuck who wins the presidency. They just want power. They donate to both parties. They just want to make sure their agenda gets through. All of this is true. I don't know why Brian is such a crazy Democrat or why anyone's on either political side when you find out what's really happening. And so he's explaining this to John. John is paying zero attention and immediately changes the conversation.
You know what? Just do a little research. You're getting fucked by rich people every day. And the donor class really doesn't give a shit who wins this election. The donor class is still going to make out. Both of them. Check and see who Bezos and Elon Musk give their money to. Both parties.
Brian, this was a great tweet, and it's by Tarantino Duchess.
John responds to something that's not a joke, that's very serious, that he should be processing and understanding because it would help his political show. And he goes, all right, so let me read you this tweet that I got.
You can tell when he's got something in the chamber there.
Yeah, he's just waiting for his lips to stop moving.
Great stuff, Brian.
Now it's my turn. So what he's about to read, this tweet he's about to read, is the description of this show. He's so happy with this tweet. He loves it.
Of the Blue Sea, where she said, while your daughter is bleeding out in a hospital waiting room without health care, natural disasters are ruining your home, and you no longer have Social Security, I sure hope your eggs are cheaper. Because these people don't realize how bigly they're going to suffer.
By the way, that's the most hack joke on Facebook right now. Like, I hope your eggs are worth it.
Yeah.
Like, it's so dumb.
These are people who don't understand politics.
Anything?
Anything. Anything. I know. I was trying to think of they really don't understand anything. That John thinks that's so funny and to make it the show description and then interrupt Brian with that.
The way his eyes glaze over while his guest is making a point reminds me of when Johnny Crutches is making a good point on Aaron's show. And Aaron's just reading the chat or checking the Venmo, and Johnny will wrap up a great point that has kind of an open-ended question to it, and Aaron will just go poignant pachyderm says. And it's he's not paying attention at all. It's
acknowledge the other person was talking and then move on with what you wanted to do. And actually, this is a perfect example. John is so hungover. I have a feeling last night was not a good night in the Melendez home. Very lonely night with a lot of empty beers by the end of it. Watching
he didn't talk
MSNBC.
about going to the gym today.
Did he go to the gym?
He didn't talk about it.
Yeah, so I think he slept in a little bit. He's not feeling great. It doesn't matter what Brian Karem's saying in this clip, but look at John's face. Look at his eyes. Look at how wasted he is.
And, I'm getting to the point where I don't want to go back to D.C. and cover this nonsense anymore. Younger people with a lot of more energy, but then again, you don't have the experience to do it. It's 40 some odd years of covering politics. I can tell you from my experience, I've never really seen anything quite like this. And look, my experience also includes, my family's in politics, so. In Kentucky, back when they used to allow Democrats to, be in the state of Kentucky. And I have not seen any type of bullshit that rivals this particular brand of evil, vile bullshit. So, have at it, folks.
He does not feel good. Everything about his body language right there is just you can tell he's am I going to be sick? Oh, I think I got a headache coming on. Oh, do I get another Monster Energy drink somewhere? Having a tough go.
Yeah, he thinks Democrats aren't allowed in Kentucky. These people really believe this stuff. I think
this show is impossible to actually listen to and watch. I made fun of Blind Mike the other day, and he pointed it out on his show afterwards because Blind Mike was just I was watching John with Brian Karem the other day. I go, you watch that? You're actually watching that? He's just you don't have to shame me, Carl. It's I'm pulling clips from my show. I'm yeah, I know, but the political stuff is so mindless and stupid. It's so difficult. I watched this today to get John's reaction. He immediately brought on Brian Karem. I'm fuck. I just want to hear John's take on it without a guy explaining to John why he should be upset.
But no, I do. I watch a lot of these.
Yeah.
And it's the only thing. I know I should be committed. The only thing John adds to it, and I think I've made a couple games out of, is the noises, the the yep, the exactly, or he reads a super chat, he plays a video, or he reads something from Twitter. Nothing he brings to the show is his own.
Actually, Cardiff, wait, he's got questions for Brian Karem. In my next clip, and my last clip of this package, he's got so many questions for Brian Karem, but actually it turns out they're not his questions, that his brother-in-law asked him to ask these questions.
Stuttering John and Kamala get the L last super chat. Lose good. Goodbye. But Brian, there's so many questions to ask.
Ask away, my brother.
Well, my friend Dustin had a question. He's Brian and Richard. I didn't know that Richard wasn't going to come on today, but was it a mistake that? Well, there's a bunch of mistakes. Was it a mistake that like they didn't have a primary, have Gavin Newsom or someone else go?
Well, obviously, it was the Democrats made a huge mistake. They miscalculated the country.
And then Dustin's real question was it a mistake to not have Joe Biden run? Should Joe Biden just have stayed in the race?
I love that because John's like, I have so many questions for you, so many questions. So Dustin actually had two things that were kind of intelligent. Thought maybe you could talk about that for a minute. John couldn't have thought up, like, should Biden have run or should they have had a primary and actually gotten someone people would want to vote for to run against Trump? He couldn't think of those things.
Did Dustin get demoted from PI?
He's a buddy now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's always just been...
Oh, so he got promoted.
I think he's the brother-in-law / buddy / PI. Because you remember when John was listing all of his friends?
Yeah.
He listed his brother-in-law. He's like, I got lots of friends. My nephew, my brother-in-law. Like,
legend.
It's so sad.
Bank teller.
It's so yeah. We make a lot of small talk.
Walmart greeter.
We're pretty good friends at this point. All right, I got to give you guys an update on Stuttering John's week because I think John went full Zumock on us.
Can I get a little sympathy? Yeah, because I got a buddy, yeah. I'm bleeding generously, yeah, because I got a buddy ass, buddy ass. Whoa, yeah.
I want to start off with Wednesday. Now, Wednesday show, we actually did the first part of it. We reviewed on WATP this past week. I was on top of it pretty quick because I wanted to see what John's reaction to the election was going to be. And later on in the show, because the original part was with Brian Karam.
Yeah.
And so it was just like the political thing. Later on in the show on Wednesday, Vince the lawyer joins him. And they have an interesting conversation about things because John was over at his... Oh, Lucy, you figuring out your camera?
Yeah, it broke a lot.
Oh,
I'm very
sucks.
broken. I know. I had so many things to say about Aaron. I'm so upset that was worst timing. Ugh.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Why are you not watching my butter eating instead of watching him eat dog food? Come on. I know you mentioned it, but...
I promoted it. I'd rather not make fun of you, especially when you're on the show.
I know.
Time for that later.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna get going. I wanted to say thank you so much for having me. Sorry to come back in and interrupt, and sorry I disappeared randomly.
Once Over with Kaylee on YouTube. Go subscribe, hit notifications.
Yeah, watch me eat butter on Patreon also. Once Over with Kaylee. All right, bye guys.
Bye. That is the great Lucy Tightbox, everyone. Totally sabotaging the show today. In every single way possible. So John was watching the election coverage on Tuesday night. He went to his brother-in-law's house, who's like 3 hours away from where he lives. This is what he's claiming. And then they went over to his brother-in-law's buddy's house. And so John was watching the election with them. Now, the problem here is that these guys were watching Fox News. So you can understand what that means. They might not be on the same side as John as they're watching this election coverage. And it wasn't going the way John wanted it to. So apparently he was getting pretty fired up about that.
And Vince, you would have Vince, I was sandwiched between two financial guys and watching the election results. I literally almost stood up and punched my brother-in-law in the fucking face.
So that's where you were?
Yeah. And I was so fucking pissed. I thought he was saying something about me. It wasn't. He was saying something about the election.
What did he say?
I can't remember. I was in the bathroom and I came out and I thought he was saying something about me, and I went up to him with every intention of fucking punching him in the face.
At your brother-in-law's house?
No, it wasn't at his house. It was at his friend's house.
What a great house guest you are.
So this is why I'm fascinated by this. I love a peek into the real Stuttering John Melendez. not performative John, not this is what I want people to goof on John. This is him being honest with something that actually happened. He's wasted.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't remember what was said.
Allegedly.
He's all upset
Mm-hmm.
because what's going on with the election. He gets out of the bathroom and he's ready to punch his brother-in-law, who's his best friend. He talks about his brother-in-law glowingly all the time. Brother-in-law does a lot of stuff for him.
What did he hear that set him off? Loser retard?
This is my guess, and I have no idea. I'm just speculating based on what I just heard from John. Is that he was talking shit about John and what an idiot he is. And John was like, "You talking about me?" He's like, no. We were just talking about the guy on the TV. It just because they probably were looking at each other like, "Is this guy for fucking real? Does he know anything about politics?" They're probably goofing on it when he went up to use the bathroom.
It is just drank all my booze.
Isn't it weird? Like liberals, when it's not swinging their way, their first reaction is like, "I'm going to punch somebody."
Yeah, violence.
I want to hit somebody. I want to shoot somebody. Like the number of videos I've seen over the last couple of days, like since the election, it's wild, man.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
It's like if Kamala loses or the Dodgers win, either way, they're reacting the same way. We're flipping cars over. Seems odd to me. Okay, so John owes Vince the lawyer money. As we all know, there was a $12.5 million lawsuit that was settled out of court. And the settlement, although no one has disclosed the figures, what we know is that John is paying Vince in installments. He has a payment plan. And we believe that also Vince is making a percentage of Super Chat money that's coming in on the YouTube channel. So again, and if anyone wants to tell me I'm wrong on this, I'm all ears. This is real John. Because John really owes money to Vince. And John really doesn't want to pay Vince the money that he owes him. And he thinks he can get out of it. I believe this is the real John trying to weasel his way out of this.
So is it true that the Shitwayer and Lady K were saying that you don't have any money and all this, and you called your bank account, one of your many bank accounts, and you had over $2 million in the bank?
Well, maybe, but again, I didn't like the bit, but it was just annoying because I think I did it twice. One time where they said I didn't make like $120,000 in a month, 1 month from the YouTube channels we own, and then I think the other time, yeah. So what's the issue though?
Well, since you have all this money.
Oh, yeah. Now, yeah. What's the issue? I get it. So, Vince, so you have all this money. So why do I really have to make my next payment?
Yeah,
is that where
like,
you're going?
Yeah. Fucking shake me down, Vince. If you're a multimillionaire, I mean, fucking hell, man. Can't we just be friends and call it a day?
No, John, you have to oblige by the obligations.
You don't have to accept the money if you don't want it. You could easily send it back to me after I send it.
Actions have consequences, you know that. And by the way, John, you beat me. If you think about how much I had to spend, when it nets out, you beat me by as much as you want. When you did what you did, you had a goal in mind to harm me. It harmed me financially.
But that was your own doing.
Okay. This is nuts right here. So John's mentality is that you have more money than me, so why would I give you money? It's like, why doesn't Nike just give me Air Jordans? They have so much money. They can't just give me a pair of sneakers. What's their problem?
Yeah, I used that with my bank, with my mortgage, and it didn't work.
It doesn't work that way. Yeah. No. I believe it was Bill Gates on The Simpsons who said, I didn't get rich by writing checks. It's like no. You owe me money, and I'm going to give you money. Now, what's John tried to turn this into, now he's blaming Vince. Like, you forced me to do this. At the end, what John did is he reported Vince to the New York State Bar Association. And the reason why he did that is because Vince took some photos of his house or something and pretended he was at John's house. And John got very upset. He thought Vince was breaking into his house. This is when he was in California, his house in Florida. And he thought Vince was breaking into his house. So then he reported him to try to get him disbarred. But if everyone believes that Vince the lawyer is actually a lawyer and he's a practicing law, then this would ruin his life. And remember, this is what John does. Someone plays a prank on him, and he wants your life ruined in return. And in John's mind, that was the right thing to do. He's like, well, Vince, I had no other choice. Of course I'm going to try to ruin your life. I don't know why you're suing me. This is crazy. Why would I give you money now? And it gets even worse than that. We've heard this one before.
The point being, Vince, is you started, not me. Take some accountability. Actions do have reactions. studying Newton's third law of motion. You were the one who started it, and I just fucking responded.
He started it. So therefore, John can try to ruin his life. I mean, Vince did something mean to him first, so therefore John can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Your Honor, I cite the First Blood Amendment.
Right, yes.
He is, like, I have to hand it to him. He is quite adept at placing R's where they don't belong, like lore. It's like, where's law? Like,
it's crazy. So John is like pleading with Vince not to take. John is so poor. And what I loved about this episode, I was watching it with Jen, and I was like, oh my God, this is all finally coming out, how poor he is. He always pretends he's got tons of money.
Yeah.
Always. That's one consistent thing that John does.
Sure, he pretended that was his boat for a second.
Correct. We're going to get into that.
Yay.
No, for sure. We're going to get into all of that, because that is nuts. This boat saga this week is, like I said before, he's gone full Zubak with this. It's crazy. But now John is pleading with Vince not to take his money.
I believe if you're a multimillionaire, why are you shaking down somebody?
It's not a shakedown, John. We have an agreement. It could have been a lot worse for you.
But you could waive it.
What a child.
What a child. Dude, we have an agreement. It's written that we have this agreement. You owe me this money. It's like, yeah, but you don't have to take my money if you don't want to. It's like, I want to.
As it turns out.
Yeah, guess what, John? I want to take your money. You owe me money. Give me my money. This is the guy who says, fuck you, pay me all the time, Stuttering John. And now when he has to pay, he's like, oh, come on. Can't we just be buddies instead and be friends? John still doesn't understand.
He's mad about it. He's angry about it.
For sure. He's a poor guy who doesn't have a lot of money, and now he has to give money to Vince. He feels like, remember,
a millionaire.
Yeah, remember when this lawsuit was happening? John was so scared. He was freaking the fuck out about this lawsuit. Anyone who put 12.5 in chats, he pretended he didn't know what that meant.
Yeah.
He was freaking out. Once they settled this, he was on cloud nine. I don't know if you guys remember this, but once they settled the lawsuit, all the stress was gone. I don't owe anyone money. This is great. And now he doesn't want to pay the money that he was all excited about. I only have to pay this much money. He was bragging about how little money he had to pay Vince. And now he can't even afford that. And he won't pay him.
In installments.
Right. As a payment plan.
Yeah.
That they explained as a six-month payment plan, and he hasn't paid one yet. It was supposed to be October. He didn't pay October. Now he's got November. He hasn't paid November. He's trying to weasel his way out of it. And so he has an excuse on why he can't pay him, which, again, proves that John is poor, which we all knew, which I'm not saying is like, wow, can you believe it? It's just amazing that John's finally admitting that.
This is why I'm going to tell you why. I got to file my tax returns, and I owe my accountant $1,000. So, and if I don't pay him, he's not going to do my taxes, and I got to do my taxes. So,
See, this is how you get me. You're going to get me every month with a sob story.
No, not every month, but just like,
just the first two that you were obligated to do something.
Just look, Vince, just waive the November, and then I'll start paying in December. Come on, man.
If you want, maybe we'll push it back if you want.
Yeah, just push it back to December, please.
Maybe. Look, I got to talk to Brittany too. We have to amend the documents. We can't just make changes to an agreement and not have it amended.
Did you change the documents when I didn't pay in October?
No, I mean we have to still do that.
You're right. This is real, John.
This is real, John.
Yeah.
Which is weird because if this is real, why would you bring this up on a show? It's so embarrassing.
Because that's real, John.
He doesn't know. He's so desperate. He can't. He doesn't have the money. He can't pay this money. And so maybe he's trying to like put Vince on the spot so that we all see. Because, okay, actually that does answer the question, because I'm going to show you in a little bit that John changes this conversation 2 days later. You just heard Vince say, maybe we can back it up and start payments in December.
Oh.
And John changes that to, I don't have to pay November anymore.
Like when a child hears maybe from one of the parents.
But it's more than that, though. Vince is saying, I'll play it again. Vince is saying, we'll change the schedule. It's supposed to be October. Let's say it's 6 months. That's what they keep saying.
Sure.
So October through, what would it be? March would be 6 months. So Vince is saying, all right, we can move it so that it's December through May. And John's thinking, if I start in December, it's still just to March.
Yeah.
So that in John's mind, he's getting away with 2 months not having to pay, where Vince is saying just the opposite. Let me see if I can pick up on this again.
Get me. You're going to get me every month with a sob story.
No, not every month, but just like,
Just the first 2 that you were obligated to do something.
Just look, Vince, just waive the November, and then I'll start paying in December. Come on.
Waive November. That's the question. That's the request.
Oh, man.
If you want, maybe we'll push it back if you want.
Yeah.
Push it back. So very different.
Yeah, very different
than what John is asking for. But John doesn't understand how any of this works. And here's another thing that John admits, I think, for the first time ever, because even when I had a private conversation on the phone with John, he brags about how good he is with investments and stocks and his stock portfolio. And that's why he's so rich, because he invests his money. He's so good at that kind of stuff. I mean, Brian, you've heard this many times.
Yeah, he just said that his stocks went through the roof when Trump won.
Right. Correct.
That's what he said.
That's what he said earlier in this episode, now that I think about it. That's one of the first things he said in this episode. And now the truth comes out.
Would you sell stock?
Well, if I had to do that to pay a legal settlement that I had to do.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
See, here's the issue. And I know you're going to laugh at me. Vince, I bought Disney at 176 a share. It's down to 98.
Yeah, that's foolish.
I'm taking a bath, so I don't want to sell at a loss. Would you?
Well, it depends, John. It doesn't matter. It's already there. I only own NVIDIA, which we've owned for a long, long time, and that's pretty much it.
And I bought Ford, which is down immensely.
Ford? What the fuck? We're buying buggy whips?
I've never heard John talk about making bad decisions in investments before. And now all of a sudden he owes money to this guy, and he's talking to him, just like, dude, I can't even afford it. Even if I sold my stock, all my investments are down. I don't have any money in there. Oh, shucks.
Well, also, if he sells that Disney stock at a loss, surely he can write it off against one of his other stocks that's made tons of money.
Right. Yes. Good point, Bryce. Brian actually understands how this stuff works. Also, and Vince's response is right about that. John's trying to play this game where it's like, well, I can't sell it because I bought it for this amount. It's like, yeah, well, it could be half of what it is now in 5 years. So yep, it is what it is. If you need money and you have money, sell it, get the money, and pay the person you owe money to.
It's still money at this point.
Right. Yes, it is. It is. You own what it's worth. So it doesn't matter what you bought it for. It's not a game. You owe money to Vince and he wants his money. So this is crazy. Again, real John came out on this episode, because how many times does he call, he goes, Carl, just do it. And he does that affect, and everyone goes, you're calling Carl gay. And he goes, no. I'm not calling him gay. I'm just saying that's how he says that. It has nothing to do with gay. It's just saying that's how he says, just do it.
Sure.
He said this many, many times. Well, it finally comes out. He's calling me gay.
Oh, get this, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, the Duke had an espresso martini last night. Just do it.
You did?
The Duke had an espresso martini last night. Just do it. Because remember, when Kate Meany's boyfriend had an espresso martini, he called him a fag. Mm-hmm. Those are John's words, not mine. He said the guy was a fag. So he equates espresso martinis with being gay. And he just said, I had an espresso martini, just do it. Therefore, Carl is gay.
And look how pleased he is with himself.
I know, he's so stupid. Hey, guess what? I had that thing that I called gay. Cool. And then Honest John, because now he's talking to a guy he owes money to, tells another truth.
Yeah, and these guys got me, Vince. I didn't buy a boat. I was on my friend's boat.
You're such an asshole. So you lied to me about that too?
Yeah, I was just fucking around. I mean, I can't afford a boat.
I mean, no one was fooled.
He's being real, though. Like, I mean, he is the type that would be like, hey, here's my boat. And then, I sold it, or I got you guys. You're the idiots for believing it.
No, I know, right. Because there's nothing in it for him here. He just literally can't pay back Vince. And he's looking for Vince to have some sympathy and go, yeah, I get it, man. I got tons of money. I don't need your $2,000 or whatever it is. And Vince, to his credit, is not budging on this because it is the better bit to watch him squirm. But it's crazy that John was on this boat, bragging about it, giving us the tour of the boat. Everyone thought it was not his boat. He didn't fool anyone. And then he comes out and he goes, I know, I didn't even buy a boat. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Good.
He really got us.
Good one. And that's going to come back around on Friday's show that we're going to see in just a minute. But this is another thing that was crazy in this episode. I'm telling you, this was the most compelling segment of John's show in many months because he's telling all of these truths and he's never once admitted that he's made bad investments. And then we find out why he buys the stocks that he buys, where he gets the information from.
Well, I don't know if this is defamation, but I signed up for that Motley Fool thing. And like 7 out of the 8 picks bombed.
It was 1994 Motley Fool.
No, it was like 2 years ago. And the only one that did well is the Luke and Coffee one. Every other one bombed.
What else did they recommend?
Like, I mean, all these shitty, like Skills.
Yeah, right.
SKILLC.
Yeah, I know the company.
Yeah, and every fucking thing tanked.
So John subscribed to the Motley Fool. He fell for this investment advice package, purchased this thing. So now if that had all made money, he'd be like, yeah, I know how to pick stocks. I'm smarter than all you guys.
Yeah.
I understand how this all works. I understand the market. That's why I made these picks. But then when he loses money, I took the advice of this online thing that tricked me into it. The Motley Fool.
He doesn't want to defame them, though, he said.
I was going to say, any company he mentions is defamation because it's him.
Yeah. You're a customer? I don't want to work with them. I just want to point out how bad this is because he said that 2 years ago, he bought all these stocks. So if I just zoom into 2 years ago, this is how much the Dow is up. This is how much the market is up. It's up huge from where it was 2 years ago. It's up 10,000 points. And John somehow bought stock that all lost money. It's pretty incredible. Gotta love it. So then Thursday's show, pretty non-eventful. You know, he started off the show on Wednesday talking about, all right, Trump won. You guys made a bad decision. Even the people who voted for Trump, it's going to go bad for you. You don't realize it. But then he starts watching MSNBC. And so now he's got a new narrative.
But let's face it, folks. It wasn't 4 years ago the election was rigged. It was this time.
So that's what happens when you watch MSNBC. It's like, oh, people actually liked Kamala Harris. She was very popular, but the election was rigged. Oh, okay.
The smugness.
Yeah, I know.
That comes along with like, oh, guess what? Fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Here's the way it
just because
really
he
is.
watched Rachel Maddow. He watches Rachel Maddow who says the thing. He's just like, I know more than you know. The most slanted news channel there is. You're like, okay, sure. Actually, you know what? I didn't want to play a lot from this episode because there's a lot going on. But you know when he gets situated when he first starts his show?
Yeah.
He's got nothing prepared or ready. I sped it up. It's kind of fun to watch in fast motion, him getting situated.
And now it's in members. And I was able to get rid of some of these losers. So.
Oh, yeah. I have that clip too, but I won't play it. He starts off, he's chugging Gatorade. He's not centered. You know, he's got the green screen off to the side. And he just starts blocking people. That's the first thing he does on the show. Anyone who's typing L or anything about Trump, he's just blocking them. And remember, he was supposed to start a job on Wednesday, a 9-to-5 job that was paid 6 figures. With all the lies going on, you forget about that was another lie that he had. He's just, I'm going away soon. Oh, Shuey's going to be upset. I'm going away soon. He's not going to know what to do. And nothing has changed. He's just still doing his show every single day. And so he starts off by blocking, and then watch this.
End of the day, it's worth it to me. Get rid of some of the riffraff. Did I take this one? No, maybe not. Oh, boy. Make sure I got my mic on. Check. All right. Got rid of most of the children. It's... No, I'm getting this fucking screen, man. Get the fucking box out of my fucking way. Fucking hell. Fucking pain in my fucking ass. This fucking thing.
He's pouring something. He's got a stupid stroke arm up.
Zip up my pants.
He really has gone full zoom on.
Oh, sorry. Skull.
How could you be that unprepared?
Well, there's something rotten in Denmark.
There's a box next to him that he's like kicking into.
Fucking box.
Yeah, green screens.
Who put that there? That's the name of his cat, Box. Give him a kick.
I hope not. All right. So let's fast forward to Friday because Friday, John comes on his show and there's a theory going on and I might subscribe to it. John's house, of course, is in his mom's name. He sold his house for $10 to Osa. It was already in her name to begin with, but then he actually sold it. We've seen the documentation of this.
Did she ever receive the $10?
That's a good question. I'm good for it, Mom. I just got to pay back.
Can't you just waive it?
We're friends. So there is a theory that because the house is in Osa's name and she owns it, that she's also paying bills and she's controlling the thermostat.
Oh.
Now, I've heard about this before. Forget who was talking about this, but like with Airbnbs. Mm-hmm. Oh, I think it was Rocco was talking about, I stayed at this Airbnb and it was in Georgia. And so he was setting the thermostat down to 72 or 70.
Telling us this.
And then it would go back up to 80 or 78. And he's just like, what the fuck? So he finally reached out to the owner, like, oh, yeah, you can't mess with the thermostat. It's an extra $50 for every degree lower you want it. He's like, what? It's crazy. It is expensive. I can tell you, even when I'm not at my house in Florida, the bills are high to, keep it, whatever, relatively cool. And so I don't know that John has control over his own thermostat because this sounds crazy.
This is amazing. I'm still sweaty. I had the temperature on at 80 because I don't know. I guess I get cold at night. I don't know why.
I had the temperature on at 80 because I don't know. I think I get cold at night. I don't know why. Huh?
My parents keep their thermostat at 75 because they're 80.
Right? Yeah, that makes sense.
But I do. And then when I got home from the gym, got out of the shower, I was sweating like a goddamn pig.
Yeah, it's a sauna.
So anyway, I mean, I'm fucking hot as fuck in here. So bear with me for a second here.
Then turn it down.
Yeah.
Why
it's
wouldn't
not
you turn
night
it down
anymore, right? You're not cold. It's not night.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable. 80 degrees in a house is crazy. That is so uncomfortable.
Yeah,
what is he doing?
And wouldn't he be hotter just after the gym when he walked in as opposed to after the shower?
He always sweats when he gets out of the shower. It's so weird. I don't know what that is. Maybe Dr. Steve knows what that is. It's crazy. He's so greasy and gross. Troy Smith says he looks like the Nixon mask in Point Break. He kind of does. Yeah. That's funny. That's a good observation. All right, so now we're going to bring Clay Dabbler in. It's Clay Day on Fridays, and Clay Dabbler comes in to discuss the boat work that John did, where he pretended he had a boat, then he admitted he didn't have a boat, and that was some gag.
So the best, Clay, is this whole, does John have a boat? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's hilarious. It's funny, isn't it? It's funny how your two off-the-cuff works in 1 week were better than Shuley's 2-month load of bollocks that he did with Kumia that nobody give a fuck about.
I got to pause it right there. What Clay is referring to here is John saying he was starting a job, 9 to 5, that's 6 figures, and will be off the internet, and John saying he bought a boat. No one believed either of those things. No one did. You can look at Dabblers Anonymous. You can go back and watch Uncle Rico. You can watch my appearance on Uncle Rico. You can watch WATP. No one was buying any of this. We all just said, yeah, okay, whatever, John, you're lying. And Clay comes on and goes, those were good works. Now, the reason why the Anthony Cumia work was better is because all of a sudden John was calling Anthony a hero and talking about how him and Anthony are good. And he stopped making fun of Anthony when Missy B got brought up by Rob Salt. He's calling her all these names. He wouldn't say anything because he thought that he was friends with Anthony. So we got to change his behavior based on him thinking that Anthony was in his corner. That's why that was better than John lying and none of us believing it. This is, again, full Zumach. It's like when Chad was like, I'm buying a gun and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. We all went, no, you're not. And he goes, no, I know. I'm going to buy a house in Carl's neighborhood. No, you're not. No, I know. Cool. Good stuff. I got punched by a guy who says Cumia country. No, you didn't. No, I know.
Yeah, the thing with the Anthony and Shuley thing is it worked.
Right.
Yeah.
It got John to think that was happening.
Like you said, nobody believed the 9 to 5 and nobody believed the boat.
Not for a second.
And even like when what is the payoff? Like, I can't really afford a boat. What are you, crazy?
Yeah. That's actually worse for the person doing the work. Does he not realize that? It's crazy.
It's retarded.
But here's the funny thing.
That's a work, John. Oh, and another thing, I got to congratulate you. Oh, is that your sign you made for me? That special tape.
Okay, so John now is holding up a stop sign. And when I tell you if your kindergartner did this at school, you'd have to consider special needs education.
Yes.
This is so bad. And John holds this up. He's all proud, but he's got this new sign when Clay's talking too much to get him to stop. Basically, it's a octagon plate, right? With stop in white tape.
Scotch tape, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Meep, meep.
But the funniest thing is, Pinky.
I like your effort, John. I like your effort. That's good.
Is busy with this, like he's thinking, I told you John couldn't afford a boat. Now, Clay, I mean, let me just say, first of all, I can afford a boat. And who's to say I don't have a boat? But to watch Pinky go crazy and think, all I had to do was I'm hearing myself back.
Okay. So now, John, Vince isn't there.
Yep.
So now he can be like, I can afford a boat.
That's the difference.
Oh, you can afford a boat? Can you afford to pay me the money that you owe me?
Right.
He's a child.
Yeah.
It gets worse, too. But this is John talking about the house and why it's in his mom's name, explaining that.
And I bought my house. Now, why is it in my mother's name? That's very simple. Because my credit sucks.
I don't know why he has to take his pills during his show, but that's become a thing again. Where he's always taking his medication during the show, and it's so obnoxious.
And perfect. So I use my mother's credit to get cheaper rates. But that's all it is.
And it's stopped.
I mean, I bought it. It's my house. It's not my mother's.
It's nothing to do to stop like nefarious little lawyers trying to take shit.
Yeah, well, that too. I mean, I always do that.
It's so annoying. He just keeps shoving more and more pills in his mouth.
Yeah, without taking a drink, without washing anything down.
Yeah, he just holds them in his mouth.
It's so gross.
Okay, so he says, I own the house. We put it in my mom's name because she has good credit, and I wanted a cheaper rate. And people are saying that's mortgage fraud. So I looked this up. There's a version of mortgage fraud known as straw buying. It's using a person with good credit to secure a mortgage for someone who doesn't meet the minimum requirements. The following characteristics can signal the use of straw buyers, according to Fannie Mae. An entity other than the borrower makes the mortgage payments. So if his mom's making the payments, or if he's making the payments, that would be mortgage fraud. And then also, the buyer doesn't intend to occupy the home. So that's very interesting because she does not occupy the home. It's her name, it's her house with her credit score, and he lives there. So if he's making the payments, that's fraud. And if she's not living there, that's fraud. That's two different things that show that that's mortgage fraud. And later on, he calls up Vince during this segment and talks to Vince about it on the phone. And even Vince is like, yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Hey, Vince, are you there?
Yeah.
I only called you because this idiot Pinky Brennan is somehow thinking that you can't like I can't use my mom's credit to buy a house.
It all depends on the documents, what you disclose to them, what the bank required. Now, if the bank required both you and your mom to live there, then that's a different situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but all my mom has to be here is once every year for 1 week.
Says who?
Says that's the agreement. Like that's how it works. So she's the lead in the mortgage, but it's my money that bought the house.
So John made that up. She has to be here 1 week a year. According to who? According to what? What do you mean? That's a timeshare. That's not ownership of a house. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, either way, John, as long as the bank was aware and your mom's aware and she's not breaking any of the terms, you should be okay.
Yeah, I know. No, but I'm saying Pinky doesn't even understand that it's possible to do it that way.
And again, can you just relay the message? He said he's going to sue me for defamation because I called him an Irish drunk gambler. I had no idea if he was Irish or not, so I apologize.
Okay. So you just heard Vince say Kevin Brennan's going to sue me for calling him an Irish drunk gambler. And the joke is, I didn't know he was Irish.
Yeah.
Now, will John get the joke?
Probably not.
Definitely not. He's a fucking moron.
Well, it doesn't matter. I think Brennan is an Irish name, and I repeated it. Yes, I
even Clay Dabbler doesn't fucking sit there and be like, John, that was a joke, you idiot. How are you not picking up on this? Vince is so much smarter than John. He's treating him like he treats High Pitch Eric. John's a whack packer. He's nothing more than a whack packer.
And John agrees with everything that Vince just said on the phone. Then why'd you call Vince?
Oh,
just to say this guy's being a jerk to me?
Well, no, he wanted Vince to be like, yeah, of course that's the rules. Of course you could do that.
Yeah.
And Vince was like, I don't know. Is that the agreement you guys had? I'm not sure. What do you mean a week? Who said that?
Right.
Could you imagine if that's what was the mortgage agreement was? I will live in this house 1 week a year? It's bizarre.
I think he's a drunk Irish gambler as well.
Yeah,
Angry drunk Irish gambler.
Apologize. I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Fuck you, Vince.
Okay. So that's bizarre because people have been saying that it's mortgage fraud. I'm starting to believe that it's mortgage fraud. And John is just claiming this on the internet. It's amazing how many laws John breaks and then declares them to everyone on the internet. It's weird to me. See,
but has workarounds like the week. She only has to be there for a week.
Yeah, as long as she's there for a week. And I don't think she's ever been there. The house is not... if Mama Melendez ever sets foot in that house, she's going to be so upset.
John turned the thermostat down to 72.
that house is so disgusting. It's not even clean in the place he sits to do his podcast. He's stepping on shit. We know what happened when his friends came over for the hurricane. They pulled out a bucket and a mop for that wet ass pussy. It's ridiculous. I've never once had someone go to my house and feel compelled to mop. That's insane. All right. Now, John's talking directly to Kevin Brennan. This whole thing, and I watched Kevin's rebuttal to this. It's so childish what's going on. Even more so than my rebuttal to Aaron Nibble yesterday on this little piggy. It's so childish what's going on between these two. John's going, I have more money than you. I can afford a boat. And Kevin's going, you don't have a boat. You don't have more money than me. And it's just back and forth with all this. So now John has decided, well, I don't want Kevin to think I don't own a boat. I want him to think I do own a boat.
You fucking drunk Irish gambler. Guess what, Pinky? I do own a boat.
Do you really?
Yes.
So is that your boat?
Yes.
It's hard to tell, John.
Well, I was in a random canal. That's not where it's... I was going to keep it at a friend's canal. The hurricane, his fucking lift is fucked up. You don't want to keep the boat on a lift. I mean, just on a slip because the barnacles will be crazy. So it's at a marina. But this fucking Pinky, he's so stupid. And all I had to do was say to Vince, I'm doing it to irritate Pinky. And he did a whole show yesterday about how I don't have a boat.
It's like a child getting caught in a lie and then doubling down on it. Oh, what'd you do over summer break? Oh, I was a firefighter and I put out a fire at a house because they made me a firefighter.
That didn't happen, did it, Carl?
No, yeah, no, it did.
I put out 2 fires.
I put out 2 fires.
Okay, sure.
I talked to your mom. She said you were not a firefighter. My mom's a liar. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
She's crazy.
Sure as hell I'm a firefighter. I do own a boat. You just said 2 days ago you don't own a boat. No, but I do, though.
It's at a friend's canal.
It's at a friend's canal. Oh, it's hilarious. Speaking of which, it reminds me of the doctor he knows who owns an airport.
Oh, right.
Remember he was going to start the Stuttering John Comedy Club? That was a big announcement that he had around the time he was also going to start a job, and he was going to have this comedy club. And apparently, from my inside guy, from what I heard, that this conversation he was having with the doctor about starting a comedy club, the doctor thought that John was going to put money into this.
Oh.
And John thought the doctor was going to put all the money into it and that he would just MC. He would just be there to MC every night. And so the doctor's like, no, we're not doing that at all. So they've had a falling out. And John's no longer working with the doctor. You're not going to hear anything about airports and private jets to the Keys.
There's a certain type of personality that needs to announce things before they've come to fruition.
Yes.
Even no matter how unlikely it is to happen. they still feel compelled to announce it.
Yeah, remember he was going to get some role in Hollywood or something? He had some big break or something like that just last year when he was still living in LA. It's nonstop with them declaring victories that will never come to fruition. All right, so now that he's declared that he does own a boat, like he did, and then he didn't, and now he does. Obviously, Clay's confused. He's like, all right, well, I guess it's a double work.
It's a double work. It's a double work.
It's not even a work, though.
Well, no, but in a way, you said you had a boat and you didn't have a boat, and now you do have a boat. It's kind of a work.
How's that a gotcha?
How is that a gotcha? It's so insane to me. When a guy who you owe money to was talking to you, didn't own a boat. I believe that. I do. That's the one that I believe right there. I believe you can't afford a boat and you won't afford a boat. Also, this is a weird phenomenon. I know John has a pension and maybe he's dipped into another pension of his or something. But John is one of the one professions in the world where everyone can see how much money he makes. Yep. Like we literally, people keep track of this shit. He's not making a lot of money. He can't afford a boat. Nor should he want to. It's a really bad idea to buy a boat based on his situation.
Yeah, like if you can't even keep your air conditioning at a decent level, you don't think about buying a boat. It's not for you.
But it's funny that Clay's calling this a work. Like, oh, it's a double work. And John's like, no, it's not a work. Because John's a pathological liar. He just lies all the time. He's like, no, this a work would involve like multiple people involved in it to get one over on someone,
with
have
a big payoff. Yes.
Right. That's like what a work would be. John's just a guy who just lies all day long every day. He's like, no, Clay, it's not a work. I'm just lying. Like, that's what I do. Okay, cool. Good stuff. And all right, let's get back to paying Vince. Because now he's going to talk to Clay about this after that Wednesday episode that everybody saw where he's groveling. He's going to lie about what happened.
I see you managed to swerve Vince's payment again this month.
Yes, he managed to. It's so funny because I talked to Vince this morning, and I'm like, "You told me you'd waive November. Don't you remember? I told you about my accountant." And he goes, "Oh, all right. We'll talk."
That's not what happened.
No, we just saw what happened.
No, he said he'd push it back,
and that was a maybe.
Maybe. He did not say he would waive November. And now John's changed it into, no, you said you would waive November.
He goes, all right. We'll talk about it on Monday. I go, but no, you gave me your word. You would reduce it to 5. I said 5 instead of 6. 5 payments instead of 6.
That did not happen.
So he did say it, right, Clay?
No. Yeah, he did.
He did. So
Clay's body language. He went, yeah, he did.
Yeah, sure.
He's
Why
even
not?
shaking his head no while he says it. Watch this. This is Clay just like, yeah, whatever you say, boss.
He did say it, right, Clay?
Yeah, he did.
He did. So I'm going to keep you to your word, counselor. Don't
verbal contract.
So then he says to me, okay, so when do you owe me? I go, I'll start paying December 26th. And he goes, and I go, that's right. You're not going to be the Vince that stole Christmas, are you?
Yeah, he would.
Oh, my God.
Can't wait to see the presents John buys.
He literally says, he goes, my kids want to get Christmas presents. I guarantee he doesn't buy his kids Christmas presents. They wouldn't accept them if he did. Like, Dad, we're good. Don't worry about us.
Isn't he against laughing at your own jokes?
Yes, he has been in the past. But he is a culprit of that. He loves him. He's like, the Vince who stole Christmas. Get it? Yeah. Good stuff.
And I can hear his next phone call with Vince. Clay said, he heard you.
Clay, Dirty Deeds heard you say that. Clay heard you say that. Robert Myers. It's like, there's an agreement you guys signed off on. You owe him money. You need to pay him money for that. Oh, this is crazy. That stop sign that John keeps flaunting. This is some reveal right here.
Sort of, we're guessing what's John's job. Stop in the name of love.
Oh, God, Clay is so annoying. Even when you show him stop, he makes it even worse. No, stop talking. Stop singing. Stop making noise out of your mouth. Stop it.
Dirty Deeds came up with that. He goes, John, you got to have like a stop sign if Clay starts to
John didn't even come up with that idea. Dirty Deeds told him to make a stop sign. John's so devoid of anything creative. He couldn't even come up with a bit.
Where the fuck did you get that from?
Dirty deeds. So then I
he sent you that. Oh, God. Sorry.
So I got to put this closer. So I went to the Home Depot. I'm like, well, I'm not going to be able to get a stop sign. I know Lady K's going to go, John, he just do it. Like, he should have just went to the printing shop and got and printed out a stop sign and put it on wood. I'm like, no.
And that's not you being gay.
Right. I mean, obviously he thinks I'm gay. But also, would that be my take on this? John doesn't understand how we work over here at all. I know Lady K is going to say he should have gone to a printing shop. It's like, no, you should have done the bit at all. It's stupid. It's lame. You look retarded.
I was at Target buying steaks.
Lady K. Yeah, right. Now, if I had a funny stop sign gag, what I would have done, fucking idiot.
What? I'm like, no. I was at Target buying steaks.
And he even is having this debate with himself in his head. This is the definition of living rent free in somebody's head right here. Where he's like, now, Lady K. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it that way. It's like, I didn't say any of these things to you, John.
So I punched him in the face.
I came out of the bathroom like this. This guy's insane.
To get a stop sign. I know Lady K's going to go, John, he just do it. Like, he should have just went to the printing shop and got and printed out a stop sign and put it on wood. I'm like, no. I was at Target buying steaks and chicken and kitty litter, and I was like, and beer, of course. And I was like, oh, fuck it. So I found these Christmas octagon plates for Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
And some white tape. I found the ruler for 99 cents and this white tape.
Jesus.
And there it is.
It's worse than you thought.
And that's the story of the lamest bit ever.
Yes, wow.
By the way, Clay, you have to Venmo me the money for all of those supplies.
Yes. Hey, John, I'll give you a little advice right now. Behind the scenes stuff, save that for Patreon. Put that behind the paywall. Like, if you want to know how the stop sign came to fruition, I'm going to break it all down for you.
You can teach a class on how to make one.
I have one more clip on here because it's the most embarrassing clip.
Yay.
These dorks start flexing their biceps at each other to show each other how tough they're. I've been using the word child a lot during this presentation, and I have to say, John has become so childish. It's insane what's going on.
Hey, Clay.
Ooh.
Look at this.
Not bad, Johnny. Not bad. I don't feel like my lighting's good enough. So gay. So it's kind of embarrassing doing that, John. For me personally. Toes looking crispy.
Oh, God. Kind of embarrassing? I like the Clay goes, it's kind of embarrassing that we're flexing our muscles right now on the screen. Oh, and John's like, I'll make it more embarrassing than that. Look at my stupid tattoo that sucks. Like, oh, yeah, there you go. You definitely beat us on that one.
Those wild eyes.
Yeah. He thinks he's being funny, but he's so far gone. Speaking of crooked vulture fingers, it's time for our
Cringe of the Week. Cringe of the Week.
And this one comes in from my buddy Jackie Marlowe, who was watching, you won't believe this, Stuttering John Melendez. And Stuttering John has on his buddy Brian Karam. And Brian Karam is the political pundit that he likes to have on to talk politics. And a bunch of comedy of errors occur in a row here.
Yay!
And the best part is that John has no control over what's going on or what's happening. The one thing he should know are the people that Trump's assigning to his cabinet, since John does a political show once or twice a week. And that's like the big news right now. All the people that John is assigning, or all the people that Trump's assigning, and he has no clue.
Cape Coral, Kelsey's mom, be honest, I will make Kelsey meet you at the bar, rank my looks from 1 to 10. I know I'm not above a 7, but recently...
Hey, just keep that's my wife's picture. Yeah.
Oh, sorry again, bro. I fell for that again. Damn it.
Yeah.
So this is the second time in a row where someone uses Brian Karam's wife as the avatar, and John just pulls up. He's like, all right, rate my looks 1 through 10. Brian's just going, Jesus, John, he falls for it every fucking time.
He looks for nothing but what the dollar sign is.
Yep.
And that's the post I have to put up there.
That's
it doesn't check. Like, at least Shuli has that one guy that he has a Simpsons name. Lionel Hutz, I think his name is. And it's constantly, Shuli knows better. And once in a while he trips up because there's just like gaping vaginas and penises in there, even though he's donating money. John doesn't even look for that. It's like $2. I'll answer this question, and it's just the most horrific shit.
John pulled up just a giant erection on his show the other day. I was going to bring it up on Point Devil Point. We didn't get to it, but yeah, he just falls for it every time. It's great.
Fell for that again. Damn it.
It's all right. I have a beautiful wife, but that's not her on there. So,
Brian, is she
and I know
happy?
where that picture came from. They stole it off.
Give
of
her a kiss
social
on the
media.
mouth for me.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they did. Damn, I'm so sorry, bro. I should know by now.
That's all right.
Although
he doesn't look that sorry.
Well,
I don't like aw shucks, John.
Yeah, he's going to go into why you can't be mad at him though, even though he fucked up. This is what John always does. He goes, "Oh man, I messed up." But you know what though? Actually, you should have left your phone number as the message when I called your phone, Rob. It's your fault. I doxed you.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they did. Damn, I'm so sorry, bro. I should know by now.
That's all right.
Although I love your wife, so really it's not. I mean, I don't know how they think they won by doing that.
He had to throw that in there.
Do you know someone named Susie, Brian?
Now he's being extra cautious. Do you know somebody named Susie? Okay, let's see where this leads to.
he's one of those people that are channeling the spirits from beyond. Do you know a Susie?
Yeah, it starts with an S.
That's my mistress. What are you doing? You're fucking my life up.
Susie Wiles.
Yeah, the chief of staff, the new chief of staff of the administration.
Yeah, so
what they're saying there is you're going to get deported. So welcome to the club.
Jacob Brian S.
He's not listening.
Brian, explain to us why you keep doing this show.
Coral. I love that. He's such a boob.
Awesome.
Yeah, so the worst Viking ever says Susie Wiles has you on her radar, SJ. And John's like, before he puts it up, he's like, you know Susie? Do you know Susie?
It is amazing that you guys have all said this, but when he does his political show, he knows nothing about what's going on.
Right.
Especially now, like after the couple days of them all having meltdowns and shaving their head and whatever was going to go on. Now they're hyper focused on everything that's going on. Everything's going under a microscope. Who's going to be appointed? Who's associated? Whatever. They're making their checklists, their battle plans with it. This should be the time John's just glued to Twitter, seeing all the updates coming out and knows fucking nothing about what's happening here.
It really is so typical of John. The Yankees are out of it. He has time. Giants only play once a week. He can be looking this stuff up.
The Doge thing. That's the coin he was trying to do years ago. Yeah, that was 6 months ago, John. Everybody knew this already.
So, Darren, you are, aside from being an aficionado on David Lee Roth, you're also a private investigator.
Yeah, my real name is Dustin.
No, you're not Dustin. Let's not start that rumor. But the reason why I brought that up and I wanted to talk to you about this is because we have a guest on the show who has been doxxed by Stuttering John's team, and they're harassing him. And I don't know his story that well, so I'll bring him on to tell his story. Mumbling Nick is here. What's up, Mumbling Nick?
How's it going, guys?
It's going good. So I brought up before that John has threatened you. He's talked about, I know where you live. I know your wife's name. I know this. I know that. And I always hate that shit. It's my least favorite thing that John
John's
does.
in that window right above him.
Right. He's just peering in. You just see his eyes. So I didn't know the extent of it, but then you reached out to me. And it's actually way worse than I thought.
Yeah, so I was kind of nervous about doing this, but you got the PI, so I was interested. The harassment has stopped, so I'm very nervous about even getting it going again. But because I almost feel obligated because I don't want this to happen to somebody else, because I feel I've done the least out of anybody to ever get doxxed in this Dabbleverse. Like, I was shocked. But I have reason to believe that John knew who I was weeks before he doxxed me, and we were friends or friendly. And almost like there was a manufactured, there was fake accounts of me created to say things about his children because I wouldn't do it. And it's very weird. Like, he let it be known in early October, he knew who I was. And then I got doxxed at the very end of October out of nowhere. So it's...
Can I say two things?
Yes, sir.
First, show your face, coward. And second, the way you said October, you just doxed yourself.
Yes, we know where you're from now.
Yeah, Well, few things. I do know one person in the Dabbleverse that's, if you guys know Shawnee or from the Shawnee Zone, and we kind of grew up together, and people kind of know he's from New England, so I don't think it's a surprise.
No worries. I actually got to meet him at DabbleCon too. He came down.
Nice.
It was good to see him. So, all right, this is a wild story. Mumbling Nick, if you follow WATP, you'll know that Mumbling Nick did this video where he was talking about, John may or may not have gotten a prostitute when he was in Atlantic City, and she may or may not have been a 15-year-old Asian girl. And it says,
"Oh, I heard about that."
And it's funny, right? And the funny thing is that John was just like going through the subreddits like he does, and just clicked on this video and started watching it. And it was like, what the fuck? It's like, there's no reason for him to play this video. And then he put it out there. So I thought that was kind of the extent of it, that he saw this video that we all knew was a goof. No one's sitting there going, well, we got to get John arrested now. It's like no one took that seriously in any way. But then he was like really upset with you. I didn't realize that there was also people pretending to be you with your avatar and name and typing shit about his family.
Yeah, so first, let me say, I never said anything about a 15-year-old prostitute. Like, John made it worse. I literally said, and I regret saying it, but I said he may or may not have had a prostitute who may or may not have been of legal age.
Okay, so I made it the 15-year-old part. Fair enough.
John came up with 15-year-old to make it sound even worse.
I believe, and Asian.
Yeah, I did say, sorry. He may or may not have had an Asian prostitute who may or may not have been of legal age. And that, I even got the Asian part because John loves Asians. And being in New England, the owner of our football team likes Asian prostitutes down in Florida.
I don't know if you're allowed to say that on this show. I don't know. The Tom Brady roast at WATP, you're not allowed to say that.
That's literally where I got even that from. Yeah. But, and I even only said that because John claimed he had a PI who said I was working with TSN for months to porn bomb him. He said I was working with pedophiles. And this is when he was calling Shuli a pedophile. So he was calling me like a pedophile enabler, and that's the only reason I even said that. Like, I don't have a channel, I don't have a live show. I think I had like 70 subscribers when he did this. No one would have saw what I even said, you know. But he put it out, and then it gets clipped or whatever. But the way this all started, I'll try and get through it quick. Like, I came into the Dabbleverse a little over a year ago, never expected to be anything, you know, and I'm super into politics, and John has a political show, so he was like, I'm always trying to help people. So like a year ago, I was like, hey, can I come on your political show? Because I had like a kind of a following on another social media where I had like a political blog where like 3,000 people followed me. And some of them were like, oh, you should start a YouTube channel. Well, you hear how I talk. I can't have a YouTube channel. But I thought, like, it'd be cool to...
Do you hear how John talks?
Yeah, well, that's I'm like, oh, my God, I got Frog's voice. I enunciate like Bob. I got an accent like Joey C., like, you know, regional accent. I'm perfect, you know.
Now you're feeling self-conscious because Cardiff called you out. It's a whole thing.
Yeah. So he, for like off and on for a year, he'd say he'd have me on this and that. And even where I come from, I used to really like Richard Ojeda. I've known about him for like 10 years. Mm-hmm. And yeah, he's always been a little the way he is, but he used to, my big thing is like class warfare. It's like, I like going after the elites, and Ojeda used to do that until Trump broke his brain. And now it's all Dems versus Republicans. But I thought if I got on that show, that'd be kind of cool. And then maybe I would start a YouTube political channel. And that was the extent of it, you know? And I actually met Christian. Yes, good guy. And so I would get on. There'd be random political things in the Dabbleverse, and I would get on. You know, I'd be like, I was on a political roundtable, stuff like that. And I was one of the only people that asked serious questions in John's political show. And, you know.
You were that guy. Okay. Wow. I had no idea that was real.
And he's like, I'll have you on there. I'll have you. And right when I was about to say I was going to get on, someone messaged him saying that I made videos outside his mother's house, which I never did. You know, I even emailed John, and he was like, "Oh, you sent Nick sent a beautiful email." Like, we were fine, you know. And then out of nowhere one day, these fake Mumble and Nick accounts show up trashing his kids, and he's like, "I know who you are. I know where you live," and I'm like, "What is going on?" Like, I had no problem with this guy, and these fake accounts showed up. And Clay Dabbler blocked the accounts, and then Clay lost his mod job, so the accounts came back. And this went on for weeks. So I started making videos explaining like why Clay didn't really block the legend. He lost his wrench because he blocked the fake accounts, and people liked the video. So every day something else would come up between Clay and the legend and John, and I would just make a video with my 70 subscribers that saw him.
Can I ask a quick question? Because
yes,
I mean, obviously, I assume everyone who's watching and listening right now is pretty deep into the Dabbleverse. You'd have to be to understand anything that's going on. But I want to understand this dynamic between the legend. I'm confused by this character. He first cropped up on MLC, I believe, was super chatting. Kevin Brennan was a fan of MLC, and then he moved over to Stuttering John. They started having a fight over the legend. Who's more the legend?
If you believe there's only one legend.
Right. Well,
if you believe that narrative.
I'm getting there. So the legend is this guy who was the second overall draft pick in for the Major League Baseball. And 1988. He played like 9 seasons. He didn't really do that much, but he made it to the show. And so now he's a guy who's a huge fan of the Hackverse and sits around just giving all his money to Kevin Brennan and Stuttering John. And I see him in other places too. Like, what do you know about the legend? What's his involvement with Clay Dabbler and all this stuff? Like, how are these people connected?
So I have no proof that the legend is that baseball player, but I am super into baseball. So I actually tried to be nice to the guy on Twitter, like when this first started.
Yeah.
And I would ask him questions about baseball players I liked, and he would just give me these short answers. So I was like, all right, fine. And then I think it was on Father's Day, he put out some tweet about, I don't even want to get into it again, but it was kind of like homophobic against dads who have gay kids. So I kind of like, this is what really bothers me about the John thing too, is I defended John's kids all the time.
Yeah.
I still have not said anything about his family, and still he went after mine. But
his
anyway.
kids are so much better than he is. They're amazing how they turned out.
Like, I don't think any family, no one's family should be dragged into this. If you want to bust balls, but no one's family should ever get brought into this.
If I can volunteer information you didn't ask for, by the way, when I interviewed Richard Ojeda, I asked him about David Lee Roth, and he called him a jackaloon. But
he finally got something right. It's one of those broken clock theories.
I messaged Richard Ojeda on Twitter once to let him know that someone was making fake accounts of his family members, and John got mad at me and accused me of messing with his guests, trying to tell them not to come on, which I never did.
Trying to steal my friends.
I was just trying to tell the guy, It was right before. That was actually shortly before I got
Right.
doxxed. But I don't. If the legend is that player, I don't know. She got very mad at me. I showed his baseball after we had like a little fight. I showed his baseball. His rookie card wasn't worth anything, and he started spamming John's chat, trying to pay John to have me on without a mask because I think he wanted me doxxed. But I still don't know if he's that guy. I don't know.
Okay.
But he seems, whoever he is, I think he likes to control with his money. Even then I thought he was trying to be like, oh, look, Nick, I get to control whether you go on John's political show or not. I'll pay him and you'll go on. If I don't want you to come on, you won't come on. Like, I get that kind of feel with the guy. But I don't know
there's
personally.
characters like this. It's so bizarre. When I watch Clay Dabbler or Rob Sala go on John Show, I'm like, people are actually excited to talk to this guy for 2 hours. It's crazy to me.
Like, whoever like doxed me, he also like threatens Clay all the time too. Like, Clay and I actually like Clay. I think Clay's hilarious on that show.
No, Clay's been getting in some good digs lately. I give him credit. So what was the doxing? And I know it was kind of a long way to get there, but Darren and I have had conversations. If you use a private investigator, there's legalities around that. Is why if you're going to find out this information, what are you using it for? You could lose your license if you're just digging up dirt on people for, I'll use the word, nefarious reasons, like to fuck with someone. Yes.
Yeah, that, as far as I know, that's the only reason he did it, was to, he put my picture up as hard as it was to see it. But even that picture, I know where that came from. There's an 8-year-old child in that picture. So I don't know. Somebody has that whole picture now. You know what I mean? He zoomed.
To rudely interrupt you and go even further, it's a crime to identify yourself as a private investigator if you are not a private investigator. That's the first thing. The second thing is you have to have a permissible reason for the searches you're doing. And the third thing is you have to keep records of what you're doing in case you're audited. So I've had a number of times, I'm based in New York, where I ran a search on somebody and the DMV reached out and went, why did you run the search? And I had to show the paper trail or the thread going, here's why I did that. And a couple days later, they go, okay, cleared, you're fine. And I have to renew my license every 2 years I believe in New York State every 2 years in North Carolina, et cetera. So if there is a Dustin has to specify his license. By the way, it has to be hanging on a wall in a physical location. So where is Dustin's office if there is a Dustin? Where's his business? Where's the record keeping? And why is he running searches on these people? And if he's not a private investigator, he cannot be legally telling people he is a private investigator.
Not even a moron like John, he can't tell that person.
Well, if
he
John
did, but he just forgot.
is perpetuating the idea that he's hiring somebody to threaten, well, John should be also keeping records and a paper trail of the searches that he's been asking for. Usually you have to do that in the form of a contract or a log, something along those lines. So I would like to see his log. I'd like to see Dustin's license, etc. Otherwise, there might be some nefarious crimes being committed right now.
I don't think we're going to find that paper trail.
I don't think so either.
Can't hang on to the title to his car.
Right. Oh, so people in the chat do not think there is a Dustin. I'm sure that's not a real name. I know Shuli's theory, and I might subscribe to this, is that this PI that he works with is just his brother-in-law.
Oh,
that he talks about all the time.
If the brother-in-law is in Florida, then he's violating different things under Section 775. If it's California, there's different statutes that if he's guilty, it could be a $10,000 fine and imprisonment. New York has different laws. So,
well, I can tell you it's not California. John has 0 friends in California, not a one.
But he said brother-in-law. Is it Susanna's
brother?
And Susanna's in California.
Well, she moved with John. I mean, they're all from New York.
Is it the same brother-in-law he got get into a fight with at the wedding?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I think it's different, right? Because the brother-in-law that lives in Florida, they just went to his house and he almost punched him out because of the election results.
No, his brother-in-law's friend.
Well, no, he said he's going to punch out his brother-in-law at his brother-in-law's friend's house. I mean, who knows? All of this is so stupid.
What I found funny is, like, I was more honest with John about me than whoever this PI is. Like, John kept saying that I was the biggest, according to his PI, I'm the biggest Trumper in the Dabbleverse, and I'm the biggest Republican. Not that it matters, but then he's like, oh, he's a Bernie bro, and he docks me. I'm like, yeah, I told you that. So it's like he got all this bad info. Like, I was honest with the guy. I was naive enough to think that if you didn't trash his kid, because I'm so against that. I defended his kids. He went after my family. I wouldn't dream of going after his family. You know what I mean? And I mean, I live, as you know by the accent, I live near a lot of his family. You know, I would never dream. I don't know how they see that as a win.
The moral of the story is John's not a good guy. And if you're a Rob Saul or a Clay Dabbler's already found this out, it's like, as soon as he feels like you've crossed him, even if it's just be like other people telling him information that's not true that he just believes immediately, he will try to ruin your life. He was asked, and this I thought was very interesting. I believe it was Clay Dabbler. He's like, what do you want to do, ruin Mumbling Nick's life? And John goes, yeah, he said shit about my kid, so I'm going to ruin his life.
Didn't even think about it.
Yeah, and Clay's like, well, that's not cool. But in John's mind, if you've slighted him in any way, you should lose your job, your house, your family, your life. Like, it's nuts the way he thinks. His revenge fantasies know no bounds.
And his rules only apply to him.
Yeah, because it's not his fault what he does, when he doxes people. He wasn't doing it on purpose.
Well, just today, on today's show with Brian Karam, somebody put up a picture of Brian Karam's wife.
I played that Cringe of the Week, yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, I guess it's just, I can't believe somebody would put up somebody's wife's Facebook picture.
Yeah.
Oh my God, like so outraged at it, but I'm like, it was just yesterday you were justifying doing that to Kevin Brennan.
Kind of, that's part of the reason. Like I said, I'm nervous about coming on because this is kind of stopped, and I hope it stays stopped because I'm just going to disappear again after this. But every day this week, he's been saying that, you know, he's against it, stick to me. Like, I didn't even trash him. The worst thing I did to the guy was make an off-color joke that he amplified to make it sound worse and let people know it. You know, I had nothing. I have only ever defended this guy's family. I'm just a working class nobody that wanted one shot on a political show with him and Ojeda. That's all I wanted. And my family got harassed. You know, they threatened to contact my employer, all this stuff, you know.
So, all right, so when you say they, what is this entity? It's just like John and like people you don't know, faceless,
There's
nameless
at least
people.
one other guy I don't know. There's someone on Twitter there's a couple different accounts. I think the way they talk, and they sound like they're the same person. So I don't know who this person is.
Does it rhyme with muttering gay?
It actually wasn't him. No.
Okay.
Yeah, DM me
He's
some
not a
names.
fan
I
of
might
mine
be able
either,
to
but I
be
don't.
your private
Thankfully, I'm not a big enough. I'm not a big enough fish for him to worry about. Thankfully,
you're right.
But yeah, and whoever this is, this person and John seem to think as long as you don't threaten violence, everything's okay. Because they would say all this stuff, and they're like, and I know threatening violence is worse. I'm not saying it's
but they're
not.
trying to intimidate you. They're just like,
Right.
I know where you work. I know where your wife
Yeah.
works. It's just like, yeah, that's not cool. Why are you saying that? What are you going to do with that
Yeah,
information?
he's trying to be. You guys have all documented this, his fake mafia tactics.
Yes.
You know, he wants to be a mafia tough guy, but if anybody if it actually existed, stopped by John, you'd see John shut up real quick, and you'd never hear from John again.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. So, Mumbling Nick, I'm sorry that you went through that. It's fucking crazy.
I appreciate it. I've seen you bring it up, Carl, in the other shows, and I'm still friends with some chatters that know how to get a hold of me, and I've seen people defending me, so I appreciate it. My family and we do appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully all this garbage stops. I mean, everywhere, all the way around. Because there are these people on Twitter and people who are in John's ear who are just trying to like get shit going and stir shit up. And so they tell John all these lies, and then John wants revenge and got bloodlust for this shit because he saw an email someone sent him.
But let's analyze these people that are doing this, because the same people that got Rob Saul, who is currently John's friend's phone number, had Rob Saul changing his number within an hour and a half.
That's true.
I think these people just like stirring shit. Doesn't matter. They're not necessarily on one side or another. They just like stirring shit.
Correct. And
no, I agree. I even think the person that went after me, I don't even think they're a fan of John. They just like
right.
You know, this is what they do.
And let's be honest, even if you know where somebody works, it doesn't mean you can get them fired. Just because, did you know that this person is on the internet? Like, yeah, everyone is. What do you mean?
I'm more worried about the harassment, like, because, I shouldn't even say this, but I have 2 jobs, and I've worked there, both of them forever. So,
no one told me there was going to be boasting.
Yeah, 2 jobs. That means I'm making a ton of money. I got to work 2 of them. But yeah, that's what I mean, dude. I'm just someone that got into this and thought it was fun, man. And then it's not. This Dabbleverse is not friendly, as John would say.
Yes.
Carl, can you hit button 3-2 and can you give it a run right there?
Okay. Yeah.
I need some money right now.
Is that the one you wanted?
Yes.
So, Darren, let me just ask you this, and we'll close things up. If Mumbling Nick has other things happen, what should he do? Like, what's the course of action? And not just for Mumbling Nick, for other people who are getting these notes, like we know your wife's name and your kids, and we have photos and employers and all that kind of shit.
There's a lot of different courses of action. There's some people that are pacifists, and there's some people who like to have the online wars and be involved in this stuff. But the bottom line is, who are these people that are harassing? Are they real investigators? What is the permissible reason that they have to be doing this? Because I think word needs to get out that these people are actually breaking the law in a nefarious way if they're posing as PIs, if they're investigating people that don't need to be investigated, etc. And it takes the fun out of the Dabbleverse. And I think that it's such a beautiful community that reminds you of Opie and Anthony at its peak and Howard Stern at its peak. And if we all fight together to make it fun again, we'll keep it fun. But Nick, if it continues, you get my contact info. I'll help if I know how to help.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm lucky enough. I do have a lawyer in the family, and I don't want to get anyone in trouble. I was told to message John and this person to stop, because if they keep going and going, then it's harassment. So I let it be known weeks ago. You know, I even said to John, if you want to brag that you pushed me out of the Dabbleverse, go ahead. Just nothing with my family, nothing, no one contacted my wife, this and that. So That has been established. So if it continues and continues, then yeah, it's considered harassment, no matter what they're saying, you know. So, and one thing, John, in case you're watching, I will even be the big man and say, I apologize for that off-color joke. That's why pencils have erasers. You claim let's keep family out of it, so let's keep family out of it. Let's end it, and just don't go after anyone else's family either. It's not cool.
That is why pencils have erasers. And remember the first blood principle, the most important principle to live by at all times. That'll just confuse John. I'll be like, see, I told you. All right. I mentioned that it's been a big couple of days for our buddy Stuttering John Melendez. John is starting to do this thing now that I'm really enjoying, where he's letting the truth come out. And it's happening in
drips and drabs.
Drips and drabs, where all of a sudden he's realizing that people can see he's not doing that well. And he starts off his show on Thursday of this week, trying to play up the, hey, I'm on top of the world. I'm Stuttering John Melendez, the Duke of the Devilbirds, the Admiral with my boat.
How are you, everybody? I'm doing really good. Scola. Well, not really. There's a lot going on in the Duke's life here.
Wow. That energy changed abruptly, didn't it?
Well, since you're pressing me for details.
I can't lie to the good people.
All right. So, yeah, that was like Leonardo DiCaprio on the Titanic, and then straight to him in the ocean trying to hold on for dear life. That happened very quick.
Yeah, so I haven't paid attention to John in like a week or two. Why is he now an admiral? What happened?
Oh, okay. He did a video on a boat where he goes, this is my new boat. And he showed us around. He gives a tour of it. And then he owes a bunch of money to Vince the lawyer. So he goes, I'm just kidding. I don't own a boat. I can't afford that, obviously. And then Kevin Brennan made fun of him for pretending he had a boat. So then he went, no, actually, it is my boat. And he took another video of him driving the boat. And so now he's pretending that he does own a boat for some reason, even though everybody knows he does not own a boat. So now he's the admiral.
Yeah. The rear admiral. That's perfect.
His driving of the boat was as fake as his owning of the boat.
Yes, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's really funny. Let's find out what's going on with John, why he's not doing very well.
Oh. So my power's been disconnected. I'm like, what? So I call up this LCEC, whatever the fucking thing is here. They buy their power from Florida Power Commission, and then they fucking charge you more.
Yeah, because they got to deal with people like you, John. You're the one who's driving up the costs for them to run their fucking business, you idiots.
But I just got here in July. So I don't fucking know.
Okay, he bought his house last year in, I don't know, May or June or something like that. But he finally moved in permanently in July. But he's owned this house for over a year and a half.
Like, oh, yeah, you haven't paid your bill. I'm like, what? What bill? Well, we've been mailing your bill. I just got it. What bill? You motherfucker. So then I got to fucking pay like $325. So to turn the power back on. I don't fucking know. I used to have a wife to do that shit. Scola.
Okay.
Go ahead, man.
Him and Susanna filed for divorce in 2012. They were separated in 2011. Mm-hmm. He's been living this life by himself for all this time, and he's mad at the power company because he didn't know he had to pay for the power that was coming into his house. And no one told him.
Well, he wasn't there.
He's only been there since July, Pat. How would he know?
No, the power knows. So when you're not there, the power's like, oh, my bad. I'm not supposed to go in here. So that's what
He's saying if he's not in the house, he shouldn't pay for the. It makes perfect sense, Carl.
I wasn't even home. Why is the power in here? What's going on? Who let it in?
Why do I have to pay for gas? I'm not even driving the car right now. I'm not paying for the gas.
This is a strange combination of performative John and real John.
Correct. He is putting on an act to try to make it less embarrassing, although it's more embarrassing.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I love about this.
So, for some reason, he doesn't realize you have to pay for electricity.
He does.
Wait, has he always been in apartments since him and Susanna broke up?
Yes.
So I wonder if every apartment that he's been in,
it's included.
The heat and electric has been included, and so he actually is this stupid.
Interesting.
Well, didn't the mom own or have the name of most of the things he had anyways? So maybe the mom was getting the bills to her, and she would just say, "Okay, you got to give me some money."
That's very possible. Yes.
He actually didn't know he was supposed to buy light bulbs, so he might be this stupid.
Remember that when he was first podcasting from his house? As soon as it started getting dark out, he was just like, you wouldn't see him.
What the hell is this?
He could only podcast when the sun was up. Yeah.
GE didn't send a guy to put the light bulbs in. What am I supposed to do it myself? How many stutterers did it take to screw in a light bulb?
So it turns out he's had his power shut off twice in the past 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And since he woke up this day, Thursday, and the power was out again.
So I woke up this morning and got myself a beer.
Mm-hmm.
No power. So I go look, and any power outages. No power outage. I'm like, what the fuck? I find out. I call this L fucking AC/DC bullshit. And he disconnected me again. 3 weeks later.
Okay. I'm back to hating him.
Oh, yeah.
So, did he only know the power was out because the beer was warm?
I think that's what happened right there.
Okay, question. Another
the fridge
question.
And the beer wasn't beer temperature.
This is beer at the store temperature. It's not beer at my house temperature. What's your question,
This
Lindsay?
AC/DC stuff, I've been thunderstruck.
So, he said he woke up and the power was out.
Yes.
Yeah.
This might be a humble brag, but I've never had my power cut. I would assume that would happen during the daytimes.
Because the person has to come to the house.
Yeah. So
to do this. So
he's
so when
just
he woke
sleeping.
up the afternoon, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
buddy.
a good catch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lucy, it's called a blackout. It's what happens in the middle of the day. School.
I love the idea that they had to cut off his power 3 weeks earlier. The power's off again, and his first thing is like, oh, is there a power outage in the neighborhood? And
Right.
this must be the entire block, right?
It's
Like, no.
I just paid my rent last month.
Oh, my gosh, yes. I don't pay my tax. I did that last year, right?
Yeah.
It's that
But
kind of
wait.
thing.
They turned it off. Somehow they turned it back on, which means he paid something.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they gave him like a week to get the rest. Like, why would it be 2 weeks later? You usually get like the next pay period at least. Why are they cutting it off all the time?
Well, I think he owes so much in back pay.
They probably put him on a payment plan.
That they're not putting up with it anymore because
He has
they're
to pay every other day.
Well, it seems like that because so he calls up customer support, and of course, guess whose fault it is that John doesn't pay his bills? The person who's the customer service rep.
Oh, I thought it was Trump.
So he did bring up his Trump coming after that. Swear to God, he did bring that up.
Get this girl on the phone. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Oh, we disconnected your power. Why? Oh, you had a past due amount. What do you mean? I just paid 3 weeks ago. $325. Oh, well, there was a past due. Why did you fucking tell me then?
I'm sure they did.
Oh, they should have told you. They didn't.
Yeah, it's her fault.
They
Okay.
didn't.
Okay. So I imagine he did yell at this person.
Oh,
He hasn't paid a bill all year, and now he's screaming at this customer support person, just like, yeah, I'm looking at the system. You only paid that one thing that one time. You owe us for every other month. So what do you think?
And it's recorded, so I want to hear that.
Oh, I would love to. Yes. For training purposes. We want to.
So do you think he was Big Shot John?
Oh,
Or
yeah.
was he small guy?
No, Big Shot John definitely came out because he's got a huge podcast and he has to
Right,
be on. He needs his power back on.
So it's Spectrum all over again.
I got millions of people waiting for me to put out this podcast episode.
What are my trolls going to do?
So apparently,
electric company, can we have your name and address? You don't know who this is.
Right.
You know who I am.
How about I just tell you this? A Gagia. Now do you know who it is? All right, never mind. It's MELEN. All right, so this is it costs money to reconnect the power.
I go, how much does it cost to reconnect? $50. So it was $50 last time? $50 this time? Yeah. So $100. Because you didn't fucking tell me that I was past due. Sorry, somebody should have told you. Yeah.
Nobody said that.
So, I was fucking angry. I was hangry. So I went over.
Should be embarrassed.
Tried to fucking.
Right.
Now I realize what happened because my grass is getting yellow. So because when the power goes off, I get the sprinkler turned off.
Yep.
I don't know how to reset the sprinkler.
The power goes off 3 weeks ago. Sprinkler system stopped working, and his lawn just died, which is frowned upon in that area.
He's a helpless baby.
He really is. He can't do anything for himself.
He's a helpless baby. Oh my goodness. I don't understand.
It's insane what's going on with this guy. And he's
In
mad.
a completely different story, my mailbox is full of letters from the electric company.
You can't even fit another letter in my mailbox.
No
one's emptied this thing.
It said urgent. You're urgent.
Oh my God. I swear to God, that type of comeback is coming up in this package that I put together. John is such a child in this, but he's blaming everyone but himself.
He's not really angry. This is just his way of coping online, and he thinks this is a good idea, which is amazing. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think this is real.
Well, no, I understand
I think
that.
he's trying to relate to his people, which are all poor, that watch him. And he's like, what are they like? Oh, having no bills? Okay, I'll talk about being poor.
No, this is real. He definitely got his power shut off twice and doesn't pay his bills. This is definitely, this is embarrassing what's going on
He's not
right now.
clever enough to come up with my power got shut off twice, unless it really happened.
That's true.
You know what? You're right. My bad.
He did have the Dookie Awards
I
this week,
believed
though.
in John for a minute. My bad.
So this is talking about the power guys coming over.
And I'm in Goodfellas mode now. And I'm hoping those fucking power guys come to the goddamn house. And I'm going to fucking tell them, listen, come here. Come here, you. Come here. The next time you come and go turn that power up, you better knock on my door first. Ring the goddamn doorbell, because I'll fucking pay it before you turn it off, you motherfucker.
He doesn't work for you, John. He works for the power company.
Also, that's not how that works.
And he also doesn't accept bill payments. Yeah. It's like he's not collecting for his paper route. Idiots.
Crumpled up tens.
Yeah. Here, take it. Here, take my piggy bank if that's what you want. I don't, sir. My job is
if
to
you
turn off
don't
the
put
power.
on my electricity, I'll drive to your house, stand outside it when you're not there, and yell at you.
Right.
Oh, wait, I already tried that.
He's going to fight energy.
I'll do what they did to the mailman in Goodfellas. Stick his fucking head in the oven. I'm only kidding. YouTube service. I'm just playing around with the movie Goodfellas. I just watched it again last night for some fucking reason.
I love that he doesn't know why he does things.
Yeah.
He doesn't know why he watched Goodfellas last night.
Right.
He probably just came out of like a blackout or brownout and was just like, oh, Goodfellas is on. Cool.
One of his 5 DVDs.
Yes. Well, yeah. There's a small rotation of movies.
It must have been on at the bar since he has no power and he can't watch it.
For some reason. Oh, that's right. There weren't any sports on. Football's on, whatever, Amazon. They can't put it out at the bar. So
anyone else experience a blackout? Oh, just you, John.
Just you. So John can't believe this, but bills happen all the time for your electricity.
I'm all up to date. But I have another bill coming up, they tell me. Oh, and you pay again on the 20 fucking, on the 20 fucking second again. I go, what? I just paid 3 weeks ago, now I'm paying today, and I gotta pay again? What is this fucking, what? Is this the Puerto Rican bill you giving me?
What?
Did someone tell you I'm Puerto Rican?
No, but they can tell by the way you don't pay your bills.
They do know you're stupid.
There was a great comedian, I forget who it was, who had the joke, like, I am so backed up on paying my bills, they started sending them to me in Spanish, which, I don't know, kind of fits in this scenario. Anyway, not the point. The point is that John can't figure out his sprinkler system. And so he had to have the sprinkler guy come over to show him how to get that thing started again. And I can only imagine what this looked like.
So when they turn my fucking power off, what do? That deactivates the sprinkler fucking system.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm getting back from the gym and I see the goddamn fucking contractor, Smiling Dan, fucking out front. Smiling Dan's trying to get the sprinkler system working, but it ain't working. He's like, I'm going to have to come back, figure this out. So he goes, but you can do it manually. You turn it right, then turn it left, turns off. I don't fucking know.
It's literally just a spigot. You turn it right.
You turn it off and then you turn it on. Like
Yeah,
you do
on
the
and off.
troubleshooting any problem ever. The first troubleshooting activity that any normal, rational human does.
Let's see if John can figure this out.
Then I'm on the phone with the legend. I'm like, all right, 10 minutes in the front. All right, I'll turn the other one on, or turn that off, turn the other one on. What do? I turn the whole screw, the whole thing comes out. And now I got I got a geyser, whatever you fucking call it. Fountain. Fucking coming in there. So then that's all. Now I'm all wet.
Never been
Things
cleaner.
fucking coming up. He's like, turn the valves off. I can't. I'm trying. Just turn the goddamn valves off. It only goes one way. I know. I'm fucking up my Frankenfinger trying to turn this goddamn thing off. I got my phone on the grass. The fucking water's coming all over the place. Listen, and I was on the phone with the legend. Every time I'm on the phone with the legend, this happens.
John can't follow simple instructions. You heard the way he explained what happened. The water guy's like, okay, I'll figure out how to fix this thing, but in the meantime, water your fucking lawn. All right, just turn it on for 10 minutes, both front and the back. And John's not paying attention on the phone with his buddy, big time in this guy, I'm sure, and then doesn't figure out how to do it. Next thing you know, he's fucking getting blasted by his own sprinkler system, knocked the phone out of his hand. Can't figure out how to turn it off. Just never pays attention to anyone else. Everything's everyone else's fault but his.
He didn't know a bill comes every month. He was shocked that it's a recurring thing.
You're right. I paid you guys. Yeah, no, we know. Now you got to pay us some more.
So if everyone out there, go ahead. So sorry.
I was just going to say YouTube only ever pays him once, right? Not on a monthly basis.
Yes, right.
So he can only possibly get a bill once, not on a monthly basis.
I feel bad for John. Not always. Right now I do. So I think if everyone out there, every month on the 21st, could blow up all of John's phones and everything, letting him know his bill's due the next day. I think that would be very important that we all do that. And just remind him, it's the 22nd, buddy. Pay your bill.
Yeah, in the chat, everyone should remind John that he has to pay his bills because he's going to forget.
On the 21st, nonstop.
Well, it's interesting. The next day, he has Clay Dabbler on. It's Clay Day on Friday. And I don't know if you know about this, Pat, but Cardiff put out a tweet that showed a 440 credit score. Didn't say who it belonged to, but just said that he's in the banking industry and so he can find out information on people. And John freaked out, called up Experian to see if somebody ran his credit or something, shut shit down. So it's obvious he has a 440 credit score or worse.
Right.
Because otherwise you wouldn't assume it's you and do shit like that. And so this is bothering him a lot. And somebody posted this in the chat.
My credit score is not 440. These assholes just believe it because they're fucking losers.
I can't have done your credit any good with all that fucking missing that bill, though, Johnny boy.
What's that?
I said it can't have done your credit much good not paying those electricity bills, though.
Oh, I know. Fucking, but it's Clay. It's not because I don't have the money. It's because I didn't even know that I owed it.
We literally had that discussion last week about me telling you just take a day to open the letters, and you were like, "Yeah, I know, fuck it." You should have. Yeah.
Where's that stop sign when I need it,
dude? Even Clay is telling him, John, you have to open up your mail and look at it. John's like, oh yeah, I guess I probably should at some point. He's literally letting the bills just pile up. Never even opening them.
And he's throwing in a dig at his credit, which
is great.
John did not address.
I have to say, Clay was fantastic on this episode. He's getting a lot better with giving digs to John and letting him know that John's a piece of shit. But I got to play this clip because it still relates to the electricity bill. In this next one, John's yawning all through this episode. His own show bores the hell out of him. So he's yawning into a question about the electric bill, and something very telling happens here.
I gave you 50 on your birthday, you slag.
I didn't even see that.
You did. You thanked me for it.
Oh, yeah. Right before that, John was complaining that Clay doesn't give him enough money. So Clay goes, I gave you $50 on your birthday. He's like, oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, no, you did. You read my super chat. You thanked me for it. He is such an ungrateful asshole. I don't know what Clay's doing with this guy.
What I meant was I didn't care.
Yeah, right. He just treats him like shit.
I gave you 50 on your birthday, you slag.
I didn't even see that.
You did. You thanked me for it.
Oh, I did?
On your birthday show.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Axco, thanks for $2. You can't handle the simplest of tasks. Failure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Most people don't assume the electricity fee. Well, I just got here, so I didn't think I would have built it up that far. It's weird in California. If you don't pay the electric bill, like they won't ever shut you off. But here in Florida, like, fuck you.
Wait a second. Why does he know that?
Yeah, why do you think?
In California, they just let it go. You don't have to pay your electricity.
What a country.
Yeah. So the fact that he knows that tells me that he's done this before. Especially saying, like, I just got here. He got there in July, but he owned the house before that.
It's my first day.
Right. And he's just like, I didn't know that they were going to make me pay already. Yeah, every month, John. He thought he was going to get away with something. All right, so John catches himself here. This is what I was talking about when I set up this whole segment, where he's starting to tell the truth. He doesn't want to, but because he owes Vince money, it's really bothering him that he actually has to pay Vince this money.
But I will say, you just can't fuck. I don't have the means. I don't have, he's a multimillionaire. I'm not. I used to be somewhat of a, I was a millionaire at a time. I'm not a millionaire anymore. It's impossible.
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
Vince is a multimillionaire. John goes, it's impossible to be a millionaire nowadays. Like, well
as him. That's what he said. It's impossible for me at this present moment as John to make $1.
That is true. Yeah. That is very true. So
there are more millionaires now than there have ever been.
It's also true.
So it's more possible than ever for other people.
It's just crazy to me that all of a sudden John has been saying he's a millionaire for the entire time we've been covering him.
Yeah.
He's been touting how much money he has. And now all of a sudden he's like, I'm not a millionaire. And you saw him go, and he's like, oh shit, I wasn't supposed to say that.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. It depends how you look at it. If you fucking counted every fucking shekel, I guess you would. But I'm not nearly up to his financial status.
So he fucked up. He said he wasn't a millionaire, and then he had to be like, well, I mean, I am a millionaire. If I sold my boat and I sold my Harley and my house, we add all that up. I got a couch in here. That's not how being a millionaire works. It's not about liquidating all of your assets to see if you have $1 million or not.
I would love to see a pile of his assets, like the couch and the out-of-tune guitar.
Oh, he thinks his guitars are worth thousands and thousands of dollars. They're not.
I got this mug here.
I'm not a millionaire. Well, hold on a second. Actually, he had to stop himself. Maybe I am a millionaire. You're not, John. You're poor. All right, getting back to his relationship with Clay, because Clay's getting fed up with him. I don't know why he still does this show. John does not listen to him. John doesn't give a fuck what Clay has to say. This next clip's a little bit longer. Clay's going off on something that happened to him earlier that day. He's very passionate about it. And so if I had someone on my show who was ranting and raving like this, I'd be engaged in what they're saying to me and maybe have some follow-up questions. John's paying zero attention. I was watching this with Jen last night, and I go, look at John right now. He's not listening. As soon as Clay stops talking, he's going to do something completely different. He's going to change the subject. And I was right.
Sit the fuck down, because you don't, some shit's going to happen. And he was like, straight away, the little pussy just piped down. And he was like, I was like, you're intimidating these women on the train. He was like, you're intimidating me. I was like, good. That's the fucking intention. I said, I was perfectly polite to you, but if you want to be fucking loud and aggressive, I can be fucking louder and more aggressive than you cunt. I'm telling you, I hope you got something to fucking back it up with, because if you ain't, you're going to be picking your teeth up off the floor. And he was like, oh, now you're threatening me. I was like, yeah, no, I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you that's what's going to happen. Like, and then he got up. He was like, oh, I'm going to stop the train and call the police. I go for it. And then he starts pressing all the button doors. He's like a fat mongoloid, pressing all the open doors. And then he walked up. He's like, I'm going to go tell the guy. I was like, jog on. Straight away. And then this guy came and talked to me. I told him what happened. People on the train witnessed it and said, you know, and when people got off the train, one bloke shook my hand. The old lady said, thanks a lot for that. Do you know what I mean? You can't let shit like that happen, John. You've got to fucking
just waiting for him to stop talking.
What will John say next?
Yeah. And then and about 3-4 stops after that, the train was just staying there because he's obviously trying to fucking get it to stop so he can call the police or something. That's that fat mongoloid.
Yeah, I'm blocking. Could you believe, Clay, that this fucking idiot, this loser shitwear, goes on his show? Everybody put an L in John's chat, and these fucking losers listen to him.
So that entire time, John's looking all around the room. Then he starts staring at the chat, and people are writing L in the chat. He's just going, oh, and he's just waiting for Clay to stop talking so he can complain about that.
He's so rude.
He's not a good friend.
No.
I don't know what Clay sees in him, to be honest with you. This is embarrassing right here. Clay's got a new girlfriend that he's been hooking up with, and Clay says she's a butterface. She's got a nice body, but she's not that hot. And so the girlfriend saw Clay on John. I think he was showing her that he goes on John's show. Listen to what John's question is for him.
But, like, she's pretty smoking hot. Did she find me handsome?
I didn't ask her.
Did she find me handsome?
No.
No one finds you handsome, John.
Yeah.
You look terrible. It's ridiculous.
You guys discuss me while you're having sex sometimes?
What's a favorite episode of mine? She doesn't. No one cares about you, John. Jesus Christ. So
she's probably just dating you because you know me.
Right, yes. I made you a star. Now you're getting all this sweet ass from it.
Sweet ass.
So Clay explains that John's often performative, like we do. Clay watches all these shows. He knows what people are saying, what's going on, and John disagrees with this.
Like you were trying to force the anger for the sake of your girlfriend, the legend. Like, and we don't need to force it. I'm going to piss you off regardless anyway, so you don't need to force it, you know, and create an argument.
About what?
About, I don't know, the lighter, and you told me to fuck off when I was talking to you. Like, I don't mind the bands, but I just felt it wasn't real, you know, it's false.
Oh, it's always real to me.
I was going to say, it's all about
reality. This is me.
I like the Clay's telling him, like, no, you're faking it. Everyone can tell that you're trying to put on a performance. Mm-hmm. It's not believable. You're not a good actor.
Yeah. When you see that lip go up, you know he's acting.
He practices that in the mirror. He definitely talks to the mirror with that. After watching
my least favorite version of him.
Watched him way too much.
Yes, correct.
Chris in his sleep's like, I know he's lying. I can hear his eyebrows moving. It's like, guys, stop watching it for 2 fucking minutes. Stop learning about this piece of shit. He's ruined your life. It's a great thing you've done, but what the fuck? Stop
Are you
reading
kidding me?
this,
I've never
man.
had more fun in my life, man. How dare you?
When his lip goes up, we know he's acting. Holy shit.
Yeah. It is true, though. This is hilarious because Clay says to John, you're not the only celebrity in the Dabbleverse anymore. And John does not like that. Ooh. John is not a fan of that.
And you know, John, you say that you're the only celebrity in this Dabbleverse.
Yes.
You know, technically that's not true anymore.
Why?
Because you know that guy, Adam Bush, you had on? Remember? Adam with the glasses. Yeah. And now he goes on Coles and they've been on the shit. He was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Until, that's huge. I was a huge Buffy fan back in the day.
What did he do, a cameo?
No, he was in a big recurring role. He was like...
This makes John so angry.
I'm loving it.
What did he just do, like a one episode, though, probably, right? No?
leader of the there was like these nerds, and he was like the leader of the nerd gang that wanted to kill Buffy. And he was in it a lot.
All right, I'll tell you what, Clay. Go walk on the streets. Go walk in the streets of New York and just say, "Hey, do you know this guy Adam Bush?" And then say, "Hey, Stuttering John."
Oh, of course. No, yeah. Only probably hardcore Buffy fans.
How dare you compare that?
I'm not saying he's bigger a celebrity than you. I'm saying he is technically a celebrity. He got TV.
John is so threatened by this.
I love it.
That's the only thing he's got, Clay. He has to be the biggest celebrity. You can't tell him there's another guy who has credits and works in Hollywood interested in the Dabbleverse. It really bums him out. I messaged Adam about this. I didn't know if he saw it or not, and he had. Apparently, I didn't know this. Buffy is huge in the UK. It was like Friends in the United States. Buffy was like one of the biggest sitcoms over there. I didn't realize that. It's a big show in the States too. But I had no idea. So when Clay saw that, he was like, "Holy shit, that's Anna Bush from Buffy?" And he's on these shows talking about John? That's nuts. And
also he's pointing out that Adam was on John's show and now he's on our show.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that little very inconspicuous dig.
Yeah.
Well, because John was watching a clip of like Point Dabble Point that Adam was on, and John's like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" It's like, he's been on your show. Jesus Christ. So out of
you
it.
can't have it both ways, asshole.
So out of it.
Why was his reaction to air jerk off when he found out there was a guy who might be as not famous as him?
Isn't that crazy? Like, that's how threatened he is to just be like, I have to dismiss this person immediately and say that their credits don't matter. You're right, do the elephant thing. It's wild what this guy's up to, because
very strange.
This is the way he thinks. This is like one of those childish comebacks that I was talking about earlier.
Thanks for the $2. Somebody's upset Shitway was featured on the Best of Howard. Who gives a fuck?
Who saw that? I didn't see that.
I mean, I am the Best of Howard.
Oh.
Nope.
I don't think I've heard that take before.
I am the Best of Howard. Okay. You win this round, John. It's very clever.
What does that even mean?
It doesn't mean anything. He's a child. He's a fucking idiot.
I'm the best. No, me. I'm the highlight reel. Okay.
Now, again, props to Clay. He's speaking truth to John. John does not want to hear it. John doesn't realize he's difficult to deal with, even though everyone tells him this. My favorite was when Chad Zumach was just like, "John, I can't be your friend. You're fucking annoying. I don't want to talk to you on the phone every day."
That should be the reddest of flags.
Right. When Chad Zumach is like, "I have too many friends to have you in my life." It's not a good sign.
I know John can be hard to deal with, and you have to sort of...
What?
Come on, you're hard to deal with, John. And it's not for me personally, because I love you. But...
All right. I'm not going to allow him to say I'm hard to deal with.
Yeah, but you know you are.
So John's being performative, obviously, but he also is bothered by this because he's going to follow up with some questions.
What do you mean I'm hard to deal with? I'm the easiest guy to deal with in the world.
You really?
How am I hard to deal with? Give me an example.
You want an example? Well, do we need to go back to mine and yours falling out? I did nothing. I did your show and then got a DM saying, "Don't ever ban super chatters." What the fuck are you talking about?
I was told.
And then you said, "Well, you didn't ask me and you didn't believe me." I believe the legend. I believe Dustin, not the troll known as Clay Dabbler that's been by my side like a lapdog for 2 years.
The legend and Dustin have been by my side. And by the way, Clay, you don't think you can accidentally block somebody? Then you're fucking don't understand how this works.
Well, that's, I mean, you blocked him 3 times after I was in the
I accidentally block people too. But you just don't want to admit to even maybe making a mistake. So who's the difficult one? See, this is how it works.
I'm doing.
The simple projection. Maybe it's you being difficult.
So John was wrong. He accused Clay of doing something that he didn't do. Clay said, "I didn't do that. Stop accusing me of that I did that." And then John goes, "Yeah, but it could have happened in some type of scenario. It might have happened. It could have been plausible." Does John not realize that's being difficult? That's the definition of being difficult. Just be like, you're right. I accuse you of that. You didn't do it. My bad.
John thinks the last word is the smartest word.
Gaslighting narcissist.
Yes.
That's all it is. It's just this control, this spin, this flip over. You did this. No, I didn't, but you could have. And you probably wanted to, but you didn't. It's
Right.
Like, none of that happened.
I can't believe that we have to listen to this argument again.
Right.
You've already listened to this whole argument for entirely too long. Like, just stop.
But yes, that is his narcissism coming through. And the fact that Clay goes, well, you mean you're kind of difficult to deal with. And John has to say, no, that is not true. Give me an example. Okay, here's 2 examples. Well, then you're the one who's wrong on both of those examples.
Right. And when his opponent is too embarrassed to dignify it with a response, that's a win for John.
Right. Yeah. He's just like, okay, fine, whatever. John
gotcha.
Does he have the tag of his little mask still
Yes.
on? I was noticing that. Someone in the chat pointed it out too. I was noticing that. And I don't want to embarrass him in front of his girlfriend because Lucy, have you seen what Clay's been saying about you?
No.
So John did the Dookie Awards on Thursday.
Yes.
He was ill prepared. It was a disaster. The Clippers have already pulled it if you want to see what that looks like. But basically, John went through and he goes, all right, I'm going to do the hottest girl in the Dabbleverse and the ugliest guy in the Dabbleverse and the fattest fuck in the Dabbleverse. And he's like taking forever to find photos of people because he doesn't know how to use Google or prepare anything ahead of time. But Clay has your back on this.
I think you missed out. You missed out fat as fuck in the Dabbleverse, though, like we commented on your ex.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I think Lucy Tightbox should have been in the hottest Dabbleverse girls or whatever, hottest lady in the Dabbleverse.
Well, my favorite is still Kristen Carney. How about you?
I'd say Lucy Tightbox.
But how about out of the ones that I showed, Kate?
Keanu's the prettiest.
Well, that was lovely. I feel so honored by at least one of them.
It was very nice. John doesn't recognize you for some reason, Lucy.
He still does not. He won't acknowledge my existence. He won't say my name. He has called me a bitch before, but he's maybe said Lucy one time. He won't acknowledge my existence.
He thought you were mint salad.
He did.
He's very dumb.
Really, really, truly.
This guy.
Did.
But congratulations that you've made the top list with Clay
Thank
Dabbler.
you. I feel very honored.
That's awesome.
Especially now knowing that his current girlfriend is a butterface. I feel better.
I have 2 more quick clips because things are flying all out of John's face in this episode. And this is him yawning again. And then somehow from the yawn, saliva goes flying out of the side of his mouth. I've never seen a human do this before, pull this off.
You know what's so weird, too, is... Do you watch Chad? Nobody can stomach his stomach.
Did you see that?
Oh, my God. What the fuck?
Projectile yawning.
What made it shoot?
I don't know.
A yawn doesn't make things shoot.
You wouldn't think so. But that thing went flying.
It's my OCD.
Oh, did I miss? Oh, there it is.
I hate
it.
Oh, no.
It's crazy. He's shooting ropes out of his mouth.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
And then this is the one you guys have maybe seen. It's all over Dabblers Anonymous. And I think what happens is John's trying to keep the saliva in his mouth because you can tell he's making an effort. And then it comes out, and then he has to pretend like he did it on purpose. Oh, so gross.
No, I paid the college funds, $300 each kid, for fucking 20 fucking whatever it was, 18 years. 20-something years. Don't ever fucking say my brother-in-law did. You fucking...
$300K.
I paid him. I paid $300 a kid, $900 a month. So fuck off.
It's a chunk of change.
Oh. What the fuck?
Now, where's that gone? Where's that saliva just on the floor now?
All over my pants.
Lovely.
Did he say cats?
He didn't even look to see where it went. He didn't even care. This guy is so fucking gross. And you could tell that he was trying to hold it back right before that. He felt it coming out. And he did like a sucking it back in.
You can see it building up in his lower mouth.
Oh. I just don't understand why this is acceptable for him. Why does he think this is okay?
Not that there's ever good timing for that, But when you're yelling, I'm responsible, I take care of things, and then you spit at a time when no one should spit, it's really the worst time to do that.
Yeah, it's not even like he was talking at the time. It just fell out of his mouth. He was done talking, and then it just fell out of his mouth like a giant
because he's leaning forward and being performative.
Right.
Stop performing, John, and you'll stop
But
spitting
look how
on yourself.
sick that is. I mean,
It looks like
that's a
cum. It
consistency.
looks like
Oh,
cum.
what would you know about that?
It looks like Nick Rekieta was at his house.
Yeah,
earlier.
I was gonna say I only know what I've heard about Nick and Aaron.
This is fucking crazy.
Oh, skull fuck.
It's a chunk of change.
Jesus. Clay's not even watching.
in the big
Good. It's so nasty. And here's a monster who sucks. Stuttering John is working some type of day job. He's going to explain that to us. I have that in the clip package. It was brought to my attention by Shuli and the gang. They believe he's working at an Amazon warehouse, a seasonal job. As the Christmas shopping season comes in, they need more people helping out. That would make sense.
He's wrapping gifts at JCPenney.
Maybe he's doing that. He does have the experience working at the Salvation Army before with loading, working on the dock or whatever and loading up the trucks or whatever the fuck he's doing with this. But John's going to explain he's got something else going. I don't care. What I like about this is that it means that John is now starting his show later, and that means that he has to start drinking.
It's fucking Miller time.
When he was doing his 2 o'clock show or 3 o'clock show, he could maybe hold off or put a little booze in the solo cup and get away with it. But now he's like, all right, we're starting at 4:30. Obviously, it's party time. It's Pickwick time. I got to crack open a cold one. And so he's on there with Rob Saul. And what I want to present to you today is 2 pathetic drunks lashing out at everyone else and trying to paint themselves as the winners in this scenario. If they had, I wish someone would show them this video when they woke up the next morning or when they had their first couple beers and sobered up the next morning so they can see what's really going on here. They're both wasted. I would love if they made every video they made, it was just like this from now on.
Dustin, great show. 2 alcoholics riffing.
John and Rob, they did a drinking show and they just sat around. They drank and yelled at the chat.
Good comeback, Rob. Look at these 2 alcoholics and he just acts like an idiot. You're just like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you guys were drunk. I didn't realize you're actually killing it over there.
What the fuck is Rob drinking, like cotton candy Trulies, or wasn't he getting a bunch of super gay stuff delivered to his house when he sent his neighbor out?
Yeah. He needed to have the White Claws and stuff like that, the special berry flavor. Rob is, and this is just my opinion, I'm just speculating based on his behavior. He's on pills. And he talked about how he was addicted to pills and he's not anymore, which is what someone who's addicted to pills says. I've cleaned up my act. I don't do that anymore.
I've got it under control.
I was watching video of Rob back when he was bashing Stuttering John on the Shuli Network not too long ago. And Rob doesn't do this. And he's not like, like his eyes are closing. Like he was just sitting there normally and just talking to the guys. And I always thought, like, this guy was on the radio. How is that possible? Oh, he's wasted. Rob Saul is fucking wasted. And I will prove that to you as this goes on. Or maybe you'll disagree with me. Because what do I know? What can I possibly know about these
If you're Rob Saul, maybe you'll disagree.
I'm throwing out.
Oh, he's wearing the doggy style shirt. Oh,
Yeah, he's always leaning. Now he's always leaning into it. So, you guys think I fuck my dog? All I do is jerk it off. I don't fuck it. All right, if you say so. Now, John pulls up a clip, and John's watching a clip of the Pat Dixon show. And Pat Dixon is claiming that Kevin Brennan's wife is cheating on him. I'm not going to play, like, Tukey Soup played this last night. John doesn't add anything. He just, like, watches it over and over and goes, whoa! Just, it was like, wow, Kevin Brennan's wife's cheating on him just because Pat Dixon just said it. Like, okay, whatever. But what I wanted to show you here is that we make this look too easy. When we come on here and we show clips and we respond to them and we set up the story and what's going on and why things are happening the way they're happening, John cannot grasp this concept. He's the one who decided to show this video to Rob on his show.
Bring her on. And I love it when you bring her on because every time she comes on, more people see what a fucking psycho she is. So, I mean, it's incremental, but I mean, that's what it takes. It just like exposure after exposure after exposure.
What the fuck is he talking about, Rob?
He's talking about Kevin Brennan bringing on his psychotic ex-girlfriend over and over. Felicia.
Oh, yeah.
John is so wasted. He's like, what's going on in this video that I pulled up, Rob?
This link I'm just playing off of Reddit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's never looked at it before. He hasn't curated it, but someone told him to play it, and so he's playing it. And they're both going after Kevin Brennan. And the projection on this episode, this is just from last night, by the way. I want you to look at Rob Saul and look at how wasted he is.
You are a pathetic loser.
He can't even keep his eyes open as he's calling someone else. He's all disheveled. His hair is all over the place. His hat's off to the side. And he's sitting there going, oh, let me just play it again.
You are a pathetic loser.
Yeah, man. Whoever you're saying that to, got him.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Never been said before on this show.
So they're calling out Kevin and Chad for being lunatics and hacks and standing for nothing. Kevin Brennan and Chad Zumock suck.
Kevin's a lunatic, but now Chad's on his show today with Big Head Odd, fucking Boschetti, and they're fucking like, it's like, Chad, you're a fucking, you stand for nothing too, you fucking hack.
Yeah.
And Chad and Kevin, these two big comedy kings. Chad, you're an opener.
Yeah.
End of story. Period. School.
Yeah. Opener.
They're wasted. So this is what this is. We've all seen this before. The two guys at the corner of the bar, at the end of the bar, who were both passed by everyone in their industry. Pick the industry. It doesn't have to be show business. It could be plumbers. It could be
janitors.
Yeah, it could be anything. And they watch all these people get promotions over them. There's like, that fucking guy. I don't know why the boss likes him. He fucking sucks. They've both been fired from their jobs. They're trying to squeak by some type of living, and they have it all figured out. They're wasted at 6 p.m. at the bar going, yeah, and what about Bill? Like, what's he, like the regional manager now? He's a fucking idiot. He doesn't know shit. I fucking run circles around that douchebag. They're so bitter, and they refuse to learn anything from life.
Right. Recovering alcoholics talk to each other actively to stay sober and share things. These guys are actively trying to stay drunk and agree with each other.
Yeah. Don't you agree that Kevin Brennan has no talent and it's so crazy that he had a 35-year career in comedy? Right?
Yeah. Hard stop, period, rack me. And it's always the biggest fucking losers that have the strongest opinions. I used to deliver to a charbroil where the fry cook is listening to talk radio, like political talk radio, and has all the fucking hot takes about, he's got it all figured out. You're a fucking fry cook. Why would I ever listen to you? That's these guys. It was like, your opinion is worse.
How do you feel about bartenders?
Worth less than nothing. Yeah. But I also have to point out that John made one of the worst references when he was talking about Mike Buschetti. I get it because I actually know who Big Head Todd and the Monsters are. He said Big Head Odd, which is a reference that nobody would ever get. It's the worst nickname. He's king of the names. If you didn't know.
Oh, he's told me that.
That's the worst one you've ever come up with, John. Fuck you.
So you don't think that was very good?
No. I don't.
Check out this projection. This is an Inception level of projection happening.
You fucking loser. You delusional fucking pathetic loser.
He really is a loser. Like, he calls everybody else a loser. That's a projection. He is a loser, and he knows it.
So this is wild. They're talking about Kevin Brennan. Now, Kevin Brennan has a personality disorder. Nobody likes him. but he's not a loser on the level of these guys who are sitting there going, yeah, man, that guy, he's calling me a loser. Like, look at us. We're fucking killing it over here. I got $2 super chat. People are giving me money to, I don't know, like point and laugh at me and tell me that my kids don't talk to me anymore. But this guy, Kevin Brennan, fucking loser.
How far into this episode is this? Because
2
they
hours.
are completely fucking wasted.
They're gone.
I feel like this is a challenge that they've put against each other about who can fall out of their chair first.
This
They're
is almost
so
like
drunk.
the Chad Zumach blackout episode level where you're just like, who's going to fall asleep in front of the camera first?
The DG Joey C.
right.
Drunk stream.
Yes.
He's that drunk.
So this is what Rob's all upset about. Recently, it was discovered that Rob has filed for bankruptcy. And Kevin Brennan was on his show laughing about this. And of course, Kevin Brennan's not all there either because he thinks this is a win for him that Rob Stahl's a loser. Like, I also know that Rob Stahl's a loser. It doesn't help me out in any way, but for Kevin, it helps him out somehow. This is from So Thorough Joe Burrow, who clipped this for me. Thank you very much. But this is what has got Rob very upset.
I got so much information on Rob Stahl today. It's unfucking believable. The universe provided. I didn't even ask. It was just provided to me. Literally provided to me. Rob Stahl is flat fucking broke. He's flat fucking broke. You want to know how flat broke he is? I'll tell you.
What's his credit score?
I'll tell you right now.
Worse than that.
Tell you right now.
This is Kevin's show, by the way.
Yes. Me waiting for him to tell me anything.
Here's a savings account with $6.50 in it. $6.50.
Aaron could
Here's
use that for the
another
goal.
account with $158.69.
I'm thinking the same thing. Yeah.
These are federal documents that anyone has access to. Of course, I didn't know how to get it. I didn't even know this existed. But somebody did, and they provided it for me. This guy's fucking broke. I know where his attorney is, where she lives. It's a fed. If he's lying about what he has, it's perjury. He's filing bankruptcy in federal court.
Okay, so this is leaked out. People have seen this, that this is what's going on. So Rob is on the defensive. No, everyone else is a loser. I'm not a loser. And this is some comeback that he has to that.
99% of us have jobs, families, and money in the bank. Doesn't it bother you to call us losers? It only shows a lack of originality, the zero self-awareness. I have money in my bank and stuff. You're talking about Kevin Brennan talking about, he said I had $6 in my savings account. Yeah, I don't even have a savings account.
Amazing. This
gotcha.
This is what Rob doesn't even realize because he's blackout. He doesn't even realize how funny that is right there. You think I only got $650? Guess what? I got zero. So take that.
Savings account. I don't even know the meaning of it.
Banks won't even work with me, huh? What do you think about that, asshole?
Well, if it's one thing if there's federal documents that he is filing for bankruptcy, that's evidence. Somebody having a savings account they don't use anymore, that's not damning. But
no, it's not. But Rob is broke.
Yeah.
And I loved the super chat that John made him read. Where it's 99% of us have families, we have money in the bank, and you're calling us all losers. Don't you realize that you really need to get your shit together? Yeah. Everyone else is living their lives.
Talking about Kevin Brennan talking about, he said I had $6 in my savings account. Yeah, I don't even have a savings account, but whatever. It's I pay my bills and I do stuff. You guys, you're losers.
Okay, very good. He pays his bills and he does stuff. So can anyone else here say that? I don't know. Can any of us say that? He pays some of his bills. When you file for bankruptcy, it means you haven't paid a lot of your bills over a certain amount of time.
Right.
And then you owe so much money that you're like, I don't want to owe this money anymore. So I'm willing to forego any type of credit score I could possibly have in the future.
Yeah.
In order to not pay my debts to people.
It makes you smart and the president. Yes, we get it. We know about filing for bankruptcy. Yes.
It's not something that you just but what do? Pay your bills and have money in the bank and afford your family? Correct. That is what we do. So
there is value in being like, well, at least I'm not Rob Saul.
There is, for sure. And John loves this version of Rob Saul. He praises him for his performance.
Rob, I don't want to sound like I'm kissing your ass, but you have made me laugh so much this show. This is by far, in my honest opinion, your best performance ever on the Stuttering John podcast. Skål!
Thank you.
That's the positive reinforcement that Rob needs in order to be like, oh, so I can have this many Xanax and drink a bunch of beer and you still like me?
That's
Perfect.
the equivalent of going home with a 3 at 2:30 in the morning at the bar. It's like, oh, this is the funniest Rob Saul's ever been. Yes, you're fucking a 3, John. Good for you.
He can't form a sentence.
Right.
And he's on the defensive, and John's like, finally a bigger loser than me that makes me look good.
That's
what it is.
Right. So we're seeing who would lose if they kept going, who would fall out of their chair.
Yep.
And John is saying, you would.
Yeah, I'm just drinking light beers over here. I don't have a pill problem. But Clay Dabler comes on and goofs on John and actually has a job and things going on during the day and stuff like that. And John's like, I don't like this. Yeah. I want to talk to Rob Saul, who's filing for bankruptcy, and Kevin Brennan is focusing all his attention on him now instead of me. So let's talk about John's new day job because he's killing it. He's bragging about it. Now remember, when it was rumored that Shuley had a day job, that was Shuley being a loser, and there's a big loss for him, and John was laughing about it. But now John has a day job, and that's a good thing to have a day job all of a sudden.
See, here's the sweet thing, Rob. Like, I made $400 today from my job, right? $400. I know Shitway is trying so hard to find out what the fuck I'm doing. Shitway, I'm at an ad agency. You can never ever get that job. You don't have any creative talent. I do. I could write ads for any fucking company. You do not have that talent.
John is claiming, first off, if you work at an ad agency, I used to own one. John would never get hired in an ad agency. John, if you want to do a show together again, it's been a while. Maybe we can talk about your ad agency experience and we could go toe-to-toe for that. Tell me what you're up to, because you're lying, obviously. If he was making $400 a day, an ad agency would be a salaried employee. They don't hand you a check at the end of the day like, oh, you did another great job for us. Here you go.
Yeah, remember to punch out.
Right. That would be $104,000 a year. John would be an entry-level employee. He's never worked at an agency before. We view John as all the experience as a person out of college. So John would not be making $104,000 at an ad agency. He's obviously lying because, like Chad, he doesn't understand how money works. And he goes, oh, I made $400 today at my job. That's not how anyone who works a normal job thinks about it.
No.
They get a paycheck every 2 weeks or twice a month or whatever. And they don't calculate it down to how much did I make on Tuesday. So
if you're salaried, you don't break it down that way.
And also imagine anyone bragging about $400 to John, what John would say. Oh, I wiped my ass with $400 bills.
Right. Now all of a sudden that's very impressive.
And also I've heard his album and he doesn't know how music works.
I know. That was a Freudian slip. He definitely does not know how music works either. But yeah, that's John for you. He's got a job. He's bragging about it now. It used to be a bad thing to have a job, but now John is working at an ad agency and he can write ads for any company. Give me an example, John. Write a tagline. Write a tagline for your show. What is your show? What the fuck?
Hungry for insure?
Pathetic existence? Insure.